Chapter 1, Just a Formality. 1996. The sun began creeping through the blinds, slits of light that slowly ran at an angle to the striped duvet. She could feel the light behind her closed eyelids as sleep began to fade. Her breath became deeper and she closed her eyes tighter, hopping against hope that it would be just a dream and she could sleep longer, hold the day at bay for as long as possible. But it was not to be. The light steadily became brighter, an affront to her mood. It should be a dark, gloomy day. That would have been appropriate for the reading of Sirius, a dark, rainy, depressing day to match her mood. With a noise of irritation, she kicked the covers towards the end of the bed and slowly made her way into the loo. As she sat there and tried to wake up fully, the thoughts of what she had to do that day made her stomach turn. If I had only been quick enough to take out Bellatrix, he'd still be alive. Shaking her head to clear those thoughts, she took care of business, peeled out of her pajamas and started the shower. As the water began warming, she glanced over in the mirror. Damn it, it's the same as Mum's today. With a slight twitch, her hair straightened, turned a muted deep blue and fell down about her shoulders. For a moment, she thought about shortening it, but let it stay long. As long as it didn't look like black hair, it would work. Once the shower was finished, she wrapped a towel about her torso, went over to the vanity and rummaged through the assorted empty Muggle beer cans and takeaway containers until she found her wand. She'd been slightly pissed when she tossed it over there last night, but needed it to dry her hair. The air began coming out of the end of the wand with quite a bit of force, so after a few calming breaths, she tried the spell again. The second time it worked as intended. As the wand did its work, she stepped over a pair of trainers and some dirty clothes and went to her closet, opening the door with her free hand. It took a bit to find what she was looking for, but eventually, like the wand, it was located. It was stuck at the back of the closet, wadded up and shoved behind a pair of jeans she had forgotten she'd purchased, as the tags from the Muggle second-hand store were still fastened to the belt loops. The formal robe looked wrong. It was wrong to her to dress up for Sirius, reading, but her mum had given her strict instructions. Even though her mum was no longer a real Black, there were some things that all Andromeda couldn't let go. When she'd shaken out the robe, she stopped drying her hair and focused on the robe, casting a slight levitation charm on it, and then began a series of cleansing, freshening, and ironing charms. It wasn't fashionable in the least, a dark gray robe with no colored lining or embroidery, but it was well made and from very rich fabric. She knew her mum expected her to wear something appropriate underneath the robe, but she saw a piece of clothing from the corner of her eye, tucked into the back of the closet above a pair of heels she'd bought and worn exactly once. Leaving the robe still levitating, she knelt down and pulled out a t-shirt, shook it out and laid it on the bed. It looked just like an ordinary black t-shirt with nothing displayed on the front, but with a quick tap of her wand, an image began to spread across, an image of red lips, parted teeth visible above a tongue that stuck out luridly. With a laugh, she dropped the towel, reached down and pulled on the t-shirt. Sirius, you may be gone, but you're not forgotten. He stood outside of Gringotts, ready to go in and get it over with, just one more reminder that Sirius was gone. They had all been kind to him, of course, especially Molly. She still hovered near him, protectively, and even though part of him wanted to scream at her to leave him the hell alone, another part of him just wanted her there. He knew that Molly had insisted with Dumbledore that he be able to stay with them before the reading of Sirius. He'd overheard that flu conversation. It was while thinking of that inadvertent eavesdropping that they were ushered into Gringotts, the Weasleys a protective cordon around him, as if good intentions and red hair made harmful spells ineffective. Well, they were almost all redheaded, as Hermione's bushy hair bobbed alongside Ginny. They'd all been sent Gringotts letters. They had all arrived at the same time, a separate owl for each letter per Gringotts directive. He'd been playing wizard's chess with Ron when the owls arrived and deposited their letters. Hermione was the first to open hers, and as soon as she said Sirius, everyone knew what it was, what the letters meant. Harry. He turned to see Molly give him a weak smile and nod towards the others who were following a goblin towards a door leading off from the main hallway. He nodded quickly and started walking towards her outstretched arm, letting it fall around his shoulders as she leaned over. It's okay, dear. This won't take long, just a formality. The shadow-filled hallway soon gave way to a very bright doorway. Harry's eyes adjusted slowly, blinking several times, until he finally could see exactly where he was, and more importantly, who else had been called. Unsurprisingly, Narcissa Malfoy sat next to her son. For a moment, Harry felt like saying, "Fuck it all," and pulling out his wand and cursing Draco within an inch of his life, but rational thought, not to mention the sight of several sharp goblin weapons hanging ceremonially on the walls, stopped that thought in its tracks. Dumbledore sat 2 chairs away from Draco, an obvious buffer between the seats of the Weasleys, Hagrid, Remus Lupin, and Hermione. He thought he recognized the woman sitting behind Hermione, but something was off about her. The woman sitting next to her, holding hands with the rather normal-looking middle-aged man, was obviously a Black, as she looked alarmingly like Bellatrix, but only if Bellatrix wasn't insane and was, well, normal. He quickly shuffled ahead, as pointed by Molly, and took a seat next to Arthur, Molly following directly. Once everyone was seated, a small gong was heard, and a goblin walked out from behind a door that had materialized. A desk sat in front of the assembled rows, giving Harry a momentary thought that it was like being in Hogwarts, but the professor was a goblin. He gave himself a quick shake of the head, trying to clear it and pay attention, but it wasn't very successful as he thought of the goblin giving Malfoy a wonderful, painful detention. Ahem. The goblin cleared his throat and pulled out a very tiny pair of gold-rimmed spectacles from his brocade waistcoat. "Thank you for attending. All named in the will are here, so we will begin. This is the reading of the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Black. Point of order." Every head in the room turned to Narcissa Malfoy. The goblin gave a great sigh and took off his spectacles. "Mrs. Malfoy, these are not court proceedings in the Wizengamot. This is a reading of a will." Narcissa inclined her head slightly, outwardly a deferential action, but exaggerated enough so that everyone could see that the action was a patronizing one. "Thank you for the clarification, but it appears there has been a slight error. Sirius was not Lord Black, and as he was not Lord Black, this entire will may be invalid." Harry glanced at the goblin and saw a grimace appear on the goblin's face, sharp teeth growing visible in something that might have been called a smile in some respect, but in reality was quite scary. "Mrs. Malfoy, are you questioning the integrity of Gringotts? The will has been verified. Sirius Black was Lord Black of the House of Black at his death." He stopped suddenly and clapped. Almost instantly, a goblin appeared at his side, a scroll with a red and gold-striped ribbon tied in a bow in his hand. The goblin handed the scroll to the goblin in the spectacles and left. "I have here in my hand the scroll of investiture. As an educated witch, I believe you understand that there is no possible manner that this document can be fabricated." Narcissa gave a slight wave, as if dismissing the whole line of conversation. "Of course, goblin, I." "Barkshield," the goblin tapped the scroll in his hands. "My name is Barkshield." "I apologize, Barkshield, of course, I know the magics behind the scroll of investiture. My husband's scroll resides in our vault in this very institution. The scroll you have in your hands must be a forgery or some other charmed object, because Sirius Black was disowned by his family, and by the laws cannot be the Lord Black unless he was reinstated. All the Lord Black would have to do would be to simply reinstate Sirius by writing, and then he would have been able to become the Lord Black of House Black. Since he was not reinstated then, by law, the Lord Black would become the closest male relative." Harry felt himself gripping the bottom of his chair, squeezing it tightly, the wood pressing into his fingers. If Draco became Lord Black, then he would inherit Grimmauld Place, not to mention all the galleons in the Black Vaults would go right into Voldemort's coffers. As this thought went through his head, he heard some angry mutterings behind him but couldn't look away from Malfoy. The arse looked smug. Barkshield nodded at Narcissa. "Your grasp of the law, Lady Malfoy, is correct. Your assertions regarding Lord Sirius Black are not." He smiled and opened the scroll. "For Lord Sirius Black to have been cast out of the House of Black, it would require the order to be written, signed, and sealed with the Black Ring. Gringotts has on file the documentation that removed Andromeda Tonks Knee Black from the House of Black. There is no such documentation for Lord Sirius Black, therefore he was able to take possession of the Black Head of House Ring and other assets before his demise. Gringotts followed procedure, contacted Lord Black, and once the formalities were completed, assisted him in the recording of the will we are about to read. This, he brandished the scroll of investiture as if it was a sword, is a certified original, unable to be altered or modified in any way possible. If you wish to read it, Mrs. Malfoy, you may. However, I believe we will retain that for your perusal at a later date. He turned to the seated attendees in front of him on the other side of the room. This is the reading of the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Orion Black. Harry sat there gobsmacked. Sirius was a Lord Black. He'd come into Gringotts and done some paperwork. What did it all mean? His wool gathering was cut short by the scrape of a chair. Turning his head towards the sound, he saw Narcissa Malfoy, face red with anger, striding out of the room. Draco, just as angry or more than his mother, gave Harry a face that looked as if it would erupt in a snarl before he got up and quickly followed behind his mother. Once the door slammed shut, Harry tapped Arthur Weasley on the arm. What happened? A laugh came from behind him, a throaty female laugh. They got what they deserved. He turned around and saw her, finally recognizing her. She was the Auror Tonks. Her hair was different, but there was a bit of light in her eyes. Sorry, I was lost in my thoughts. What happened? Ahem. Barkshield cleared his throat and looked to Harry. Lord Black disinherited Mrs. Malfoy and her son, casting them out officially and legally from House Black. His words were calm, no tone of irritation at having to repeat himself. The goblin had done more than one will reading, and surprises always meant covering the same directive quite often. He glanced at the documents on his desk and chuckled internally. Now, as Mrs. Malfoy and her son have left the room, I will continue. Harry listened as Sirius, from beyond the grave, let everyone know how much they had meant to him. Hermione was given a nice sum of galleons and instructions to have a personal vault set up, not just one of the student vaults used by Muggle-born Hogwarts students, along with some books from the Black Library. All of the Weasleys received galleons along with other items, especially Fred and George, who were given instructions to return later that afternoon for a private meeting with the goblins. That made Molly quite irritated, as she knew that Sirius wasn't the best influence on the twins, but Arthur reached around Harry's back and patted Molly on the shoulder. Remus received quite a bit of galleons and a small house in Cuba. That made Harry wonder if the tropical birds that brought him messages from Sirius were from that house. But before he could think about it more, he was aware of the silence. Nobody was saying anything, just looking at Barkshield. The goblin placed a small, highly polished wooden box on the top of the desk. I have here the head of house ring of the House of Black. I will now continue the reading. He picked up the paper. Harry. Barkshield, if I may. Everyone looked over at Dumbledore, who had raised his hand. Yes. The goblin looked at Dumbledore, and then for a quick second glanced at Harry and winked. Harry is much too young to become Lord Black, and with all of the tumult in the wizarding world at this time, I feel it is unwise to continue this reading. I propose we postpone the rest of the reading of the will until the situation is more settled. Barkshield nodded solemnly. Duly noted. He looked down at the will and before Dumbledore could interrupt began reading. Harry, if things were all happy and wonderful, I'd name you my heir, and then you'd be the next Lord Black, but you've got enough on your plate as it is. Barkshield paused and glared at Dumbledore, causing the old wizard to slink back slightly in his chair. So instead you'll just have to be boring old Lord Potter. Again, I must insist. Dumbledore had once again raised his hand. Harry is much too young, and this is not the time foe. His comments were cut off mid-word. His mouth continued to move, but no sound came out. Barkshield gave Dumbledore a toothy, frightening smile. Chief Warlock, please forgive Gringotts, but this is not of our doing. Lord Black requested and paid for enchantments to be placed upon the will, and this room, specific enchantments to prevent interruption to his will. He was quite clear that after reading the words, Lord Potter, that any interruption would trigger the enchantment. Once the will has been read in its entirety, the enchantment will cease. Harry's Lord Potter. Hermione leaned forward and looked down the row of Weasleys at him, then turned in her chair and looked over the back at Remus. Did you know about any of this? Remus gave her a slight shrug. Some, but not all. I always knew that Sirius and James were from old families, but they didn't like to talk about it. They felt bad that they had gold and I didn't. They tried to give me things for years, but I told them I couldn't take their charity. As for the Lord Potter and House Black, to be honest, I thought they were just taking the mickey. He saw the look of disbelief on Hermione's face. I never imagined that they were actually. Hermione, for Merlin's sake, they called me Duke Lupin. George and Fred's snort of laughter brought a sharp rebuke from their father, but Harry continued to stare at the goblin. What was he going to tell him? Lord Potter, what did that mean? It was while Harry was pondering the abrupt change his life was going to potentially take when Dumbledore stood up and began packing, stopping to take out his wand and flicking it about in the air, writing letters that seemed to glow and hang in the air. Stop this now. With a resigned sigh, Barkshield raised his hand, twisted the wrist slightly, and two very sharp weapons floated down and began to prod Dumbledore back to his seat. Once he was seated, Barkshield clapped his hands again, causing a different goblin from before to walk in. Barkshield simply pointed to Dumbledore. The new goblin produced a small, thin box of some sort of stone and held it towards Dumbledore. Eventually, seeing no way out of the situation, Albus placed his wand in the container and watched as the goblin placed it on the corner of the desk and left the room. Let us continue. Barkshield once again took up the parchment. Harry, if things were all happy and wonderful, I'd name you my heir, and then you'd be the next Lord Black, but you've got enough on your plate as it is. So instead, you'll just have to be boring old Lord Potter. I'm sure that the dark idiot is gone now. You've married and have 4 or 5 kids with one of them named Sirius. But since you're going to be the Potter of House Potter, Merlin, I hate using titles like that. I'm going to right a few wrongs if I haven't done it by the time you read this. If I kick it before things are righted, then I want to at least write a few things before I go. First, and I know they have the parchment on file because the goblins here at Gringotts are sticklers for things like this. And no, I didn't say that to have you knock 3 galleons off of your service prices. I see you over there, writing like mad, Sharpskin. Right, so the parchment is on file, and I as Lord Sirius Orion Black of House Black do hereby reinstate Andromeda Tonks Nee Black into the House of Black and recognize her marriage to Ted Tonks. Oh, Merlin! Andromeda sat back in her chair in shock. Ted held her hand and patted her leg with the other hand, smiling. And as for my favorite relative Nymphadora, I did not forget you, Nymphadora. Nymphadora, I simply couldn't leave you out. How could I, Nymphadora? Harry turned back and saw Tonks' face was a bit red, even with her metamorphagus skills. He knew she hated to be called by her first name, and Sirius had found a way to get to her in his will. Nothing like a prank in the will, Harry thought. After the chuckles in the room subsided, Barkshield continued. Nymphadora, there are many things that aren't fair in life. We both know that, so therefore as Lord Black I'm changing a few things. I modified the succession documents for the house, and now the head of house doesn't always go to the mail. Nymphadora, my clever little cousin, have you figured it out yet? I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, name as my heir and head of house Black little Nymphadora Tonks. Congrats, love, you're Lady Black now. Bloody fucking hell. Tonks stood up and held out her right hand. There, on the ring finger, was the House Black ring. Many things happened after that. Dumbledore sat back in his chair as if he had just missed being trampled by the Strauss. Andromeda and Ted were silent and still as if they had been stunned. George and Fred were bowing repeatedly in front of Tonks. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny just looked at each other as if things couldn't be happening, and Hagrid kept pounding Tonks on the back, telling her that she'd be a whopping great Lady Black. Once everyone had calmed down more of Sirius, Will was read, gifting a hunting lodge in Poland to Hagrid. Barkshield turned to the next parchment page, focused his attention on Dumbledore, and began reading. Albus Dumbledore, you infuriate me more than any wizard I've ever known, but I do still slightly admire you. Slightly. If you're still around and I'm gone, I suppose it can't hurt me anymore, so let me just say that what you thought happened with the list of 7th-year girls. It actually happened. I also did that thing with the potions. You know what I mean, and I was behind the great de-bearding incident. Oh, and it wasn't me who did that thing on the 4th floor to Filch. That was James. And yes, it was me who gave Auntie Minerva that bottle of fire whiskey laced with love potion. Now that we've got the good stuff out of the way, I cannot for one more minute abide with how you've treated Harry's inheritance. I agreed with you that he didn't need the distraction, but now he might need the resources. Unless this is all over, and Harry's kids are pulling your beard, asking about more bedtime stories about the great Sirius Black. In that case, you still annoy the hell out of me. You know I don't do well with authority. As Harry's official guardian, and as Lord Black of blah blah blah, I am authorizing Gringotts to provide Harry with his inheritance, investiture, you name it. If it happened on your 21st birthday like it should, as your parents intended, then sorry I didn't do it sooner. If you aren't 21 yet, Harry, buckle up, lad. Oh, and Dumbledore, I bequeath you the Hog's Head and 20 acres of prime farming land in Ireland. Didn't know the Black family was your brother's landlord, did you? Now you are. Harry, I've set aside a vault for you, you'll get a new key, but with all the Potter things you've got, I didn't want to fill it with something as impersonal as galleons, so I've put a few of my favorite things in there, just in case. Barkshield paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and continued. So there you have it. I think I did very well. Only took me 2 bottles of fire whiskey to write this. Joking. The goblins would have my hide if I tried to take one smell of anything alcoholic whilst writing this. Enjoy life, everyone. Merlin knows, even with a rather large gap, I certainly did. Signed this day, Lord Sirius Orion Black. That was the signal for everyone to get up and start talking, but Harry took off his glasses and rubbed the corner of his eyes. He told himself that he wouldn't cry, even if it was as sad as he thought it would be, and it was even sadder than he thought it would be, but the revelations had put him into a state of shock. The Malfoys were cut out. Tonks was head of House Black, and he was Lord Potter. Harry. He looked up to see Ron, Ginny, and Hermione standing in front of him, their faces full of concern. Hermione sat down next to him in the chair Arthur had vacated. Harry, are you okay? Yeah, Lord Potter, are you okay? Ron smirked at him and sat down. Sorry, mate, couldn't resist. Lot to take in, yeah? Like she said, you okay? The gong rang out again, drawing everyone's attention to Barkshield. Thank you for your attention. In light of Lord Black's will and testament, we have further business to conduct today. Harry Potter, will you step forward, please? Harry saw the looks in his friends' faces but ignored them. He knew they were worried about him, but he just wanted it over. He wanted to go back to the burrow, back to Ron's room and lie in bed, maybe grab his broom and go flying. The broom that Sirius had given him. Mr. Potter, Barkshield gave him an honest, comforting, no pointy teeth smile. I'm afraid I'm following Lord Black's directives in this investiture test. Usually to prove inheritance for investiture, the applicant provides a small, almost imperceptible amount of blood. This is by tradition, as any bodily fluid would suffice. Lord Black has requested that you provide saliva. He reached down and pulled up a white stone statue of a very naked and very busty witch. If you would lick the breasts, Mr. Potter. Giant guffaws of laughter came from Fred and George, not to mention others. Harry thought he heard Tonks' laughter as well, but quickly ignored the sounds. Lick. Yes, both breasts, please. If you are the next Lord Potter, we will soon know. Get on with it, Harry. He stepped forward, leaned over, and stuck out his tongue, licking the left breast. It didn't taste like anything. Not knowing what else to do, he licked the right breast, astonished to find out that it tasted like toffee. Suddenly the statue became animated, jumped off the pedestal, and began chorus stepping along Barkshield's desk, throwing confetti in the air while a small series of fireworks shot out from her backside, coalescing in the air to say, "Congrats, Lord Potter." Harry stood there in shock, watching the figure dance about the table until he felt something prick his right hand. Specifically the ring finger of his right hand. There, glowing slightly, was the heavy gold ring of House Potter. To say that the other attendees enjoyed the show would not be exactly correct, as Albus, Molly, and Andromeda were less than pleased. The others thought that it was truly Sirius at his best. The twins simply marveled at the creativity of the old Marauders. Tonks came over and put her arm around Harry's shoulder. Welcome to the club, Lord Potter. Harry smiled and raised an eyebrow. Same to you. The fireworks suddenly ceased. Once again, the small gong rang and Barkshield waved his hands, motioning for everyone to take a seat. Harry quickly sat down next to Tonks. Ginny followed suit and sat on his other side. Barkshield stepped in front of the desk this time, an old, crumpled parchment in his hand. Lady Black, Lord Potter, guests, I'm afraid there is one more piece of business to conduct today. Before I begin, I must determine eligibility. Lady Black, what is your age? Tonks sat there for a moment before realizing with a start that the goblin meant her when he said Lady Black. Oh, sorry, 23. He nodded. Very well, Lord Potter, what is your age? Harry quickly glanced over at Ron, who gave him the I have no idea mate look. 16. Barkshield put on his spectacles, read for a moment, and then turned back to the attendees. The parameters are correct. As the reading of the will is complete, and Lord Potter has accepted his position, I must ask that everyone exit the room except for the following individuals. Lady Nymphadora Black, Lord Harry Potter, Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, and Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Weasley. Thank you for attention today. Goblins await you outside to advise regarding any gifts bequeathed here today. Mr. Fred Weasley, Mr. George Weasley, your meeting will begin at once. He held up his hand, and the door flashed green and then opened. Dumbledore left almost immediately after retrieving his wand, striding out, his purple and orange robe billowing behind him. The Weasley twins had to be almost forcibly removed by Molly, but then remembered they had a meeting and scarpered off. Ginny and Hermione looked back at Harry, wondering what the boy who lived had got himself into this time. Hagrid chuckled as he walked away with Ron, muttering about Lady Black and Lord Potter. Remus gave both Harry and Tonks an odd look and walked off. After they had all left the room, the door closed again, flashed green, and everyone turned to Barkshield. The instructions given require viewing of a pensive memory prior to the official reading of the decree. He clapped his hands, and the door behind the desk opened, filled almost instantly after that with a goblin levitating a massive silver pensive through the door. One side of the pensive scraped the door jamb slightly, causing the goblin to blanch and quickly glance over at Barkshield. The older goblin took off his spectacles and tilted his head. It is all right, Hawkfist. The doorway is quite small. He turned to the assembled witches and wizards. The pensive usually required for the readings of wills or other legal documents is much smaller. Due to the amount of wizard kind required to view this memory, the Gringotts pensive is needed. Harry looked over at the pensive and saw carvings of goblins with spears and other weapons attacking. Wizards. It didn't make him any more comfortable. More than anything, he wished Hermione was there with him. She would be able to figure things out if it got weird, and if the statue was any indication things were about to get weirder. He was right. As soon as they were all gathered around the pensive, Barkshield put the memory inside and indicated for them to watch. The interior of a smoky, dimly lit pub came into view. A sign above the bar read Old Ogden's Best Fire Whiskey, Award 1979. Immediately, a serving tray became visible. A hand went out and grabbed the bottle, the hand of Sirius Black, wearing a black leather motorcycle jacket, hair long and wild. He waved off the barmaid's offer of glasses and made his way to the back of the pub where James Potter sat. James' hair was disheveled, more than how it appeared in photos. His glasses were slightly askew, face filled with stubble, and he was smoking a cigar. Sirius plopped the bottle down on the table and half slid into the opposite chair. I still can't believe it, Prongs. Lily pregnant. You're going to be a father. I know. James handed Sirius a cigar and then looked as if he was trying to decipher Abyssinian arithmancy. Is this the second bottle? Third. Sirius reached over and pulled off the cork. Don't worry, I took care of the tab. James laughed. Right, you never pay. Who is it this time? I'm shocked, Potter, shocked. After a moment, he couldn't help himself and started laughing. Fabian Prouet. I'm sure they know I'm not him, but I don't think they care. Brilliant. James held out his glass, which was quickly filled. I bet it's a girl. Nah, Sirius waved him off. Boy all the way. Just think, Jimmy, my boy, you're gonna have a son. Someday you'll have to send him to me to tell I.M. how to pull birds. Merlin knows your pants at it. Hey, James poked the cigar towards Sirius. Who's the one who has a fit wife who's up the duff? Me, that's who, you. He blew out his lips. Good luck finding someone to marry your smell old doggy arse. You probably got 3 or 4 kids running around, though. You remember France. Of course I remember France, mostly, Sirius shrugged. And I cast one hell of a contraception charm, mate. Practice makes perfect, you know. Wishful thinking. James sat there suddenly silent and then looked over at Sirius appraisingly. We can't do this as often, you know. Go out and get legless. I'm gonna be a father. Sirius took a long drink and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I told you things would change when you got married. You said it wouldn't. Lily Bird said it wouldn't, but it did. This'll change things too, mate. Oh, it'll be grand for a bit, and then you and Lily and the boy will move out to the country or summing. It'll just be me and old Remus in that horrible flat. Then you'll be Lord Potter eventually, and then you'll be off in the Wizengamot making Britain wonderful. He paused. After the dark wanker's gone, of course. Serious, no, mate. You're like family. Mum claims you, and if Mum claims you, well, you're family. Sirius waved him off and puffed on his cigar. Not really. Unless when you become Lord Potter you adopt me. No other way to be family. A melancholy expression faded from James' face as his eyes went wide. You know what would be brilliant? My kid and your kid getting married. We'd be family then. What? Sirius half spit out his drink. Are you mental, two blokes? James waved him off. I'm sure it's a girl, but you'll probably have a bloke or two. What do you think? Happened before, you know, Black and Potter. But we're related, sorta. Sirius shook his head. They'd probably come out all fucked up like Snape. Both men shuddered, then Sirius looked over at him, thoughtfully drunk. But that would make my parents furious. Yours and mine married. James sat upright and pounded his fist on the table, causing the drinkware to rattle. Well, let's do it. A contract. Are you daft, really? What would your wife say? He waved Sirius off. She'll be fine with it. She loves you like a brother. A brother, that's a git, but... Sirius gave James a two-fingered salute. Well, if we're gonna do this, let's do it right. We need parchment and rules. Right. James waved over the barmaid, and soon thereafter parchment and a quill were brought over and laid on the slightly damp table. Okay, first, has to be a boy and a girl. Can't carry on the line otherwise. Spoken like a true pureblood. Sirius leaned over and smacked James on the top of his head. Of course it has to be, idiot. Okay, my rule next then. They can't be too far apart in age. I'm not having my 10-year-old son in a contract with your 40-year-old girl. 10 years or less, that work? James saw Sirius nod and continued writing. He looked up at Sirius. What if you're shooting blanks? Adoption count. I do not shoot blanks. Sirius angrily grabbed the bottle and took a swig. I am a very viable. He waved off James. Fine, our heirs, that count. James thought for a moment and shrugged. Sure, heirs, okay, now what? No sham weddings like, what's her name? You know, 2 years above us. Blonde, bit tits, no brains. Married the ancient wizard just to get his galleons. I can't remember her name. Loved the boobs, though. Saw her running one time late to class, bloody hell. James laughed. They were going everywhere. He took a drink. How about a kid in the first, I dunno, 5 years? Sure, fine, since this'll probably never happen. Sirius sat back in the chair and took a puff off his cigar, the fun of planning now gone. Do you really see me marrying someone? Popping out kids like, I dunno, the Weasleys? I'm the bad black prongso. Yeah, I'm an Auror, but even the birds that fancy me don't really trust me to. I think they expect me to go all crazy dark wizard black on them. Do you really think in less than 10 years that'll change? Sirius, mate. James leaned forward. I do. In fact, I do so bloody much that I'm going to finish writing this up. You're gonna sign it and we're taking it to Gringotts in the morning. Suddenly, Harry felt himself being pulled out of the pensive, a sensation much worse than side-along apparition in his stomach. He looked across the pensive to the very pale, very worried face of Tonks. Attention, please. Barkshield tapped his fingers against the desk. I have the parchment that was produced that evening, and yes, it does still slightly smell of fire whiskey. The contract, written without the most standard clauses, was determined to be valid by Gringotts. It was later verified with the ministry and filed appropriately. As Lord Black did not mention the contract when he drew up his, well, it is our belief that both he and James Potter were too inebriated to remember the creation of the contract. It would have been unenforceable if Lord Black had named Lord Potter as his heir. As he named Lady Black as his heir, though, the contract became valid. He cleared his throat. Lady Nymphadora Black, It is my responsibility as a member of the Gringotts Family Law and Inheritance Department to inform you that you are bound by contract to wed Lord Harry Potter. Congratulations. Chapter 2. The Million Galleon Question. No way in bloody hell. Everyone surrounding the pensive at Gringotts looked at Nymphadora Tonks. They had just viewed a memory and had learned, via a rather unofficial-looking parchment that apparently was official, that she was now contracted to marry Harry Potter. Her mother was the first to break the silence, as she knew exactly what it meant that her daughter's hair had turned a pale shade of green. Most people thought that when her hair turned red it meant that she was angry, but that was when Dora felt excited. Pale green, on the other hand. Dora, dear, let's go have a cup of tea. I don't want any fucking tea. She jerked her arm away from her mum, and without another word stormed out of the room. As she made it out into the hallway, she blinked her eyes several times to get used to the difference in light, which for some reason seemed to irritate her. Bloody goblins, couldn't they make the hallways easier to navigate? Probably did it on purpose to be intimidating. Little fuckers. As she made it to the main floor of Gringotts, she heard them call to her. Who was that calling her Lady Black? Ron Weasley? Well, fuck him. Fuck Sirius for this awful fucking joke, and fuck everything. The moment she exited Gringotts, she took off her robe, threw it over her shoulder, and apparated away. The moment she landed in the alleyway behind the Muggle Club, she knew that, for a few hours at least, she was going to forget that whole farce at Gringotts and just pretend that it did not happen whatsoever. With a slight look of determination on her face, she turned her hair bubblegum pink, brought it up to her shoulders, and had the ends flip up a bit. Once that was complete, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small leather wallet. To most of the population, magical and non-magical, it would simply look as if she had appropriated a man's wallet. In truth, she had appropriated a man's wallet, a rather posh leather one, but with a few added features, specifically the accordion folding photograph holder. Most people that carry wallets with photos fill the slots with photos of their loved ones. Tonks carried photographs of different men and women, references for when she wanted to use her metamorphagus skills. She flipped through the photos, finally landing on one that hadn't been used for a while. The freckled girl with pink hair and a slight figure walked over to the bar, put down a crumpled 100 note, and looked up at the shocked man wiping a glass with a rag. Let me know when that's gone. Pint of bitter and a whiskey double. Keep 'em coming. Tonks' exit left everyone around the pensive a bit stunned. Harry glanced from person to person, trying to make sense of it all. It was while watching Mr. Tonks calm down his wife that Harry had a startling thought. Those two are going to be my in-laws. Harry. He felt a hand on his shoulder, looked up, and saw Arthur Weasley giving him a chagrined look. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Arthur shook his head slightly. No, my boy, just Arthur, please. I think we need to have a chat. He motioned to the chairs, glanced at Barkshield, and nodded slightly. Once the goblin had informed the others that Harry required a bit of privacy, they moved away, Molly quite reluctantly, but after a glance from Arthur, she acquiesced. Once they were alone again, Arthur took a deep breath. Bit to take in, isn't it? A bit, Harry snorted and shook his head. Mental, it's all mental. He stopped suddenly and looked intently at Arthur. Did you know about Sirius being Lord Black? And why has nobody ever told me about my dad being Lord Potter? Arthur's eyes widened and he exhaled loudly. WHHHPPPH. Well, I have to say Sirius surprised us all. I don't recall him ever saying he was Lord Black. If he did it, whenever he did it, becoming Lord Black, it must have been not too long before he passed. Knowing him as I did, mind, only recently, I don't believe it was something he would have spread about. Terribly stuffy business, being a lord of a noble house, Wizengamot seats, all the... Oh dear. He winced. Sorry, Harry, forgot you're Lord Potter. Harry shrugged and held up his hand with the Potter ring. I guess so. No, my boy. Arthur shook his head. The ring proves it. You are Lord Potter. Now, as for why you never knew your father was Lord Potter. He died before he could become Lord Potter. Your grandfather was still Lord Potter when your father died. He stopped suddenly, a pained expression upon his face. I'm sorry, Harry, I shouldn't be the one to tell you these things. No, I'd rather it be you then. Yes, well, thank you. Arthur had cut him off before it was out in the open. He knew that Harry and Dumbledore had not seen eye to eye in quite some time, and the recent events that had unfolded would probably not help the matter. I'm not sure how it works with the Potters. We Weasleys were a noble house at one time, before one of my ancestors sold off the Wizengamot seat. We're still a very minor house. But that's another story. With my family, everything happens when one turns 17, becomes an adult in the world and all that. The Potters may have something different. I'm sure it'll be in their book. Book? Harry gave him an odd look. What book? Arthur raised his eyebrows and sighed. I really wish Dumbledore hadn't. Oh dear. He reached out and put his hand on Harry's shoulder and leaned closer. My boy, all of the Order, after your parents' and grandparents' death, took an oath. I can't say that I would do it again, and Molly speaks of it every time we have seen you at the start of summer, looking as thin as you do, but we took an oath not to reveal to you that you were Lord Potter. What? Harry shot out of the chair and began packing around the room. Why? Why the bloody hell would he do that? As Harry paced, Arthur paused, thought about it, and finally replied. We believed it was best for your safety. He held up a hand as Harry had turned to him. You have to understand, we thought your aunt and uncle's house was safe, Harry. It was common in the past for the heads of noble houses to be targeted by those. My boy, you were. You are the last Potter. Even after he who must not be named was gone the first time, there were those who wanted revenge. But why keep it from me? Why not let me know? Harry looked at Arthur pleadingly. Why? Again, to protect you. This time from your relatives. Huh? Harry looked at Arthur and shook his head. That didn't work. Yes, I'm afraid you're right, but not in the way we expected. We thought that they would take advantage of you financially, at minimum. As they were your guardians, at least in the Muggle world, they would have had access to the Potter accounts. Muggle ones, at least. The thought was to protect your assets, to keep them from draining you dry and running up debts. It happened before, you see. Really? Harry's tone was somewhat sarcastic, but then he tempered his emotions. Sorry. No, quite all right, Arthur continued. Right after the Muggle War, Lord Tomlin was left as the last of his magical line. Poor lad, only 5, lost them both to the Muggle bombs. A Muggle cousin of Lord Tomlin's took him in, and the man and his wife drained the boys' vaults dry. They were obliviated and sent to prison. Ministry provided appropriate Muggle charges. By the time he came to Hogwarts, he didn't have 2 sickles to rub together and a mountain of debts. Sad story. What happened to him? Harry sat down next to Arthur. Did he get his money back? Sadly, no. Died in the 70s. Death Eater attack at a pub. Harry sat there and looked up at the walls, noticing for the first time that a small series of paintings covered the far wall. A goblin in full dress armor of some kind ran from one painting to the next, weapons in both arms, decapitating wizards with wands and staffs as he went. It was rather gruesome. Finally, he tore his attention away from the paintings and looked up at Arthur. So what now? That is the million-galleon question, isn't it? I suppose that is up to you. Do I have to really marry Tonks? Arthur paused and looked at Harry. After everything the boy had been through, it seemed almost cruel to tell him the truth, but he had to. Yes, I believe you do. Most contracts have language that can provide an out, in case one of the parties does not want the marriage. But since your father and Sirius drew that up, after a few too many, I'm afraid that there probably aren't any of the usual legal loopholes. Perhaps you can use that to your advantage, though. Really? Harry sat back in the chair and slumped down. I mean, I like Tonks okay, don't really know her that well. She's got to be furious, though. Why do these things always happen to me? I'm not sure, Harry, I'm not sure. It does seem that fate does enjoy giving you obstacles. Maybe this is a turning point, though. He tapped Harry on the shoulder to get his attention. Once the boy had turned and given him full attention, Arthur continued. One thing from Sirius Will has stuck with me, resources. He wrote that you could use the Potter resources now, being named Lord Potter. I believe that is an area. That's the place to start. Harry sat there for a moment, his thoughts buzzing about his head like a newly released snitch. They bounced around, fragments of something here, just the beginnings of an idea there, until finally he gave up. So how do I start? Well, Arthur gave him a smile. I believe you are in the precise place to start, my boy. Gringotts. At first, the denizens of the Muggle Bar/Club thought she was hilarious, the girl with the pink hair. She said the most outlandish things, sang off-key and bought round after round. Most of the blokes thought she wasn't hard on the eyes, especially when she did a little dance when a Rolling Stones song came on, but the ladies, they weren't too thrilled with her. Most ignored her, but some were taking a few too many glances in her direction. Watched how she had all the eligible men over there, and began talking amongst themselves. Nail files were pulled out of purses, and one woman put her keys in her fist, making sure the bits that go in the muggle locks were between her fingers. It was at that moment the large, gruff-looking bald man with the salt and pepper beard walked into the club, scanned the room momentarily, and then went straight over to Tonks' table, moving men out of the way. Two men sitting close to her noticed the man right away and hurried to remove themselves, but the one guy, the one who thought he just might have an in with the pink-haired girl, that man continued to drape his arm around her shoulders and ignored everything else. It was a mistake. The gruff, older man's hand shot out and grabbed the earring that dangled from the man's ear. "Listen, boy, shove off." "Hey," the man reached up and tried to remove the old man's grip from his earring. "Lay off. Who the bloody hell do you think you are?" "I'm her father. Now fuck the fuck off." It didn't take long for the young man to get the hint, and without so much as a goodbye, he left the table. The older man glared at the unhappy men and smirking women who were watching them, a look that held enough menace that everyone hurriedly found something other to do. It was at that time that Tonks shot down the last of a glass of something and sloshed her head over to see who was next to her. "You're not Daddy." The man's voice was low and full of irritation. "No, my lady, it isn't. So I see you've said the hell with constant vigilance." "Fucking hell, Moody, is that you?" "Right in one, my lady. Let's get you out of here before you do something even stupider, and with your track record that would quite the trick, lassie." He stood up and as gently as possible pulled her to a somewhat standing position. "Let's get you home." Sight-along apparition is nausea-inducing whilst sober, but for Tonks, in her severe state of inebriation, it was all too much. Moody, still in his glamour, stood by and watched as she emptied the contents of her stomach in one of her neighbor's rose bushes. Once she'd finished, Moody looked around, and with a discreet wave of his wand, vanished the vomit. She first attempted to wave off his assistance, but the combination of alcohol and her graceful skill of walking soon led to her acquiescing to Moody's assistance. Once she'd opened the door, stumbled in and face planted on the sofa, Moody shook his head at the state of her flat, pulled up a chair and sat in it across from her, and dispelled his glamour. "Here," he thrust a vial of swirling potion out to her. "Drink this." The sound of Tonks' voice was muffled by the sofa cushion. "No drinks." "It's a hangover potion, you moron. Drink." Without looking, she held out her hand, took the vial once she felt it against her skin, and with the absolute minimum of effort popped the cork and twisted her head around so she could drink it. Awful. "You'd feel worse if you didn't." He sat there for a few minutes in silence as the potion began working, and while waiting took a closer look around her flat. It was apparent that she was a miserable housekeeper, as untidy didn't begin to describe the place. Clothes, takeaway containers, magazines, old copies of The Prophet, you name it. He also noted a few items that were unmistakably male. "Oh, Merlin." She raised herself up and turned over to face him. "Do ya have more?" "More won't help." "How did you find me?" "You still got your Auror badge, right?" "Oh." She eased herself slowly into a somewhat upright sitting position. "Who owled you?" "Your mum. Didn't say much except you were in a right state and would probably end up like this." He paused. "And right after that owl, I got an owl from the ministry. Said there was a new Wizengamot member who hadn't taken her seat yet but needed some protection. Didn't take Dumbledore's brains to put two and two together. And then Wingfield, you know, that Ravenclaw trainee prat who couldn't find his arse with two hands and a point me spell. Ran into him outside the Leaky, and he said that it was all over, big profit edition coming out soon. You were the new Lady Black. Being an Auror not enough for you, girl." "Bollocks. If you want my opinion, you'd be a damned sight better on the Wizengamot that some of those puffed-up twats. So why'd you try to drink everything in the pub, girl? Hate it that much." Tonks' face slowly began to return to normal, her hair back to its normal length, and with the dark curls inherited by her mum and aunts. "Moody, you don't know the half of it." "Then try me." For a moment, she thought about telling him everything. After all, this was Moody, the man who'd plucked her from the Auror trainee pool and had decided to make her his protégé. But she couldn't. If she told him, it would be real, and that was something she just couldn't face. Not now. Can't, maybe later. Still need to process everything. Right then, he stood up, went into the kitchen, and began banging around in the cupboards, eventually returning with a cooking pot. Here, he put it down in front of her. Potion's good, but it's not that good. You know how to find me. With that, Alistair Moody hobbled away, his wooden peg thwacking against the floor, opened the door and left without another word. Tonks sat there, half-propped on the sofa, looking at the door, and when another wave of nausea hit her, she was glad he had left the pot. Once she'd finished, she leaned back on the sofa, wiped her mouth with the bottom of her t-shirt, and shook her head. Mrs. Harry Potter? Like hell. Harry walked out of Gringotts next to Arthur and Molly Weasley, still reeling as if he'd been hit with several stunner spells. Initially, the goblins had denied the Weasleys' entrance to his meeting with the House Potter account goblin, but he had insisted, and after everything he had heard, he was glad he had held his ground. The days of the Privet Drive prison were over. As he had claimed the House Potter ring, he was, in the eyes of the law, an adult. The goblins cited precedent, as in medieval times there had been a house that was in similar straits, with the exception that there were several qualified females that were passed over due to the customs of the times, and a 15-year-old wizard had been named head of house and emancipated. Dumbledore could no longer insist that he stay there, but he was sure that the old man would strongly suggest that he stay there. Potter Manor, the ancestral home of House Potter, had been destroyed shortly after his grandparents' deaths. Although the official cause of death of Charles and Doria Potter was listed as dragonpox, almost nobody believed that. Somehow the wards at Potter Manor had been breached, and the place was destroyed. Currently it was a vacant estate somewhere in Wales. They told him exactly, but Harry couldn't remember. There was a smaller house, actually a hunting lodge, somewhere in the Northern Isles of Scotland, and he'd simply nodded when the goblin asked if he would like the Potter elves to ready the residence. He'd listened as the goblin, whose name he couldn't remember, began listing vault contents and investments. Apparently he was even wealthier than before, but didn't really register. The entire time they had been informing him of his holdings, Harry had been in a daze. I have to marry Tonks. I've barely had a real girlfriend, and now I have to marry Tonks. I've kissed Cho, but that was not what I expected. Merlin's pants. Tonks is Charlie Weasley's ex-girlfriend. What's he going to think? What's Ron going to think? Hermione, she'll go mental. Is it going to be in the papers? Will everybody know? What do I say to Tonks? Hi, how are you? So when are we getting married? She'll think I'm a complete idiot. She's an Auror and I'm starting my 6th year of Hogwarts. Voldemort is still out there, if he finds out she's a target, too. When he came back to the conversation, Molly was nodding politely at the goblin in agreement with something. He'd have to ask her later. That mystery was solved almost immediately as the goblin slid a very large, old, and thick book over to Molly. He recognized the crest on the book as matching the one on his ring, a black griffin holding a sword. Apparently that was the last of the items as everyone stood up from the table, so he had followed suit, and then, before he knew it, he was walking out of Gringotts with Molly and Arthur. Harry, dear, Molly put her hand on his shoulder as they walked. You're coming home with us for tonight. I'll fix a bit to eat and then... She paused and looked over to Arthur, who nodded. And then we'll look at your book. Is that all right with you? Sure, Harry nodded almost mechanically. Sure. Sight-along apparition was never one of Harry's favorite things, but the moment he saw the burrow, his nerves began to form knots in his stomach. With his breathing rapidly increasing, he followed Arthur into the burrow. From the moment the door opened, chaos reigned. A large banner floated near the ceiling and read, "Welcome, Lord Potter." George and Fred blew noisemakers and bubbles were sprouting from somewhere, music blaring from the wireless. Ron and Hermione sat on the sofa, at opposite ends, and from their expressions, Harry knew they'd had one of their usual arguments. Arthur, seeing the decorations, smiled momentarily before composing himself. That's enough, boys. Oh, you too. Molly put a hand on her hips and took out her wand, vanishing the bubbles and the sign. That's quite enough. He's still Harry, and I won't have you treating him any differently. Do you understand? Fred, George, I want you to start peeling potatoes. Now march." She pointed to the kitchen and followed them, not trusting them for very good reason. Harry looked up at Arthur, saw the eldest Weasley nod his head towards Ron and Hermione, and then watched as Arthur also went into the kitchen, leaving him alone with his friends. After a deep breath, Harry went over and flopped in the chair across from the sofa. As neither Ron or Hermione said a word, he rolled his eyes. "Not one question." "Questions? Oh, I've heard enough of those." Ron shook his head. "That's all she is, questions." Hermione jerked her head towards Ron. "Of course I have questions, Ronald. I wasn't raised like you, you know." "Merlin, Hermione." Ron gave her an exasperated look. "I don't know about any of this stuff. We're not a noble house. Does this look like a noble house to you?" He waved his arms around. "Not like I have a house elf to wipe my arse or anything." "House elves?" Hermione turned to Harry. "Do you have house elves?" Harry sat back in his chair, wishing he didn't know the answer. "I think so. Goblin said there at the lodge. Yeah, I guess I do." He saw her eyebrow raise and decided to cut her off before she got good and wound up. "It's a hunting lodge in Scotland. My grandparents' place was burned down after they died." Ron gave Hermione an irritated look and turned his attention to Harry. "So, how are you, mate? You okay?" I'm not sure, Ron." He took off his glasses and sat them on a small table. "There's a lot I still don't know or can't remember. Your mum has the Potter book. I guess everything's in there. We're going to look through it tonight after we eat. And yes, Hermione, you can be there. You too, Ron." He stopped for a moment and put his glasses back on. "I'm going to need your help. There's no way I can manage all this on my own." "Oh." His expression brightened into a big grin. "I'm legally an adult now, so no more going back to the Dursleys. Thank Merlin." "Blimey, Harry, that's great." Ron nodded, remembering rescuing Harry from there with Fred and George in their father's car. "Those people are awful." Harry looked over to Hermione, who was biting her lips slightly, a sign he knew that meant she was worried. "Hermione, what's wrong?" "Oh, Harry," she leaned forward. "You were a target before, now you'll be an even bigger target. And what's this mean? You won't have to leave Hogwarts, will you?" "I don't think so. Nobody said I'd have to." Harry shrugged. "Far as I know, I'm still going." "And what happened after we had to leave?" Hermione looked at him quizzically. "Was it something more because you and Tonks are now Lady Black and Lord Potter?" "Something more," that was an understatement. Harry blinked rapidly and took a deep breath. It was almost on the tip of his tongue, the fact that he and Tonks were bound by a marriage contract, but for some reason he just couldn't do it. "Yeah, stuff like that. Sorry, can't tell you. If I could, I would." The three were quiet for a moment, the only sounds breaking the silence the muffled conversation and cooking noises from the kitchen. Suddenly he realized that someone was missing. "Where's Ginny?" Ron shrugged, but Hermione answered. "She's at Maura Phelps' house. Maura invited her and the rest of their roommates over for the weekend." She stared at the two boys' identical expressions of confusion. "Moira, Ginny's roommate? Honestly, all this time at Hogwarts and you have no idea who Ginny's roommates are. It's a wonder you two don't get troll marks on your grades." Harry and Ron shared a look which both understood that Hermione was right. They both had no clue about Ginny's roommates. As Ron asked if Moira was the blonde girl, Harry took the opportunity to enjoy the moment. The fact that it was normal Hogwarts stuff instead of the Potter of House Potter, and hereditary Wizengamot seats and investments, and above all, anything about a marriage contract. Later that evening, after the dishes were cleaned and floated back into the cupboard, everyone sat around the dinner table as Harry sat with the Potter book in front of him, Hermione on one side and Molly on the other, Ron and Arthur across the table. For their reluctance to tell Molly one shred of what happened at their meeting with the goblins after the reading of Sirius, well, the twins were sent to their room. That made Harry smirk, because if anything, Molly had just encouraged them to do whatever Fred and George wanted to do, as they valued secrecy. The book itself was a revelation for Harry. Before he knew just a small amount about his family, the few things related to him at different times by others, the pictures from the photo album Hagrid had given him, stories from Sirius and Remus, but now there was something more concrete, something real. His family had been involved almost at the beginning of the Wizengamot, but more than that, they had been in Britain before Merlin, if the book was to be believed. Unlike the Black family, which had restricted head of house status to males only, the head of house was free to name whoever they thought best to be the next head of house, as evidenced by Magdalene Potter, head of house in 1349. That made Hermione happy, but that good feeling towards the Potters of old ceased when she found out that the Potter family was one of the first to bond house elves. Harry winced slightly when he had found that passage and had tried to skip over it, but she'd seen the words on the page, and it was too late. Besides that, the book was full of the histories of the Potter clan, held potion recipes, treatises on crop rotation, and then, when he'd turned the page, Harry got odd looks from Molly and Hermione. They thought the pages were blank, but Harry saw the words as plain as day. He read for a bit and realized that the spells were family spells, only visible to those of House Potter. He explained briefly, but when he went to tell them exactly what one of the spells did, a rather powerful fertility enhancement spell, he couldn't say the name of the spell, something for which he was actually quite grateful. Saying what that spell did next to Molly and Hermione would have definitely made him blush. More than anything, though, the book stressed responsibility. The head of house was responsible for the welfare of all of the Potter family, responsible for settling disputes, for dutifully attending and participating in the Wizengamot and other such things. One thing that started a lively discussion was the section that detailed how, as head of house, he was responsible for the negotiation and approval of all marriage contracts. That sent Hermione off, saying how it was barbaric that such things could still exist. Arthur tried to calm her down, saying that it wasn't done much these days, but a few old houses still followed the practice. While Arthur was speaking, Harry couldn't look at Hermione, and only Molly's gentle pat under the table on his knee helped calm him. It was after that Arthur decided that they'd had enough reading for the night. He stood up and yawned. "I must say it has been quite the day. I believe I'll turn in." The tapping at the window drew everyone's attention. A rather ordinary owl hovered outside, an envelope tied to its leg. Arthur went over, opened the window, and the owl flew over to Harry. As Arthur saw the boy's face become pale, he nodded to his son. "Ron, go fetch the owl treats." Harry reached forward and hesitantly untied the letter. Once he opened it up and read for a moment, his unease didn't lessen one bit. It's from Mr. and Mrs. Tonks. They'd invited me over for tea tomorrow." Molly patted him on the shoulder. "I think that's a good idea. I'll get a bit of parchment so you can write her back." Harry expected more questions from Hermione, but instead he found her engrossed in the Potter book, way at the beginning, the history section of the book. Ron grumbled a bit about having to get the owl treats, but Harry ignored him. Once the parchment and a quill were provided, he accepted the invitation, and the owl was on its way. "Harry," Hermione looked up to him with puppy dog eyes. Would you mind if I took this up to read? It's fascinating. Did you know?" "No," he laughed. "I don't know, haven't read it, but yeah, sure, fine with me. Just remember, if you can't read some things, it's—" "I'm not a Potter," she nodded. "I understand. Night." With that, she scooped up the book, put a small piece of parchment in the book to mark her place, and made her way upstairs. That was the signal for everyone to go to sleep. Eventually, after Lou visits and brushing of teeth, Harry lay in bed across the room from Ron, staring up at the ceiling, watching shadows from the tree outside move across the room. "Harry." "Yeah." Ron hesitated for a moment. "You're really rich, right?" "I guess." "Like really, really rich?" "I think so." Ron cleared his throat. "I need a favor." He heard Harry's deep exhalation of breath and plunged ahead. "If you're that rich, for the love of Merlin, would you buy the cannons? Their owner is shite, won't spend any galleons on good players, and as soon as we actually get a good player, he sells them to Wimborne or Puddlemere or some team like that. You'd be a bloody brilliant owner, mate." Harry laughed softly. "Tell you what, next time I see the goblins, I'll ask, okay?" "Brilliant. We're gonna win the league." Ron's voice was full of hope, just as it was every single year the season started. "Oh, hey, when tomorrow, let's see if George and Fred can have their girlfriends over. We can have 3A-side Quidditch. Be good practice with Angelina and Katie around. Sound good. Harry laid there and closed his eyes happily. After everything that had happened, Quidditch sounded perfect. Works for me. Great night. Night, Chapter 3, A Trip to Gringotts. To all outward appearances, Harry had a very normal summer day. He woke fairly late, had a massive Weasley breakfast, and then the burrow was a flurry of activity. Ginny arrived home from her roommate's sleepover. Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell arrived with broomsticks in hand, and the Quidditch began. Harry played well, as always, but something was off. As he circled around the makeshift goal hoops looking for the rather battered and slow snitch that they had decided to use, Harry found his mind drifting. He registered the fact that George had stopped in the air to kiss Katie and try to pinch her on the bum, that Ron was growing steadily more irritated, that they weren't taking the game seriously. But all that he could think about was the fact that Sirius was gone, and so much had changed since the meeting at Gringotts. Voldemort was still out there, lurking like the monster in one of the few Muggle movies he'd seen at the Dursleys, waiting to wreak havoc with the Death Eaters. That hadn't changed, but now he was Lord Potter. It still seemed completely mental to think he was a lord. Sirius had done it, he said in the will, to give him resources. Resources. Harry quickly brought his broom to a hover and waved over to Fred, who happened to be the closest Weasley. Think I've had enough. I'm going in. Harry, you can't. Fred shook his head. Snitch is still going. No, it's not. Angelina flew over to them and pointed down on the ground. There, only a few meters away on the ground, flopping around like a very tired fish, was the shining gold of the snitch. The sudden realization that the snitch was not caught and freely available to anyone led to almost everyone's attempt to get there first and claim the snitch. Unfortunately, the placement of the shining object was also a few meters away from Hermione, who sat on a blanket in the sun reading a Muggle book. She had been quite thoroughly enjoying the book, which, if she was forced to tell, was a somewhat trashy romance novel about a dragon keeper who fell in love with Avila. Only the fact that she'd slipped a cover over it so that everyone else would think she was reading a somewhat boring book about runes kept her from being teased. She had been quite engrossed in a section with surprising detail about the particulars of dragon preserves when she heard the noise and glanced up to see everyone, with the exception of Ron and surprisingly Harry, hurtling down at her. She squeaked in surprise. The book shot into the air and she hurried away from the blanket. As Ginny and Fred wrestled over the snitch, Harry landed, put his broom away rather hurriedly, and made his way into the burrow. Arthur was gone, but Molly was there, sitting in her chair by the window, humming along with the wireless and knitting. Harry, is something wrong, dear? Molly paused her needles. Are the twins? Harry shook his head. No, they're fine. Sirius will said something about resources, that I'll need to fight. Oh, Molly sat her knitting in her basket and stood up. I wondered when you'd get to that. Huh, Harry gave her an odd look. What do you mean? She walked over to the kitchen and poured herself a cup of tea. After taking another cup, she looked over to Harry. Tea. Seeing his negative shake of the head, she continued. Arthur and I talked about it last night. You took everything so well that... It's understandable, dear. You were in a bit of shock. How are you now? He shrugged. I don't feel any different, but I've got family, or I had family. And Sirius said they had resources, and he left me things at Gringotts, personal things. I forgot all about that. What'd he leave me, and what kind of resources? Molly nodded and gave him a smile that caused crinkles around her eyes. That's our Harry. She reached into her apron and pulled out a letter. It came while you were out with the others playing Quidditch. I got one as well. They're both from Bill. He said to tell you after lunch to come to Gringotts and everything would be explained. It's a bit early, but maybe you can join him for lunch. I think that'd be rather nice. A good lunch to settle your stomach after flying and some time for you two to talk. Now go get cleaned up and you can be off. She shooed him upstairs. Up now, I won't have you going to Gringotts looking a sweaty mess. Seeing his slight eye roll, Molly's voice softened. Harry, you're Lord Potter now. You know it doesn't matter to us, but others will judge you on appearances. Harry snorted. Like I care, the prophet always. Oh, bloody hell, the prophet. He winced, expecting the worst. How bad is it? Molly gave him an apologetic nod. It could be worse. She walked over to the table, pulled the sugar bowl off of the paper and dusted it off before handing it to him. GRINGOTTS announces, Boy Who LIVEDBCOMES Lord Potter. First ever Lady Black of House Black. 2 photos under the headlines moved in black and white. The first, a picture of him from the Triwizard Tournament, right after the first task. The second picture was of Tonks, in what looked like her official promotion to the Auror's photograph. Her hair was tied back neatly, and she stood next to Moody. Molly put her hand on Harry's shoulder and peeked over. I do wish they would have put a better picture of you in the papers. Merlin knows they have enough to choose from the way they're always after you. I think Tonks looks rather nice. Oh, Molly caught herself before she could go on. Right, plenty of time to read later. Go on now, up you go, up you go. She took the paper from him and folded it in half, seeing the headline she had hoped he would miss. He shouldn't have to think about it, not today at least. There would be time enough for that. Even though she wanted not to think of it, it came back to her once again as she laid the paper on the table. VANCE family MURDERED, Death Eaters suspected. From her position prone on the sofa, arm over her eyes to block out the light, she heard the key in the door and knew immediately who it was. For a moment she thought of apparating out of there before he could enter, but that would just cause more problems, just delaying the inevitable. The door opened, and Tonks moved her arm up slightly and peered underneath it to confirm her suspicion. It was him in all his shaggy-haired muggleness. He walked over to her and knelt down next to the sofa, his head close to hers. Bad night, love? Yeah, you could say that. She nudged him away slightly with her elbow and sat up, watching as he lifted her feet up and sat at the other end of the sofa. Mikey, we need to talk. Oh yeah, we do. He fished around in the pockets of his oversized leather jacket and pulled out a concert flyer. Bumpy's band got a gig, not a big one, but I told him we'd be there. Next Saturday over in that. He saw the look on her face. What's wrong, love? She licked her lips nervously and thought about what she had to do. Mikey was a refuge from everything going wrong in the wizarding world. With him there were no Aurors, no Dark Lord, no Death Eaters, no Order of the Phoenix. They'd met in a pub and he had been funny, slightly sweet, and not bad to look at either. It had been a string of pub nights, shows for bands where he usually knew someone in the show because of his job, sweaty nights in, bad attempts at using the cooker that usually resulted in takeaway or late-night chip shop visits. He wrote about music for some little magazine that was always on the verge of going under and didn't care that she said she was an artist that was still working on what she wanted to do. Didn't care that she hadn't produced one single piece of art. He simply liked being with her. That was blatantly obvious when he had tricked her into a Sunday dinner at his parents' house. It had been wonderful in its own way. His parents, former punks who had squatted during the 70s and had turned into somewhat respectable people, had welcomed her ingraciously. And now that all had to go away. I can't see you anymore, Mikey. Why, what's wrong? He stood up suddenly, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. I know I'm gone a fair bit, but you are too. What's the problem? She stood up suddenly, wondering where she'd put it. Finally, remembering, she shook her head and started walking. Hold on a mo, need the loo. After making her way there and closing the door, she stood in front of the mirror, gripping the edges of the sink and looking at her reflection. Has to be done. Fucking hell, has to be done. She glanced to the right and saw it on the shelf behind the tissue box. She took the wand, several steadying deep breaths, and then opened the door. He was standing by the open window, ashing out onto the roof, when she walked up behind him. Obliviate? He asked you what? Bill Weasley sat down his fork and looked across the table. After a gobsmacked snort, he shook his head. Only Ronnie would have the stones to do that. I swear sometimes Quidditch is all he thinks about. Harry gave Bill a weak smile, but he knew that Ron definitely thought about more than Quidditch. After all, they had spoken so many times about what was happening, how Voldemort was back, and how the world slowly seemed to be spinning off its axis. Ron had been there so many times, not counting when he went mental about the whole Triwizard Tournament, but he'd been there when it counted, with the DA at the Department of Mysteries. Whoa there, Harry. Bill looked over at Harry, who had suddenly gone pale. All right, mate. Yeah, just thinking about Sirius. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't know him well just during the meetings, but he was a good man. Bill wiped his hands with the napkin and placed it on the table, looking around the leaky cauldron to see if there was anyone around who could hear their conversation. They were in an out-of-the-way location by request, but one could never be too careful these days. That's why you're here today, right? The vault. I know it's not going to be easy, but just remember he wanted you to have whatever's in there. He glanced over to Harry's mostly eaten plate of food. You want to finish up, or are you ready? Harry shrugged and pushed the plate away from him. Don't know if I'm ready, really, but it's time. With Bill's assistance, the normal procedures with the goblins went rather quickly. He was given the key to his new vault and didn't pocket it. Instead, he held it tightly in his hand, as if afraid that if he let it go for one instant, it would disappear into thin air. He held on to it as he joined Bill and a goblin into one of the carts for the ride to the vault, not really noticing that the trip was much shorter than the rides he had been on before. He was unaware that they'd stopped when Bill tapped him on the arm. We're here. Harry nodded silently, exited the cart, and hesitantly turned over the key to the goblin. Once the door was unlocked, the goblin returned the key and stepped aside to let him and Bill enter. The moment he stepped into the vault, the torches lit, throwing everything into bright light, and for a moment he couldn't do anything except take it all in. Boxes, piled on top of one another, were stacked in the corner. A small bookshelf stood against another wall, only partially full of books. A wardrobe against the far wall, dark wood gleaming as if it had just been polished. But most of all, there in the center of the room was a motorcycle without its engine. The engine was there, though, on a piece of canvas, leaning against the frame of the motorcycle. Well, that's something you don't see every day. Bill nodded towards the motorcycle. Looks like it could use a bit of work, though. He paused for a moment. Think there's something you should read on top of it. Bill nodded his head towards the motorcycle. Go on, I'll just be here if you need me. Take as much time as you like. Harry took a few slow steps towards the motorcycle, and with a tentative hand reached forward for the envelope on top of the petrol tank. On the front, he could see Sirius handwriting with his name in large letters. He opened it quickly. Happy 17th birthday, Harry. I wanted to give this to you earlier, as it was your father's, but my unexpected absence of a few years made that impossible. Found out that Gemma had gone round to my place after things went to hell and cleaned all of my stuff out of the flat before the Aurors could get there. Brilliant girl, Gemma. Still miss her. Such a shame. Ask Remus about her sometime. Your dad and I planned to get his bike up and running, but things didn't go to plan. As for why it is in this state, your dear old dad tried to see if he could mix petrol with some different potions to make it go faster and ruined it. We were trying to fix it when he and your mum had to go into hiding. Needless to say, Lily hated the bike and was quite pleased when it went wrong, telling him that he was a father and had no business tearing around London on a motorcycle. I looked at a few things when I came to Gringotts to do the whole Black of House Black shite, and I have to say some of it is rather embarrassing. I believe one box is full of Muggle magazines that show naked women, so you might not want to show that one to anybody. Wardrobe is full of Muggle clothes from back then. Thought you might get a laugh at those. But there are some books, especially one book you might enjoy as you know how to manage mischief. Now, as you're reading this and are now 17, I expect a few things from you. By now, everything is done and sorted, and I expect you've got a bird or 2 or 12 that's interested in you. For the love of Merlin, do not use those magazines as a guide. Trust me, that does not work. The motorcycle, on the other hand, is brilliant. Get it up above 60 kph, and they really have to hold on tight. Worked for me more than once. Just do me a favor. Don't introduce any birds you're really interested in to me before things have progressed, or else you'll be competing with your dear old godfather. With love. Sirius. Harry let his hand with the letter fall to his side as he looked at the motorcycle, its dark blue petrol tank and fenders contrasting against the bright chrome. The tires were almost flat. That was understandable, but it didn't matter. It was his father's. Sirius had given it to him. Bill. Harry turned to see Bill leaning against the door of the vault, lost in his thoughts. Bill. What? Bill turned suddenly. Yeah. Harry pointed towards the motorcycle. Do you know anyone who could help me fix it? Bill walked towards the motorcycle and gave it a once-over. Dunno, Harry. Not my area, you know. I would say that Dad could help, but you know how he is. end up in a million pieces and you might be able to ride it in a few years. He paused for a moment. Ask the goblins, specifically the Potter account goblin. Sure, that would help better than asking Dad. You know, Harry, I probably shouldn't be telling you this since I work for Gringotts, but the goblins do a lot more than most witches or wizards realize. I mean, they own parts of a lot of Muggle companies. I'm sure they would know who to contact to fix it up. Potter account goblin. Harry gave him an odd look. I've got my own account goblin. Bill chuckled. Harry, mate, you're Lord Potter now. Of course you've got a goblin that handles your account. I mean, your family's an old one from what I've found out. If you want, I can take you up there after you're finished. He glanced at his watch. Don't mean to be rude, but how long are we going to be down here? Harry shrugged. Dunno, why? Well, Bill smirked. You remember Fleur de Lacquer from Beaubaton, right? From the tournament. Yeah, sure. She works here and... Bill smiled brightly. We've been seeing each other. More than that, really. Haven't sprung it on Mum yet, but I asked her to marry me. That's brilliant. Harry stuck out his hand. Congratulations. Bill shook his hand. Thanks. Yeah, she is brilliant. She's got a little flat here in Diagon Alley, but the lease is over soon. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. Told her she could live at the Burrow, but that would be a horrible idea. Her and Mum in the same house? I'm not a Ravenclaw, but that wouldn't go well. We're supposed to go look at a flat this afternoon at 4. Oh, you're fine. Harry looked at his watch. I'm supposed to go to tea at. I'll be finished before then, I think. Will the Potter House goblin thing take long? No clue, Harry, sorry. A smirk crept across Harry's face. I won't be down here long. I want to look at a book, but according to Sirius Letter, there's a box of magazines over there you might be interested in. Don't worry, I'm sure Sirius wouldn't mind. He stopped, nervous. Bill, will the trace work down here? I have to use my wand to unlock a book. I think I do anyway. Can they trace me here? No chance in hell, Harry. Gringotts is not part of the Ministry, something the Ministry isn't very happy about, part of one of the Goblin treaties. You could cast every spell you know 10 times, and they'd never know. Great, thanks. With that, Harry went over to the bookshelf and began examining the titles, interrupted only by Bill's exclamation of shock when he found the magazines that Harry had mentioned. Ignoring Bill's muttered comments, he continued glancing over the books. Some were old school books, textbooks that had been annotated with hilarious comments in the margins, and some rather rude drawings, but one rather slim volume without any text on the spine drew his interest. The black, pebbled leather cover felt slightly warm in his hand, and when he tried to open it, absolutely nothing happened. It was as if the cover was permanently fused to the pages. Taking out his wand, he tapped it on the cover. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The combination of the wand and the words made the book's heat dissipate, and the cover opened quite easily. There was no title to say exactly what the book was, and the pages showed the handwriting of more than one person, but it didn't take long for Harry to realize what the book was. There, in his hand, was all of the research of the Marauders. Notes on how they had made the Marauders map, the location and instructions on how to activate secret passages at Hogwarts, potion recipes, plans, doodles, everything that the Marauders had done at Hogwarts. Harry turned the pages reverently, picking out serious scrawl, Remus distinctive writing that he recognized from the comments on defense parchment, which left 2 other hands that he did not recognize. One person had not written much, but the rather elegant handwriting, with swooping letters and precise quill work, surprised him when, through further reading, he realized that it was the hand of Peter Pettigrew. The hurried, somewhat incomprehensible handwriting, then, was that of his father. He studied the handwriting as if it was the most fascinating thing in the world. There, for the first time, were his father's words. He didn't know how long he stood there, not reading the content of the words, but instead following along, looking at each letter as if it was his father, reaching out from the past. It was when he found the last 10 or so pages of the book blank that Harry realized that if Sirius' little vault held a part of his father, what would the Potter vault hold? Bill! He turned to find Bill sitting on a conjured chair, holding a magazine in an odd way. Somehow the magazine was longer than it should be. Bill. What? Oh, right. Bill hurriedly folded up the magazine and stuffed it back in the box. Centerfolds, who knew? Right, ready. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go see the goblins. I want to see the Potter vault. One short trip in the carts later, Harry stood nervously with Bill in an unfamiliar part of Gringotts. The front lobby of the bank was somewhat ostentatious. The vaults were dark, gloomy, and somewhat frightening, but the part of the bank where he waited was jarring. Instead of all of the gleaming stone and brightwork of the lobby, the little hallway was almost homey. Light shone through the skylights in the high ceilings, almost reminding him of some of the more lofty areas of Hogwarts. The door suddenly opened, and he was quickly brought out of his thoughts and almost mechanically followed Bill into the room. Once again, like the hallway, the little office was full of surprises. Instead of something like the offices he remembered from Muggle school, it was more like the Gryffindor common room, covered with tapestries, sunlight, and comfortable furniture. Instead of the desk and visitors, chairs, a small, low table stood between four rather lived-in and smooth leather chairs. A bookcase behind teeming with books and several plants that he would never be able to identify sat on shelves, some flowering, others wreathing about and extending tendrils towards other shelves. The windows, and even the ceiling where a large, ornate chandelier made of silver hung, unlit. Most of all, though, what surprised Harry was the rather young, smooth-faced goblin that sat in one of the chairs, holding a folder. The goblin looked different, somewhat less menacing than the goblins he had met before, and he couldn't put his finger on why until he realized that the swell of the chest meant that the goblin was female. "Lord Potter, Gringotts is pleased to meet with you. Please take a seat." Harry nodded and sat in a chair, still wondering if he'd ever seen a female goblin, let alone met one. Thankfully, Bill took a seat next to him and made the introductions. "Harry," he stopped and glanced nervously over at the goblin, who gave him a sharp look. "My apologies. Lord Potter, may I introduce you to Aelfjafu, the House Potter account administrator." The little goblin hopped off her chair and curtsied before Harry. "Greetings, Lord Potter. As Mr. Weasley may be unaware, I do not use my given name amongst friends, and I hope that we may be friends as well as business partners. You may call me Effie." Harry nodded and stuck out his hand towards the goblin. "Very nice to meet you, Effie. Please call me Harry." The goblin smiled, shook Harry's hand, and then sat back in the chair. With a clap of her hands, a young male goblin came in, deposited an ornate silver tea service, and left the room. Effie poured tea for Harry, then for herself, and gave Bill a pointed look. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Weasley. I believe you have other business to conduct today, hum?" Bill stood up, smiling brightly. "Thank you, Aelfjafu. Harry, just send Mum an owl and let her know your plans, okay? See you." With a nod towards the goblin, Bill left the room. Effie smiled, small pointed teeth gleaming slightly. "I introduced him to the Delacour girl. It was pitiful, really, the way they both looked at each other but wouldn't make a move." After a sip of tea, she studied Harry. I must say, Harry, that you've been rather polite. I would have expected you to ask me one specific question by now." Harry took his tea, sat back in the chair, and held it with both hands. "To be honest, the last day or so has been completely. I don't know what to think. It's all been a lot to take in. Everything so." He shrugged. "I understand. Most, when they meet me, express their surprise at meeting a female goblin. I am an embarrassment to Gringotts, the conservative ones, certainly, which unfortunately means most of the goblins. I do not know how much of your family history you have been able to read about in the Potter book, but are you aware of your family's more enlightened perspective regarding inheritance?" "Oh, yeah, sort of," Harry nodded. "I read some of it, how it doesn't always go to the oldest male. Is that what you mean?" "Precisely," Effie nodded vigorously. "Gringotts representatives to the old houses are inherited positions. Your family, back when Magdalene Potter was head of house, required Gringotts to align their procedures accordingly. Until my father, there was an unbroken line of male Gringotts representatives. I am an only child, Harry." He laughed. "Bet they didn't like that." "Oh no, not at all." She tilted her head in reminiscence. "Not at all, but they acquiesced as it was after your parents' and grandparents' untimely demise. There would be many years, they thought, before our meeting here took place. I do believe they were trying to find a loophole, but Magdalene was quite the smart witch. Oh, no loopholes in those documents." She smiled at him, without teeth, a wistful expression on her face. And now here we are, the two of us. I've been following you through the papers, Harry, but I tend not to believe the prophet. Harry let out an exasperated breath and snorted. Catching himself, he apologized. Sorry, yeah, I don't believe much of what's in there. Good move. The truth moves depending on which way the wind blows at the prophet. But, be that as it may, we are not here today to discuss the papers. I received word that you have been invested with your head of house, Harry. Gringotts is here to assist you, but more than that, I am here to help you. Where would you like to begin? It didn't seem real. Harry thought back to all those nights, lying on that thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs, wishing that he could find out anything about his parents, some scrap to let him know that there was a way out of the unending days at Privet Drive. And now there was a way to find out not only that, but everything else. Resources, Sirius, had said something about resources to fight Voldemort. Nothing could happen until that was done, not really. Not Hogwarts, not being Lord Potter, whatever the bloody hell that meant, not Tonks. None of that could happen until that evil arsehole was gone for good. He cleared his throat. Sirius, Will said that being head of house could help give me resources to fight. Do not say the name. Effie shook her head, a dark expression on her face. We do not say it here, but not for the reasons others avoid saying his name. He did not just destroy the lives of witches and wizards, Harry. Muggles suffered, yes, but so did goblins. And we do not forgive and we do not forget. We call him Comnocht. In our language, it means the condemned. He should hope to not be found by goblins, as we would not be as lenient as the Wizengamot. Tom Riddle. Harry's voice was flat. His name's Tom Riddle. He paused. Not too many know about that, his name, if there's anything that, if I've been left anything that can help me fight Riddle. Effie leaned forward, this time with a grin full of teeth and anticipation. I think we both need to find out, Harry. Your estate was sealed until you were invested as Lord Potter. As for the Potter Vault, it is not very helpful in regards to the resources you require. The Hunting Lodge, on the other hand, is still somewhat of a mystery. Our documentation is simply blank, only the explanation that once you took possession of the lodge all would be revealed. How would you like to go on a short trip to Scotland, Harry? Tonks stood in front of her parents' house, dreading the visit. She'd mostly recovered from obliviating her ex-boyfriend, she reminded herself. Then shook her head again. Non-boyfriend. They'd never dated. She'd given him a memory of meeting her, of that visit to his parents' house, and then implanted the idea that it just hadn't worked out. They'd never dated, and that he would forget her very soon and find a nice woman to make happy. Once he'd left, she'd smoked the rest of the pack he'd left on the table, gathered the rest of his things, and put them in a box. It wasn't much. A pair of jeans, a t-shirt that said Oasis on the front, a manky-looking razor, some mixtape cassettes that he'd given to her and she'd never listened to, flyers from bands, magazines, the debris of a relationship. She dropped them off at the second-hand shop around the corner from her flat and used the alleyway behind the place to apparate to her parents' house. Now she stood there, knowing that it was time to go in, to speak to them, to get it all over with. But something kept her from walking the few feet from the pavement to the door. Inside the tidy, well-kept house in the middle of an unassuming neighborhood, Andromeda Tonks paced around nervously. She stopped, glanced at a small globe on the mantel above the fireplace which was spinning, a pink glow covering the surface of the sphere. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and looked over at her husband, quite contentedly reading a magazine in his favorite chair. Ted, for the love of Merlin, what's she doing out there? She's been standing there for at least 10 minutes. He eased the magazine down, rested it on his slightly round stomach, and ran a hand through his thinning, fair hair. Dromda, give the girl a minute or two. She'll be in when she's ready. You know how she deals with things. That comment was met with a roll of the eyes and a rather unladylike snort by the dark-haired witch. You mean how she doesn't deal with things? Ted raised an eyebrow, as he'd been having this conversation, or some variation of the conversation, ever since Dora had come back from Hogwarts her 4th year, and, well, become more of her own girl. The fact that she wasn't Dromda's little Nymphadora anymore hadn't sat well with his wife, who just couldn't quite realize that in regards to parental rebellion, the apple hadn't fallen far from the tree. Love, come now, give her a moment. It isn't every day that you find out you're the first ever Lady Black, and you've got to marry the #1 prize on the Death Eater's hit list. Put yourself in her place. You always coddled her. So did you, just in different ways. He reached behind him and peeked through the curtains. Now behave, dear, she's coming now. Before Dora could open the door, Dromda opened it, the slight admonishment she'd planned to give her daughter dying on her lips. She had expected her daughter to be as usual, flippant, defiant, and headstrong, but the girl who stood before her looked shattered. Oh, my girl, come in, come in. Without a word, Dora walked in, and as soon as the door was shut, she threw herself at her mother. Over Dora's heaving shoulders, Dromda looked over to Ted, unsure of what to do. She patted her back as her husband made his way over. Ted tapped Dora on the shoulder and she repeated the process, holding onto her father. There, Dory. Come on now, it can't be that bad, can it? Come on, sit down and tell your old dad what's the problem. A sniffing Dora nodded her head against her father's shoulder and then broke apart, taking her usual spot in her father's chair, while her parents sat together on the sofa. In halting words, she told them what had happened. They had no idea that she had been dating Mikey, the Muggle music journalist, for 6 months. They knew that she had been juggling not only the pressures of the Auror office, but the demands of the Order of the Phoenix. As she related what had happened, what she had implanted in Mikey's mind before he left, Ted got up and went to the kitchen, returning with 3 bottles of lager. Ted, Dromda gave him withering look. What will Harry think when he comes for tea and we smell like beer? He waved her off. The boy won't care. After everything that's gone on, he could probably stand one. Dory, he turned to his daughter. I'm sorry, Duck, I'm sorry. And now with this whole Lady Black business. Oh, Tonks took the beer and reached into her jeans. Before I left, I got this by Special Owl. Perfect timing. Dromda took the crumpled envelope and read the parchment. It was an official notice from the Auror office that as Lady Black she was too large of a target to be an Auror, and as she would be a public figure now, she was hereby relieved from active field duty and would be assigned to the Public Relations Department. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry. Dromda handed the parchment to Ted and focused on her daughter, who seemed to be trying as hard as possible to blend in with the chair and still drink half a bottle of lager in a single drink. I'm sorry. Before anyone could respond, the flue flared to life, depositing the sooty and gobsmacked Harry Potter onto the floor. While Ted helped the boy up and siphoned the excess flue powder off of him, Dromda went over to him. Lord Potter, welcome to our home. Harry smiled sheepishly. Thanks, just Harry, please. He glanced over and saw Tonks looking as if she'd just been told some rather bad news, but in his state of excitement, he just couldn't contain himself. I apologize. I'm sure tea would be great here. How would you like to join me for a tour of my place in Scotland? Chapter 4. Ab Amore Fortitudo. All of the charmed and enchanted mechanisms were silent. There were no spinning devices, no lights, no constant hum to ease his worried mind. He sat at the desk, oblivious to all eyes upon him, and steepled his fingers upon his chest over the long white beard. It had all come undone. Not even the bowl of lemon drops could bring him comfort, not now. He had no idea how long he had sat there in the dwindling light of day when a sharp knock on the door brought him out of his reverie. Enter. With a swirl of her robe underneath steps that seemed much too quick for someone her age, Minerva McGonagall stood in front of the desk, face taut, lips pursed in disapproval. Albus knew his deputy headmistress quite well. After all, one does not serve that many years without knowing a person. He watched as she was, no doubt, trying to come up with the appropriate language to display her disapproval, very close to everything coming from the surface without further thought. Again, many years together at Hogwarts led him to believe that if he did not act quickly, it would be a scene that they both, perhaps, would regret. Minerva, please, sit. He motioned towards the chair in front of the desk, and before she could speak, he held up a hand to stop her. I believe it is time to lay all our cards on the table, so to speak. With a quick whirl of her robes, Minerva gathered the fabric around her and sat rather abruptly on the chair. I should say so, Albus. When I saw the prophet, I owled Molly Weasley, and she told me of your little performance. Why, in Merlin's name, did you try to stop Harry from taking his family office? Haven't you done enough to the poor boy? Hasn't he endured enough at the hands of those horrible muggles? And now, at Sirius, will reading, no less. He nodded. I have to admit, not one of my better days. I did it for the boy's own good. HMMPH. She gave him a disgusted look. If this is more about the bloody, greater good, you can save your breath. It was, in a way, but not as you suspect. He stood up, took a deep breath, and walked over to one of the delicate silver instruments on the bookcase that was now as still as a statue. With his index finger, he tapped one of the silver balls, sending it spinning around a little globe before gravity slowed its movement. Once it had finished, he turned to her. By becoming head of house, I can no longer protect him. Protect him? Albus, you cannot be serious. Minerva shook her head vehemently. What sort of protection has he had until now? Quirrell, the bloody basilisk, don't get me started on that damned tournament, and I don't believe I need to mention what happened at the ministry. How was that in any way protection? Albus sighed and nodded. Unforeseen, all of what you have just said, all of that unforeseen. But by preventing him from being head of house, I've kept him from the Wizengamot. He saw her skeptical expression and continued before she could respond. By becoming head of house, Potter, even at an early age, Harry would become an adult in the eyes of the law, an adult that would undoubtedly leave the protection of the Blood Wards. His attendance at the Wizengamot would not only be mandatory, but known to every witch and wizard of good or ill intentions. He would be safe here at Hogwarts, behind our wards and protections, safe at the Dursleys, but now. He held up his hands in a futile gesture. I have only myself to blame. I counted on the love of his family, felt that they would treat him as one of their own, only realizing the damage that had been done much too late. Now, with Voldemort's forces moving openly along with the ones supporting his cause on the Wizengamot, even that unhappy protection at the Dursleys is gone. He pointed to a small golden square with several small levers pointing skyward. This monitored the Blood Wards at the Dursleys. It is silent. He no longer considers Privet Drive to be his home, not even remotely. And whose fault is that? Yours. That is your fault, Albus. Minerva turned and stared at him, her cheeks flushed. When we asked about him, you just pointed to those damned instruments. She shook her head slowly from side to side. I have had enough, no more. I will not leave him to those horrible politicians. Oh, no. Albus shook his head and sat down again. No, having him go in unprepared would be as if leading a lamb to the slaughter. I believe, Minerva, we will have to give Harry a different curriculum altogether. Hogwarts has begun that process. Mr. Filch approached me this morning after breakfast. Apparently he discovered a new room has sprung up next to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. The Potter crest is above a portrait of Magdalene Potter, quite the imposing woman. His own quarters. Minerva gave him a surprised look. I did not know that was possible. Apparently it is. I consulted the portraits and Ambrose Swat informed me that in 1702 Nathaniel Greengrass became head of house when he was a fifth-year student. Other students have been named head of their houses, of course, but they were of, how did Headmaster Swat put it? They were of lesser houses. And now, he sighed deeply, now Harry has been thrust into yet another role, one that I hoped to keep him from until the threat of Voldemort was truly at an end. It is too much for one man, let alone a boy of just 16. Minerva looked at him, studying him, as she knew when Albus was keeping something from her, and every fiber of her being told her that there was more to the story. What aren't you telling me, Albus? He reached over on his desk and picked up a small, glossy black pyramid. This device is tied into the Ministry's trace. When Harry is somewhere where the trace is monitored, such as the Weasley home when he was at the Dursleys, even here at Hogwarts, it would pulse with a very soft blue light. He reached forward and sat the still, dark pyramid in front of Minerva. He is somewhere beyond the trace, but more than that I hope he is not beyond forgiving me enough for us to prepare him for what is coming. Tonks chuckled unconsciously as Harry picked himself up off of the red and blue oriental rug. Merlin's pants, the boy couldn't flew worth a shit. After watching her father help him up and siphon away the flu powder, she looked across the room and directly into the unmoving eyes of a giant stag, its massive head stuffed and mounted directly across from the stone fireplace, antlers stretching out further than she thought possible. It's a lovely room. Tonks looked over to her mum, standing next to Harry, glancing around appreciatively at the space. It was, if she was honest with herself, rather grand, if you were an old man who liked to kill things and stick their heads on the wall. Part of the walls were paneled in a lattice work of wood, panels overlapping each other, all dark and aged as if they'd been standing there for centuries. She stopped herself and mentally laughed. It probably had been standing there for centuries. Antlers were everywhere. One wall looked as if it was nothing but antlers, but the leather sofas looked soft and deep. She walked over towards the window, moving aside the long, thin leaves of some plant, and blinked a few times. It was nothing like the view from her flat, a mess of tangled Muggle wires and chimneys. Nothing like that at all. Instead, two perfectly straight rows of trees formed a path down a hill, disappearing into the sky. Is Master Harry wanting tea? Tonks turned back to the room to see a house elf in, of all things, what looked like a shrunken-down little Hogwarts uniform, complete with skirt and solid red tie against a tiny white shirt. Except for the lack of shoes and a robe, it looked like what her mum wore when she attended Hogwarts. Harry looked over to her mum and dad, and when her father nodded slightly, Harry told the elf that they would take tea in the room. That's Kipsy, Harry explained after the elf was gone. She was my grandmother's elf. Suddenly, he felt very nervous. Sorry about changing plans and everything, but when Effie brought me here and we started looking at everything, and after meeting the house elves, well, I lost track of time. Hope I didn't mess up any plans. It is quite all right, Harry. Andromeda nodded graciously. I was afraid we might have to reschedule, but this is very grand. Tonks heard her dad mutter something under his breath and noticed her mum twitch slightly. Hopefully they would make this a short tea, as she didn't want to have them do their polite fighting thing, and more than anything, she just wanted to go back to her flat, get in bed and not come out until Christmas. Unfortunately, before she could think of an excuse to get out of there, the house elf was back, levitating a massive silver tea service over to the small table between sofas and chairs. Her parents sat on one sofa. Harry sat directly across from them on the other sofa, so she quickly deposited herself on the chair on the other end. As the niceties of tea were observed, she quickly took a cup, added 3 sugars and a dollop of milk, and quietly sat and listened as her mum did the usual polite conversation bit. Effie, apparently, was the goblin in charge of the Potter account at Gringotts, something that took a bit of explaining for her mum comprehend. There had to be female goblins, of course, unless the little blighters swung that way and reproduced in some particularly nasty manner. Harry was enthralled with the place, that was for sure, as he told them that he'd only seen part of the house and met a couple of house elves. Apparently the place was thick with them, no heads mounted on the walls like at Grimmauld. Grimmauld, it was her place now, as Lady Black. The whole dark, horrible mess of Grimmauld was hers. It hadn't registered, really, that as Lady Black it was her house now. It was while thinking about that, and not really registering much of anything except the fact that the mounted head that looked like a bear with curling horns coming out of its head seemed to be staring at her, that she realized with a start that the conversation had ceased. Looking up, she saw that her parents were gone, leaving only Harry sitting there with his tea, looking out the window. She cleared her throat and sat down the teacup on the table. Great place, Harry, really, great. He nodded without looking at her. Yeah, it is. I mean, I never knew any of this existed. For years I didn't even know I had any family. Not all it's cracked up to be, that's for sure. She sat back in the chair and let her head lean back, settling into the soft leather and focused on the detail work around the edges of the cream-colored ceiling. Mum and Dad are great and serious. She paused. I remember him from when I was little. He was my favorite, the rest of them. She made a rude noise with her lips. You know enough about them. At least you have them. Harry turned to her and then turned away. The silence grew until it was almost a separate presence in the room. Sorry about the contract. She lifted up her head and looked at him. He was sorry. Not your fault, mate. I'd like to give your dad and Sirius a piece of my mind, though. Yeah, I bet my mum would, too. He turned away from her and she felt her spirits fall. Poor kid, he'd been through so much and now she'd gone and made him feel even worse. Part of her wanted to say, so what, big deal, I just obliviated my boyfriend. Get over it. But the other part reminded her of all that he'd gone through, that the most evil dark wizard in their lifetime wanted nothing more than to kill him, that he'd endured so much. He wasn't a bad kid, not really. She liked him well enough, but comparing him to Mikey, he was just a kid. He turned to her, a hint of a grin on his face. I talked to Effie about the contract. We can't get out of it, it's binding, but since there aren't the rules that some contracts have, it might be to our advantage. Really? She leaned forward. How's that? This time he gave her an honest-to-goodness smile. Usually, I guess, the contracts say that when they have to get married, like within so long after both of them are legal adults. Ours doesn't. Wait a tick. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. So, we could be engaged forever and get married much, much later. Like a lot later. Initially, Tonks felt her spirits rise, giving her something she hadn't had since that damned day at Gringotts. Hope. Then the realization of what she'd done to Mikey hit her with full force. Oh my God. She put her head in her hands and started silently cursing herself and her stupid, stupid idea to obliviate him. What's wrong? Harry was over to her quickly, standing close by, unsure of what to do, how to comfort her. Ever since Gringotts, when they learned of the contract, it was like Tonks was someone else. The pink hair was gone. She hadn't greeted him with a single "Watcher, Harry." The confident Auror was gone. Instead of being the cool Auror in Muggle t-shirts who did funny things with her face, she was sad. Did I say something wrong? I thought you'd be happy about that. I know marrying me must be the worst thing for you. I mean, yeah, I just found out I have this place and I've got gold, but now I've got resources, but Voldemort wants to kill me. You'll be in danger if it gets out, and I'm not. I'm not Charlie Weasley, that's for sure. Tonks snapped her head up in surprise. What'd you say? He stepped back quickly. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Harry's hands went into fists and then relaxed as if he was trying to will himself to remain calm. I'm sorry you got landed with me. He turned and walked over to the window, not bothering to move the leaves from the plant out of his way. She sat there, cursing Sirius and wondering how things got so bloody complicated. After a few deep breaths, she stood up and walked over to the other end of the large window and looked out at the trees. I'm sorry you got landed with me, mate. I'm no prize. And no, you certainly aren't Chuck, thank Merlin. I'll always love that boy, but for the love of Helga, he had a one-track mind. She glanced over at him and saw his embarrassed look. Dragons, you prat. Get your mind out of the gutter. Sorry. Knock it off. She turned back to the landscape. Dragons came first with Chuck. Took me long enough to realize that. Hell of a confidence builder, coming in second to a beast that could incinerate you or bite your damn head off. I was going into Aurors and he was going to Romania. Wouldn't have worked anyway. Plus me and Molly. She wasn't keen on me. Still isn't, really. That's how it seems anyway. Nah, she likes you. Told me the other night. HMMPH. Tonks shook her head. Of course she's going to say that to you, Harry. She treats you like one of her kids. Well, not exactly. You haven't got a howler yet. She sighed as suddenly all of her failed relationships spun through her mind. Charlie Weasley, Mikey, one of her Auror trainee classmates, the Muggle constable. And then she thought of how she had actually flirted with Remus Lupin for a while when she was at a particularly low point. The man was almost old enough to be her father, for Helga's sake. Sure, he was nice, and the werewolf thing didn't bother her, not really. But after a late night with her old Hogwarts roommate Cleo and too many bottles of wine, she realized that she was forcing something that she really didn't feel. And now Harry Potter, Merlin's short and curlies. Now she was bound to him and he'd have to put up with her, the emotional trainwreck metamorphagus. Absent-mindedly, she picked at her hair and realized, with a shock, that it was the dark, curly hair of the Blacks. That told her everything she needed to know. Harry, she watched as he turned to her. I'm sorry you got landed with me. You could have pretty much any witch you want, I bet, and you get me. Harry's laugh started small and then grew until Tonks became slightly concerned. Are you okay? That's funny, really. I couldn't get a date for the Yule Ball. Only Parvati and Padma took pity on me and Ron. What about Hermione? Harry rolled his eyes. Don't believe everything you read in the Prophet. That damned picture from the first task. I'd love to borrow a time-turner and go back and stop that for Merlin's sake. Hasn't stopped Hogwarts from talking, though. I'm pretty sure they think Hermione and I have been dadding since first year. She's my best friend, her and Ron, that's it. It'd be weird dadding her, almost like dadding Ginny. She's like a sister, if I had a sister. I'm sure they'd be great for you, Harry. Tonks shook her head. I'm not even an Auror anymore, not really. Because of this Lady Black shite, they want to put me in public relations. Can you see me in PR? Really? And I'm a disaster when it comes to dating, let alone being married to someone. What am I supposed to do? Sit on those boring Wizengamot sessions, vote on whether to increase the taxes in Diagon Alley and hold charity balls? Can you see me doing that? Harry smirked. Bet the band would be good. They'd be bloody marvelous. Keith Richards would scare the bejesus out those old witches. A shuffling noise behind them made them both turn to see Ted and Andromeda alongside Kipsy. The little house elf looked as pleased as Punch, Andromeda somewhat surprised, while Ted seemed as if he'd been hit with a bludger. Dora, dear, Andromeda nodded slightly. I believe you and Harry should join us in the library. There's something you two should see. Harry shrugged in confusion, which made Tonks roll her eyes. They followed the elf, letting Ted and Andromeda walk ahead a little bit as they wound their way through the halls. Once they were far enough ahead to prevent being overheard, Tonks leaned over to Harry. Any idea? Nope, didn't know I had a library. Should I tell Hermione? Are you daft? She'd move in and her parents would. They do let her stay with the Weasleys, so you might survive. Before Harry could respond, Kipsy opened the large double doors and ushered everyone into the library. Both he and Tonks looked around, trying to take it all in. Just like the room with the fireplace-mounted heads dotted the walls, antlers, fangs, and even a thing with tentacles watched as they followed Kipsy to the far bookcase. Before they could ask, Kipsy came forward and nodded rapidly at Harry. Master Harry be needing to use the ring now to open it. She pointed at the framed Potter crest that hung on the outside of the bookcase, hiding several books. Puts the ring by the crest and it works. Harry gave Tonks an I have no clue look and then went over to the crest, lifted up his right hand and pointed the ring at the center of the framed image. After a few seconds where nothing happened, the frame lifted off of the bookcase, hovered in the air for a moment and disappeared. Before anyone could respond, the bookcase began to shudder. Scraping sounds were heard from the sides, and then the bookcase swung inwards, pivoting as a door. The blackness behind the bookcase was suddenly gone as torches on either side of what appeared to be a hallway framed with rough-hewn stone. Everyone stared in disbelief until Kipsy stood in front of Harry. Now's you see them all, they all be there. For a moment Harry was unsure of what to do, but the combination of Gryffindor courage in addition to his sheer joy at possibly discovering even more family history pushed him on into the hallway. Almost as soon as he entered the hallway, the lights flashed a bit brighter and something seemed to glow a red color on one of the walls. Moving closer, he found himself looking at a name. A single name, no surname, only one name. Herwield. He looked over to Kipsy. Who's this? The first. She nodded rapidly, her smile so wide it threatened to split her face. He is the first of the family. Bloody hell! Andromeda's exclamation shocked everyone. She covered her mouth for a moment and then smiled. I apologize, but I thought the Blacks were an old family. Harry, I believe that's an Anglo-Saxon name, and if I'm correct, it is an old form of herald. Merlin's pants, Harry shook his head. Mental. Ted leaned forward and looked at the odd letters. Harry, as old as that is, he probably knew Merlin. Maybe they were drinking mates. Don't know if they had pubs back then. Ted, Andromeda smacked him slightly on the back of his head. Behave. Kipsy couldn't contain herself, though, as the young master was taking too much time. Come sees the new part, come sees. You's be on here, I knows you be on here. As they walked down the hallway, the names grew, spindly lines all starting from Herwield, names that, for the most part, Harry didn't recognize until he saw Magdalene Potter's name. She never married, did not have any children, and designated Alfred Potter as heir. Moving on, eventually, he saw them, his grandparents and parents. It was real, just like the tapestry at Grimmauld Place. There was his name next to his parents, along with. Fucking hell, I'm on there. Tonks leaned forward and looked at the wall. In shining gold letters, right next to Harry James Potter, there was a thin, dotted line to Nymphadora Euphemia Tonks, Lady Black. Helga's tits, they got the middle name. Nobody knows my middle name. It's almost as bad as Nymphadora. Ted leaned forward and tapped his daughter on the shoulder. Euphemia was my gran, remember? Tonks waved him off. Like that makes it any better. You were the one who let her name me Nymphadora. We both agreed. Andromeda stood next to her husband with a slightly offended expression. And it is a perfectly lovely name. Right, sure. Tonks nodded sarcastically. Like nobody could come up with a really funny nickname with Nymphadora. While Harry heard Tonks talking to her parents about her name, it really wasn't registering. Not really. Instead, his head was spinning. The magic of his family had recognized that he was to marry Tonks. What other magic knew about it? Would there be something at the ministry? What about the Black family tapestry? He knew about the loophole that Effie found. They wouldn't have to marry right away, but what would happen if they tried to wait as long as possible? Magic contracts did really horrible things if you tried to break them. Was it like an unbreakable vow? Would it take his magic? What would happen then? There would be no way he could fight Voldemort. Would he have to marry Tonks sooner then? What's it mean, Mum? Tonks' voice brought Harry out of his worries and back into the present. The others stood near an archway, words carved into the top of the arch deep into the stone. He glanced back at the dotted line between his name, and Tonks' name then turned to look at the letters. Andromeda elbowed her husband. Ted, I believe this is your department. Ted shuffled towards the archway, pulled a pair of eyeglasses out of his shirt pocket and perched them on his nose. And you said becoming a translator wouldn't come in handy, Andy. He ignored the comments and focused on the letters. Latin, that's easy enough. It's a motto, common to the old houses, both Muggle and magical. Andromeda's throat clearing let him know she was ready for him to get on with it. Right. Ab amore fortitudo. By love, strength. He motioned Harry forward. Have you looked at your ring? Mottos are usually on rings and such. Families tend to want to pass those beliefs down from one generation to the next. We Tonks don't have a motto, but if we did, it'd probably be something like, try not to do something stupid. Let's see, what would that be in Latin? As the Tonks women gave Ted a hard time, Harry looked down at his ring. There were no words on the outside of the ring, only the stone and the black griffin holding a sword. For some reason that he could never fully explain, he reached over and rocked the ring back and forth, loosening it slightly until it was free enough to take off of his finger. He held it up closer to one of the torches, and there, in a thin, faint script, was Ab amare fortitudo. Harry held up the ring towards the others. It's on the inside. Smart lad, Ted nodded appreciatively. Closer to the skin, closer to the heart. The Saracen wizards often had sapphires on the insides of their rings for the very same reason, but with them. Theodore, Andromeda shook her head in irritation. Now is not the time for one of your ancient wizard histories. She turned to Harry. I believe you should go first. It may be tied to your family, only allowing you to enter. With the thought of finding more family history, perhaps even the resources that Sirius had mentioned, Harry quickly put the ring back on his finger and walked over to the archway. With only a half of a second's hesitation, he walked through the archway, expecting the torches to flare like they did in the hallway. The torches did not flare. Instead, Harry found himself flung up into the air, his arms and legs out wide, suspended and unable to move. Mum, Tonks went towards the archway but was held back by her parents. What's happening? Kipsy let out a wail and sank down to the ground, pulling at her ears. No, Master Harry is good, he is. Kipsy knows it. She does no, he is good. Tonks changed immediately. Gone was the emotionally drained woman from before, unsure of herself and thoughts pinging around like a newly released snitch. Now, in her place, was Auror Tonks. She quickly knelt down next to the distraught house elf. Kipsy, I need you to focus. Look at me. As the little elf ceased wailing, Tonks studied her intently. What do you mean Harry is good? Protections. Kipsy snorted and drew her hand across her nose. Deep family parts of the house has protections, no dark magics, it stops it. She looked up at Tonks with wide eyes. It says that Master Harry is dark magics. Fuck. Tonks glanced up at Harry. He didn't seem to be in any pain, but he didn't seem to be doing anything at all, including breathing. She turned back to the elf. Kipsy, who's the oldest house elf here? Please tell me that's not you. No, Kipsy not the oldest. Verbal be the oldest. Go get him now. With a shuddering nod, Kipsy popped away. Tonks stood up and went to the door, examining it closely. "Don't go near it, Dory." Ted reached to pull her back. "I can feel it, it's pushing me back. It's like a stinging hex, but worse." Tonks ignored her father and leaned forward slightly. She didn't get the stinging hex feeling, not at all. Instead, it felt as if it was a warm bath that felt just right. "Let go, Dad." When her father wouldn't relent, she turned at him. "Damn it, Dad, I'm an Auror. Move back." Reluctantly, Andromeda and Ted moved away from the archway. With a deep breath and her wand in her hand, Tonks closed her eyes and stepped forward into nothing. No stinging hex, no warm bath water, just the dusty, undisturbed, slightly damp air of a room underground that had been locked away for Merlin knows how long. A pop on the other side of the archway drew her attention. Standing next to Kipsy was an old, very, very old and wrinkled house elf. With a gasp, the old elf walked towards the archway, staring at Harry. The old elf's eyes narrowed, and he held his hands out wide, bringing them slowly together as if pushing the very air around Harry, a dark violet glow covering his body. Slowly, the glow began to recede from his hands and feet, moving its way up his arms and legs to his chest, and then it covered his head, finally covering his forehead and pulsing as if the glow was breathing. All those hours training with Moody and the other Auror trainees paid off, as when the old elf suddenly clapped his hands together, Harry fell out of the air. Only her Auror reflex training kept him from landing on her as she reached out and caught him. She quickly lowered him down and began the field examination, but as she started the second diagnostic spell, she knew that it was out of her league. The old elf stood next to her. "Lady Black, Master has dark magics in him. Verbal has contained it. Master needs help. Bad, evil magics. Worse than goblin torture magics. Lady Black follows Verbal. Take Master Potter to rest." He reached out and grabbed Tonks' arm, and they disappeared with a crack that reverberated around the empty and rapidly darkening hallway. "Ted," Andromeda reached out and took her husband's hand. "What do we do?" "Holy hell, Andy, I don't know. You heard him, evil magic, worse than. That's it, goblins." He looked down to the pitiful form of Kipsy. "You know Harry's goblin, the one that was here today. Go get him." Kipsy nodded rapidly and then popped away. The hallway began to become darker and darker, the light of the torches dwindling rapidly. As they hurried out of the hallway back into the bright, sunlit library, Ted stopped and turned to his wife. "Any idea where we're going?" She didn't bother responding. Instead, she thought of her daughter and cast a Point Me spell. Chapter 5, Gifts. Effie sat in her office at Gringotts, reviewing the latest information on the Potter account. After so many years of inactivity, many of the accounts required restructuring. It was while reading about the profitability of a Muggle sporting team that the Potters had purchased decades ago, and had fallen on hard times due to its relegation to the lower leagues, that her duties took on an altogether different turn. A loud crack brought her attention immediately to the front of her office, combined with the unauthorized apparition sirens that echoed loudly through the building. But the Feig that stood before her caused her to stay her hand from the curved blade that sat in the hidden compartment on the side of her desk. The figure of a weeping house elf. She hurried around the desk, as she knew that she had very little time to figure out what was going on before all hell broke loose at the bank. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" The little elf shuddered, and through the sobs managed to get out that she was a Potter house elf, that Harry had dark magics in him, and was currently in a magical stasis at the Potter Lodge. It was all Effie could get out of her before her door burst open, the head of Goblin security along with several guards, and unsurprisingly, the bank manager. It took some quick talking on Effie's part to convince them that the elf was not attempting a break-in, and by then the little elf was almost inconsolable. "Verbal said Master Harry has dark magics." The little elf couldn't contain herself any longer. "Verbal says sob WW worse, sob goblin torture magics sobbing whale. Hipsy comes, find Master Harry's goblin friend sobbing whale helps him. Comes quick, it is being bad loud whale Master Harry is good, Kipsy knows it." Effie took a look at Ragnarok. The bank manager wasn't fond of her in the least. She knew that only the Potter account status had given her the position she held. In all other matters, most of the upper echelon of the bank simply ignored her or, at worst, treated her as some aberration that needed to be stamped out as soon as possible. She also knew, however, that Ragnarok was very sensitive to political ramifications, that the noble houses were treated with extra care to ensure that nothing curtailed the gold flowing into their vaults. She looked over to him and decided to plunge ahead. "Director, it seems she acted as best she knew how. If it gets out that Lord Potter has been infected with dark magic, possibly even goblin magic." The director nodded angrily. "I understand the implications." He turned to one of the guards. "Bring the shaman and a healer to this office immediately." He turned to the female goblin, loath to include her, but his hand was forced by the fact that all Potter properties were warded in such a way that without the damned female goblin none would be able to even see the place. "When they get here, leave immediately." He paused, and after seeming to come to some conclusion, nodded sharply. "You are authorized to use any means to prevent exposure to Gringotts. I will expect a full report, in person, the minute the situation is settled." Without another word, Ragnarok stormed from the room, dark clouds gathering in his head, knowing full well that if Gringotts was connected to inflicting dark magic on a customer, the fallout would be severe. Inflicting dark magic on the head of a noble house, specifically the Potter house, could be catastrophic. Tonks lay on the massive four-poster bed, the limp and barely breathing form of Harry Potter in her arms. She knew that whatever the hell was happening was wrong, very, very wrong. If her aura instincts hadn't told her that, then the purple poolsing section around Harry's head definitely did. She examined his face for any movement, any sign of life, but didn't find any. His green eyes were open but unseeing, unfocused. It was as if he'd been hit by a immobilist spell, but the effects were quite different. She could move him slightly, his arms acquiescing to her repositioning, but other than that, the kid simply had no control over anything. "Mum," she looked up at her mother with worry. "What the hell is happening?" Andromeda's face was drawn and etched with fear. "I have no idea, Dory. I don't know." Before another word could be said, there was a very loud crack, depositing the little house elf Kipsy along with 3 goblins. She took them in quickly, as it was obvious that one of the goblins was dressed in the normal Gringotts banker attire, but oddly in a more feminine style. The other 2, however, were unlike any goblins she'd ever seen. One of them, much older than the other 2, wore a simple white robe. That wasn't that odd, but the other. The thin one, tall for a goblin, wore only a loincloth around its waist, but was covered in odd tattoos and wore bracelets of bone, a large skull of some animal on its head with the horns painted blood red. That was the one that approached the bed, pointed a stick at Harry covered with bones and baubles on the end, and began chanting in a language that must have been the goblin language, as she didn't understand it whatsoever. Thankfully, before she could ask, the goblin dressed somewhat normally came over to her mum. "Lord Potter's elf sent for us. Can you tell us what happened?" Tonks sat there, holding Harry, watching as the crazy-looking goblin kept chanting and waving that damned stick around, causing different colored lights to play over the bed, and listened as her mum explained exactly what had happened. Even though she had been there, had seen what took place, Tonks had a hard time believing what had happened. Harry, shot up in the air in that chamber, the old house elf doing something, and that damned purple glob of light poolsing around Harry's head as if it was alive. The white-robed goblin went over to the loincloth goblin and began speaking, her tone too low for Tonks to hear even if she understood the language. Gobbledygook, that must be it. She knew that the goblins had their own language, but it was seldom used in front of magicals. That lesson came back to her from Auror Academy, and it was as if she was back there, sitting in the next to last row, listening to the lecture. The white-robed goblin called over the official-looking one, and they put their heads together, and the words flew rapidly, one word causing all 3 of them to shudder. "What is it?" Andromeda stepped forward, drawing the attention of the goblins. "Can you reverse the spell?" The other 2 goblins stared at the official-looking one, as if it was her place to explain. The little goblin nodded and turned to Andromeda. "I am Effie, Lord Potter's account manager. The shaman and the healer have agreed Lord Potter is afflicted with a..." She paused. "It is called flockgull in our language. I believe that wizard kind calls it a horcrux." Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and Merlin. Ted's outburst drew everyone's attention. It can't be. Ted, Andromeda turned to him. What is I? He shook his head rapidly. Horrible, horrible, Andy. It's one of the most horrible things in the world. I've just come across references to them in the old texts, and when I say old, I mean old. Really, really old. Sumerian texts, remember I did research in that for the... Never mind, it's a part of a soul anchor. Keeps a person alive even if they're, well, killed. A Sumerian wizard. He murdered his daughter to extend his life. Tonks finally found her voice. How the hell did Harry get one of these things in his head? She looked down at him, and then in the midst of the glowing purple glob, saw the famous lightning bolt-shaped scar pulse as if it was breathing. She knew. She knew how it had happened, as everyone knew exactly who had given him that scar. Voldemort. Effie nodded. We believe you are correct, Lady Black. Lord Potter has a piece of Voldemort's soul within. Well, what are you waiting for? Tonks looked at them with horror. Get it out. Shit, Ted turned to the goblins. The vessels don't survive, do they? No, the goblin with the skull headdress spoke, his voice creaky and harsh. They are destroyed. The white-robed goblin stepped forward as he could see what the shaman's words would mean to those assembled. But we have ways to remove possession. We can attempt this, but only with Lady Black's permission. Do it, Tonks glared at the damned goblins. Get it out of him. The goblins nodded, and then the white-robed goblin moved Ted and Andromeda to the far wall, ordered them to stay still and under no circumstances interfere, no matter what they saw or heard. The shaman took out items from the leather pouch at his side and began drawing symbols on the floor around the bed, chanting the entire time. Tonks couldn't pull her attention away from the goblin. His words seemed to overtake her consciousness. The room seemed to disappear until the only thing she could see was the bed, the ring of symbols around the bed, and the goblin spitting at certain spots, drawing blood with a bone knife and letting the blood spatter on other symbols. And finally, at the last symbol, he lifted up his loincloth and urinated, the acrid smell making the hairs inside her nose seem to burn. The shaman picked up his stick, and it started expanding, lengthening, and becoming thicker. No longer a stick, but a large bone from something that was obviously not goblin or human. He pointed the stick at Harry and said a word that she didn't understand, but the thought of trying to figure out what was happening was banished from her mind as it all began. Outside the circle, Andromeda reached for Ted's hand and gripped it tightly as the purple globe began to dissipate into a formless cloud, and before her eyes began to coalesce into Voldemort. The shade hovered above Harry, and with glowing eyes the face turned to Harry. The voice of Voldemort made Andy grip Ted's hand even tighter as it began speaking, recounting the death of James and Lily Potter. Once it had seemed to finish speaking, the shaman once again said a word that caused the light around the bed to flash, a word she didn't understand but innately knew was a word of power, a command. The spectral being thrashed about in anger, causing the shaman to say the word again, and this time the shade could not refuse. In abject horror, she heard of Voldemort's actions, how he had created more soul anchors, more Horcruxes, and how the pitiful power of goblins, witches, and wizards was at an end, that he would never die but would rule over all, his dominion unending. At this point, the white-robed goblin stepped into the circle, causing the shade of Voldemort to turn to him and laugh. The goblin pulled back the sleeves of the white robe, and after revealing a small, black knife, began to prick the end of each of his fingers. Once that task was complete, he took his hands and shook them at the bed, covering both Harry and Tonks with the droplets of blood. The effect was almost instantaneous for Tonks. There, holding Harry, she was suddenly inundated with images, detailed images, better than any pensive, as she could feel everything. Harry being abused at the Dursleys, locked in the cupboard under the stairs without food, the loneliness of Muggle school, the encounter with Quirrell and Voldemort, the death of Sirius, everything that had happened to him, all of his worst memories, but more than that she felt it all, felt exactly how much pain and suffering he had gone through. But then it changed. Instead of Harry's memories, they were hers. Learning how others treated her when they found out her mum was one of the Black Sisters, her struggles at Hogwarts, the heartbreak of realizing that she and Charlie Weasley, her first love, were never to be. Everything from her failures at the Auror Academy to obliviating Mikey. It all played out in an unending reel that she couldn't stop. But it did stop. Everything stopped. Everything except the crazy goblin with the bones and Voldemort's shade. The two of them stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity until the goblin stepped forward, took the giant bone and broke it over its knee. Tonks watched as the purple shade of Voldemort screamed and then disappeared. After that, she looked down at Harry, watched his eyes flutter for a moment and look up at her, but then everything went black. Harry slowly realized that he was waking up, but everything seemed odd. A quick glance around made him realize that he was not at the burrow, up in Ron's bedroom. There were no Chudley Cannon's posters. Instead, there was a large window with ornate window dressings pushed back to let light in, a light that almost made his eyes hurt. He tried to think of the last thing he could remember, and realized that he'd asked Tonks and her parents to come to the lodge. They'd had tea and had gone down and looked at a room in the library. But that was the last thing he could clearly see in his mind. He sat up slowly, taking a look around, and saw that he was alone in a very big bed. More than that, though, he only had on his boxers, which immediately made him nervous. Who had undressed him and why? What had happened? Hello, anybody there? Almost as quick as the words were out of his mouth, Kipsy popped in. He could see the little elf look at him worriedly. Kipsy, what happened? She rushed over to him, jumped on the bed and stood over him, staring at his head. Is Master Harry being well? He shrugged. I guess. I have a little bit of a headache, but what happened? Kipsy goes to get Lady Black and Lady Black's family. After the elf popped away, Harry hurriedly got out of bed and tried to find his clothes, but couldn't see them anywhere. A large wardrobe stood in the corner of the room, so he went over and opened the doors, flipping through the things on hangers that seemed to be ancient. One gray robe looked like it might fit him, so he hurriedly put it on. Just in time, as right after he'd wrapped it around him, the door opened, revealing not only Tonks and her family, but Effie, his account manager at Gringotts. Andromeda was over to him first. Harry, how are you feeling? I've got a bit of headache, but what happened? Andromeda ignored him and put her hand to his head, moving his fringe out of the way, and traced his scar lightly. Perhaps. Lord Potter, Effie stepped forward. You are very lucky to have such devoted and knowledgeable house elves. She saw how the boy had put on an obviously too large robe and nodded. Once you are dressed, all will be revealed. She turned to Kipsy. We will take tea in the trophy room. Harry watched as everyone seemed on edge, and Tonks gave him an odd look right before she left. But once they were gone, Kipsy snapped her fingers and clothing began to pour out of the wardrobe, from dressers that he had never noticed, and the clothing all swirled around in the air until she plucked certain things out and laid them on the bed. She squinted at him for a moment and then waved her hands, causing the clothing to adjust sizes. Finally, her decision made. She snapped her fingers again, and all the unselected clothing flew back into the proper containers. These were being Lord Charles hunting clothes when he was being a boy. I sized them for you. Does Master Harry wish me to dress him? No. Harry quickly adjusted his tone as the elf looked as if she had offended him. No, that's okay. Thanks, Kipsy, I'll do it. Once she'd left the room, Harry took a look at what was on the bed. Heavy canvas brown trousers that had dragon hide on the bottom of the legs and on the inside of the thighs. A deep green shirt that looked like the polo shirts that Dudley wore, except the one on the bed had long sleeves and buttons that were made out of horn or something similar. He laughed when he saw the socks, as Dobby would love them, orange and black argyle but soft to the touch. The boots stood beside the bed, tall, black, and made out of something that looked like leather but wasn't exactly, not dragonhide but something else entirely. Not having any other options, he shrugged out of the gray robe, tossed it on a nearby chair, and got dressed. When he was finished, he caught his reflection in a full-size mirror that hung opposite of the room and stared as the Harry that looked back at him was almost someone else. All those years of Dudley's cast-offs were gone. Instead, he looked as if he was someone else entirely. The knock on the door brought him out of his reverie. I'm dressed. Andromeda's head peeked through the crack of the door. Oh, Harry, you look quite the sportsman. Her mirth faded quickly, though. They're ready for you. Harry followed her through the hallway, trying to take it all in. More mounted antlers graced the hallway, doors to rooms he'd never seen, rich carpets underfoot muffling their steps, until finally he and Andromeda began descending a wide wooden staircase, eventually ending up in the room where they'd had tea before. Effie sat in a chair, her feet not reaching the floor, but the look on her face erased any possible humor regarding the situation. Ted sat on the sofa, his arm around Tonks. And Tonks. She looked terrible. "Have a seat, Harry." Andromeda led him to the sofa next to Effie and sat down next to him. After a long silence, Effie began speaking, and that was how Harry found out. The chamber he had entered was one of the old chambers under the Potter Lodge, a chamber that was warded against dark magic. From there, it was a whirlwind, hearing how the elves had protected him, how Kipsy had risked everything apparating into Gringotts, how Effie had brought a goblin healer and a goblin shaman to remove the dark magic of Voldemort. Then it came back to him in a rush, flooding back into his head, all of it. Voldemort above him in purple smoke, telling about how he had killed his parents, how he had made things called Horcruxes. The memories of all of the horrible things in his life had played in his brain as if they were the most detailed, pensive recording. But then he remembered other things, things that hadn't happened to him, they'd happened to Tonks. "Tonks," he looked at her, "did you?" She nodded. "All of it, you." "Yeah, I remember it too." He saw the light outside begin to dim, shadows starting to cover the room, causing the runes on the lamps to activate and flare into life. "How long was I out?" 2 days, Effie answered briskly. Lady Black was incapacitated for 1 day. She saw his question begin to form and held up a hand. "We sent word to the Weasley family that you were exploring your new property and were not to be disturbed. As this property is protected by House Potter wards and you have not completed the procedures, no owl can find you here." He sat there for a moment, digesting everything. Finally, though, his features hardened. "So we can't kill Voldemort." "No, that is not entirely true." Effie shook her head. "It is not impossible, but it will be difficult. We know of what the Horcruxes are, but not their location." Harry glanced over to Tonks. "Does Dumbledore know?" She shook her head. "No, and I can't tell him either." She leaned forward and looked over to Effie. "And nobody's explained why I could go in there to Harry either." "Ah," Effie nodded. "I spoke to Shaman Glowick concerning that. Your tie to Lord Potter as his betrothed allowed entry. The House Potter wards recognized you and allowed you to go to him." "Why can't you tell Dumbledore?" Harry looked confused. "He'd probably want to know this, since it is the way we can get rid of Voldemort." Effie slid off of the chair somewhat ungracefully and walked over to Harry. "Lord Potter, the ritual to cleanse you is a sacred goblin ritual. It has never been performed on a non-goblin until now. The price that Goblin Nation requires is silence. None except those in this room may ever know of it." Harry stood up and began packing. "Well, this is bloody brilliant. We know a way to get rid of him, but we can't tell anybody. What good does this do us?" Tonks stood up and went to him. "We can't tell Dumbledore how we know, but we can tell him that we know." She gave him a soft slap on the back of his head. "Come on, you know Albus. Say you found something in the Potter vaults or something, that your dad found something and that's why he went after." "Shit." She turned away and sighed deeply. "Sorry, but there's more than one way to skin a Kneazle." "Lady Black is correct." Effie nodded and focused her attention on Harry so much that he took a half step backwards. "Goblin Nation has authorized me to inform you that you will not be alone in your war against Voldemort." "Merlin's pants." Ted's exclamation made everyone turn to him. "What? You don't? There hasn't been a combined effort between goblins and wizards since. The Battle of Agbolsk," Effie nodded. "Many centuries, but the time has come. How we know this I cannot say, but rest assured, Goblin Nation is committed." "So," Harry looked around at the faces, "now what?" Effie smiled, her pointed teeth obvious to all. "Now, Lord Black, now your education truly begins." She turned to Tonks. "As yours, Lady Black." Harry sat in what must have been the office or library of a previous Lord Potter, based on the Potter crest that hung above the large desk. In front of him were several books that Verbal had produced from the chamber that he had entered before everything went to hell. He sat there for a while, wondering what was happening elsewhere in the house. Effie had left not too long ago, promising to return the next day with assistance, but for some reason that didn't make him feel comfortable. Why did everything always happen to him? It was bad enough that he'd always lived with the shadow of Voldemort over him since he'd entered the wizarding world, and he shuddered as he realized he'd live his entire life with a piece of that monster inside of him. What had that done to him? Was that why he could speak Parseltongue? If that was because of Voldemort, what other things? He shook his head to get rid of those thoughts. He couldn't think about that any longer. Instead, out of nowhere, he thought of Tonks, what he'd seen. More than that, what he'd felt. She'd felt like an outsider, just like he had, but it was worse for her. He'd grown up in the Muggle world. Finding out he was a wizard made him feel different, but she'd grown up in this world and had been treated badly, not for anything she'd done, but because of who her family was, the Blacks. Sirius? He wished more than anything he could talk to Sirius, to tell him what was going on, ask him questions. There was no way he was ready to be Lord Potter, of all things, and now he had to be Lord Potter and marry Tonks. He'd love to give Sirius a piece of his mind about that, but more than that we wanted to talk to him about Voldemort and the damned Horcruxes. According to Effie, they could be anywhere. A soft knock on the door brought him out of his thoughts. "Watch her, Harry." Tonks walked in, her hair not quite pink but more of a deep shade of purple, as if she'd tried to get it to go pink and it couldn't make the full change. She gave him a weak smile and dropped into the chair in front of the desk. "Read anything interesting." "Haven't opened any of them, just thinking." Tonks nodded. "Yeah, I bet." She paused for a moment. "So when the goblins did their bit I saw, did you?" He nodded, blushing slightly. "Yeah, me too, all of it." "Bloody hell," she sighed deeply. "That was some private stuff." "Tell me about it." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Hey," Tonks sat up. "Your ring just flashed." "What?" He put his hand out in front of him and stared at the ring. She hadn't lied. It was faintly flashing, the gold around the stone shimmering. "What's that mean?" "You're asking me," she chuckled sarcastically. "No clue, mate." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw something on the desk replicate the glow. "It's that book." Harry glanced down, and the book that Verbal had brought from the chamber seemed to mirror the glow from the ring. With the hand that wore the ring, Harry reached forward and opened the book. The moment that Harry touched the book, a bright light shot out from the pages and engulfed him. "Harry!" Tonks shot up out of her seat and went over to him, and without thinking, reached out and touched his shoulder. After she had made contact with him, the light expanded to envelop her as well. She looked over to Harry and saw that his green eyes were glowing slightly. "What the hell?" The light flashed very brightly, causing both Harry and Tonks to close their eyes. When they opened them again, they were at the desk, but instead of being in the office, it stood in the middle of a vast, rolling plain of green. Trees encircled the area, a clearing of sorts, and the wind blew softly through the leaves. Somewhere a bird sang, just a final proof that they were no longer in the lodge. As Harry and Tonks stared at each other, a figure emerged from the trees, walking slowly. He was tall, very tall, a bearded man in ancient-looking clothes. Tonks went to reach for her wand but realized that it was gone. The man kept walking towards them, but he held his hands up in a gesture of peace, a wide smile upon his face. Finally, the man stopped in front of the desk. "Well met, my son." Harry gulped and looked over at the man, taking in his dark, long beard and wild hair, specifically the way the hair seemed to try to escape from the rough ponytail. He locked eyes with the man and knew innately that the man was a Potter. The man chuckled. "Yes, my son, I am Herwield. I am the first. You are the last." After a series of deep breaths, Harry looked up at him. "Where are we?" Herwield raised his hands as if in prayer, looked up at the sky and then to Harry. "Where it all began. This is where everything began. Your great need has summoned me." "Huh," Harry glanced up at Tonks, but she wasn't any help as she continued to stare at Herwield. "I didn't summon you." "Aye, you did, son." Herwield pointed to the book. "You fought great evil, you have the ring, you opened the book." Harry looked down on the desk and there was the book, but the page was as blank as a new piece of parchment. Very, very old parchment. "I don't see anything." "No," Herwield shook his head slightly. "There are no words. Only in great need can I be summoned, and only once, so we must make use of what time we have been given. You," Harry James Potter, Lord of my house, have great need. Very great need. The wind began whipping faster through the trees, leaves rustling as if in applause, and all other sounds dropped away. Hereward walked closer, to the front of the desk, and stared at Harry. The evil within you is no more, but you will need strength to be victorious. I cannot give you everything, there are limits, but with your mate the two combined may succeed where others would fail. He paused. What do you know of your lineage? Harry's laugh came out without thought. Nothing. It is as I had feared. Hereward closed his eyes for a moment, but then stared at Harry. I cannot teach you what you should know. My time is limited. With your lady you must search what my descendants have left for you. You will find gifts and knowledge, but no, with knowledge comes a price. When the time comes you will be forced to make a decision. I only hope it is not too much for you to bear. Harry glanced up at Tonks again, but this time her face clearly expressed her worry. For a reason he couldn't quite explain, Harry reached over and took Tonks' hand, bringing her out of her state of semi-shock. She looked over at him, eyes wide. Hereward smiled. Good, very good. Together you will be a formidable match. The fates have decreed it so, I see the signs. He stopped and held out his hand. A massive wooden staff snapped into it, materializing out of thin air. He pointed it at Harry. By the first god, the god that gave man magic, by the first god I give you my gift. Preserve my house, Harry James Potter, Lord Potter of House Potter. The top of the staff erupted in flame. The tendrils of the fire danced and slowly began coalescing into a large, fiery griffin. The griffin swirled around the flames, circling, gaining speed, until it lifted up away from the staff and began flying around the circle. Harry watched the griffin go faster and faster until suddenly it stopped directly across the clearing from him, stared at him, and then flew into his chest, covering him in flames. Tonks screamed in surprise, but before she could act, the flames partially lifted up off of Harry and covered her as well. She locked eyes with him, and then everything changed. Once again they were in the library. The torches along the walls flickered as normal, the books lay on the desk, and once again the walls and ceiling covered them. Tonks looked over at Harry, but instead of the usual green, his eyes seemed to be the swirling orange red of the fiery griffin. Harry. Tonks, he looked at her oddly. I feel really tired. Your eyes, she reached over and pulled his face up to get a better look. The fire seemed to surge and then faded, revealing the normal bright green of Harry's eyes. It's gone now, but your eyes, it was like the griffin. She paused. Did that really happen? I think so. Harry closed his eyes. I'm really tired. Tonks' worry began to increase. Kipsy. Lady Black be needing. Master Harry. Kipsy rushed over to him. He be needing rest. The little elf took Harry's hand and popped away, leaving Tonks alone in the library. She sat back in one of the chairs, staring at the books on the desk. What the hell had just happened? What was that the ancient guy said, that he would give Harry a gift? And together, they would be a formidable match. What in Merlin's name did that mean? In a small sitting room in the far wing of the lodge, Ted watched Andromeda pace. He knew his wife, knew that she processed things by packing, working things out until she came to whatever conclusion. He also knew better than to interrupt her when she was like that, so he turned back to the book. After the whole startling ritual the goblins had done, he'd asked the old house, Elf Verbal, to send an elf to his house to pull things from his library. He'd expected the elf to decline. After all, it was a Potter house elf, and he wasn't a Potter. But the elf had readily agreed, saying something about he was the father of Lord Black's betrothed. That had knocked Ted for a loop. In all of the insanity with the Horcruxes, he'd forgotten exactly why they were at Potter Lodge. It was all too strange and sudden to seem real, little Dory being Lady Black and having to marry Harry Potter, who was now Lord Potter. All of it strange. He turned back to the book on Sumerian magic, but hadn't made it more than a page when Dory came rushing into the room, talking fast. Something about Harry's first ancestor, gifts, a bunch of things that didn't make sense. Andromeda tried to calm her down, to try to figure out what had happened, but then he saw it. Dory had pushed her hair out of her face, hair that was a deep blue, and he'd seen it on her wrist. He got up from the chair quickly and went over to her, pulling her hand away to where he could see. There in red on the inside of Dory's wrist was the red image of a griffin, the griffin of House Potter. Chapter 6. Slightly Calm Before the Storm. Lady Callista Greengrass sat in the garden, the remains of a light breakfast on the table in front of her, engrossed in the Daily Prophet. The news was not good. Somerset had been attacked. The excuse given to the Muggles was that a hurricane had caused the destruction, but the Prophet reported that it was the work of giants. Giants, undoubtedly under the command of Voldemort. With a gesture of disgust, she cast the paper onto the table, took up her tea, and after a slight warming charm looked out over the manicured expanse of her garden. Voldemort, Death Eaters and giants may be out there somewhere, but at least in her little refuge she could pretend that they didn't exist. That fantasy did not last long, though, as she heard her daughters squabbling through an open window. Astoria was, if she was honest with herself, being quite difficult these days, especially after she had inadvertently admitted to having a crush on Draco Malfoy at supper the other night. Daphne had set upon Astoria at once, telling dreadful tales of the Malfoy boy, until finally Edmund had to wade in and make them stop. Callista had hoped that her daughters would follow her example and be sorted into Ravenclaw, but they were too much like their father, and had both ended up in Slytherin. Callista watched a bird land upon a branch and begin to sing, such a happy song, one that could not quite breach the dark thoughts gathering in her mind. Edmund was a Slytherin, but she knew that he was not one of those Slytherins, the ones that had come willingly to Voldemort's banner the first time. No, Edmund was not like them. He was a true Slytherin, ambitious, cautious. One who worked in the background when possible, an upstanding member of the Wizengamot. Oh, how he had whisked her away from her boring family and thrust her into the heady world of the wizarding nobility, something that, to her surprise, she found she enjoyed and was quite comfortable with. Her abilities to get on with people and be the perfect Lady Greengrass was something that she rather enjoyed. Something that, if things progressed on their current path, her daughters would never experience. Daphne had told her in letters, and then after returning from Hogwarts, that Voldemort was recruiting from the Slytherin students, that treading the neutral path was soon to be an untenable position. Daphne did not worry her overmuch. The girl was smart, level-headed, willful. She reminded Callista of her grandmother in that respect. Astoria, however, the girl lived with her head in the clouds, dreaming of being a lady of the manor. Currently that dream was to be the lady of Malfoy Manor, a thought which made Callista shudder. If they had only been sorted into Ravenclaw. She sat down her teacup on the table without looking and stared out over the topiary hedges, the rows of dragons that Edmund enjoyed so much, her thoughts flashing quickly, unable to quiet the storm. If what Daphne had said was true, and she had little reason to doubt her daughter, no other houses trusted anyone in Slytherin. Slytherin House was choosing sides, and soon there would be no other way forward for her daughters except to choose whether to be like the Malfoy boy or to go their own way. Going their own way alone, as no one would trust them. She sat there for quite some time, until one of her house elves appeared, an envelope on a silver tray. "Oh, thank you, Blip." Callista took the envelope and peered at it. Why would Gringotts be sending her a letter? All the official documentation went to Edmund. She opened the letter and couldn't stop the small gasp. After reading it a second, then a third time, she quickly left the garden. She had to speak to her husband. Edmund Greengrass sat in his office, stocking feet up on the desk and puffed away at a pipe while reading a book. His book on Muggle investing strategies was soon forgotten, though, as his wife came bursting through the doors. "Bloody hell, Callie, what is it? What the girls do this time?" She shook her head and thrust the letter into his hands. "It's not the girls, Ede. Well, it's Daphne, read." He took the letter and made it halfway through when he looked up to his wife in shock. "Did you know about this?" "Are you mental? Of course I didn't." She sat on the edge of the desk. "Bloody hell, what an agreement. How long ago?" "Ages and ages." He tapped the parchment. "And it only goes through the women in your family." She rolled her eyes at him. "Of course, Ede, you can't be a lady in waiting if you're a man." A sudden spring of hope crept into her chest. "Ede, if that letter is real." "Course it's real. It's from Gringotts." She shook her head. "Never mind that, but think, Ede. Black and Potter in a marriage contract. Think you're the Slytherin. If my ancestors were ladies in waiting to the Potter women or the Potter brides, however far back that may be, then he can protect them. Edmund Greengrass was not the most devious Slytherin. The Sorting Hat didn't place him in the House of Snakes due to his tendencies for manipulation. It placed him there due to his ambition. The House of Greengrass was a minor house, one of the houses that were new blood, according to the Wizengamot, even though his family had been a member of that august party for 2 centuries. Edmund was sorted into Slytherin because he wanted to make the House of Greengrass more than a minor house, but not through shadowy agreements like some Slytherin houses. Instead, he wanted to raise his house by the sheer force of his business acumen. Sometimes that meant swallowing a bit of pride or making a deal on something that was only marginally legal, but for the most part, everything was above board. He wasn't much of the wheels within wheels type of Slytherin, but even he could figure out what his wife meant. They'll see the girls as trustworthy if Potter vouches for them then. He stopped. What about Tori? Letter says it's to be the eldest daughter. We'll figure that part out later. Come on, we need to talk to Daphne, and put some shoes on for Merlin's sake. Nymphadora Tonks sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, confused and nursing a rather large cup of black coffee. A cup of coffee that Creature, the odd little cranky bastard, had very unwillingly produced for her. She sat there with the coffee as her mum sat across from her, flipping through what looked like a catalogue. It had been a very hard few weeks for Tonks. From the will reading at Gringotts to the whole marriage contract to going out to Potter Lodge, not to mention obliviating her ex-boyfriend when she didn't really need to. Cap all that off by being effectively sidelined as an Auror, and then the whole thing with Harry and the goblins and his slightly creepy ancestor. Once the furor had died down, and the healer insisted that Harry be left to recover, she'd wanted to go back to her flat, but her parents wouldn't let her, so then it had been 2 weeks living in her parents' house, being treated as if she was 16 again. That was a ton to take in, but now, here she was, sitting with her mum in her new house, while Harry was reportedly still sleeping or otherwise unavailable at the lodge. Lucky bastard. She mumbled the words and took a drink of coffee. Andromeda looked up from the catalogue. What was that, dear? Nothing. The word came out in a tone that she wished she could take back, as Tonks knew her mum would have something to say about it. She was right. Dory, dear, it can't be helped. The Wizengamot ceremony has been called and you have to attend. Tonks rolled her eyes. And I'll just wear a Wizengamot robe. Dunno why you're looking through all that. Andromeda fixed her daughter with a pointed look. Nymphadora, before you receive your Wizengamot robes, you are presented and have to take your oath. I will not have you showing up looking like you usually do. Remember, you are Lady Black. So, Sirius wouldn't care. No, he would not, but I do. If you are to be taken seriously, you must act the part, or Merlin, at least look the part. She flipped a few pages in the catalogue, found what she was looking for, and turned the catalogue around so her daughter could see. I think the lilac one would look lovely on you. Tonks pretended to vomit. That's horrible. Mum, it's 1996, not 1926. Andromeda rolled her eyes. Fine, what about this one? She flipped a few pages and pointed her finger at a bright blue dress. Are you having me on? That's worse than the other one. Tonks stood up. You know what, I think I'll go back to my flat and… She saw her mum shake her head. So I still can't go back to my flat, why not? Because Creature brought everything over here. I believe your things are upstairs in one of the bedrooms. If I know Creature, probably the master bedroom. Oh, fuck me, really. Damn it. Tonks shoved herself away from the table and began to head upstairs, muttering loudly about people not asking her permission to do things, when the unmistakable sound of Walburga Black began shrieking from her portrait. Tonks stood there for a few moments, listening as Walburga ranted on, and on about how the House of Black was being desecrated, how mudbloods and abominations and such were destroying their noble name, until she'd had enough. With stomping steps, Tonks went over to the portrait, tripped again on that damned troll leg umbrella stand, recovered enough to stomp over to the noise, threw back the little curtain and stared at the old lady. Enough. I've had enough of your shit. You know what? I didn't fucking ask for this. I never wanted to be bloody Lady Black, but nobody asked me. Nobody asked me if I wanted all the stuff out of my flat and brought here. Nobody asked me if I wanted to marry Harry Potter, for Merlin's sake. Nobody asked me if I wanted to sit on the Wizengamot. Nobody asked me a bleeding thing, so for the love of Merlin, would you shut the fuck up? Walburga's face turned purple with rage, but when she went to yell back, nothing came out. As her eyes went wide, she reached up to her throat, but nothing came out. Ha, Tonks pointed at the portrait. Finally found something good about being Lady Black. Take that, you old bitch. Without another word, she turned and went upstairs. In the kitchen, Andromeda closed her eyes and sighed. It was not going well at all. She saw a plate of biscuits and a cup of tea levitate in front of her and settle slightly, followed by her husband sitting across from her. He looked at the catalog and laughed. Really, Andy? You think you're going to get her to wear something like that? Have you really forgotten all those Easters when my folks were alive? No, I haven't. I haven't forgotten, I just hoped she was past that by now. Right, good one. Ted plucked a biscuit from the table and popped it in his mouth. After chewing and a sip of tea, he chuckled. Remember when you bought her that little yellow dress with the ducks on it? Of course, her first bit of accidental magic. As soon as I put it on her, she changed it into her grubby trousers and a t-shirt. She sat back in the chair. What are we going to do with her, Ted? It's bad enough that she's Lady Black now, but what about the business with Harry? Ted nodded. True. If it was just a regular marriage contract, that'd be one thing. That worked out fine for my grandparents. Happily married for years, but this bit with. Tom, Andromeda finished for him. Harry said when we speak of him to call him Tom. Seems weird as hell to call him that. Sounds like a guy you'd meet in the pub for a pint or two. Ted ran a hand through his sandy hair. But this business with Tom has me worried. And that thing on her wrist, that's the Potter crest. It didn't just show up for the hell of it. What's that mean? I have no idea, love. Ted stroked his chin. Maybe we should ask Potter's goblin. I'm sure he can fill us in. She. Andromeda shook her head. How many times have I told you, Ted? Harry's account goblin is female. Andromeda heard the flu roar to life. Would you get that, please? I'm at my limit for today. Tonks stood in the master bedroom of Grimmauld Place, surrounded by boxes and stuff everywhere. It was obvious from the way things had been handled that Creature didn't like her much. She'd seen the way Harry's house elves treated him, and of course the house elf she inherited was just the opposite. As she looked around the room, she tried to find where her clothes had gone, and hoped that the big pile in the corner would have one box with her clothes. At least there were a couple of dresses in there that weren't too bad. The first box was packed full of her kitchen things, pots, pans, silverware. She sat that one aside and looked in the next one. It was when she realized exactly what was in that box that she began to really hate the old elf. That little fucker, I'll hex him 8 ways from Sunday. A knock on the door only made her angrier. Go away, Mum. I'm not your mum. Tonks turned quickly to see a blonde girl standing in the doorway, wearing a rather formal robe. Who are you? Daphne Greengrass, my lady. The girl gave her a quick curtsy. Cut that out. Tonks rolled her eyes. I hate that shit. What are you doing here? The girl raised an eyebrow. You don't know. Are you thick or something? I just asked you that. She paused for a moment. Greengrass, are you related to Edmund Greengrass? She nodded. He's my father. Ah, slowly the pieces came together for Tonks. Edmund Greengrass was Lord Greengrass, a Wizengamot member. He'd probably sent the girl over to help her out. Okay, so you're the welcoming committee. Great. Thanks for welcoming me to the Wizengamot and all that shite. Tell your dad I'll see him later, then. She turned back to the box, expecting the girl to leave, but when she didn't hear the door close, Tonks looked back to the doorway. What? The girl wrinkled up her nose. Is that? Why do you have a box of rubbish? Because I inherited a house elf that hates me, packed my entire flat, including the rubbish bin. Tonks smashed an empty beer can into the box and closed the lid. So I take it you're not the welcoming committee. No, well, Daphne thought for a moment. Sort of, I got a letter from Gringotts. Oh boy, here we go again. Tonks stepped over the boxes and went towards where a small sofa was covered with Muggle albums. A quick wave of the wand and the albums were levitated onto the bed, giving them some room. Okay, better tell me what the latest is. Let me guess, we've got a marriage contract. What, us? No, Daphne shook her head. I think this letter explains it better than I could. After the two witches sat on the sofa, Tonks took the envelope from Daphne and began reading. Finally, after a few sarcastic laughs, she handed the letter back to Daphne. So, since I'm the future Lady Potter, you're my lady in waiting. Because your ancestors were ladies in waiting to a Lady Potter way back in, like, Merlin's time or something. Yep, Daphne nodded. Mental, right? Oh yeah, mental. So what's that mean? Lady in waiting. Daphne eyed the room for a moment and then took in exactly what Lady Nymphadora Tonks Black was wearing. Well, first of all, I will help you with your wardrobe. You can't walk into the Wizengamot like that. Well, no shit. My mum's been on me all day about the very same thing. So what, please don't tell me we have to go shopping. I bloody well hate shopping. Daphne looked at her oddly. Why would you go shopping? I've heard of some of the ladies doing that. The MuggleBeens love to talk about that. And Madame Malkin has some decent things, but you are Lady Black. My mum's Lady Greengrass and has always said that for the proper occasions, a lady needs to have something personally tailored for the proper effect. She stood up and took out her wand. But first, we need to clean this place. Tonks waggled a finger at her. Underage magic. Daphne smiled broadly. A lady in waiting must be able to use magic. No trace. With a flick of her wand, the boxes began to move, stacking one on top of the other. She then turned to Tonks. Could you please call your elf? Sure, Tonks shrugged. Creature. The old house elf arrived with a crack, and from the expression on his face, he was none too pleased to have been summoned. Mistress has called Creature. Yeah, I did. Tonks stared at him, uncomfortable with all of the Mistress and Lady Black stuff. Please bring me the catalogs my mum has been looking at. I think they're in the kitchen. Creature popped away without a word and almost as quickly returned, tossed the catalogs on a box and popped away. Bloody elf, can't stand him. Tonks picked up one of the catalogs and started to hand it to Daphne when she suddenly stopped. You know about my contract. Daphne nodded. I do. So do my parents, but we've been bound to secrecy. Apparently by reading the letter, we activated an old agreement or something. Your secret is safe with me. HMMMM. Tonks looked at her for a moment. I suppose. Wouldn't happen to have that secrecy agreement on you, would you? Daphne was prepared. After all, if someone just showed up at her house professing to be a lady in waiting, she would require proof as well. She took the letter out of her robe and handed it to Tonks, watching as the older woman read the agreement. While Tonks was reading, she mentally compared her to the other ladies of the Wizengamot, not only the ones with seats and voting rights, but also the spouses, mistresses, and daughters that she'd met over the years when her father had entertained. Her mum had informed her that as a lady in waiting, it was her job to prepare Tonks for her new role, specifically in regards to attire. Noting the Auror's casual muggle wardrobe, Daphne realized she had a long road ahead of her. The light gradually became brighter, forcing Harry to realize that it was morning. An early morning, as he had woken up several times the previous night due to dreams, and it had taken him quite a while to get back to sleep. The dreams were rather odd, as they didn't seem like dreams at all, more like visions or memories or the best pensive memory ever. But more than anything, they were confusing. He saw Hearwield in one of the dreams, and a woman who seemed like she was in charge of everything in another, but it all seemed like it happened a very, very long time ago, mostly based on the clothes and the way people talked. He sat up, reached over and put on his glasses, the world finally swimming into focus, hoping that today was finally the day it was all over. The goblin healer, Plurkert, was one of the only constants. Well, Plurkert and his house elves. Right after the crazy thing with Hearwield and the book and Tonks, not to mention the ritual with the crazy goblin shaman, the thing that he required above all was rest. Initially, he wasn't very happy with this, and rebelled slightly, getting out of bed to go find a book. But exhaustion had overtaken him, and he had apparently passed out in his boxers and a t-shirt on the hallway floor. After that, he'd listened to the healer, eating when possible, but mostly just sleeping. This morning, though, something was a bit different. His head felt clear, not as foggy. His chest didn't feel so tight, his arms and legs didn't feel sluggish. Swinging his legs over the edge of the bed didn't tire him out, he felt. Normal. No, scratch that. Not normal. Better than he'd felt in ages. Kipsy popped into the bedroom, a breakfast tray levitating in front of her, and as soon as she saw Harry sitting up, she squeaked. Master Harry needs to be in bed, he does. No, Kipsy, please. He held up his hands. I feel fine, really. Call the healer if you would. I'd like to find out what's going on. After hurriedly levitating the breakfast tray over to the small desk with a clang and a slight spill of pumpkin juice, the little elf popped away, giving Harry a moment to look around and find a thin, cotton dressing gown. He put it on, walked over to the little table and sat down. Initially, he was going to try and siphon the pumpkin juice that had spilled, since he could actually do magic now, but for some reason he couldn't find his wand. The door opened, and the gruff old goblin healer walked in, followed closely by his house elves and Effie. I didn't realize I needed my Gringotts account manager for this. He smiled at her and received a nice smile, sans teeth, from Effie. Hey! He turned to the healer as Plurkert had lifted up his arm and had begun shaking it. Do you have to do that? The goblin ignored him and continued his examination, making Harry stick out his tongue, jump up and down 3 times and cough. Finally, Plurkert waved his hands at Harry, causing a fine gold mist to form around his head and then travel down to his feet, disappearing with a pop. He's recovered, account manager. Plunkert ignored Harry, nodded at Effie, and then walked out of the room without another word. The lack of further explanation made the anger rise up into Harry. Can somebody tell me what the bloody hell happened to me? And where's my wand? Effie gave him a calming smile. Lord Potter, if you would like to have some breakfast, I can answer your questions, as far as I know the answers. Fine. Harry went over to the table and pulled a scone out of a tray and began to butter it. Can we start with what happened to me in the library? Ah, the goblin gave him a sad expression. I am afraid that we do not fully understand the library incident. Lady Black, while unaffected as you were, is unable to talk about the matter. We tried all means possible, but she does not recall anything. There is the small griffin tattoo on her wrist, but as that is the figure from the Potter crest, we can only guess that it was given to her during the incident. She paused. What can you tell us, my lord? Harry opened his mouth to tell her everything, to tell her old Herewield showed up and did something with fire and a griffin flew into him, but nothing came out. He physically attempted to say words, but it was impossible. Finally, he gave up. Damn, me too. Maybe you can talk to Lady Black, as she was with you. We didn't think anything unusual had happened, just that you were with your betrothed. But when Kipsy went to inquire if you wished for refreshment, she found both you and Lady Black unconscious and raised the alarm. Lady Black recovered after a few moments, but you remained unconscious. So we put you in the master bedroom and called the healer and the shaman back to examine you. Well, what was it? Effie shrugged. We still do not know. The prevailing consensus is that it was the combined effect of living with the Horcrux, that it was leeching off of your magic, and the sudden absence made your magic surge to fill the void. As if a dam had suddenly burst, magic filled you and your body was not quite ready for such a concentrated amount of magic, so your body shut down to protect you. Effie reached into her pocket and pulled out Harry's wand, setting it down beside his pumpkin juice. Your wand, my lord. Perhaps certain spells will be easier now that you don't have that horrible thing draining your magic, but... She held up a finger in warning. It would be advisable to not try anything too strenuous for quite some time. Harry picked up his wand, longing for that familiar warmth, but instead it simply felt like a stick. It doesn't feel right. Effie crossed her legs, letting them dangle off of the too large chair. If, a theory, you purchased that wand when you had a Horcrux inside of you, a part of. A part of Tom. Harry made a disgusted face. I still can't believe that. Agreed, it is rather hard to believe. But it was true, and the Harry Potter that chose that wand is not the Lord Potter that sits before me. She raised an eyebrow. Perhaps a trip to Ollivanders would be in order when we go to buy your school things. Oh, bugger Hogwarts. Harry sat back in his chair. I forgot about that. I was out for a while, right? When does it? 2 days, my lord. Hogwarts term starts in 2 days. 2 days, Harry gave an exasperated sigh and ran a hand through his hair. If I've been out that long, then everyone is probably throwing a wobbly. Oh yes, there are quite a few letters for you. Headmaster Dumbledore has been quite insistent on speaking to you as soon as possible. There have also been letters from your friends and, unfortunately, other official correspondence. We will deal with all of that once you've had your breakfast. She hopped off the chair and stopped, turning back to him. It is very good to see you awake and with an appetite. You had many worried about you, my lord. With your permission, I will send an owl to Andromeda Tonks. Mrs. Tonks has been rather concerned with your health and has asked to be let into the lodge wards as soon as you woke. Sure, I guess. Harry nodded, still dazed, not noticing as Effie left the room. He was awake, fully awake, and the fact that Hogwarts was starting in 2 days had turned his attention back to the fact that he was going to have to find some way to make school work. It was bad enough being the boy who lived, having the attention from that damned tournament. Now he was Lord Potter, for Merlin's sake. He hoped it wouldn't be as bad as before, now that everybody knew that Voldemort was back, that he hadn't lied, that everyone would cut him some slack. He shook his head. There was no way he could be that lucky. After eating and a quick shower, he looked through the wardrobe, wondering what in Merlin's name he was going to wear. As before, none of his clothes were there. No big loss, really, as they were all horrible cast-offs from Dudley. But since nothing in the wardrobe looked like it would fit him, he put on the clothes from when Kipsy had helped him out before. He sniffed them before he put them on, nodding that at least the house elf had laundered them, laughed at the new pair of soft, outrageously gaudy socks, and had just slid one boot on when he heard a throat being cleared outside his door. He hurriedly put on the other boot and went over to open the door. Mrs. Tonks. Andromeda, dear, please. How are you feeling? You had us so worried. I feel fine, really. Just like I took a really long kip. I would say so, she smiled at him. Kipsy has prepared tea in the, I believe she called it the lounge. Your correspondence is waiting there as well. Better get it over with, he shrugged. I'll follow you, I have no idea where I'm going. Harry followed Andromeda through the halls until they entered a very bright, airy room. This room held none of the antlers or trophies like every other room seemed to display. Instead, the walls were a creamy yellow color. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows covered one wall, and pale blue chairs nestled around a table near a white stone fireplace. He took a seat across from Andromeda and picked up the bundle of letters that looked as thick as 3 of the Monster Book of Monsters stacked on top of each other. This is going to take forever to get through. He untied the string on the bundle and started looking through the letters. He recognized Hermione's handwriting right away and sat those letters, all 10 of them, off to a corner. Dumbledore's handwriting, that little crazy scrawl, was also obvious, but there was only one letter from him. Some things, like the ones with the Gringotts seal he shuffled to the bottom, Effie would probably tell him what was in those letters. Those could wait. He turned back to Andromeda. Sorry, didn't mean to be rude. That's fine, Harry. She took a sip of tea. Besides checking to see if you are feeling better, I'm afraid my visit today isn't purely social. Oh, Harry looked at her confused. The Wizengamot? Andromeda sat her tea down on the table and leaned forward. In a perfect world, you would have been informed about these things by a relative. Oh, my goodness. Andromeda sat back quickly and covered her mouth with her hand. I am so sorry. He shrugged slightly. It's okay, I'm used to it. That doesn't mean, I'm sorry. She straightened up and gave him a warm look. As Nymphadora will be taking her seat, soon we've been given a crash course in all of the pomp and procedures. She's not very happy right now, as she will have to be presented to the Wizengamot before she takes her seat. As you are still at Hogwarts, you are exempt from this process until you finish your 7th year. That doesn't take care of our problem, though. Harry absent-mindedly itched his forearm. What problem? We've been informed that when she is formally introduced to the Wizengamot, to take her seat, that all of her titles will be used. What's the big deal? She's Lady Black, right? Sirius made her his heir, she's all legal and everything, right? Yes, Andromeda tilted her head. But we have been informed by our Gringotts representative that they will introduce her as Lady Black, betrothed of Lord Potter. Bugger. Andromeda let out a quick laugh. I'm afraid she said much worse than that when she found out. Her lady. Oh, and that's another thing. Apparently, the Potters of old had agreements with a family for their daughters to be ladies-in-waiting, either to the Lady Potter or future Lady Potters. Ours has made her presence known. I believe you know her, as she is in your year at Hogwarts. You do know Daphne Greengrass, don't you?" "Right," Harry laughed, then looked at Andromeda and realized she wasn't joking, which only made him laugh harder. "Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin? That's hilarious. What next? Is Goyle going to be the official gardener of House Potter?" After a roll of the eyes, Andromeda took another sip of tea. "I see you're taking this as seriously as Nymphadora." For some reason, that made Harry suddenly realize that he was talking to his future mother-in-law, that if Voldemort would be coming for him, then he would be coming for her as well. He sat back in the chair and hurriedly stared out the window. "Sorry." The sudden shift from laughter to fear in Harry made Andromeda pull up short. She knew the burden on the poor boy. Voldemort had tried killing him several times. It just wasn't fair, losing his family like that, suffering at the hands of those horrible muggles, having to endure everything at Hogwarts, and now being forced into being Lord Potter and marrying Nymphadora one day. He should have grown up with his parents, playing Quidditch and doing things that all boys do while growing up, but it simply wasn't his fate. Fate was playing with them all. Fate could kiss her dimpled arse. Harry, look at me." She gave him a stern look. "We will find a way out of this. We will not let that bastard take over. I was raised a Black, and let me tell you, one does not offend the House of Black and escape the consequences. I may not fully approve of how it was done, but you will marry my daughter, and I will not let that noseless piece of shite ruin my only child's wedding by eliminating the groom. She will be Lady Potter if I have anything to say about it." Harry sat there gobsmacked. Andromeda was rather scary when she was like that, a faint echo of Bellatrix, actually. Then he thought of something and laughed, causing her to look at him oddly. "No, she won't be Lady Potter. She'll be Lady Potterblack." Andromeda's face took on a haughty, regal appearance. "Oh, very well done, very well done." She clapped her hands, and the motherly, warm Andromeda returned. "Now, about your school supplies, fancy a trip to Diagon Alley." Chapter 7. Back to Hogwarts. Harry sat in the master bedroom at Potter Lodge, his trunk packed neater than ever before thanks to Kipsy, broom shrunken down and placed inside, and wondered if he would survive the train ride to Hogwarts. He'd barely survived the trip to Diagon Alley with Andromeda, who had been rather intent on making sure that he looked like the perfect illustration of the head of House Potter. Thankfully, Ted had joined them and had made Andromeda see the light. Instead of the rather ostentatious and showy things, Ted had instead pointed her down a different path, stating that Harry was bound to endure enough attention as it was, being named Lord Potter, that he didn't have to advertise the fact. Instead of the velvet shirts and ties made of shiny acromantuala silk, Ted had sent her down a different path, the end result being that Harry was outfitted with normal things, but of the highest quality. There were some things in the trunk that Ted had to relent on, though mostly the formal robes that Andromeda insisted would possibly be needed at Hogwarts or other situations, but Harry tuned her out at that point. He knew he should be grateful. After all, he didn't have anybody officially in his life except for the House Elves, and she did remind him of Molly Weasley and how she mothered him, but the parenting styles were quite different. Apparently, growing up in the ancient and noble House of Black made someone quite different than growing up as a Prewett. The thing that kept Harry's nerves off of the train ride, though, rolled around smoothly in his hand, his new wand. Ollivander had been quite confused when he'd entered the shop, as the old wand-maker didn't understand why the wand that had been called to Harry didn't seem to work for him anymore. He declared that it was extremely curious, and set to finding a new wand with a gleam in his eye that Harry found unnerving. Eventually, though, they found it. 11 inches long, a smooth hawthorn wand with a griffin feather core. Immediately upon touching it, Harry felt a swirl of magic unlike before. His old wand had made the magic rise in him, almost like being filled up with air for a brief moment, but the new wand made him feel as if he'd touched magic for the first time, suffusing him with joy. Ollivander had required him to fill out paperwork on why he required a second wand. It didn't happen very often, but it did occur from time to time, as evidenced by the official ministry form. In the reason for new wand spot, After a subtle hint from Ted, Harry wrote, "Assumed head of house status." A quick crack brought Harry's attention as Kipsy had entered the room and began to levitate his trunk. "Master Harry, the order to take you the train is being here. Kipsy takes the trunk to the ward line." Harry stood up and pocketed his wand, adjusted his glasses, and took a deep breath. "Great! Thanks, Kipsy." As the elf popped away, he headed downstairs, carefully noting everything about the lodge. He wanted to have a memory of the place, just in case something happened, to know that at least at one point in his life this was his house, the house of his family. If he was honest with himself, even after everything that had happened, the whole Horcrux business and the book incident, not to mention the whole being incapacitated for weeks, he didn't want to leave. There were still more family secrets there at the lodge, possibly tucked away in a book in the library, maybe another secret room, and it just seemed cruel that he had to leave. Andromeda and Ted waited for him out on the front garden, and from the looks on their faces, he could tell that they weren't sure about his leaving as well. He thanked them for all their help, shook Ted's hand, and then started the walk through the row of trees to the ward line. Ted had walked him through it earlier, how guests that weren't approved in the official ward book or weren't considered family could only come as far as the front gate. It wasn't much of a gate, not really, nothing massive like the one at Hogwarts, but it was sizable and fitted into the waist-high stone wall that was made of rocks fitted together so tightly no binding factor was required. At the top of the black iron gate was the Potter Griffin, fierce and proud, but that was the only ornamentation on the gate, not even a lock. When he got to the gate, he pushed on one side, the dark metal swinging away with only the hint of metallic squeak. "Lord Potter." He looked up to see a man roughly his height, but about 5 times his age, dressed in the red robes of the Auror department. Harry nodded. "That's me." The man gave him a pitiful excuse for a bow. "Name's Smythe, Ben Smythe. Can you confirm that this is your trunk?" He glanced over and nodded. "Yeah, that's it." "Good." The Auror took out his wand, cast a shrinking spell on the trunk, and handed the small little box to Harry. "Makes it easier. Got an owl?" "Yeah, but I sent her off this morning. Not that far to Hogwarts, and I thought she'd enjoy flying. Hates being cooped up on the train." "Smart lad." The Auror stroked his long, white mustache, which unfortunately reminded Harry of his Uncle Vernon's bushy lip. "Right, take a hold of this, then." Harry reached out and touched the crumpled, crisp packet. "Portkey." "Yeah, let me activate it." With a tap of the wand, Potter Lodge fell away, shoving them through the portal of the portkey. As soon as he could regain his bearings, Harry looked around and was surprised, as it wasn't some nondescript alley near King's Cross that would take them to the station, and then eventually would lead them to platform 9¾ They were on the platform. Parents and students bustled around, trolleys were bumping along with trunks, the steam of the train belching about making great clouds. He turned to the Auror. "We didn't have to go through." "Not for you. Ministry made an allowance, my lord." The last part came out somewhat sarcastically. "Security measures." He was starting to get somewhat irritated with the Auror when all of a sudden the Auror's mustache turned pink, only for a moment, and then turned back to the snowy white that matched the almost bald head. "Tonks." "Watch her, Harry." The old Auror Tonks gave him a grin. Not so loud, though, had to do some fast talking to get this assignment. "I thought you weren't on active duty anymore." "I'm not, but Pilkins didn't know that." Tonks' familiar grin looked rather odd on the rather grumpy-looking face of the old Auror. "Just thought I'd see how you're doing. Mum's given me updates, but how are you?" He shrugged. "Fine. Oh." He felt a bit grumpy. "Don't know if your mum's too happy with me. She made me go shopping with her, and I might have whinged a bit." "Heard all about it from Dad. Don't worry, old Dromda can be a right pain when she gets all House of Black proper." After a moment of deliberation, Tonks let her features switch back to her normal figure. "Let's go over there so we can talk." It was funny to Harry, watching her morph back into her normal shape, but at least Auror robes were standard, so she wasn't left dressed in an old man's clothes. They walked a bit away from the crowd and stood towards the back of the platform. Eventually, though, they stood alone, and Harry realized again that even though Tonks was older than he was by a few years, she wasn't that much taller. Harry, she turned to him. I've been thinking's that. Thing that was in your head, there's more of them, and we know what they are, we just don't know where they are, right? Seeing him nod, she continued. And I'm not really an Auror anymore, they won't let me. Now don't get mad, but I spoke to Dumbledore. You what? He glared at her. Why'd you do that? Because he's Dumbledore, you know, Albus freaking Dumbledore. I know he tried to pull a bunch of shit at Gringotts when they read Sirius, Will, but you have to admit there's nobody like him when it comes to fighting. Tom, you saw what he did at the Ministry, right? It didn't make him happy, but Harry did have to admit that she was right. The fight between Voldemort and Dumbledore was like nothing he'd ever seen. Yeah, believe me, I saw it. Front row seat. Sorry, Tonks sighed. But we need to find those damned things, and unfortunately I can't think of anyone better to help me find them. Wait, Harry stared at her. What do you mean help you find them? If I can't be an Auror anymore, I'm not just going to sit around and listen to twaddle about how they can't go changing taxes to give the Aurors more funding to fight Death Eaters or blah blah blah. I'm an Auror, for Merlin's sake, and a damned good one if I say so myself. I'm still going to be in the Order, but not really. Meetings aren't my thing, you know. And since you're not stuck with the Dursleys anymore, we don't have to make sure you're safe and all, so I'm going to do a little. Thingy hunting. Get this, the goblins are going to help. Not bad, eh? Not even on the Wizengamot officially, and I've improved relations with Goblin Nation. She noticed his gobsmacked expression. Hey, Harry, if I'm going to be Lady Black, then by Merlin I'm going to be Lady Black, if you get my drift. That's for sure, Harry grinned at her. So how can I help? Ah, yeah, that's where Dumbledore comes in. She shook her head. You're going to have to get past the bullshit he pulled and work with him. He knows Tom's history, so you two are going to work that angle. Anything you find, you send my way and I'll check it out. Tonks paused, bit her lip, and then decided to go ahead. Listen, Harry. Her tone was quite serious. It's getting bad out there. I don't know if you saw it, but 3 Muggle families were killed last week, and the home of a Muggle-born witch was destroyed. Killed all of them. She was a second-year Ravenclaw, dark mark over the house for anyone to see. The sooner we can get rid of him. Right, I get it. Harry nodded and looked away, eyes watching students and their parents say goodbye but not really seeing anything. There was one vital piece of knowledge that Tonks didn't know, that Dumbledore knew, that he knew, and more importantly, that Voldemort knew. He debated on whether to tell her about the prophecy, but he couldn't. Not now. Hey, she put her hand on his shoulder. There are a lot of good people working on this. You're not alone, you know. Thanks. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express broke the silence. They stood there, Lady Black and Lord Potter, together but not really looking at each other, unsure how to part. Finally, on impulse, Tonks leaned over and kissed Harry on the cheek. Get going, you git. Thankfully for Harry, Tonks disappeared before she could see his face. He couldn't see it, but knew from the warmth in his cheeks that he had probably blushed slightly. The train whistle blew again, and he made a rush through parents and smaller children, too young to attend Hogwarts and obviously there to see off an older sibling, past them and onto the train just before it started to move. He quickly started walking through the cars, hoping that he wouldn't run into Malfoy or any of the other idiots that usually gave him a hard time. Most of the compartments were full, but finally he came to a car where he saw Neville walk into a compartment and shut the door. Ignoring all else, he made his way over there and opened the door. Harry. He had barely made it in the compartment when he was met by Hermione's crushing hug. Hermione, can't breathe. Oh, sorry, she pulled back. We've been so worried. Ron leaned over from his seat. Give him some air, Hermione. He picked up his Quidditch magazine and stuck it underneath his Hogwarts robe, which was currently being used as a cushion. Good to see ya, mate. You too, Harry nodded. Hey, Neville. Hi, Harry. Neville nodded from the seat by the window. Congratulations on being Lord Potter. Thanks. Harry winced slightly and sat down across from Neville, Hermione quickly filling the seat next to Neville, bumping him slightly into the window. I suppose we should get it all out of the way, huh? Neville squinted. Sorry, Harry. It's okay. Harry turned to Hermione. I got your letters, yours too, Ron, but I couldn't answer them. I was. He tried to remember what Andromeda had given him as an excuse and finally gave up and improvised after what seemed for him to be an enormous pause. Doing family things, didn't get them until a couple of days ago. Sorry if you were worried. Well, Hermione gave him a sympathetic look. I understand, but sometime I want you to tell me all about it. It's fascinating, how the ancient and noble houses function, I read. Merlin's pants. Ron rolled his eyes and bumped Hermione with his shoulder. You read the book, give it to him later or something. Come on, don't we have prefect duty or can we just skip it and say we? Hermione's sharp intake of breath let everyone know that she actually had forgotten about her duties as a prefect. Ron, you're right, come on. As she pulled Ron out of his seat, he looked back at Harry and Neville with an expression that his roommates recognized. The face that said, I should have kept my big mouth shut, that usually led to Ron getting hexed or punched by Seamus. Once the prefects had left and the door shut, Harry leaned back in his seat, took off his glasses for a moment, and laughed along with Neville. Sorry about the Lord Potter thing, Harry, Neville shrugged. I forgot. Gran said to not make a big deal out of it even though it is a big deal. Good thing Ron's dad had a talk with him and Hermione, though. Huh, what do you mean? Oh, Neville absent-mindedly picked at the cuff of his shirt. After you left to go to. I'm guessing you went to one of the Potter houses, right? Seeing Harry's affirmative nod, Neville continued. After you went there, from what Ron wrote, Hermione had a million questions. Mr. Weasley sat them down and gave them a history lesson, I guess. Hermione had a bunch of questions, some he couldn't answer, so they went and got a book on the stuff. He was quiet for a bit. Gran said that we're an ancient and noble house too, you know. I always heard that stuff but never really paid attention. I guess I'll be Lord Longbottom one day. Harry saw how his friend was obviously struggling with something until he realized, with a start, that the only way Neville would be Lord Longbottom was when his father passed away, his father that was in St. Mungo's. Don't worry about it, Nev. The door of the compartment opened, shocking both boys, but the person who opened the door surprised them even further. There, with her blonde hair down loose around her shoulders, was Daphne Greengrass. She glanced at Harry only for a second and then turned her attention to Neville. Longbottom, I need to speak to Potter privately. Neville nodded. Okay. As Neville got up and left before Harry could even protest, Daphne took advantage of the situation and sat down across from Harry. I suppose you're wondering why I'm here. Yeah, I am. Daphne closed her eyes and nodded in his direction. The House of Greengrass congratulates you on your assumption as Potter of House Potter and accepts the duties required. What? Daphne looked up and gave him a look of irritation. She pulled a letter out of her Slytherin robe and held it out to him. I know, horribly stuffy. Mum made me practice it over and over. It's all in the letter. When Harry went to take the letter, she smacked him slightly on the head with it. Not now, later. Merlin, you've got a lot to learn. Without another word, she stood up and exited the compartment. As Harry sat there, confused, Neville came back in. What was that all about? Why did Daphne Greengrass want to talk to you? Harry quickly stuffed the letter into his jeans, crumpling it horribly. Dunno, something about being Lord Potter. Gave me a letter, probably from her dad. Neville chuckled. Get used to it. Maybe he wants you to vote on something in the Wizengamot. Don't remind me. Harry sat back and rested his head against the glass of the window, watching the countryside slide by. If the train ride was any indication, he was in for a very mental year at Hogwarts. In a very dark room of a rather nondescript house, the black robe of Lord Voldemort trailed in the dust as he paced. Harry Potter being named Lord Potter made it harder for him to kill the little brat, as soon he would take his place amongst the Wizengamot. It was difficult enough as the boy was at Hogwarts. Now he would also be at the Ministry when the Wizengamot was in session, with all the protections that Dumbledore could muster. The old fool would certainly increase the wards around the Wizengamot chamber when the boy took his role, and if the boy who lived sat in session, the sheep would follow his direction. Oh, they would say that they were only listening to him, but the prophet was an indication on how the wind was blowing. The attacks on Muggles and Muggleborns seeded fear, but there was more that could be done. He must stop Harry Potter from taking that Wizengamot seat. The Wizengamot ruled the Ministry ruled the sheep, and Lord Voldemort must rule them all. If that boy thought he could be called Lord Potter, he would show them what the true power of a Dark Lord could be. Bellatrix. Voldemort ceased his packing and turned, his robed Death Eaters standing in the shadows. Bellatrix, my dear, I believe it is time we paid a visit to the Wizengamot. He saw her expression and held up a hand. Not yet, not yet. Soon. I have a task for you. Find out as much information about the next Wizengamot session as you can. I believe Amelia Bones is quite knowledgeable about these things. Perhaps you can persuade her to give you some information. For Harry, the walk into Hogwarts was similar to other years. He was gawked at, and wherever he went people pointed and muttered. Malfoy, for some reason, was nowhere to be seen. That was the only good thing that he could think of so far in his return. Hermione and Ron had met him and Neville. Somewhere along the line they had also run into Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey, so at least he had some buffer from the students trying to get too close. When they sat at the Gryffindor table, before the sorting Seamus and Dean had given him a mock bow before cracking up laughing. Lavender Brown, though, was eyeing him up like a Christmas present, so he avoided her like the plague. He was lost in his thoughts for the sorting, and to be honest, most of the feast. Ron did ask him about the cannons once, offhandedly, and he lied and said that his account manager was looking into it. Hermione was bending Neville's ear about classes, so he ate quietly, still thinking about Tonks and her mission. He also thought back about the quick kiss on the cheek she'd given him, and that made him smile a little bit. Then, halfway through a bite of treacle tart, Dumbledore stood to give the beginning of the year's speech. A rather large man with a walrus mustache named Slughorn was introduced as the potions professor. Snape of all people was named as the defense professor, and that drew several audible groans from every table except the Slytherin table. Dumbledore announced that, after many years and many attempts, Professor Binns was finally convinced to retire. All the tables were unanimous in their approval of that fact, with the notable exception of certain students who liked to sleep in history of magic. While applauding Binns' retirement, Harry saw someone stand up at the very end of the table, someone he recognized, and as Dumbledore introduced the new history professor, Harry felt that it was going to be a better year. Having Ted Tonks as a history of magic professor was going to be brilliant. Once the usual don't go into the forbidden forest bit was done, the feast was over, the time Harry was dreading. His friends hadn't been too bad with his being named Lord Potter, but the looks from the rest of the table made him think going through the Gryffindor common room was going to be like going through a gauntlet. It was while he was wondering how to manage when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Mr. Potter. Minerva McGonagall stood next to him, her face in its usual semi-stern expression. Headmaster Dumbledore would like to speak to you, if you will follow me. Harry shrugged at his friend's look of surprise and followed McGonagall through the hallways, finally ending up at the headmaster's office. She told the gargoyles the password, and then he steadily went behind her, unsure of how he felt about being back in Dumbledore's office. After all, the man had tried to keep him from his inheritance. If Dumbledore had his way at the reading of Sirius, well, he would have never known about Potter Lodge or anything, really. But then he thought of Tonks, what she said about him, and finally decided that if Tonks, of all people, could give him another chance that he would, if only to get rid of Voldemort. Dumbledore sat behind his desk and smiled over his half-moon glasses. Lord Potter, lemon drop. No, thank you. Harry sat down and noticed out of the corner of his eye that McGonagall was standing slightly out of the way. He turned back to Dumbledore. You wanted to see me. Yes, Albus nodded. Before we go any further, Lord Potter, I must apologize. I was afraid that if you took the role of Lord Potter that it would escalate Voldemort's efforts. Lady Black informed me of a few things, and we will discuss that at a later time, but tonight I wanted to tell you that I am sorry and to beg forgiveness of an old man. I was trying to protect you, but as others have told me, I may not have done so in the best manner. Harry heard McGonagall make a noise of irritation and chanced a quick glance at her. It was the same look on her face that students got when they were being deliberately thick in Transfiguration, and part of him wished he could have heard the conversation between McGonagall and Dumbledore. He turned back to his headmaster. Thanks, sir. Now, Dumbledore clapped his hands together. As Lord of an ancient and noble house, Hogwarts has prepared a room for you. I gather you have been wondering how your being named Lord Potter would play out amongst your housemates. I did notice a few of your fellow Gryffindors pay you extra attention tonight at the feast." He nodded. "Yeah, I wasn't too sure what would happen." McGonagall cleared her throat, focusing the attention in the room. "Mr. Potter, although the headmaster has addressed you as Lord Potter, the staff has been instructed not to use your title. I will be informing your Gryffindor housemates that you are not to be bothered about your head of house status. If anyone in any of the houses is being particularly troublesome, I want you to inform me immediately. Now, as the headmaster has indicated, Hogwarts has prepared a room for you. We have not been able to enter it, which has irritated Mr. Filch, but according to records, it should be similar to the head boys' room. Remember, just because you are head of house does not mean you can ignore your classes. I have taken the liberty of drawing up a modified class schedule for you. Inform me in the morning if you wish to make any changes. Now, if you will follow me, I will take you there so you can get some sleep." As Harry got up out of the chair and glanced at Dumbledore, the headmaster spoke. "Lord Potter, Harry, I have asked Professor McGonagall to allow some time in your schedule for a special project that the two of us will work on this year. I look forward to our first session. Good night." Harry nodded and followed McGonagall out of the room. She walked at a brisk pace, and somehow he wasn't sure, but he thought that she seemed sort of excited. They were almost at the portrait of the fat lady in front of the Gryffindor common room when she turned and went directly across the hall, stopping in front of a massive portrait. The woman in the portrait was in her early adulthood, dark hair streaming down her back. She wore dark armor, possibly dragonhide, and sat mounted on a griffin, her booted feet planted firmly in the stirrups, a wand in one hand and a spear in the other hand. She was placed in the middle of a bright landscape with trees filling in the back of the portrait, but it was all Harry could do to not look directly at her, as she was smiling at him widely. McGonagall pointed to the small plate below the portrait on the frame. "Her name is Magdalene. I believe you know who she is." Harry nodded quickly and looked up at her. "Hello, Magdalene." The lady within the portrait reared the griffin and smiled at him. "Hello, young Harry James Potter, Lord Potter of House Potter. Welcome to your lodgings." Harry looked over to McGonagall. Is there a password?" Magdalene laughed. "We do not need passwords, my son. Show me the ring." "Oh, okay." Harry lifted up his hand, and a red light shimmered around the portrait frame. A few moments later, the portrait moved aside, revealing an entrance just like the Gryffindor common room. "Fascinating." McGonagall smiled and then quickly composed herself. "Remember, Mr. Potter, review your schedule. Good night." After she left, Harry took a tentative step through the entranceway into his new room and laughed. It wasn't like the head boy's room. From what he'd been told, that room looked like. Instead, it was an exact, down to the furniture and duvet cover replica of the master bedroom at Potter Lodge, with the exception being his Hogwarts trunk at the foot of the bed. He went over to the bed and flopped down on it, exhausted. After taking off his glasses, he went and put them on the nightstand and saw the schedule of classes from McGonagall, which triggered something in his memory, something that he'd forgotten. Not remembering what it was, he got undressed, put on his pajamas, and crawled in bed. He was almost asleep when he remembered that Daphne Greengrass had given him a letter. A quick Lumos spell later, he fished it out of his jeans and sat in bed reading. Bloody hell! He looked around to apologize for the noise, but remembered that he didn't have any roommates. That was going to take a bit to get used to. He picked the letter up again and shook his head. Daphne Greengrass, a lady in waiting for Tonks. Hilarious. Chapter 8, The Day of the Dark King. Before dawn, unknown location. Lord Voldemort stood with his back to the Death Eaters and their unconscious captive, awaiting the first rays of the sun. Today would be the day when all knew of his rightful place in the world. That Potter brat considered himself Lord Potter. And that mongrel thing considered herself Lady Black. He would show them all the power not of a dark lord. No, he would show them the power of a dark king. He watched as the first, faint glimmers of light began to streak the sky. The darkness was his normal haunt, but not today. No, today the burning embers of the sky would ignite the world, beginning his reign and dominion over all. He turned quickly, catching some of the Death Eaters by surprise, but those who he trusted most stood steadfast, grim smiles of determination and anticipation on their faces. They were ready, spoiling for action. Some since their removal from Azkaban were especially eager. They had been worthy of the trust he had put in them, they and the others that had successfully infiltrated the ministry. They had given him the slivers of information that he had pieced together. His planning would not have been possible without them. And he smiled, without the miserable thing that lay bound and bloody at the stone. The Dark Lord walked forward, watching as the sun began its inexorable creep towards the sky, how the shadows began playing through the ancient standing stones. It was proper to be crowned king at a place like this, an old place, reeking with magic from the beginnings of time, proper for the Dark King to begin his war. He laughed, as it was proper for his crown to be made of such material. The man, boy really, who lay bound and bloody on the stone had been a wealth of information. Details like he could not have imagined in his wildest dreams came from the boy's brain, and what torture did not reveal repeated Legilimen's attacks did without fail. Without the boy, none of it would have been possible, but now it was all there within his grasp. Smiling, Voldemort took out his wand and held it delicately, like a conductor with a baton, and began work. He started with the hands, removing them just below the wrist. The sudden pain made the boy come awake with screams, lovely, delicious screams. With another spell, the skin began to fly from the now floating hands, splotches of pink muscle and tendons flying off to the wind, food for crows, as the bones gleamed white and wet against the growing sun. With a laugh, he once again twirled his wand, sending the hands spinning in the air, fingers stretching out as far as possible, joined only by magic, until the tips of the thumbs and the tips of the small fingers joined together, other fingers standing upright, making a crown of bones. Walking forward, moving the sleeves of his black robe backward to reveal unnaturally pale and slender fingers, he reached into the air and took the crown. With the mocking reverence of ancient kings, he lifted the crown high, towards the sun, and then sat it on his head. Turning back to his Death Eaters, he saw them kneeling, bowing towards him. "Arise, my friends, your king commands it." The Death Eaters rose, the screams of the boy more frantic until someone kicked him violently in the head, reducing the sound to sobbing gasps. Voldemort surveyed his Death Eaters. Some would not return from the day's efforts, but it could not be avoided. He had recruited heavily for just this reason, as today would decide all in his favor. "You have your tasks, you have the times. Do not fail me or risk the displeasure of your Dark King. Kill the boy, we will return here when all is done." With a turn, Voldemort was gone. Two Death Eaters looked at each other, and with a shrug, the youngest one took out his wand and cast the green killing spell on the boy, still struggling, handless on the stone. That completed, the Death Eaters apparated away, leaving the bloody, handless corpse of Percy Weasley staring with unseeing eyes into the brilliant dawn. 7:00 a.m. Catford neighborhood. The Death Eater placed a small, metal object in front of the door of the house and stood back. After casting a spell on the object, it shot out blue light towards the door, covering it until the light crackled and dissipated. Taking that as the sign, the Death Eater and his companion cast a Bombardus spell, destroying the door, and rushed into the house, wands held high. A quick Hominum Revelio spell gave them the bad news. The house was unoccupied. "He won't like this." The male voice behind the Death Eater mask turned to his companion. "What now?" "We join the others." The older, lower male voice was full of conviction. "Doesn't matter, that Bones bitch will get hers. Now, later today, tomorrow, doesn't matter. Come on, we'll join the others." 8:00 a.m. Ministry of Magic. The men arrived via flu with the other ministry workers, quickly noted the others and went on their way, avoiding each other, blending into the normal rush and flow of the multitudes reporting for work in the ministry. One man, his dark hair pulled tightly into a ponytail, pulled out something from his pocket. To anyone who would glance over and see him, they would think nothing of it, simply a man looking at his pocket watch. It was more than that, though much, much more than that. The red glow at each number on the watch told him that the charges were set. The cauldrons were full, temperature just right to achieve effectiveness, but still stay invisible. He walked through the crowds, and made it to the witch sitting at the small desk outside a rather ostentatious door. He cleared his throat. Is it too early to get a good seat? The witch looked at the clock and then back at the man. You here for the Wizengamot swearing-in ceremony. You're about 2 hours early, mate. I know, but Harry Potter's coming today. He feigned excitement. Wonderful, ain't it? Him being Lord Potter and all. Don't want to miss it. Yeah, it is rather wonderful, and a new Lady Black. That's a first, a Lady Black. The witch seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then shrugged. Can't hurt anything, getting in a wee bit early. Go on, just remember, no pictures. Don't try to talk to anyone in the ceremony because the protective wards will be up and no eating or drinking. Maintenance is really picky about that. For Merlin's sake, we can't make a mess in the Wizengamot chamber. 9:30 a.m. Hampstead. 2 figures apparated into a small alley, quickly stowed their robes and masks, and walked out into the bright sunshine, a woman arm in arm with a man. They walked a bit, stopping occasionally to reorient themselves, and finally the woman started walking purposely towards a rather nondescript block of flat buildings. Cars were parked outside in a small lot. A woman put a small child in the back seat of one of the vehicles, but paid no attention to the people walking up to the door. The man let go of the woman's arm and opened the door, leaving her to walk boldly inside. The girl at the counter in her bright blue scrubs looked across the counter, through the little window at the woman that stood before her. Hello, do you have an appointment? The woman leaned forward, resting an arm on the counter, her wild dark hair flowing over her shoulders. Is Dr. Granger in? The girl tapped her pen on the top of the computer monitor. Which one? I think they're both. That was enough for Bellatrix. With a gleam in her eyes, she pulled out her wand, and a flash of green light hit the young woman in the face, causing her to slump over, knocking the tea off the desk. The people inside the waiting room began to scream, but it was to no avail. The man had his wand out, firing at will. Women, children, an elderly man reading The Guardian, all of them met the same fate. Bellatrix walked through the rooms with glee, stopping occasionally to end someone's life while sitting on an odd chair with things hanging about their heads, but it was all just Muggle nonsense to get in the way. Hearing the commotion, a man hurtled around the corner, odd gloves on his hands, wearing the same bright blue clothes as the first woman behind the counter. What in God's name? It was the last thing he said. The last thing Dr. Ernest Granger ever saw was a madwoman in black clothes with wild black hair pointing a wand at him. He knew what a wand was. After all, his daughter Hermione had one. He knew that woman pointing the wand at him was a witch. And in the last second before his life left him, he knew that Hermione was right. There was a war going on in the wizarding world, a war that had come to his doorstep. The next to last thought gave him some small comfort that his wife Gemma would be in late that day. His last thought was of her and Hermione as the spell arced out towards him, green. 9:30 a.m. Hogsmeade. Fred Weasley was rather proud of their little Hogsmeade shop. It wasn't as grand as the Diagon Alley shop, not at all, but thanks to the very reasonable rates on the loan from Gringotts and an unnamed investor, he and George had been able to buy the former Zonkos and begin to bring it up to snuff. By the time of the first Hogsmeade weekend, though, it should be ready for the Hogwarts students. He was in the back, in the storeroom, when he heard the ward begin to shriek, a ward that the goblins at Gringotts had insisted upon as a condition of their loan. A ward that Fred hoped he would never hear go off, as it was a ward that was only triggered by someone carrying the dark mark. Verity! Fred dropped the box on the floor, its contents sizzling, steaming, and forgotten instantly. Verity, the dark mark ward, start the defenses. The blonde witch, who if Fred was honest they'd hired mostly because of her bust size, the blonde witch ran towards the front counter. She jumped over head first and landed in a heap, but quickly got up and pulled a lever by the cash register. Instantly the windows were covered with a stone-like material. The door was covered with chains that locked into place with a metallic clang, followed shortly by a soft blue glow, while on top of the roof a bright red light began flashing, immediately followed by a siren loud enough to be heard miles away. The Death Eater outside the shop turned to his companion. Now what? What do you think? Oh, that's right, you don't think. The second Death Eater drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. Improvise if this target will not work. He glanced around the street, stopping at one building. There are always others. The other Death Eater followed Snape's glance and smiled. Dervish and Banges. He never liked that place, and thought to himself that it would look lovely on fire, with corpses strewn about, the dark mark hanging high even in the bright sunshine, for all to see. 9:50 A Ministry of Magic. Harry stood nervously in the little anteroom off of the main chamber of the Wizengamot. It was bad enough that he was going to go through the whole, take your place on the Wizengamot ceremony, that it had to be announced so there would be tons of people. That wasn't going to be fun at all, but everything would come out today. They hadn't found a way around it, Tonks taking her place without her being named his betrothed. Effie had looked into it for him, discreetly contacting some of the Wizengamot through unofficial channels, but there was no way around it. Tonks had to take her place today. The Hogwarts exemption wouldn't work for her, and if Tonks had to be there and be named his betrothed, then it didn't make any sense for him to be at Hogwarts, so he had agreed to be sworn in as well. Thankfully, he was able to get out of Hogwarts without much fuss. He could practically hear Snape's cutting remarks about him taking his place on the Wizengamot, but luckily, he'd talked McGonagall into not saying anything except to the other professors that he had to leave on family business. He was able to get his friends out for the day, though, and that made him happy. Ron wasn't too pleased that he had to go home first, but Molly had insisted. Apparently it would be the first time that he would attend the Wizengamot since Arthur's seat had been restored as Lord Weasley, and Molly wanted to make sure that all of her children that could attend would be present and look the part. Harry had teased Ron that he might get to wear the formal robes from the Yule Ball, but that hadn't helped. Hermione would be coming with them, Ginny too, so Harry thought he'd at least have someone to focus on while they did whatever the hell it was that they did when making someone part of the Wizengamot. He paused, looking through some old magazines that someone had left in the anteroom, but then turned back to Tonks. She was sitting on a chair next to her parents, and if he was honest, he thought she looked miserable. Miserable, but pretty. Once the decision had been made for Harry to attend the ceremony with Tonks, it suddenly became real in his mind. The fact that he and Tonks were going to get married someday, and that led to thoughts of what happened when two people were married. It was always sometime off in the future for him, perhaps to never happen, but one night while lying in bed unable to sleep he thought about it, and, for once he couldn't believe his luck. She was Tonks for Merlin's sake. She was an Auror, not only that but a damned good one, too. She was funny, fun to be around, and sexy. He couldn't help it. He was 16 and she was in her 20s, so much cooler. There was no way she would have ever thought about him that way if it wasn't for the contract. Harry. He turned to see Ted Tonks standing in front of him and quickly shook his head to get certain images out of his mind. That wouldn't do, not in front of her father. Yeah. We're about ready, son. Ted stepped closer and straightened his robe. Looks good on you, you look like a proper Lord Potter. Harry glanced down and saw the dark gray robe with the Potter Griffin crest on the right chest. I guess. No, you do. Ted took a deep breath. I know we haven't really talked about it, but we all know it's going to come out today. I might have picked someone a wee bit older for her, but I know you'll treat her right. Am I right? What? Oh, yeah, of course. Harry nodded quickly. Of course. Right. He saw Harry's panicked look and assumed something completely different. His voice was low and serious. My boy, we know what they are. The goblins are working with us. We'll get them, don't worry. Suddenly, Harry realized what Ted was talking about, and his thoughts of Tonks wearing something other than the house black robe disappeared immediately. Why bother thinking about Tonks like that? I'll probably be dead before I'm even old enough that she'd even consider that. A sharp knock at the door brought everyone's attention. Before anyone could answer, the door swung open to reveal two Aurors in red robes along with Madame Bones, monocle firmly in place, her face dark. Sorry for the intrusion. She stepped forward and looked to Harry, then to Tonks and her family. We've received reports of Death Eater activity this morning. Head Auror Scrimgeour is personally attending the investigation. She took a deep breath. Besides Hogsmeade, they have attacked several Muggle areas. That's all the information I have at this time. For your safety today, I've authorized 2 Aurors to be your protective detail. They will follow you into the main chamber of the Wizengamot and will remain with you until you are returned to your home and to Hogwarts. Lady Black, Lord Potter, do you understand? Where? Tonks came up quickly to Madame Bones. Where in Hogsmeade? They attempted to attack the new Weasley shop. Harry felt his heart jump into his throat. But, Madame Bones continued, they enacted protections that prevented the Death Eaters from destroying the shop. Since they could not destroy that shop, they attacked Dervish and Banges as well as the Hog's Head. She saw their expectant faces and solemnly shook her head. Both are total losses, total. 9:58 a.m. outside of the Ministry for Magic. A red-haired woman hurried along the street, a tall red-haired boy and a bushy-haired girl alongside her. Come on, we're late. A smaller, red-haired girl hurried up to her side. Sorry, Mum. Thanks, Jin. Ron turned to his sister. Took you long enough to figure out what to wear and now we're late. Hermione stopped walking and put her hand into her jeans, pulling out a mobile phone. Sorry, it's Mum. She turned on the phone and her face fell. Mum, what's wrong? What happened? The Weasleys watched as her face melted into tears and the hand holding the phone fell away, dangling loosely by her side, the sound of her mum's crying filling the air. Molly and Ginny went quickly to her side, ignoring the people walking past them on the pavement, but Ron stood motionless, unsure of exactly what to do. The sides of the Ministry of Magic building, hidden to Muggles for years, began to bulge, bricks popping off, and then it exploded into a massive ball of flame, throwing passing Muggles into cars, into the street, setting cars on fire. Screams went up immediately. People were running away from the suddenly raging fire, and Ron found himself across the street somewhat in a hedge. His ears ringing, he tried to stand and found his foot wouldn't quite work properly. He couldn't put his full weight on it for very long, and it burned even though it wasn't on fire. Ron. He whipped his head around and saw his mum holding Ginny, who didn't seem to be able to stand on her own. Hermione was there, wand out, her face full of anger, and he turned to see that her wand was pointed at 4 advancing Death Eaters, silver masks almost blinding in the sunlight. 3 pops jerked Ron's attention from the Death Eaters, and he saw the red robes of the Aurors. 2 Aurors immediately began engaging the Death Eaters, spells flying faster than he could imagine ever casting. And watched in horror as one of the Aurors held out a length of rope, draped it around his mum, sister, and Hermione, and then popped away. A scream from nearby brought him out of his inactivity, a scream of a woman. He turned and saw a Death Eater pointing a wand towards the window of a Muggle car where a young woman covered her head behind the driver's wheel, something moving in the back seat. A baby. It was at that moment that something snapped into place for Ron Weasley. He'd seen the Ministry, the bloody Ministry of Magic, blow up, Death Eaters attack. Something horrible had happened to Hermione, and his family and Hermione had been portkeyed away by an Auror. Later, he wouldn't be able to explain why he'd done what he had done. He would always say that he just reacted. And he reacted. He took out his wand, thrust it towards the Death Eater, and with a surge of magic yelled BOMBARDA. The spell hit the Death Eater in the midsection, almost separating the man at the waist, throwing the black-robed bastard away from the car and into a Muggle lamp post. Ignoring the Death Eater, he ran over to the car, opened the passenger side, and hurriedly got in. Drive. Who are you? What's happening? The girl looked at him in terror. I'm one of the good guys. Can you drive this thing? Get us the hell out of here. So much had happened in the last few moments that the girl latched on to what she knew, and she knew how to drive. She needed to get her and her daughter away from the terrorist attack. Throwing the car in gear, she stepped on the gas pedal, hard. The tires of the little white hatchback spun for a second, then gained traction and shot the vehicle into gear fast enough that Ron had to reach out and grab onto anything to keep from hitting his head on the window. As the sirens began to wail closer to the Ministry of Magic, the white hatchback sped off through the streets, baby crying in the backseat, the vehicle dodging debris, cars, and people, destination anywhere but back there. 10:00 a.m. Wizengamot Chamber, Ministry of Magic. Harry walked into the Wizengamot chamber, 2 steps behind Tonks, along with her parents. He looked up at what had to be the full Wizengamot, as hardly any seats were empty. Dumbledore stood in the center, behind a podium, in what he figured was the head warlock's position. After Tonks had taken a few steps more and stood still, Harry looked up to see Hermione and the Weasleys, but even after looking around at all the seats that were filled with people there to watch the ceremony, he couldn't see them. His heart sank a little bit, as he knew that he'd have to tell them later. Part of him felt bad for not telling Ron and Hermione about the marriage contract, and now they'd find out from the papers, and even though he could explain it away, he'd know that it would hurt their feelings that he hadn't told them beforehand. As Harry hoped that he'd simply missed them in the crowd, he began to look for them, not really listening as Dumbledore began speaking, and that's when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. It was right below Dumbledore's podium, shimmering as if it was disillusioned, but that couldn't be possible, not from what he'd been told about the Wizengamot chamber. Nothing could be hidden in there. But there was something there, and as it began to lose the effects of what must have been a disillusionment spell or similar, he saw that it was a cauldron. A cauldron that reminded him of Seamus Cauldron's from potions class, a cauldron that was right on the edge of explosion. He frantically looked over to see if there was a way he could tell the Auror on protective duty, and saw that there were more of the cauldrons. They were all around the room. "Tonks!" Harry yelled and reacted, taking out his wand. "Accio, Tonks!" Tonks flew through the air, colliding against Harry with enough force that the two of them hit together in a tangle of limbs, going down in a heap. It was at that moment that the cauldrons exceeded their limit and exploded. The cauldron beneath the head warlock's podium must have been packed with extra portions of whatever potion were used, because the fireball mushroomed into a white globe and enveloped not only the head warlock's position, but also the next 2 Wizengamot seats on either side. While less intense, the other cauldrons fulfilled their mission, exploding into the crowd, the wards failing immediately as they were never designed for an attack such as this. Flames were everywhere, growing and growing due to the rapid influx of air that came from the gaping hole staring out at the Muggle world. Screams and blood and body parts filled the chamber. Witches and wizards panicked, pushing to get out of the way, trying to force the doors open on the upper levels, but they were blown back by yet more explosions, this time from the wands of black-robed Death Eaters, silver masks mirroring the rippling flames. Harry felt his breath drop away as he looked through fire, waiting for the searing pain on his skin, but the pain never came. Instead, he lifted himself slightly up off of Tonks, and when he did, he realized that his arm was covered with fire, a fire that didn't hurt. He turned back to Tonks, seeing one leg under her torso, and saw her look back at him in shock, the same fire that covered his arm covering her body. He turned to where Ted and Andromeda had been, along with the Auror, but he couldn't see them. Spellfire rang out through the chamber along with screams, Aurors shouting instructions as part of the ceiling of the chamber fell into the room with a sickening thud as it landed on the corpses below. Anger surged through Harry, an anger that felt as if it would make him able to use an unforgivable spell and not even blink. A Death Eater appeared a few meters away, pointing a wand at someone else, and Harry let his anger out, but the words that came out of his mouth were ones that he'd never known before. "Sanctus Griff!" The fire seemed to shoot not only from his wand, but from his entire arm. Instead of engulfing the Death Eater, the flames formed a tight, thin line, severing the head of the Death Eater. Harry turned back to Tonks, never noticing that the severed head rolled a few meters, finally striking a piece of debris that loosened the Death Eater mask from the head of Severus Snape. Andromeda Tonks lay crumpled beside her husband. She knew her legs were broken. She had felt them give way when she hit the wall. Through the intense pain, she thrust a shaking hand towards her husband, hopping against hope, and felt herself shiver as she felt his chest rise and fall. Somehow a distant memory surfaced, a memory of her father sitting in his office, standing in front of the desk with her sisters beside her. He held out 3 silver necklaces, each with a small decorative circle. Boys, he had said, would try to have their way with them as they were all growing into young women. The necklaces were portkeys to safe locations, each a different location, an old practice from when other houses would attempt to kidnap members of ancient and noble houses for gain. Now, her world falling apart, Nymphadora over against the wall with Harry, both of them covered in odd flames, she made a terrible decision. Her husband or her daughter? Hopping against hope, she wrapped an arm around her husband as best she could and touched the silver pendant, praying to the old goddess that even after all these years, even after she had been cast out of the Black family, that the portkey would still hold the magic. Tonks shook her head and tried to make what was happening in front of her real, but part of her couldn't. The aura part of her brain wanted to take charge, but she couldn't move. She looked over to where her parents had been and didn't see anything, but in the periphery of her vision she found them, against the wall, her mum's legs pointing in a direction that no legs should point. And then they disappeared. Her parents were gone. It was at that point that the shock gave way to the aura. "Mum, Dad!" She extricated herself from Harry, kicking away, and when she did so he turned to look at her and she paused, ignoring the screams and the spellfire and the Death Eaters fighting with auras. Harry's eyes were filled with a fiery glow, the same glow that seemed to cover him and her. "Harry." He turned to look at her, wand in hand, and it was at that moment that Voldemort arrived. The Dark King apparated into the middle of the Wizengamot chamber, death and destruction all around him, the screams a balm to his fractured soul. It had all gone to plan, every single part. The Wizengamot would be no more, Dumbledore was gone, death and destruction would reign. He would reign. He walked over to the spot where the Chief Warlock's podium once stood, stepping through blood and on body parts, heedless of the impact on his bare feet, laughing. The charred, broken body of Dumbledore lay in front of him. The old fool had even tried to use his wand, but now what remained in his hand was as equally charred as the diluted wizard's flesh. He slid his wand from his robe and levitated the corpse of Dumbledore into the air, floating it to the center of the ruined Wizengamot chamber. "Here is your leader, the mighty Dumbledore." He let the corpse fall to the ground, causing it to split apart and fall mostly to ash. "Who will protect you now? Ah, yes, Lord Potter." He turned, surveying the survivors, and finally found him with that girl, causing him to smile. "Ah, Lord Potter, you still live, for now." He pointed his wand at Harry. "Swear allegiance to your new king, King Voldemort." Instead of bowing and accepting the inevitable, the damned girl they called Lady Black stood up, grabbed Potter and twirled, apparating away. At that moment, Voldemort's euphoria at destroying the Ministry vanished. With a scream, the wand began to sow even more death and destruction, not concerned about the few unlucky Death Eaters who happened to be in the way. Then, his momentary anger abated, Voldemort surveyed the destruction and smiled. Without the Wizengamot, the Ministry was helpless. Only one task remained. Leaving Bellatrix to finish off any survivors, he left the chamber. A visit to the Minister of Magic, the next item on his deadly agenda. 10:30, an unknown location. Harry turned to Tonks, his eyes still fiery. "What did you do that for?" "Harry," Tonks shook her head. "We had to get out of there, lesson number 1 from Moody." "Lesson number 1. It came out almost as a scream. "What the fuck is lesson number 1? "Survive." She looked around the clearing, taking in the trees, looking for any signs of movement. "We should be okay here for a bit, but we need to get moving." "Tonks," Harry grabbed her arm. "Where the hell are we?" She smacked his hand off her arm. "Where are we? Safe. Safe, that's what. What were you going to do, take on Voldemort with Death Eaters there in force and the whole place gone to hell? He fucking blew the place up. Dumbledore's gone, the Ministry's gone, it's all gone." Harry stood there for a moment, and then the fire drained from his eyes. Almost as soon as the fire was gone, his legs buckled, and he sank down to his knees in the grass. "Harry," Tonks knelt down to him, realizing that she was in quite some pain from her left side. "What's going on? What's with the fire, your fire? What the hell is that?" "I don't know. I think it's something from my ancestors." He looked up at her in confusion. "We should be dead." "We're not, though, and we need to regroup." Tonks felt the pain begin to increase, as if she could taste her pulse. "We need to find someone to heal us." She paused for a second. "I hope like hell he's home, because I don't think I can apparate again." "Okay." Harry's head began to wobble and he pitched forward, face first into her shoulder. "Fucking hell! Harry!" Getting no response, Tonks pulled him up as best she could. ignoring the growing pain and concentrated as hard as possible on her destination. They landed in a heap not too far from the door. The sound immediately brought the occupant of the small, dilapidated house into the overgrown garden. "Tonks! Harry!" Remus Lupin ran forward. "What happened?" Tonks looked up at him. "Death Eaters, Wizengamot. Voldemort says he's a king now. Ministry's fallen." She coughed once and winced. "We need help." 2:00 p.m. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Minerva McGonagall sat in Albus' office, weeping. The parchment from the owl had arrived earlier, bearing news that could scarce be believed. The Ministry was destroyed, the Wizengamot massacred, untold muggles along with witches and wizards killed. More than that, Albus Dumbledore was gone. Phileas Flitwick stood next to her, a bottle of fire whiskey in his hand. "Minerva." "No," she waved him off and wiped her eyes. "No, Phileas, not now, but definitely later. I'm afraid I must set the wards, the final ward." "Are you sure?" Flitwick took a deep breath. "You know what that will mean. Hogwarts will become impregnable, yes, but we will be cut off from everything. No owls, no flu. No Death Eaters, Phileas. We have to protect the children. Albus always," she sniffed. "Albus always said that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world, and I believe it is time to test his theory." She turned to the portraits. "Do you agree?" Each and every former headmaster of Hogwarts was awake and alert in their portrait frames. Each and every former headmaster of Hogwarts nodded. "So be it," Phileas nodded reluctantly. "So be it." Minerva walked over to the portrait of Armando Dippet and tapped the portrait frame, swinging the frame aside like a door to reveal a recessed area that held a single lever. Not pausing in the slightest, she reached forward and pulled the lever. Phileas watched as the walls seemed to pulse momentarily, and then a sound like the largest bell in the world rang out, echoing through the castle. He knew that they would have to address the students, but to tell them that Voldemort had destroyed the Ministry and crowned himself king. He didn't envy Minerva's position as deputy headmistress in the slightest. 11:50 p.m. Mercy Island, Essex. Kingsley Shacklebolt walked into the kitchen of his house, now the temporary home of the remains of the Ministry. Amelia Bones, still in her bloody and charred robes, sat without her monocle looking through parchment. He went to the cooker, pulled off the tea kettle and poured himself a cup of tea, then sat across the table from Amelia. "What do we know?" She pushed the parchment away from her angrily and stared at the Auror. "I don't know how we'll carry on, Kingsley. I don't know." "What do we know, Amelia?" His tone was forceful on purpose to shake her out of her hopelessness and into some sort of normalcy. She wasn't the head of the DMLE for nothing, and he knew what she was normally like, even in stressful situations. She was still in shock, even if she didn't want to admit it. With a sigh, she took up the parchment. "Dumbledore dead, Minister of Magic, dead, Scrimgeour, dead, most of the Wizengamot dead." She picked up the quill and began making tick marks next to names. "Augusta Longbottom dead, Arthur Weasley dead, Dolores Umbridge dead, Lord Greengrass dead, Lord Upton dead, Lord Wilkinshire dead." She sat down the quill and stared at Shacklebolt. "To be quite blunt, love, it's easier to tell you who's alive or missing at this point." Kingsley sat back and sipped his tea quietly. He'd never known Amelia to be this way, but the events of the day were unlike anything he'd ever known. He pondered whether to tell her, but knew that he'd have to tell her eventually. "Amelia, they destroyed your house. This morning before the Ministry. Muggles thought it was a fire. If you hadn't been with me, you'd be on that list. But you're not, we're not. You know who isn't on that list? Harry Potter. Nymphadora Tonks. They're still alive, and so are we." He reached over and took her hand, giving her a small start and forcing her to look at him. "Amelia, love, I had to go tell Molly Weasley and her family that Arthur's gone. I don't want to think what would have happened if I hadn't found her, Ginny and the Granger girl outside the Ministry. She's shattered, but she's holding on because her son Ron is missing. She's hopping he's with Harry somehow. We have to go on. We will go on. I will not let an evil thing like Voldemort. I will not let him crown himself king without a fight." "Well said." The gruff voice from the doorway startled both of them, causing Kingsley to let go of Amelia's hand and the two of them to sit back in their seats. Moody shook his head and sat down in a chair with a thump, his peg tapping against the leg of the chair. "We're not giving up. Potter's alive." He tossed a piece of parchment onto the table. He and Tonks are at Lupin's, both of them in bad shape, but they're alive. If they're alive, we've got a chance. They can't do it alone, though. He turned to Kingsley. You tell your girlfriend about our little club yet? Amelia blushed for just an instant, and then the stern head of the DMLE returned. Yes, Alistair, he has. He told me about your Order of the Phoenix. I take it you have a plan, then. Plan? Moody banged his fist on the table. I plan to eviscerate every damn Death Eater I can and find something worse for the Dark King. King, my arse. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment, smoothing it out roughly with the side of a hand. But we're not alone. The oldest Weasley boy, Bill, he works with the goblins. They've sent him word that they'll help us. Lord Weasley. Kingsley nodded solemnly. He's Lord Weasley now. Arthur's dead. I should speak to him. Kingsley rose to get up out of his seat, but Moody stuck out an arm and kept him from rising. Not now, Shaq. Boy's fiancée, the French girl from the tournament. She was at the ministry. She didn't make it. Give him some time. Time? Kingsley closed his eyes and sighed. I'm not sure how much time we have. None of us do. Moody reached into his leather jacket and pulled out a half-full bottle of fire whiskey. None of us do. But tomorrow the sun will come up and we do what we can, and you can bet your arse we'll do something. Dunno what that is yet, but we'll come up with something. Chapter 9. Magia Magnum Concordant. The deep vaults of the archives under the Ministry of Magic were voluminous, known fully to only a handful of individuals. Archways with pitch-black passageways led off this way and that. To all first-time viewers, they were seemingly unending tunnels towards the center of the earth. Most tunnels and chambers of the archives, during the last few years, were silent and unmoving, little used, but the main records chamber for the ministry held some areas more frequented than others. The specific area where the wizard stood was, like almost all of the archive chambers, filled with books. The majority of the massive quantity of tomes were silent and increasingly dust-covered, but one area, though, was not inactive. Besides the presence of an actual wizard, a living, human, non-ghostly entity, besides that presence, the large books of the main chamber were being updated with an alarming frequency. Pages zoomed from one book to another, replicated the information, and then returned to its source book. The unspeakable was not surprised that the books were updating themselves. That happened all the time, especially in the more recent archives. The unspeakable was surprised, however, that these specific books were updating, the books that held the genesis of Wizengamot, the magical form of government, and the very, very old and ancient histories of the noble houses. As another slight tremor passed through the chamber, the old unspeakable couldn't contain his curiosity. Curiosity is a main tenet of being an unspeakable, and Saul Croker had curiosity in spades. It allowed him to raise to the position of Elder Unspeakable, working on his own regarding theories and ideas without much oversight, one of the reasons that he was in the ancient records chamber that day. He was positive that there was a direct line of Merlin somewhere in the deep archives, in those musty and fragile scrolls of parchment, that the generally accepted history that Merlin had remained childless was actually a smokescreen to protect the Merlin progeny. Unfortunately, he was proven incorrect, as there was no Merlin line, but his curiosity did serve him well, as he was now a witness to the busiest time in the history of the ministry regarding the ancient and noble houses. Oh, how they would pay to see this memory in a pensive. As a page fluttered through the air and went towards a book, he watched as the book opened. The pages flipped, and then the new page was assimilated into the back of the book, the tome turning a bright blue for a second as the magic confirmed the entry, and then the large, leather cover slammed shut. He slipped on his reading glasses and walked over to the book, confused. The unspeakable tapped the cover of the book with his wand, granting him access, and then turned towards the last few pages, stopping at the next-to-last page with a slight gasp. Lord Edmund Charles Bediver Greengrass, deceased. Lord Greengrass was dead. Croker involuntarily glanced up at the ceiling of the chamber. As many floors above him, the Wizengamot chamber was located, and everyone knew that a Wizengamot session had been called to invest Lady Black and Lord Potter with their Wizengamot robes and seats. Lord Greengrass was not that old of a man, a comparative schoolboy compared to the old unspeakable. So the idea of him having a heart attack and dying of shock when Lady Black or Lord Potter took their place was highly unlikely. Another tremor shook the ground under Croaker's feet, rendering him slightly unsteady for a few moments, but he quickly regained balance as the floor calmed. He turned back to the book and turned the page, nodding the new, crisp parchment and ink that was not quite dry. "Curious," he said it aloud, as it was quite a surprise. It was not unusual for the head of house to skip a generation or two, owing to primogeniture or a line squibbing out. But this was highly unusual, as it seemed that the Greengrass line had skipped many lines, resulting in the new head of house Greengrass being the son of a Muggle milkman. He glanced up again towards the ceiling. What in Merlin's name had gone on so that the head of house passed to a Muggle-born wizard still at Hogwarts named Colin Creevey? It was while in contemplation about the ramifications for the Wizengamot of the Creevey boy being named Lord Greengrass that he saw the motion out of his peripheral vision, a slight red glow on the far wall. Leaving the Book of Greengrass, he turned and saw a large, dusty framed parchment break away from the wall and begin to float towards him. Odd things happened all the time in the Department of Mysteries, so while other witches and wizards may have started at the sight of a floating, framed piece of parchment, Croaker remained motionless for a moment. But then, almost as a reflex, let his wand slip into his hand at the ready. "Merlin." This time his outburst echoed through the chamber, sounding through the tunnels. He recognized the framed parchment, one of few who would these days, as only historians cared for such remnants. These days, even those with long memories had forgotten the beginnings, but many more, if not almost all, had forgotten the underpinnings of their very society. But it could not be denied. There, floating towards him, unmistakable even under the heavy layers of dust, was the Magna Magnum Concordant. With shaking hands, he reached out for the frame, fingers shaking not only in anticipation, but owing to the fact that he knew this document was absolutely priceless, an artifact of utmost importance. When it met his flesh, he grasped it as slightly as possible to prevent dropping it, as he did not want to damage the document in the least. If he had known that he would be handling such delicate documents, he would have cast one of the prevention spells all archivists knew by heart, but there was no time. He stood there, the framed document in his grasp, and after a deep breath blew away the dust, leaving the old writing. He couldn't help looking down at the section that was glowing, the very letters bright red against the pale parchment, all other text as normal as other ancient parchment. Again, he could not contain himself and read out loud. "Si aliquis canator Roman 6 assumere diadema antiqua fodera vocabiter. Concilio et imperio reformabit habit. Cor, someone is trying to forge a throne. Oh no." Croaker felt his stomach fall away. If the section of the document that laid out a provision for the noble houses to resume their council and take the place of the government to throw down an usurper had been highlighted, it could only mean one thing. The Wizengamot had fallen. Ron Weasley watched in horror as the little car he was currently riding in sped through the streets of London, the girl driving it grim-faced and manic, while the baby in the weird seat in the back screamed its head off. Everything was wrong. The light even seemed wrong, the way it came through the windows in spurts, blocked out by buildings one moment and then trees and other cars. The buildings sped by, but other cars were much closer than he had ever imagined, almost right on top of him, and that made him nervously grip a handle in the car. Finally, as he was almost at the point of trying to do something to get out of there, the girl turned in front of a house so fast that he almost hit his head on the windscreen. He looked over to her, but she didn't look at him. Instead, she was focused directly ahead, not paying any attention to the screaming baby behind him. He waited for a moment, and then, not knowing what else to do, he tapped her on the arm, causing her to scream and jump in her seat. What the bloody hell happened back there? She finally turned to him, and he saw her eyes were wide with fear. "What was that? What are you killed a man with a stick." As sirens echoed faintly in the background, Ron looked at her, but the only thing firmly in the forefront of his brain was the sound of the baby in the back of the car, still screaming as loudly as possible. He motioned towards the baby. "How about?" "Leave Emily alone. Don't you touch her." Ron held up his hands, showing they were empty, and slowly edged away from the girl until his back hit the door. Don't worry, but if you want to keep her safe, we need to get someplace." He glanced through the windows of the car, noting how traffic seemed to be flowing around them without paying attention, but the Death Eaters were still out there. They were sitting targets. "We need to get inside someplace. Out of here, I'll tell you. I'll explain, okay? Can we do that? Is that your house?" "I'm not telling you anything." The girl took the keys out of the car, palming them, but forcing the end of one key through her fingers so it stuck up like a spike. Do you want that lot in the black robes to show up? We're not safe out here." Ron pleaded with her, wanting nothing more than to get out of the car. Somewhere in the small part of his brain that he usually just followed, he was being told just get out of there. Open the door and leave. But he knew that the Death Eaters had seen him get in the car. He was sure of it, even if he really didn't have any proof. Without really thinking, he blurted out, "They saw your car." The girl stared at him, hand still upraised with the key prominently displayed. But then she started to shake, shivering as if it was the deepest, coldest part of winter. She let her hand fall down to her lap and then turned towards the squalling infant. "Shhhh, it's okay, Emmy. It's okay. Mummy will make it better." Ron watched as the girl unlatched the thing across her shoulder and lap, and then hurriedly got out of the car, opened the back door and took out the still screaming baby. Not knowing what else to do, he got out of the car as well and shut the door, his new blue house Weasley robe flapping around him with the slight wind. For a moment they just stood there, on opposite sides of the car, him with his wand burning a hole in his pocket, telling him to do something to get out of the situation, and his complete lack of education regarding apparition, not to mention obliviation, seemed to overwhelm him. She, on the other hand, stood swaying from side to side, trying to quiet and comfort the baby. A siren swelled from a few streets away, growing louder, and that broke the argument the girl was having with herself. "Come on, get in, you can't stand out there looking like that." With a glance around to see if there was any sign that they'd been followed, he hurried to catch up with her and then stood at the doorstep after she'd opened the door. It just didn't seem right to go barging in there. And then he heard her calling for someone named Jack. Great, Ron thought. Her husband or boyfriend is gonna come in here and beat the shite out of me for putting her and Emily in trouble. I don't even know her name. The girl came back, this time without the baby, and reached out and pulled him inside, shutting the door with a bang. As she locked the door, she stood in front of him, this time brandishing a rather large kitchen knife. "Okay, I want answers." She turned back to the other room and yelled, "Jack, get out here." Ron waited, not sure whether to get ready to fight or run, but those thoughts seemed to just evaporate when Jack walked into the room. Jack was a female, about his age or maybe a little older if he had to guess. Straight brown hair and a short haircut that reminded him of some of the more annoying blokes at Hogwarts who like to grow their fringe out long and do that, sweeping the hair back, bit that girls swooned over and made most of the guys want to vomit. The thing that got him, though, were her eyes. Big, brown, expressive eyes that looked him over from top to bottom with a look of disdain. Before Ron could say something, Jack turned to the other girl. "So this is better'n what you usually drag home, Crystal." She turned back to Ron. "So, nice robe. What are you, a priest or something? That would be better than Emmy's dad for sure." Ron watched as Crystal, the girl with the baby whose car he'd ridden in, began going back and forth with Jack. He stood there as Crystal began to explain what happened, that masked guys in black robes had shown up and started killing people and exploding cars with little sticks, that she and little Emmy were right in the line of fire until that bloke showed up and took out a stick and killed one of them and made her drive away. The entire time Ron listened, he couldn't look at either of the girls. Instead, he stared at his shoes. New shoes for the occasion, proper shoes. His mum called them, not the trainers he assured her would be fine. When she told him that his father was Lord Weasley now, and he had to act as the son of a Wizengamot member, Ron couldn't help but chuckle, as he was not Lord material whatsoever. "Something funny, Red?" Jack stood in front of him, hands firmly on her hips, displaying the fact that her t-shirt didn't quite go all the way to the top of her jeans. "So what's the deal? You a big terrorist? You with the IRA, Irish?" "What? No," Ron shook his head. "I live near Devon." Jack took a step closer to him, giving Ron a small start as she was a tall girl, at least as tall as Angelina Johnson. So what the bloody hell are we gonna do with you? Call 999 and tie you up until they get here. Jack, Crystal came around the corner, without the knife, instead holding her baby. The police are useless against the ones in the masks. He saved me and Emmy. We'd be dead if it wasn't for him. Jack thought for a minute. So what next? The car. Ron jerked his head towards the window. If they saw the car, recognized it. Shit. Jack started packing. Perfect time for Mum and Dad to go on holiday to Spain. Perfect. She sighed, closed her eyes, and tilted her head back for a moment. Then, a decision made, she turned to her sister. Cries, pack a bag for you and Emmy. I'm taking you to Aunt Philippa's flat. Don't argue, please, you. She turned to Ron. You're coming with us. After we drop Cries and Emmy off, we're going to go for a ride and you're going to tell me everything. First thing, though, you need to take that blue dressing gown off. Hope you're not Starkers under there. Oh, nah. Ron peeled off the robe to reveal the best clothes he'd ever owned. A pair of charcoal gray trousers, a white shirt, his Gryffindor tie, and a Muggle suit jacket his mum had insisted upon that morning. How's that? You look like you're trying to sell insurance, but you'll do. Jack turned to her sister. We're out of her in 10 minutes. After watching her sister leave the room, she turned to Ron. So you can really protect us? What the hell is this, really? Are you a spy or something? Ron panicked. More like the or something part, I can't say, really. Later, you're telling me everything later. Now let's get the hell out of here before the terrorists or whatever find the car. Tonks took a deep breath, stretched, and swung a foot over the edge of the bed, her feet coming into contact with the bare hardwood floor. It was the sensation of the floor, without a rug or carpet hitting her feet, that brought her back to reality. A reality she really didn't want to face, if the truth be told. She knew she would face it, as she had to, but part of her just wished that it had all been a horrible dream, that all she had to face was the Wizengamot and her betrothal to Harry becoming public knowledge. Instead, she knew it was much worse. Exactly how much worse, that was the part that made her stomach turn into knots. She took another deep breath and looked towards the window. The morning sun was shining in brightly, an affront to her mood. She had lied to herself earlier, thinking that she knew how much worse things were, as there was still so much she didn't know, especially regarding her parents. That thought made her hurry and get ready. She'd obviously slept in her clothing from the day before, so there wasn't much to do except rub the sleep out of her eyes and hurry through Remus' little place to the kitchen, where she could hear clinking teacups. As she made it to the doorway, she stared at Harry and Remus, both of them looking as if they hadn't slept at all, Harry staring intently at his cup as if wishing it to change the world. Remus sat shuffling through parchment. Neither of them heard her enter the kitchen. She cleared her throat. Any tea? Harry seemed to jump 3 feet straight in the air while still seated, but Remus acknowledged her with a nod. There is, but before you get a cuppa, you should know your parents are safe. Tonks' muscles eased as she felt her shoulders relax. Oh, thank Merlin, what do you know? She hurried over, pulled out a chair, and sat across from the Harry and Remus. Did they send something? Not exactly. Remus shuffled through the parchment and handed her a piece. It came from Amelia Bones. Madame Bones? Tonks took the parchment from him and began reading it as fast as she could. Her parents were safe, on an unplottable, tiny island off the coast of Ireland. They were frantically worried about their daughter. And Andromeda only hoped that one day she would be able to tell her daughter why she had made the decision she did when she portkeyed away with her husband. With a somewhat lighter heart, she looked over to Remus, hopping for more good news. She didn't get any, not really. Ministry's fallen. Harry's tone was flat and unemotional. Death Eaters have taken it over. Hogwarts did something and now it's impenetrable. Remus sat back in his chair and crossed his legs. It's the final ward. I always believed it was a myth, but apparently not. Nothing goes in or out. No owls, no portkeys, flues disconnected, nothing. Harry tried to use one of the Potter house elves to get a message to McGonagall, and the poor little thing almost wore herself out trying to deliver that letter. They're safe from Voldemort and the Death Eaters, but I'm not sure how long they'll be able to sustain being in sage mode. She sat there as Harry poured her a cup of tea and added milk and a bit of sugar. She stirred the tea absent-mindedly, almost on autopilot, trying to make sense of it all. Everything that she knew was wrong. The institutions that were the bedrock of wizarding society were in flux. The ministry was effectively gone. Hogwarts was shut up tighter than a drum. Dumbledore was gone. Most of the Wizengamot was probably dead. She snapped her head up suddenly. What about the Order? Ah, Remus nodded. Amelia and Kingsley are running it. For all intents and purposes, the Order is the ministry at this point. We have no government, and what little government we do have is at Kingsley's house. His expression grew very sad. And there are funerals to attend. Molly is insisting that we give Arthur a proper burial. Hermione wants to find out about her father. We would go look for her mother, but we just can't risk it right now. Poor girl, poor everyone. Tonks took a sip of tea and studied Harry. She'd seen him only so often, but that thing with the goblins gave her an insight into one Harry James Potter, and the fact that he was rather quiet didn't fool her. What are you planning, Harry? Harry, Remus straightened up, causing the chair legs to screech slightly on the wooden floor. What does she mean? I thought we decided you'd stay here for a few days until it's safe to go to Kingsley's house. No, Harry shook his head. You mentioned it, but I didn't agree. And Tonks. He stared at her, taking in her deep blue hair and lavender-colored eyes. I don't know exactly what I'm planning, but Ron's not accounted for. They're only keeping Molly together with potions and by making her concentrate on Arthur and Bill, not to mention Hermione. What's wrong with Bill? She leaned over the table and sat down her cup rather carelessly. He's a hell of a wizard. Fleur, the Beauxbatons champion from the tournament. Harry's voice was quivering slightly. They were engaged. She didn't make it. Bloody hell. Tonks ran a hand through her hair and then snapped her fingers. Molly's clock. Gone. Harry shook his head solemnly. One of his favorite places in the world no longer existed. Death Eaters destroyed the whole house. The burrow's gone, Tonks. He stood up suddenly and began packing around Remus' little kitchen. The burrow's gone, Arthur's dead, Fleur's dead, Percy's missing, I guess, and Ron's out there somewhere. I couldn't stop what happened at the ministry, but I can find Ron. No, you don't. Remus was on his feet. You, specifically, are not to leave this house until we get word from Amelia or Kingsley or Moody. No, Harry shook his head vigorously. Don't you get it, Remus? The rules don't apply anymore. There's no ministry to set rules. There's no fucking Wizengamot because Voldemort blew it up. We're not staying here. Why would we stay here when I have the lodge? We can go there even if I don't have a damn portkey. He stopped and went to the window, throwing off the latch and pushing out the old windows which protested by squeaking horribly. Kipscy, Kipscy, I need you. With a crack, the small house elf arrived on top of the kitchen table, initially facing Tonks. Seeing Tonks, the little elf threw herself in her arms, causing Tonks to catch her and hold her like a small child. When Tonks finally got the elf to calm slightly, Kipsy saw Harry and then went over to him faster than any bludger coming out of a case before a Quidditch match, hugging Harry as tightly as she could. Kipsy's master and mistress being safe, they being safe. Harry sat down on a chair and held Kipsy in his lap, her goggling eyes full of tears. He put a finger under her chin and brought her face up to meet his. Kipsy, I need to find a friend. Ron Weasley. Do the Weasleys have any house elves? The elf shook her head. Kipsy is not knowing if the Weasleys have house elves. I know there were some elves at the lodge who are of age to be needing families and they hope to serve, but nothing has being done. Damn, Harry smacked the back of his head on the chair. There goes that idea. Kipsy knows a way, she does. Her voice was timid. If yous write a letter to him, I can take it to him. Eyes can also take you with me. No, absolutely not. Remus shook his head and pointed a finger at Harry. You can't go. Harry looked over to Tonks, who simply raised an eyebrow, but then lifted up her hand to move back her hair, displaying the ring of House Black rather prominently. With a quick nod in her direction, Harry slid the house elf off of his lap and went over to the table, searching through the parchment for a spare piece. Finding none, he tore the bottom off of a letter which had only taken the top portion of the page. Dipping a quill into an ink pot, he began writing. After a deep, sad breath, he glanced up to Remus and turned back to the parchment. Remus, you have no authority to keep me here. Wait, that's not it. You don't have the authority to keep Lord Potter here. Remus opened his mouth to say something but stopped, closed his eyes, and after a long pause simply nodded. You're right, Harry, you're right. He turned to Tonks. Nymphadora, you're going with him. Of course I am. She gave him a look of disbelief. As Harry and Tonks began to prepare for what might be another encounter with death, Eater's Remus sat at his kitchen table, wondering if the world would continue to spiral even further out of control. It was at that point that an owl appeared at his window, an owl bearing a letter from Gringotts, unbelievably. Unbelievable because he didn't have enough gold in his vault to merit a letter like most witches and wizards, but even more unbelievable because the letter was the first contact anyone had had from the goblins since the attack on the ministry. He let in the owl, gave it a meager treat, which after all the earlier owls wasn't much, and took the envelope. There was no name on the outside to indicate who the letter was for, so Remus slid a finger under the flap and opened it. 2 separate envelopes were contained inside, one for Lord Potter and the other for Lady Black. He handed the Lord and Lady their letters and stood back, curious. It didn't take long for his curiosity to be satisfied. The goblins, along with the Department of Mysteries, were calling a council meeting of all the ancient and noble houses. Those who could attend were required to use the enclosed portkey, a small, unobtrusive Gringotts-valued key, within the next 2 hours. 2 hours, Harry put the key in his pocket. We've got 2 hours, Tonks, ready. Constant vigilance, she nodded. Get your letter for Ron and let's do this. Harry picked up the letter, handed it to Kipsy, and once the little elf had placed the letter in her Potter Lodge uniform, she reached out to hold Harry and Tonks' hands. Almost as soon as the hands touched, the little elf popped them away, leaving Remus in his kitchen wondering what, exactly, he should do. Failing to come up with an answer to any of his real issues, he took out his wand and began cleaning the kitchen. The little hatchback sat in a rather grimy part of the city, in Ron's opinion. He was glad he had his wand with him as, well, if there was ever a part of a Muggle city that felt like Nocturne Alley, this was it. Loud music he'd never heard in his life bounced off all the tall buildings, cars went this way and that, groups of men stood on street corners talking and smoking. It just felt bad, like they shouldn't be there. He elbowed Jack slightly as they walked towards a busy street. Is there any way out of her faster than walking? Hey, leave off. We parked it there for a reason, right? Somebody's bound to steal it as sure as shit. You said it could be traced, and if somebody's tracking the car, I sure as shit don't want to be in it when they find it. That'd be bad, right? Yeah, it's really bad. Shit, Jack said it under her breath. Keep walking and don't look across the street. Here. She slid her arm into his and leaned closer towards him. Not so fast, normal. She glanced up at him and squeezed his arm tightly. I said don't look. It was too late. 5 men, 2 wearing hoodies, walked towards them, making their way across the street. Jack chanced another look and saw something silver and shiny in the hand of one of the men. Fucking hell, he's got a knife. She looked over to Ron. You got your stick. Yeah, I got my wand. I don't know if I can use it, though. Crystal said you used it when you saved her. Can't you do the same for her big sister? Oi there, love. One of the men was getting closer. Ditch the ginger and come have a party with us. Jack took a couple more steps and then felt her arm jerked back suddenly. But to her surprise, it wasn't the men, it was Ron. He stood there with his little stick in the other hand and an angry look on his face. She's with me, bugger off you lot. He pulled Jack closer to him, tightly linking their arms. As Jack made gasping noises, Ron stood there and counted. 5 on 1. Not the best odds, not by a long shot. The entire time that he'd been walking with Jack after the 5 idiots had shown up, he'd been running it over and over in his mind. If the ministry was gone, blown up actually, then all the whatevers they used for the trace were probably blown up as well. It had to be the truth, as they hadn't come after him for that Bombarda spell. Jack had been good enough to him that she hadn't called the Muggle Aurors on him, but she didn't trust him enough to just let him leave, so in the Gryffindor part of Ron Weasley's soul, he knew what he had to do. Bugger off. One of the hoodie-wearing thugs smiled. Now, looky here, lads, we got us a real goody boy, don't we? Hey, Reg, you got anything to show goody boys? The one man held up the knife so all could see. See that there, Ginger? That says she's coming with us. Ron shook his head. Like hell. He pointed the wand at the man with the silver knife and cast the first spell he could think of. Wingardium Leviosa. The man with the knife, at first, just gave Ron an odd look. But then, after what seemed like an eternity to Ron, the man began to float high into the air, as high as some of the lower buildings. It was at that exact moment that a sharp crack startled everyone. A sharp crack that deposited a small house elf, along with Harry Potter and Nymphadora Tonks, between Ron and the men he was pointing his wand towards in definite anger. "Harry," Ron's voice was full of relief, "you're alive. And we're getting out of here." Tonks pulled out a thin strand of rope and wrapped it around herself, Harry, Ron, and some strange girl that Ron wouldn't let go of and seemed to have been protecting. "Now, Kipsy." The little house elf grabbed the rope with one hand and snapped her fingers with the other, her destination of Potter Lodge firmly etched in her mind. The street reverberated with the crack of the house elf's apparition, leaving 4 streetwise petty criminals with shocked expressions of disbelief. The 5th man was still floating, 3 blocks away. As soon as they landed in the great room at the lodge, Ron wanted to say something to Harry, but everybody's attention was focused on Jack, who simply screamed for a split second. After returning slightly to her senses, she looked around the great room, not believing her eyes. Finally, though, she went over to Ron and tapped him on the chest. "I think you owe me a really, really fucking big explanation. What the fuck just HAPPNED?" "Lord Potter?" The creaking old voice of the Potter elf verbal was what Jack received for an answer. Thankfully, the shock of seeing the wizened elf kept her quiet. "Lord Potter, you need to wear full regalia for the meeting at Gringotts." "Full regalia?" Harry looked over to Tonks, who shrugged. He turned back to the elf. "Sure, verbal, that's fine. Can you have one of the elves help Ron, Mr. Weasley?" Verbal nodded. "I will ask Crooner to assist the Earl of Weasley and—" He looked at Jack, obviously anticipating that she would follow his lead. Finally, not being able to take it, Verbal's eyes pleaded with Tonks. "Ah, right." Tonks leaned over to Jack and whispered, "He's waiting for you to tell him your name." "Oh," Jack shrugged. "Sure, Jacqueline Ann Wilson, but I go by Jack." Verbal nodded for a moment. "Very well, if the Earl of Weasley and Ms. Jacqueline of Wilson will follow me. Lord Potter, your things are being in the master bedroom where your valet will assist." He turned to Tonks. "Lady Black, we have a large selection of your things, but your formal robes are in the blue bedroom on the 2nd floor, east wing. We is being in contact with creature who let us go and choose the best things. The port keys will be active in 30 minutes. Chop chop." As Lady Black and Lord Potter left, the old elf turned to the 2 people remaining in the room. "Now, if you would follow me, we will see you are settled in." Effie paced in her office at Gringotts. The news had been bad, worse than they had ever expected, but now there was a chance that Goblin Nation had been seeking for centuries. It almost seemed crass to profit off of the severe loss of the magical humans, but now they had a common goal, a goal that would take the combined efforts of all on the side of right to achieve. It had been during the darkest part of a very depressing meeting with the directors when they received a message from one of the goblins down on sanitation punishment. The drain under the dragon had been moved aside, and a rather bedraggled, old and quite smelly wizard had climbed out of the drain tunnel. After quite happily surrendering his wand, the wizard, an unspeakable named Saul Croaker, told them that they were at the cusp of a new age, an age where goblin and witch and wizard would walk hand in hand. Splitnarl thought the man had been doused in dragon urine one too many times, and it had pickled his brain. But the goblins latched onto the idea like a life preserver thrown in the middle of an ocean. 20 minutes later, after many freshening spells and a 4th recitation of exactly what had happened underneath the ministry in the archives, and what that meant for everyone, it was decided that Gringotts would hold the council. Announcements were drafted and sent out, but sadly many owls came back with the letters still attached, the script black, not the Gringotts gold, and with a red line magically drawn through the name. Croaker had confirmed their suspicions when he saw how many names were no longer viable as members of the council. Then, right on time, they started arriving, popping in with surprising coordination, almost as if every single member had gripped the key at the same time. Effie walked over to Harry and gave him a demure nod. "Lord Potter, we are sorry for the loss of so many." "Thanks, Effie. Me too, especially Fleur. do you know what happened?" She nodded quickly but calmed him with a hand gesture. Later, later. I will tell you later. Now we have very important business to attend." The director of Gringotts stood up, banged a staff on the floor, and caused the echo that reverberated through the hallway to make sure he had everyone's undivided attention. "If you will follow me to the boardroom, please." Harry walked a few steps and was quickly joined by Tonks. "I'm glad to see you. Thought you were going to miss it." He slid his hand into hers as they walked. "Any idea?" "Nope." She kept walking, amused that he had taken her hand. At first she thought about giving him stick, telling him that they weren't married yet, but if she was honest with herself, she actually didn't mind it whatsoever. It was rotten timing, the rottiest of all, not to mention the fact that Sirius and James threw them together due to that drunken contract, but she rather liked Harry. She also liked the fact that she could make him blush very easily. Those thoughts were dashed from her mind, though, as they entered the Gringotts boardroom. She quickly took a seat next to Harry and started looking around to see who else was in on this thing. Harry felt his heart rise as he had felt Tonks take his hand, and it was thinking only of her that he entered the boardroom. Now that they had to break apart and be at separate chairs, he took a look around the room to see who else was there. Amelia Bones, Neville's grandmother Augusta Longbottom, a wizard he didn't recognize immediately but thought he might have been in the Wizengamot the day it blew up. There were 2 witches on the other side of the room, along with another wizard he definitely hadn't seen before. Ahem. The director stood on a chair and looked out to the assembled witches and wizards. "This meeting has been called at this location as it is currently one of the safest buildings in all of Britain. To explain why you are here, may I introduce Mr. Saul Croaker, Unspeakable." Harry couldn't believe it. Unspeakables never did stuff like this, and they never, ever told anyone their name. For an Unspeakable to do that, it must be really big. It was. Harry had to keep pinching himself on the leg to make sure he was awake, not dreaming, and what they were talking about was going to happen. Finally, it was over. He'd been given some piece of parchment to sign, and had done so, affixing the Potter Griffin to the seal next to his name. He slid out of his seat and walked over to Tonks. Are they serious?" She shook her head. "No, but I could use a word with him about right now. Harry, this is old, really, really old. We're on the High Council. We're the bloody government." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "I thought just being Lord Potter was going to be bad enough, but first Voldemort and now this." "Hey," Tonks elbowed him. "Aren't you forgetting about something?" "Oh, yeah, right, us getting married. Hum. But think about it, we've got a real chance to get rid of him for good, and the goblins are going to help." Tonks looked over and saw one of the goblins talking about something with old Augusta Longbottom and Croaker. "Yeah, may Merlin help us. What's that saying, you can't unring a bell? We're going to ring a big bell, Harry. A big one. I don't know what that means, but I'm pretty sure VV. Riddle." She stopped, took a deep breath, and composed herself. "I'm pretty sure Tom isn't going to take this well, so we'll have to be ready, won't we?" "Fine," Harry nodded. "I'll be ready. I don't care if I'm Lord Potter or just Harry. We will get rid of Voldemort once and for all." "Spoken like a true member of the noble council that runs Britain, Harry." Tonks nodded, but looked out across the room at those assembled. With trepidation, she looked at her copy of the Magia Magnum Concordant. Tom Riddle may have thought he won when he took over the ministry, but all he did was force an even older form of government back into place. When the evil wanker found out his victory was a hollow win, though she decided she definitely didn't want to be around. Chapter 10. Dreams. Augusta Longbottom never liked portkeys very much. It always seemed to be a rather undignified method of transport. Portkeys were marginally acceptable, better than the nauseating process of apparition. Travel by broomstick was out of the question, especially at her age, but flu travel, her preferred method, was decidedly out of the question based on her destination. Especially as the flu was disconnected for her destination. Once she had steadied herself, adjusted the singed vulture hat on her head to its proper angle, and had a series of deep, steadying breaths, she prepared herself for the inevitable conversation that she'd been having with almost everyone since the ministry fell. As soon as she swung open the door to the kitchen of the little house, it began. "Merlin," Amelia Bones sat back in her chair as if she had just been hit with a stinging jinx. "You're alive." Augusta sighed discontentedly and walked forward, handing Alastair Moody the bent handle of some Muggle contraption. You didn't warn her. The old Auror chuckled slightly and tossed the handle of a child's tricycle into the rubbish bin. Didn't see the point. After taking off her hat and smacking Moody in the arm with it, Augusta sat down at the kitchen table and focused on Amelia with a stern glare. I understand there's a new government of sorts. Well done and all that with the circumstances, but what in Hecate's name are we doing about Hogwarts? Ah, Amelia nodded, coming back from the shock at seeing Augusta Longbottom alive and well, adjusted her monocle and leaned forward. It is still under lockdown, nothing in or out. They're quite safe, but we're working on methods to try and contact them. For now, though, it's best that the students are there with everything up in the air. She tilted her head. But that can't be the reason you're here, is it? No, it isn't. The older woman sat straight in the chair, hands clasped in front of her on the table. While I'm glad Neville is safe, I'm worried about what the Muggles will do now, with the Obliviators incapacitated along with the rest of the Ministry. Ah, Amelia eased slightly. It was a conversation she had held with many people since Voldemort's assault on the Ministry. Surprisingly, or depending on who you speak with, rather unsurprisingly, the Muggles have chosen not to believe what is directly in front of them. Right now, our sources have informed us that it is being portrayed as a terrorist attack. Muggles in many different countries are being blamed, but the prevailing belief is that a cult wishing to bring about the end of the world perpetrated the attack. Not far off, Moody's voice was full of disdain. Even if they don't have the real details, we're safe. For now, not sure how we'll handle what happens next. He held up a hand. And no. We don't know anything more than that. They've been quiet. Too quiet. The afternoon sun broke through the clouds occasionally, then only fitfully, matching Harry's mood. Where before he had dreaded being at Hogwarts as Lord Potter, only teased about it if he was lucky, now he was fully the Potter of House Potter, part of the High Council, the current government of Wizarding Britain. As he sat on the window seat in front of the high, leaded windows, looking out of the hunting lodge over the rolling Scottish landscape, Harry kept thinking back over the last several days. None of it good. Having to tell Ron that his father was dead, that the burrow was gone. Seeing Hermione's face as she clung onto her mum, listening to her tell him in soft words, always on the edge of hysteria about her father's death. Attending the memorial service for Arthur Weasley. As there was no body, Ginny standing straight as a broomstick at Molly's side without a hint of emotion, as if she had simply shut the world out. Sitting with Tonks when she got the letter from Andromeda, listening empathetically whilst Tonks worried about her parents. Everyone in turmoil about their parents, while in the back of his mind, he wondered what his parents would have been like. What his mum would have said about the contract to marry Tonks. Tonks, that was a wonderful and confusing issue, Nymphadora Tonks. He'd seen her life, swaths of it anyway, when Voldemort's Horcrux had been cast out of him, and she'd seen his life, too. Things that he wouldn't have told anyone. Well, maybe later, much, much later. Things that he'd forgotten about, buried so deep down to be able to function. She'd seen it all. He'd worried that it would make things weird for them, weirder than knowing that eventually, if he lived through everything, that they would be married. Occasionally, he found himself looking at her, watching how she would push her hair behind her ears when concentrating on something. How she sat in a chair, and every now and then, whether on purpose or not, gave him a very small glimpse of cleavage, and then there were the dreams. Watch her, Harry. The surprise of Tonks' entrance was enough to make him jerk his head up, not realizing that the wall of the window seat was rather close. The knock of his head against the old, dark wood reverberated through the room and made him reach up to rub his head immediately. Careful there, Harry. Tonks laughed as she nudged him over in the window seat and sat down, back against the other wall, facing him. She reached over and pulled his head down, feeling around the back. Yeah, you'll have a knot there for a bit. I'm shite at healing spells. Maybe you should call an elf. I'm fine. He pulled his head back slower than usual, felt her fingers go through his hair, and pushed his back hard against the wall opposite of her. Suit yourself. Remus is here, and so's Moody, so you know what's happening. They're arguing about Jack. Got it in one. Tonks crossed her arms and stretched out a leg so it barely laid on the window seat cushion, right next to Harry's crossed legs. I don't think Moody's giving up. Harry knew the old Master Auror was practicing constant vigilance, even in the safe environment of the hunting lodge, but he didn't agree with Moody. Instead, he found himself on Remus' side, the side that felt that it would be pointless to obliviate Jack, as the girl had already seen more of the magical world than any muggle without magic that wasn't married to a witch or wizard, and more importantly, the rules that applied didn't matter anymore, as those rules were set by the Ministry, and the Ministry was officially no more. It just didn't exist anymore. Instead, it was the High Council. I'm with Remus. What about you? I say leave her be. She can't go anywhere. The house elves would stop that, and what's she going to do? Go walk out of here and go tell someone down at a pub that crazy wizards are running around. They'll think she's a nutter. Besides, have you seen how Ron is around her? I think he'd take on Moody if he tried to do anything. Yeah, he's lucky. Harry realized that he'd spoken aloud and ducked his head so she wouldn't see his face. Lucky, Tonks reached over and lifted Harry's head up by placing a finger under his chin. Harry! Her tone was soft, full of concern. What's wrong? He looked at her for a moment, took off his glasses and started cleaning them with his shirt, purposely avoiding her eyes. I know he's not really lucky, not with Arthur dying, I mean. It's just with Jack. He likes her, it's Ron. It's obvious to everyone even if he hasn't a clue. And it's different than when he used to look at girls at school. He's protective of her, yeah, you've seen how he is. But he's lucky that they're getting to know each other. If it works out, it works out. But if it doesn't, it's not like us. He continued to clean his glasses, not looking at Tonks. Harry, there's nobody like us. Tonks chuckled slightly, somewhat nervously. Do you know anybody even close to us, really? No. He laughed slightly and glanced up through his fringe at her, his spirits rising at her smile. I don't. Exactly. Tonks pulled her legs up and crossed her arms over her knees, resting her chin on her arms. But I didn't come in here to talk about Ron and Jack. She paused for a bit. Harry, have you been having any, odd dreams? That snapped Harry to attention, because he had definitely been having odd dreams. Dreams about the past, but not just any past, the very, very distant past, the past from the time of Merlin, the past of his ancestors, specifically Magdalene Potter. They felt like more than dreams, really, more vivid than any pensive, and he could recall the contents of those dreams long after he had woken up and started his day. Yeah, I have. You too. Yeah, but they're really odd because they're of the future. The future, Harry ran a hand through his hair. Really, mine are of the past. He paused. So, what happens in this future? Do I? She reached out and smacked him slightly on the head. Yes, you're alive, you idiot. She smirked at his look of shock. What does that surprise you? That we make it out of this crap alive? Honestly, me. Yeah, you not so much. You're an Auror. I haven't even finished Hogwarts. What chance do I have? Tonks sat there as what Harry didn't say sunk in. The memories that she witnessed when the Horcrux left him swirled around in her head, all the times that he had given up hope, and she realized with stark clarity that he honestly didn't think he was going to make it through the war with Voldemort. Oh, Merlin, Harry. Without thinking, she reached out to him, took his arms and pulled him into her, holding him. Initially, he tensed. Every muscle seemed on edge, but eventually he let himself relax and she wrapped her arms around him, his head on her shoulder. She rested her head on his shoulder, both of their heads facing away from each other, and for a moment she debated whether or not to tell him about her dreams, but the memories of his life before prodded her on. Harry. My dreams are about the future, about us. You get taller, not too tall, mind you, but you're not as skinny. The last dream. I'm here at the lodge, and I have no idea what I do, but I'm not an Auror anymore. I don't know how I know that, but I just know that I'm not an Auror. You come home and... She saw it clearly in her mind. It was a cold, windy day full of rain. She sat on a sofa reading while Kipsy brought her tea, and that was when Harry came home. But it just wasn't Harry. Two small children walked beside him while he held a smaller child in his arms. Not just 3 children, 3 girls, all with dark hair. They ran to her and jumped on the sofa, telling her all about the Quidditch match whilst Harry smiled at her and nodded towards another room. For some reason, she understood immediately that he was taking the youngest to put her down for a nap. Tonks wanted to tell him, but a small part of her was afraid. afraid that this glimpse of the future would change things. Afraid, most of all, that he would see this dream as a possibility that he couldn't avoid. His thoughts about Ron and Jack made her pause. He wanted things to happen on their own pace, a luxury they didn't have as they knew the goal was laid out for them, approved by Gringotts and the Ministry. The goal was there, but the road to get there was not. And what happens? Harry lifted up his head and looked at her, confused. What happens? She lifted her head off of his shoulder and looked at him. The dreams had given her insight, combined with her visions of his past, and she knew that the somewhat skinny, almost 17-year-old in her arms would grow up to not only be a very good man and father, but to be the love of her life. What happens is that you're very happy and much older. Harry felt his breathing slow and an unusual feeling crept over him, one that he hadn't had in a long time, and especially not after what happened at the Ministry, the feeling of hope. That somehow, someway, he just might make it out of this horrible time alive, but then reality came crashing down. There's a prophecy that I have to kill Voldemort. Fuck prophecy. Tonks' words, and especially her defiant tone, brought his head up with a snap. It was at that moment when he realized exactly how close their faces were, her eyes so close to his, brimming with color, a vibrant, rich brown that seemed to shimmer. He wanted to say something but couldn't, the words just wouldn't come out. And that was when she kissed him. Many years later, when asked about their first kiss at some event, or when their eldest daughter started asking pointed questions, both Harry and Tonks would tell a different story, but they both knew that the kiss in the window seat at the lodge was the start of it all. The contract may have brought them together, but the kiss, full of defiance at the horrible events and full of hope, was where it really all began. Phileas Flitwick paced around his office, the diminutive professor's hesitant steps an outward expression of the deliberation that was playing through his head. It had been too long since the final ward had been triggered at Hogwarts. Yes, they knew that the Ministry had fallen, but there was so much they didn't know, information that would be vital to any decisions regarding the school. That was compounded by the conversation he had with the house elves. The food stores would only last for so long. Yes, they could multiply what they had on hand, but for how much longer? Damn Gamp's law. He stopped packing, stared at the door for a moment, and then, decision made, threw open the door and headed off. Minerva was seated at the headmistress' desk, going over parchment when Flitwick arrived, and even though he had been in the office several times since the final ward, it was still jarring. Seeing Minerva's things in the office instead of the multitude of spinning, silver devices that Dumbledore had on shelves, bookcases, almost every imaginable surface. With a quick swallow, he nodded quickly, set his chin, and went over to the side of the desk. Minerva, we need to talk. Oh, Phileas. Minerva sat back in her chair rather suddenly, clutching at her chest. You surprised me. What's the matter? We need to talk about the ward. I know it had to be done at the time, but we need information. We're cut off, an island adrift, and if we don't have information, we won't know how to respond. And the house elves have informed me that the food stores are getting rather low. Minerva took off her glasses and let them hang around her neck on a thin gold chain. Reaching across the desk, she picked up a piece of parchment. I just read the inventory report. You're right regarding the food, of course. But how do we do it? We can't very well send an owl or open the flu. You know how easy it is to trace owls, and the flu network is. Dodgy at the best of times, yes. Flitwick nodded, his blood pressure dropping. He had expected a fight from Minerva, as she had been so adamant about the final ward, but it seemed that she had come to the same conclusions that he had. Perhaps we could send a house elf to someone. But who? Minerva sat back in her chair, care etched into the lines on her face. She was tired, more tired than she had been in years. The Ministry has fallen, Phileas, the normal. She stopped. I doubt there is a normal anymore. The Ministry had been a part of life since the 1700s. Flitwick snapped his fingers. Gringotts. Minerva sat forward in her chair. That's it. They would never side with him. I believe we need to take a chance. There were no lights in any of the buildings in Diagon Alley, perfect for the figure in the robe with the cowl up to hide his face. After making his way around one of the burnt-out buildings, taking care not to disturb the rubble and make any sounds, he slowly made his way towards the end of the alley, destination firmly in sight. The obvious path would be the direct path, but he knew them better than that. If they were there, and he hoped beyond all hope that they were there, going up right to the front door was sheer stupidity. He wasn't that thick. Pausing by a door, partially hidden by the shadows, he chanced being seen and ran to the back of the building, finding a small passageway between a wall and the garishly painted wall. It didn't surprise him that they had painted the building in such eye-watering hues, but it did surprise him that they painted the entire building, even the parts that nobody would ever see. A back door was visible in the recessed part of the wall, just down the way, not too far. With a gulp, he slowly walked towards the door, making sure that his wand was in a readily accessible location in case the worst happened. Not knowing exactly what to do, as the heavy wooden door stood in front of him, he knocked and listened. At first, there were no noises, but then he heard them. Rustlings from the other side of the door, creaking above his head, and finally an eerie blue light covered him from head to toe, covering his feet in a perfect circle. He looked up to see the leering face of a clown staring at him, bouncing slightly from a large spring that fastened to the wall above his head, and lifted up his arm to shield his eyes from the light. "Who the bloody hell are you?" The voice was garbled slightly as it seemed to float out of the clown's mouth. "You don't have the mark." The figure went to lift off the cowl from his face, but heard the same garbled voice tell him to take it slowly, that wands were pointed at him. As directed, he pushed back the cowl of the robe and stared at the clown's face. "Ollie, that really you?" The voice came through clear and full of surprise. "George, it's Ollie, open up." The blue light snapped off as the clown head shot back against the wall, leaving Oliver Wood standing there for a moment in front of the door. Standing there for just a moment as the door opened, a hand reached out, grabbed his robe and pulled him inside quickly, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud. "Oliver Wood." A female voice caught Oliver's ear and he turned, just in time, to see Angelina Johnson engulf him in a hug. He hugged her back, slightly shocked, as while they'd been Quidditch teammates and friendly, Angelina had never hugged him in his life, excepting Quidditch wins. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Katie Bell, George's arm around her, but what surprised him was that she was almost crying. He extricated himself from Angelina and stood back, seeing that look of shock on all their faces. "I know it's a surprise to see me." Fred shook his head. "Surprise, mate, we heard you were." "Dead," George continued. "Puddlemere training grounds." "Destroyed, leveled, thought you." "We're right along with them." Used to the twins' back and forth, Oliver nodded. "I got lucky. Appointment with the team physio at his practice, he had to reschedule. I was there when I heard. Been lying low, there's Death Eaters everywhere." He rubbed his forehead. "How in the bloody hell are you still here? Figured they'd come for you." "They tried." George's expression was grim. "They tried, but we've got Gringotts protection. Right now, Gringotts and the goblins are the only things keeping us safe." "We're closing up," Fred continued. "Shutting things down. If you had stopped by an hour later, we would have been gone." Someone fished a quarter-full bottle of fire whiskey from out of a storage cupboard, and the 5 friends sat on boxes, a makeshift table between them as Oliver told them his story. He'd tried to make it back to his parents' house, but travel to Scotland was almost impossible. The flu network was down. He'd never learned to make a portkey, and his broom was back at the Puddlemere training grounds, so he had to make his way on foot. The robe he wore was one he'd unfortunately had to pinch from a house that was only partially standing. Luckily, there were no bodies inside, but it had sent cold shivers down his spine to be rummaging through someone's things in that house. From there, he'd been sleeping during the day when he could find something resembling shelter, traveling at night on the less used roads, and trying to blend into the Muggle world, which wasn't very easy as it seemed the Muggle aurors were everywhere these days. The fire whiskey was soon drained when they told him of all the losses, of all the people that were gone, specifically the twins' father. "So, Oliver," Katie gave him a confused look, "why'd you come here?" Oliver laughed. "I figured anyone who had the stones to take on Umbridge wouldn't fold, so I just hoped that you'd still be here." That went over well, a small dose of laughter in the midst of all the gloom. Eventually, though, silence fell amongst the survivors. That's how they all felt, even if none of them could manage to say the words. After a long pause, Oliver looked over to Fred. "So what now? Where are you going?" "You mean, Ollie boy, where are we going?" George answered. "We're headed one of the last little safe places out there. It's an island. Kingsley Shacklabolt's place, if you can believe it. Mum and Ginny are there now with the rest. Outside of Harry's place, it's one of the only places we know where he can't go." "Harry," Oliver's words leapt into his throat. "He's still alive, but he was at the ministry." "He's alive and well," Angelina nodded. "And from what we've heard, if you can believe it, he's being all Lord Potter and helping run things." Oliver sat back, looked down at his teacup and swallowed the last tiny bits of fire whiskey still clinging to the sides of the cup. He learned long ago never to doubt Harry Potter, and if Potter was still alive, then there was still hope. Slashpike stood at the doorway of the director's office, quite unhappy. That wasn't unusual for the goblin, as even amongst the more taciturn and disagreeable goblins in the higher ranks of Gringotts, he had a reputation of being disagreeable. He'd been called away from reviewing the security measures for an emergency meeting, never a good thing, but the fact that she was there didn't make it any easier. A female goblin, in the director's office, being prepared for an envoy to Hogwarts. A total affront not only to his standing, but trampling upon eons of tradition. He was still ruminating on the comments his father would have said about this utter disgrace to Gringotts when he heard his name. "Yes." The director stared at him. "Slashpike, I said, can you provide Aelfjafu with the combat protections and weaponry? Her shape may prove difficult to fit in the standard armor." Slashpike swore mentally. Not only would he have to provide the abomination the best armor goblin nation had, but he would have to adjust them to fit her figure. "Yes, I can have it finished in an hour." The director shook his head. "You have 20 minutes. 30 minutes later, Effie arrived outside Hogwarts, holding the hand of a very excitable house elf. She adjusted the curved blade strapped across her back and scanned the landscape. Hogwarts appeared as if the recent events were only a fairy story as the verdant green stretched along as if it was a small island, oblivious. With a small nod to the elf, he dropped her hand, and they began to walk to the massive doors leading inside the castle. And Effie realized that up until now Hogwarts was an island, purposely cut off from everything, and she was the emissary bringing bad tidings. Dobby bounded up towards the doors, flicked his fingers, and the massive portal opened, revealing a tall, rather severe-looking witch and a diminutive professor that every goblin knew about, Sirius Flitwick. Their faces remained emotionless until the doors shut behind her with an authoritative noise. "Hogwarts welcomes you," the tall witch nodded to Effie. "I am Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, and this is the Deputy Headmaster Professor Sirius Flitwick." Effie nodded, observing the formalities. "I am Aelfjafu, emissary of Goblin Nation, responding to the call for aid." With that said, she smiled. "But please call me Effie. How may we help you?" Not long after that, the trio sat in the headmistress' office, all seated around a small table, the tea service untouched in front of them. Effie watched as the horrors of the recent past were recounted, the current situation outlined, and everything sunk in. She knew it would be a lot for them to take in all at once, so much tragedy, but the first words after the long silence from the witch surprised her. "Our poor students. I didn't know what to do, Sirius." Flitwick knew it was bad, that she was having a hard time with everything as Minerva didn't lapse into her Scottish very often, but when she did it wasn't good as it gave him an insight to how hard things were affecting her. Unfortunately, he had to tell her her duty. "As headmistress, you'll have to inform those students who were affected. Normally, in times such as these, we would let them go home to be with their family, but now." The unfinished sentence hung in the air amongst them. Even though it was not an appropriate time, Effie did not when there ever would be an appropriate time, so she reached into the small satchel at her side and pulled out a sheaf of envelopes tied with a small string. "When you visit with certain students, you may wish to present them with these." She laid the envelopes on the table next to the teapot. "Letters of inheritance or other matters. Gringotts would normally follow the regular procedures, but—" "I understand. Thank you." Minerva reached forward and took the envelopes, glancing at the top one and gasped slightly upon reading who the letter was addressed. Colin Creevey is Lord Greengrass? Oh, my Merlin. Yes, Effie nodded. The lines of inheritance for the noble houses have been altered, sometimes drastically. She paused for a moment. I have been in contact with Lord Potter. How is he? Flitwick sat back deeply in his chair, not caring that his legs dangled over the seat. Was he injured? No, Effie shook her head and saw the relieved faces. Lady Black apparated them to safety. He is safe, but wishes to extend an invitation to the students. He wanted to bring them all, but we had to convince him that wouldn't be in the best interests of him or the students. Some students, however, we have cleared for invitation. She pulled out a small piece of parchment from her satchel. The new heads of noble houses have been requested not only by Lord Potter, but by the High Council for their attendance. Flitwick chuckled. Voldemort crowned himself king but doesn't know his history. Usurpers have tried and failed. Effie raised an eyebrow. Perhaps the only benefit of having that ghost teach history. Sensing a potential issue, Minerva stood suddenly. Yes, well, we can discuss curriculum at a later time. We have more important issues. We will meet again in 2 days as you requested, Effie, and will welcome any solutions proposed by Goblin Nation to provide a pipeline of food and other supplies. The students will be ready at that time. Thank you. Effie stood and watched Flitwick struggle slightly to remove himself from the chair. I will inform Goblin Nation and then tell Lord Potter. Dobby go with you. Dobby helped Master Harry Potter, the best wizard in the world. All eyes turned to the little elf bouncing in front of them. Unbeknownst to all, he had remained in the room after bringing the tea service, but now his presence was plain to see as he pleaded to travel with Effie. Minerva's throat clearing brought all eyes to her. This, Effie, is Dobby. He's a rather unusual house elf. Harry helped free him from the Malfoy family, and he's quite attached to Mr. Potter. Effie gave Dobby a long, appraising stare, one that usually made the junior goblins nervous, but the little elf did nothing but look at her hopefully. So he is free to join. Yes, Dobby join. Dobby helps, he will. Dobby bounced on his feet, causing his large ears to wobble. Very well, Effie nodded, causing Dobby to hug her briefly, leaving a smudge on the gleaming silver breastplate. Very well, I will return in 2 days at sunrise. The clock nestled into the mouth of a mounted bear struck 2 as the moonlight filtered through the clouds, only partially filling the hallway at the lodge with light. It was enough light for Ron Weasley to see, enough for him to find his way down to the kitchen. He wasn't really hungry, not really, but he was awake, in a strange place, and his world had gone mad, so he decided to try and make things better with one of the only things he knew, food. As he got closer to where he thought the kitchen was, though, the light was brighter, and he heard the unmistakable sounds of someone cooking. Opening the door, he saw the last person he expected to be down in the kitchen at that time of night, Harry. Can't sleep. Harry jerked with a start, almost dropping the frying pan on the cooker. Ron, mate, a little warning. Sorry. Ron reached under his cannon's t-shirt and scratched his stomach. Hungry. Honestly, no, not really. Harry put the pan of eggs on the cooker and turned to see Ron sit at the kitchen table. Had a mental dream and couldn't fall asleep after that. I'm probably not going back to bed, so I thought I'd make breakfast, but I'm not really hungry. Want some eggs? Sure, Ron shrugged. I guess. So you're not hungry, really? Ron rolled his eyes. I know me, the guy who always eats. I couldn't sleep and didn't know what to do. What are we gonna do, Harry? At that moment, Harry realized that Ron was talking about more than breakfast. He went over to the icebox and pulled out a liter of milk, grabbed 2 glasses from the cupboard and put them on the table, sitting across from Ron. I don't know, mate. Ron poured a glass of milk but left it untouched on the table. I tried to talk to Hermione earlier today, well, yesterday, I guess, but it was like she wasn't there. I asked her about your library if she'd seen it, but she just shrugged it off like I asked her about Quidditch. She sat there for a bit and then just got up and left. No clue where she went, haven't seen her since. Harry debated whether to tell him or not, but since he'd seen her, and he knew how Ron would turn things over in his head until he somehow made it his fault, decided to go ahead. I saw her out in the garden. She was with Charlie. Charlie, like my brother Charlie. Yeah. Ron sat there for a moment, then reached forward and took a drink of milk. If he can get through to dragons, maybe he can get through to her. They sat there in silence for a bit until Harry couldn't help himself. So, Jack. She's taking things better'n expected. Ron sat back and tapped his head on the back of the chair. Think about what she's been through, all that shite, and then showing up here. Surprise, magic's real, and guess what? There's a war on. I'd be mental by now if it was me. After a long pause, he looked up at Harry. Dad would have loved it, talking to her. He'd have finally got to ask all those dumb questions that Mum would never let him ask you or Hermione. You know, stuff about plugs and airplanes and stuff like that. She's worried about her sister and the baby, but I told her we'd try and find out if she's okay. He lifted his head off the chair and gave Harry a pleading look. Can you do that? Can the goblins or whoever do that? Harry nodded quickly. I'll talk to Effie, she'll know what to do. Good thing you've got her on your side. She's dead brilliant. Tell me about it. Well, her and Tonks. Ron raised an eyebrow. You and Tonks seem to be together a lot, mate. Something going on there. Good on you if it is. Harry struggled. Part of him wanted to tell Ron that there was nothing going on, but the other part, the majority, wanted to tell Ron everything. Well, not exactly everything, but he wanted to tell someone, tell them that yes, they were together, and yes, there was a marriage contract, but more than that, they were on the verge of really being together. That kiss wasn't just a friendly little kiss, it was much more than that. But he knew that he wouldn't tell Ron about that. He wasn't sure if he would ever tell anybody about that. Eventually, though, the truth came out in a fashion. I'm not sure, maybe, I don't know, not like I've had enough girlfriends to tell. Well, she's dead sexy, don't muck it up. Harry dipped his finger in the milk and flicked it towards Ron. Such a romantic, Jack's a lucky girl. Hey, who said anything about me and Jack? After he stopped laughing, Harry shook his head. Mate, you've got it bad. I think Moody could tell that with his crazy eye out. I don't. Shit. Ron slumped in the chair. It'll never work. She'll go back to her family and I'll be here in whatever the hell happens to the wizarding world. Besides, soon as the ministry gets back, after the whole war ends, Dark Lord dead thing happens. Soon as that happens, the ministry will obliviate her, and that'll be the end of that. Don't want to start something that I know will end up crap. There's rules, Yeah, but the ministry isn't here, is it? Harry shrugged. I mean, I'm on this whole high council thing and we're making the rules now. That's it, pass a rule, Harry. You're Lord Potter. Since you can't buy the cannons now, why not that? Right, sure, why not? Harry lifted up his hand, displaying the Potter ring. As Lord Potter, I say nobody gets to oblivate Jack. Both of them waited, as if anticipating some magical event would happen upon uttering the words. Instead, nothing happened except smoke began to rise over the cooker. Shit, Ron jumped up, grabbed the pan and slid it off the burner onto a trivet. So much for the eggs. Harry joined Ron at the cooker, both of them looking down at the charred remains of the eggs. Somehow seeing the destroyed breakfast, combined with the conversation, made them both feel a bit better. And hungry. Cheese toast, Harry looked over to Ron. Nah, how about bacon sarnies? Deal. Chapter 11, Great Gorsnock. Warning, this chapter will have a violent scene. As the light filtered in through his bedroom window, Harry began to stir, throwing an arm over his eyes to hide the light. As conscious thought came to him, he smiled, as today was a day he was looking forward to. The day that some of his friends from Hogwarts would visit the lodge. After sniffing a few times to clear his head, he stretched, feeling the muscles in his arms and legs tense and then relax, but for some reason it felt different. As he laid there, pieces of the dream from last night swam around his head, as if someone held up a picture only for a few seconds, and then whisked it away before he could properly focus. He focused, trying to really remember, but all he could come up with was that, once again, he had a dream with Herewield in it, and something to do about giving him strength to protect the house, whatever the bloody hell that meant. Finally feeling awake enough to heed nature's call, Harry swung his legs out of bed, scratched in some rather rude places, and walked towards the loo that was adjacent to his bedroom. Once there, he felt much better after emptying his bladder, and while brushing his teeth, he looked at his reflection in the mirror, but something was off. Even though he didn't have on his glasses, he could tell that something was quite wrong with his face. And that was the moment that the toothbrush dropped into the sink. He grabbed the sides of the sink and leaned closely to the mirror, shocked at what he saw on his face. Whiskers, hair, a very noticeable, unmistakable formation of hair on his face that would need to be shaved. Kipsy, he turned to the door and exited, leaving the tap running noisily behind him. Kipsy. With a soft pop, the house elf arrived, looking worried. Master Harry has whiskers. She stopped and looked at him oddly. And Master is taller. What? Harry shook his head. What are you on about? Kipsy put her index finger out and then raised it up higher. Master is taller this morning. For some reason, this made Harry laugh. Right, I'm taller. Good one. Kipsy, I need to see a healer or... Kipsy will send for Effie. The elf bobbed her head rapidly. Kipsy has orders if Master has anything happen to contact Effie. Without saying another word, the little elf popped away, leaving Harry standing there in his bedroom, wearing only boxer shorts and a t-shirt, toothpaste dribble spots on his chest. Deciding that whenever his Gringotts account manager showed up, it wouldn't be a good idea to conduct the meeting in his pants, Harry went over to the trousers he'd worn the previous day and tried to put them on, but they didn't fit. He got a leg in one trouser leg, but it really didn't want to go through easily, and then when he had the other leg in and tried to pull up the trousers, he found that they were tight on his thighs, wouldn't fasten at the waist as they were too small, and the ends of his trousers were at least 4 or 5 centimeters too short. In that bewildered state that Kipsy arrived, Effie and a goblin healer in tow. Great Gorsnock, Effie's eyes were wide as she took him in. Harry, what happened? You're asking me, Harry looked at her incredulously. I just woke up like this. Harry remained in his bewildered state as the goblin healer he'd never seen before completed his tests. The healer waved his hands about, causing all sorts of different lighted spells to envelop Harry's arms, legs, head, full body spells, you name it. Eventually, though, the healer took out a little clipboard and after uncapping a rather ostentatious Muggle fountain pen and began writing. Well, Effie looked toward Harry, who was now sitting on the bed in a dressing gown, and then back to the healer. What do the results say, Blacklaw? Blacklaw rolled his eyes momentarily at the female's omission of his title, but then remembered that he was in the presence of Lord Potter. It would not do well if the director learned of his attitude. With a slight cough, he began speaking. All scans reveal no dark magic. Lord Potter is in perfect health, a slight elevation of latent magical power, but in all other respects, he is a normal 18-year-old wizard. What? Harry and Effie said it simultaneously, looked at each other, then back to the healer. Blacklaw sighed. Then, assuming his professional voice, gave the details once again, stressing that Lord Potter was quite normal for his age. As Lord Potter and that female stared at him oddly, he incorrectly surmised their shock was about the latent magic findings. It is quite normal for goblins and wizards to experience latent magic surges after age 17. It is believed that this is why the age of maturity for legal reasons has always been 17 for both goblins and wizards, as by this point they should have enough education to be able to deal with small magical surges and not experience accidental magic. He turned to Harry. Lord Potter, it is quite normal. You are in perfect health. Then, with a more irritated expression, he turned to Effie. Now then, if there is nothing more pressing, I will return to my duties, and let the director know that I was called away to pronounce Lord Potter healthy. He walked away without saying goodbye, mumbling under his breath about hypochondriac wizarding nobles and uneducated female goblins that don't know their place, leaving a shocked wizard and an equally shocked goblin at a loss for words. With a look that told everyone assembled that she would not tolerate anything approaching bad behavior, headmistress McGonagall sat at her desk and looked over the assembled students. She understood why Harry would invite Longbottom to visit Potter Lodge, as they were not only friends, but had been roommates for several years, along with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, who stood next to each other chatting away. And even though Colin Creevey was in Gryffindor, she didn't know that they were close friends, but thought the Gryffindor connection, along with Creevy's new status, merited an invitation. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott stood close together, chatting. Those two she understood, as Susan's aunt was Amelia Bones, and where Susan went, Hannah went. But for the life of her, she simply could not fathom why Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin, also stood before her. Granted, Daphne stood a little ways away from the other Gryffindors, but nonetheless she was there, occasionally glancing in Creevy's direction. She hadn't been party to the conversation conducted by Phileas with Greengrass and Creevy. She had other matters to attend to at that time, but apparently Miss Greengrass was rather shocked that upon her father's death little Gryffindor Creevy was now Lord Greengrass. Pausing to remove her spectacles, Minerva studied the oldest Greengrass girl, and even though she tried to hide it, the signs were plainly there on Daphne's face. She was still taking her father's death rather hard. It made the old lion feel for the girl, house loyalty be damned. Finally, though, as they settled and quieted, she rose, and the room went silent. Mr. Potter has requested your presence, as indicated in your invitations. Please note that in the current environment you are to be very cautious. We have no information on Death Eater activity, and Potter Lodge is possibly safer than Hogwarts, but you are still students of Hogwarts, and I expect you to behave as such. She clasped her hands together. Now, you will travel to Potter Lodge by Portkey, which will become active once you are outside the wards. Emissary Aelfjafu from Gringotts will meet you outside the main gate and will activate the Portkey at that time. Are there any questions? Unsurprisingly, a small hand shot in the air. Minerva pursed her lips slightly before responding. Yes, Mr. Creevy. He pulled his hand down quickly and ignored the looks from his schoolmates. Is Aelfjafu the same goblin as Effie? We. He glanced quickly over to Daphne before hurriedly returning back to Headmistress McGonagall. When I met her before, she said to call her Effie. Do I have to call her Aelfjafu? Stifling a laugh, Minerva covered her mouth. Hopping, the students thought her thinking about Colin's question rather than wanting to burst out laughing. The boy had a lot to learn about goblins. Regaining her composure, Minerva removed her hand. If Emissary Aelfjafu has given you leave to address her as Effie, then it is appropriate, Mr. Creevy, but it is not wise to do so in the presence of other goblins. For the rest of you, please refer to her as Emissary or Aelfjafu until you are instructed otherwise. Now, as time is approaching, I believe you should hurry if you do not want to keep an important goblin waiting. The students started their way down to the main gate, mostly aligned by house, with Daphne the exception as the lone Slytherin. The Gryffindors were in the lead, Dean and Seamus taking point, while the others followed. As they continued in their travel, Colin slowed his pace until he was close to Daphne, even though the older girl didn't acknowledge his presence. Finally, though, the others were far enough away that Colin mustered up his Gryffindor courage and attempted to speak to Daphne for the first time since he found out that he was Lord Greengrass. I'm sorry. Daphne turned, blonde hair flipping over her shoulder, glared at little Creevy, but looked away from him and kept walking. After a few steps, she turned back to him, continuing her pace. What do you have to be sorry about, Lord Greengrass? He shook his head. I'm sorry about your father, and I'm sorry it's me and not you. You should be Lady Greengrass, not me. I mean, I wouldn't be Lady Greengrass. You should be Lord Greengrass. That's not what I meant. For a moment her eyes softened, but just as quickly the hardness returned. Thank you, but it doesn't work that way. Colin shook his head. But it can, I mean, there's a Lady Black now and there wasn't before, right? He quickened his stride, almost running to catch up with her faster pace. I'm gonna talk to Effie and see if I can change that. I don't know anything about being Lord Greengrass. It should be you, not me. It's not fair, and if I can fix it, I will. Daphne stopped suddenly, almost causing Creevy to run into her. She looked at him, trying to figure out if he was taking the mickey like so many of her Slytherin housemates had done when it became public knowledge that little Colin Creevy was now the Greengrass of House Greengrass. Studying him, and seeing his earnest expression of determination, she finally realized that the boy was being honest with her. He was willing to give it all away because it's not fair. How very Gryffindor. With a sigh, she gave him a tepid smile. Thank you for the thought. We'll see. Now come on, because I'm not missing this Portkey because of you. I have work to do. Work! Colin suddenly started walking as she had turned and continued her brisk pace. You're taking homework. Something like that. Right outside the main gate, in a little clearing, the students laughed quietly at the two figures that stood waiting for them, one figure towering over the other. Hagrid stood there, leaning on an axe, chatting away with the little goblin that almost came up to his knee. As they came closer, Hagrid leaned down, shook the goblin's hand, and then waved at the students as he made his way back to his hut. Eventually, though, they all gathered in a clump in front of the goblin. Effie cleared her throat. Thank you for your prompt arrival. We have a few minutes before the portkey becomes active. She reached down and took a large, bright yellow plastic circle from the grass. Please gather around and take a hold of this, please. Colin's face lit up. A hula hoop. Dean laughed. I haven't seen one of those in years. As the two Muggleborns tried to explain the purpose of a hula hoop, everyone took a hold of the device, which soon glowed a faint blue. And then before they knew it, they were no longer at Hogwarts. Seamus was the first one to speak after they arrived, his swearing at the size and grandeur of Potter Lodge causing everyone to laugh. Effie smiled at them and told them to follow her, leading everyone up to the main gate. She called for Kipsy, and once the little house elf had arrived, she asked the elf to relay to Harry that his guests had arrived and would need his assistance to enter the grounds. Kipsy popped away again, and Effie chuckled softly listening to the students talk about how the elf had on clothes. Soon, though, the soft murmuring turned to expressions of shock as Harry arrived holding Kipsy's hand. Neville peered through the gate. Harry, is that you? Harry laughed and opened the gate. Yeah, Nev, it is. Bear with me while I do this. I have to do it or you can't get through. Don't know exactly what would happen if I didn't do this, but I'm pretty sure it's nasty. Hannah stepped forward, slightly pushing Dean out of the way. What happened to you, Harry? You look different. After running a hand through his hair, Harry shrugged. I'm not entirely sure, Hannah. I'll tell you what I know when we get up to the lodge. He stuck his hand out to Neville. Neville Longbottom. You are a friend of House Potter, and as Lord Potter, I welcome you to Potter Lodge. You may enter. Neville shook Harry's hand, still dumbstruck by his former roommate's appearance, and walked through the gate. After a few steps, he turned back to the others. Didn't feel a thing. Harry repeated the process with the others, and after receiving a very enthusiastic handshake from Colin, who had the good manners to look chagrined at being called Lord Greengrass, looked to the last student waiting for the official welcome. With a big smile on his face, he held out his hand. Sorry, they told me I have to do this. Daphne Greengrass, lady-in-waiting to Lady Black, you are a friend and retainer of House Potter, and as Lord Potter, I welcome you to Potter Lodge. You may enter. Daphne's shoulders sank as she heard the Abbott girl nattering on excitedly to the Bones girl. Without enthusiasm, she shook Harry's hand. You enjoyed that, didn't you, Potter? He smirked, a bit. She eyed him appraisingly as they walked towards the others. Has Lady Black seen you lately? No, he laughed. Think she'll be surprised. She gave him a glance as if someone has seen something on their plate only partially edible. I think she'll be able to live with it. Live with it, Harry and Lady Black. Susan looked at her incredulously. Greengrass, are you mental? She turned to Harry. I don't know if you've looked in a mirror lately, but, Harry, you're rather fit. She blushed and her eyes went wide. Sorry, Hannah came over and took her friend by the arm. Come on, Sue. I think you've embarrassed yourself enough, and we haven't even been here 5 minutes. In a small village off in the arse end of somewhere, Nymphadora Tonks really wished she would have asked Creature for an extra-strong quadruple espresso that morning, as she had to be up at a dark 30 to accompany the goblins on one of their hunts. She'd requested to be brought along, thinking her orer skills would come in handy, but at the moment she was yawning and hopping they'd find something or call it quits, because she was hungry and wanted nothing better than to crawl into bed at Grimmauld Place. She stood next to the small house, disillusioned, wand at the ready, and scanned the horizon for the umpteenth time, but the results were the same. No Death Eaters. As the sun crawled higher in the sky, she watched as a goblin in some weird combination of armor, a bone necklace around his throat, went into the little house. They'd been at it for at least an hour, breaking curses, she guessed, as she'd overheard the goblin with the scar on his nose barking orders for curse breakers. She knew the goblin had given her his name and had begrudgingly invited her along. But since she'd forgotten his name, she simply thought of him as HGIC, or the head goblin in charge. The HGIC gave more orders, so she turned her attention back to her job. Her job. The Aurors were no more since the ministry was no more, and she wasn't getting paid, but at least she was using her Auror training helping the goblins look for Horcruxes. She'd asked to help, and Effie had talked to the director and he'd agreed, so she was there, scanning for signs. It was boring, but she knew better than to let the boredom dull her edge. Moody had drilled that into her often enough. Boredom made people sloppy, and sloppy Aurors ended up dead Aurors. Or worse, got other people killed. She chanced a glance to the goblins at the decrepit house, watching them weave their magic to apparently break curses, and when she turned back to her surveillance area, she saw it. A flash of something dark. Possibly a robe. Using the prearranged signal, she flicked her wand towards the house, notifying the guard goblin of activity. Receiving the appropriate response, she moved quietly from her post, the muffling spell on her shoes rendering her silent. Taking a position near a fence that was barely upright, she chanced a peek over the rotting wooden slats and saw it. Black robe, silver mask, Death Eater. Quickly she scanned around, knowing that where there was one Death Eater there was another. Moody always said they were like ants. There's never just one. And he was right. Off in the distance, another figure materialized, a figure that she never wanted to see again, but which brought her fury to an immediate boil, Bellatrix Lestrange. Knowing she was out of range for any spells, Tonks sent off another message to the goblins and continued to watch as Bellatrix joined up with the other Death Eater. And her stomach began to form into knots as she realized that the two of them were heading directly for the house and the goblins. Right after she realized the imminent danger, there was a near-silent pop, and 5 fully armored goblins appeared, armed to the teeth. Teeth, that was one thing that threw her, as the goblins all smiled very toothy, very sharp grins. She looked down and saw one goblin point at 2 goblins and gesture to the right, and the over to the other 2 goblins and point to the left. After the 4 semi-crazed goblins disappeared, the other goblin pointed to himself and then to her. She got it. He was with her. The goblin held up his hand, indicating for them to wait. It seemed like hours passed before the goblin figured they had waited long enough for the others to be in position. But then, after it seemed like she couldn't wait any longer, he held up his hand and made a fist. She had no idea how the other goblins knew to charge, but charge they did. The spells began flying from the 2 Death Eaters as the goblins came on them fast, wicked-looking blades flashing in the sun. She started casting spells, but not the standard Auror spells. Those spells, as proscribed by the ministry, were to subdue and capture. Her spells, this time, were decidedly more deadly. As they got closer to the Death Eaters, one of the goblins went down from a spell from Bellatrix, which just seemed to enrage the other goblins. The other Death Eater, though, didn't seem to have Bellatrix's expertise at being an evil bastard, as he was struggling with the 2 goblins attacking him, only barely parrying their blows with spells. For Tonks, though, there was always one target, only one target. She felt the disillusionment spell wear off, running off her body like cold water, but she didn't care. She wanted her to see her face. Bellatrix registered the motion coming towards her and laughed. "My little niece come to play." She slashed a spell towards Tonks, causing the Auror to jump to the side. "Come to join dear Sirius." "Fuck you." Tonks felt her wrist begin to warm for some odd reason, but ignored it. In some part of her consciousness, she registered the fact that the other Death Eater had gone down, a curved blade sticking out of his chest, but ignored it. She cast a Bone Breaker spell, one she'd learned from Moody in her unofficial training, but only got angry as Bellatrix dodged it easily. Not playing nicely, the Aurors would be so disappointed. Bellatrix snarled at her, dark hair floating about her face. "Then I'll play, too." She pointed her wand at Tonks. "Avada Kedavra." The goblin nearest Tonks looked on in horror as the green light from the spell headed straight for the witch. There was no way she could dodge it or block it. For a split second, he hoped that he would not have to be the one to tell Aelfjafu that Lord Potter's betrothed had died from the killing curse. But then, right as the spell should have hit the witch, something happened. Later on, over ale deep underneath Gringotts, the protection team would all agree on what happened. even if they didn't really understand it. A deep, red light erupted from the witch's wrist, covering her body. But then a blinding gold light appeared from her hand and seemed to catch the spell. If that wasn't enough to shock them, though, what happened next was enough to earn them free drinks for decades as witnesses. The green light of the killing curse was caught by the gold light, seemed to hover in a sort of ball. Then it traveled back to Bellatrix Lestrange in a thin, straight line of gold, seemingly right back into the wand of the evil witch. The gold light then began to spread up the witch's wrist, covering her arm, then finally her entire body. When Bellatrix's entire body was covered with the gold light, a loud clap was heard and she fell onto the ground. Dead. For a moment nobody moved. Tonks stood there, arms still outstretched, not believing what had just happened for good reason. She had no idea whatsoever what the bloody hell had happened. Finally, as her senses started returning, she felt a tingle in her wrist. Lifting up her hand, she saw the griffin mark, a tattoo of sorts, on her wrist. It looked the same as it did after that crazy time with Harry, no indication whatsoever that anything had happened. It was while looking at her wrist that she noticed out of the corner of her eye one of the goblins pointing to her and couldn't figure it out. The tattoo wasn't glowing or anything. But then she saw it, large, gold, and glowing, the ring of House Black. As she walked over towards Bellatrix, the new corpse's eyes open and unseeing, she just knew what had happened. She had no proof, really, but somehow she just knew what had happened. She kicked Bellatrix in the ribs, causing the inert flesh to move slightly. "You were still a Black, attacking your head of house, not Bright. Bitch." The other Death Eater's body was levitated over, resting next to Bellatrix. One of the goblins reached down and took off the mask. Bloody fucking hell. Tonks pushed her bright green hair behind her ear. "Draco Malfoy." She stepped back as one of the goblins cast some spells, and then, after nothing happened, the goblin began searching the corpses. She watched, somewhat detached, as if they were simply two bodies with no identity, until the HGIC came up to her, pleased as punch. "We got it. Only one left now." "What?" She turned to the HGIC. "What are you on about?" "Horcruxes." The scarred goblin smiled toothily. "Only one left now. Pretty sure that's the big snake." What?" She stared at him incredulously. "The other ones." "Done and dusted." The goblin chuckled and rocked back and forth on his feet. "Shaman traced them somehow to know how damned bone rattlers are tight-lipped. Secrets and all that, so who? Oh, great Gorsnock." He clapped Tonks on the back, which due to the height difference meant it landed only slightly higher than her bum. "Was that you?" He turned and saw the affirmative nods of the other goblins. "Good bit of gold in that for you." His mood soured immediately. "Losses." "Ironwood." One of the goblins nodded over to the grass where the dead goblin lay. "It was an honorable death." The HGIC made some sort of gesture that Tonks figured was their version of a holy symbol, or something, then turned to her. "I'll do the paperwork. Why don't you tell Lord Potter what happened today? I'm sure he'd like to hear from you that there's only one Horcrux left." Tonks stared at the HGIC. "I suppose there's no way you'll tell me exactly how you found all those, besides the shaman doing something with bones." He threw his head back and laughed. "Even if I knew there's not enough gold in Gringotts to pay for that information, which..." Jack stood on one of the balconies, looking out over the expanse of green that seemed to go on forever. She knew that eventually she'd wake up, that it would all be a dream, that she'd soon hear the alarm go off, and she'd have to go into work and worry about her horrible boss at Morrison's telling her that she was late yet again. She pinched her arm, feeling the slight pain, and wondered if you could feel pain in dreams, but she knew that it was real, that she wasn't dreaming. That her little sister had brought home a wizard who had saved her and her niece. That she'd popped from thin air to Scotland. All the way to bloody Scotland, of all places. She'd never been further north than Leeds, for God's sake. It was all too surreal. Witches and wizards really existed. They were fucking real. She'd seen them do things with wands, little crazy Muppet things called house elves were servants, but only if Muppets had the disposition of dogs that really wanted to please their owners. That was cool, as they were amazing, but the part that still scared her, the part that made her wake up in that massive, beautiful bedroom in the middle of the night and hug herself tightly, was the fact that these witches and wizards were at war. A war that killed people, just as dead as if you shot them or stabbed them. He'd explained it to her, the history as well as he could, always saying Hermione could tell it better because she knew everything. But the poor girl was a wreck. She was one of his best friends, and he'd tried to talk to her, but she was still a mess. He'd done a decent job explaining things, if she was honest, even though it sounded like one of those crazy movies her mum liked to watch. The evil wizard had killed Harry's parents, but Harry didn't die. Harry'd had to fight that bastard before, and now he'd blown up the government just like terrorists in the Muggle world. Her world. But they were fighting back, along with some freaky little things they called goblins. They were nice enough, goblins, but after a bit they made her skin crawl. He said not to worry. Everybody was creeped out by goblins except Harry and his brother Bill and a few others. He'd been so kind to her, really. And then there was the thing he did with those wankers that had the knife. She realized that he'd not only saved her but her sister and her niece. He didn't know them, not really, but he'd put his life on the line for them. She thought of the guys she'd dated before, wondering if any of them would have done that, and knew instantly that they wouldn't have even thought to do what Ron had done instinctively. Ron Weasley. What an odd name, Weasley. He had been strong when he found out about his father, killed in that horrible explosion at their government. He'd been strong, but she'd found him not long after that, and it was obvious that he was going to fall apart. He was sitting outside, underneath a tree, and when she went over to him and sat down, he just began talking about his father. How it was his father's greatest wish to understand how planes stay up in the sky. About electricity, other stuff that she knew about, some things she had no clue what he was talking about, but she let him talk. She knew that he needed to talk. At the end, when he was quiet and she knew he was crying, she scooted over so that their backs were against the tree, shoulders touching. They stayed that way for quite some time, and when it got dark they headed back to the lodge, not saying a word. When they entered the lodge, and could hear people moving about, talking about something or other, he thanked her and kissed her on the cheek. Jack was thinking about that kiss, and Ron Weasley, when she heard footsteps rapidly approaching. She turned and saw Tonks heading towards her, not quite happy, but with an expression she couldn't place. It had taken her long enough to come to grips with the fact that Tonks could change her hair color, and figured out that she had hair like one of those mood rings from the 70s her mum had in her jewelry box, but she wasn't sure what mood neon blue signified. "Hey, Jack, seen Harry?" Tonks came up to her and leaned against the railing, almost bouncing on the balls of her feet. "Sorry, no. Anyone else around?" Jack thought for a moment. She'd woken up late. A house elf had brought her breakfast, and she'd lounged in bed for a bit, and then had been out on the balcony, since then drinking tea and reading a book that seemed like crazy science fiction. "I did see Hermione with one of the Weasleys." "Oh, that narrows it down. Which one?" The stocky one, has a tattoo on his arm, might be a dragon." "Chuck," Tonks nodded, thinking. She'd heard that Charlie and Hermione had been spending time together. "And yeah, it's a dragon. Trust me, if anyone would have a dragon tattoo, it's Chuck." They heard them before they saw them, and as the brooms went by at high speed, Jack stood up straight and shook her head. "He told me they fly on brooms, but I thought he was giving me shit because..." Tonks laughed. "Yeah, that's one thing your lot got right. We do fly brooms." Jack eyed the older woman cautiously. "You don't mind that I'm not a witch, do you?" "PFFFT." Tonks blew out her lips. "Don't worry, I don't care, most don't. Well, if you see a man with a wooden peg leg and a crazy eye, stay away from him. He means well, but he's got the tact of..." "Scratch that. He doesn't have a lot of tact." "None, really. Don't worry, really. It's fine." Jack's shoulders eased. "Ron said not to worry, but I do." Tonks bumped her shoulder with her own as the brooms flew past again at speed. "So Mr. Weasley caught your eye, eh? You met his mum." "Oh God, yes." Jack took a deep breath. "Is she always so?" "That's Molly." Tonks laughed softly. "He's not bad for a Weasley, and before you say anything I should know, I dated one, Charlie." "So that's how you know about the tattoo." "Nah, didn't have it then." Tonks looked out at the broom riders who were hovering somewhat off in the distance. "Okay, I know I can still look. Who's that fit thing there? Recognize him? That's a tight, nice arse. Maybe you should ditch Ron, I bet he knows how to handle his broom." Almost as if called, the broom rider with the tight, nice arse noticed the two women and flew over, hovering in front of them. "Hey, Tonks, Jack, Want to go for a ride?" Both women stood there, gobsmacked, as Harry Potter adjusted his glasses. Lightning bolt-shaped scar plainly visible. Eventually, Tonks found her voice. "Harry." "Yeah, it's me." He smiled at her. "Yeah, I know it's a long story and I don't really understand it all, so wanna ride?" Jack began giggling and turned to Tonks. "Maybe he can show you how he handles his broom." "Fuck off," Tonks elbowed Jack. "Harry, I've got news, good news." That was enough for Harry, so he flew over to the balcony and landed, leaning his broom against the wall. "Good news? I could use some good news." Tonks was silent for a moment and then glanced over to Jack. After a few seconds, Jack got the hint. "I think I'll go see if I can find Ron." "He's out there. See him." Harry pointed towards the others flying off in the distance. "Oh," Jack paled. "In that case, I think I'll go. I'm just gonna go, bye." After Jack left, Harry turned to Tonks. "Is it just me, or is she being a little odd?" "Odd, her. What about you?" Tonks laughed and looked up at Harry, and that was when she realized she had to look up at Harry. "I see you yesterday and you're plain old Harry, but I come back today and, damn, you look like 18. The goblin healer said I'm a normal 18-year-old wizard." Tonks laughed and threw up her hands. "You know what? I don't care, Harry. There's only one Horcrux left." "What?" He took off his glasses and stepped closer to her. "What do you mean?" "Goblins." Tonks stepped closer to him and traced his scar with her finger. "When they got that Horcrux out of you, they did something where they can find them, and they got the last one besides Tom's snake." "Oh." She stopped as she also remembered what had happened, so caught up in telling Harry the good news she forgot the other events of the day. "Harry, Bellatrix and Draco Malfoy are dead." Harry stood there and let the news wash over him. Bellatrix, the evil witch who had killed Sirius, was dead. He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the fact that she was getting her just rewards. Finally, he opened his eyes. "How?" "That's the part I'm not sure of, but I think when she cast the killing curse at me." "She what?" Harry grabbed her arms and looked at her closely. "Are you all right?" "I'm standing right here talking to you, Harry. Of course I'm all right. The ring." She lifted up her hand, causing him to let go of her arm. "The ring did something. I think because she tried to kill her head of house, the ring protected me or something like that. Oh, and the griffin tattoo did something as well. I'm still not sure. Maybe you can have Effie give you the official goblin report. Merlin knows they probably documented the shit out of that." She paused and stared at him. "I still can't believe you look like that, Harry." "And Malfoy too. Did you?" "Nope, not me. Goblin soared through the chest. The HGIC." "HGIC?" Harry looked at her, confused. "What the hell is a HGIC?" "Oh, head goblin in charge. Can't remember his name. Anyway, he thinks that they were sent to check on the Horcrux. Figures that since they'd been destroying them, Tom started noticing it somehow. He's got to be mad as hell." "That's not good when he gets mad." Harry paused. "I guess I don't see or feel it anymore since I don't have a Horcrux anymore. But when I did, I know when he got mad, bad things happened. We need to tell. Have you told anyone else yet?" "No, not yet." Tonks paused. "I came to tell you first, and then I ran into Jack. Still can't believe the goblins got rid of all those Horcruxes. Bet they never tell us how they did it." "I don't care." Harry looked at her. For the first time in quite a while, he had hope, real, tangible hope. He felt it start burbling inside, small at first, but finally he just couldn't take it anymore. It was while looking at her eyes that were sort of hazel at the moment, that he leaned forward and kissed her. At first it shocked Tonks, but then she also felt the joy, the hope, and more than that, she felt a very nice, solid chest against hers along with just the slightest hint of stubble. A Harry more like the Harry in her dream of the future was there, kissing her, not the somewhat scrawny 16-year-old Harry of the previous day. Luxuriating in his kiss, she let a hand snake down and find that tight, nice arse. "Ahem." They broke apart to find Daphne Greengrass with her hands clasped behind her back, smiling at them. With a large smirk on her face, Daphne turned to Tonks. "Lady Black, I take it you approve of the changes in Lord Potter. You might want to have a word with Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones, as I think they've noticed the changes as well. Now, once you've collected yourselves, I've been sent to fetch Harry. Effie's here, but I'm sure she'd like to see you too, Lady Black." After turning and heading back into the lodge, Daphne snickered slightly. If Potter blushed that easily, it was going to be a fun visit. She couldn't wait to see what happened when they showed up in the Daily Prophet together, Harry looking like that. If they ever published another edition of the Prophet, that is. Chapter 12. By the next full moon. Carefully hidden in a very secluded location, a very inappropriate location for the Dark King of Britain, Voldemort sat upon an improvised throne deep within an abandoned church and looked at a map. The last 4 months had been intolerable. The weakness had escalated. Sometimes he felt barely able to lift a wand, and if he was honest with himself, his Cruciatus curse left much to be desired these days. His plan for magical Britain had been a success. Almost every facet of the infrastructure of everyday life had been disrupted, if not utterly, and hopefully, irrevocably altered. The flu network no longer worked, an important symbol to him, but the one thing that remained out of his control was Gringotts. As he internally swore everlasting torment on every single living goblin in the British Isles, and in the countries providing unofficial aid to Britain, his thoughts were slightly comforted by the arrival of Nagini. The giant snake slowly made her way up to him, curling around his leg, then lifting her massive head so that it was in his lap. With an almost skeletal hand, he stroked her scales. "Ah, my dearest one, soon our time will come. They are all hidden in their little holes, hopping against hope that the ragged band of misfits they are calling the Council will move against me. But I will be ready, we will be ready. Those who know the true King of Britain are coming to me, and then, my Nagini, we will act and the entire world will know who rules them." A small scrap of parchment, to be particular a shopping list containing potions ingredients, lifted from the cobblestones that comprise the main pathway of Diagon Alley, lifted briefly up into the air, hovering slightly. Then, from nowhere, a strong gust of wind pushed the parchment further airborne, sending it careening through the street, past the cracked and broken window panes, past the burned-out businesses. It flipped and turned alone in the street, for a moment stuck against a pole that once held a sign, now standing empty against the sky. The parchment fluttered momentarily, and as friction gave way, it once again soared into the sky, turning over and over, riding the small current until finally the swell died, sending it on further down the street in a dying flight, the only thing that moved in the once busy place of business. It came to rest against the still intact and unmarked door of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes for a moment, remaining motionless, but then another gust of wind once again bore it aloft, high into the air, spiraling higher and higher as if by spell until it came to a firm, flat rest against a window of Gringotts. The window of a specific goblin of Gringotts, at that very moment in a meeting with Ragnarok, the director of the only institution still functioning in Diagon Alley. Ragnarok sat at the small table with Effie, the account manager of House Potter, and the current liaison with the Wizarding High Council. To say that he was not happy would be the greatest of understatements, akin to saying that goblins didn't care about finances. He noticed the parchment against the window for a moment, but then turned his attention back to the female goblin. "Aelfjifu, what is the latest report from the council?" Effie sat at the table and clasped her hands together. Her tone was that of a goblin relating a rather disappointing return on an investment. "The council is gathering allies. Currently, the wizarding governments of France, Italy, Belgium, and Spain have sent diplomatic missions, but only France seems willing to commit to more than words and empty parchment. The Chevalier Esoterique have sent about 30 to 40 of their ranks, with more to follow." "I see." The director stroked the coarse hairs of his forked beard. "And what of Lord Potter? How is his condition?" Effie sighed. Her response a much more sympathetic tone, belying her feelings about Lord Potter. "It is as before. He experiences occasional changes. Right now he is as he was before, seemingly a normal 16-year-old wizard, but without warning or pattern he may appear as a fully grown 18-year-old wizard. He is quite upset about the situation, as is Lady Black." Ragnarok chuckled. "I dare say she is, if your reports about her behavior when Lord Potter is 18 is anything to go by." He steepled his long, gnarled fingers together and was silent for quite some time. At the point when Effie shifted in her seat, he broke his reverie and looked at her appraisingly. "What is the state of Gringotts in regard to the High Council?" After nodding her head respectfully, Effie gave Ragnar a smile. "It is as you had hoped, Director. The Council is working with us as a partner, not as a commodity or as lesser beings. We are being treated as equals. Our Council is given equal weight amongst negotiations and planning." She smirked and chuckled with her lips closed, then with wide eyes took a deep breath. "It doesn't hurt that we provide the only infrastructure to keep what remains of the former ministry alive. It was a stroke of genius, Director, to give them access to the secure flu spells that we use to transfer assets from branch to branch. I have heard several comments on how much more reliable the goblin flus are compared to their normal ones. Even after all this is done, and great Gorsnock may it be over soon, when it is done I believe we will have the monopoly on wizarding flus." "Excellent, excellent." The Director got up from his chair. He looked over to the female goblin and realized that times were definitely changing. "Ilfjafu, continue to offer support and reinforce Gringotts' commitment to ending this uncertainty. Bad for business." He made to leave and then stopped, turned back to her, and did something that his forefathers would have had him flayed for even contemplating. "If you believe that they have found him, and are planning on removing that miserable half-alive wizard from the face of the earth, you have my authority to authorize 3 battalions of goblin warriors for the assault." Effie clutched her hand over her heart and had to steady herself against the table with the other hand. Finally, when she could gather the will to speak, she nodded. "As you command, Director Ragnar." "Very well." Ragnar gave her a very toothy grin and left. He knew that if they played their cards right, the days of dealing with wizards through that damnable goblin relations liaison were truly at an end. Harry Potter, 16 yet again, lay deep in sleep at Potter Lodge. As the shadows flickered from the moon hiding behind the clouds, he turned in the bed, pulling the covers over him, and tried to find a more comfortable position. Once that was obtained, he fell deeper into sleep, but more importantly deeper into a dream. The dreams had become more frequent, and upon waking he could only remember bits and pieces, snatches of conversation, feelings, never anything definite. He knew that, once again, he was having a special dream, one that in the deeper parts of his brain that were still active were actively trying to remember. He stood in a large, open field, rolling hills, an expanse of green that undulated away from him, broken only by distant copses of trees, until in the distance a large forest stood. He watched as a figure came out of the forest on horseback, shining in the sun. He shielded his eyes from the glare, and as the figure came closer, he realized that the gleam was from armor. The horse was pale, almost white, and the figure that rode the horse had long, dark hair streaming away from its head, one hand holding the reins while the other hand held a long spear, the end of the spear placed next to an equally armored foot in the stirrups. For a moment he was fearful, but as the rider came closer, he recognized her, Magdalene Potter. The horse came to a slow trot and eventually stopped a few meters from him, and Magdalene dismounted. "Well met, Harry, Potter of House Potter." "Hello, Magdalene." She smiled at him. "I shall not be able to visit with you long, but the need is great. Soon great changes will happen." Harry laughed. "I know all about great changes. One day I wake up and I'm like this, and then I wake up and I'm 18 and a lot taller and—" True. An unfortunate side effect of Herwield's gift. He's always had an odd sense of humor. After rolling his eyes, Harry nodded. "So jokes are a Potter thing, are they?" "Yes, that and a willingness to fight for what is right, regardless of the cost. There will be a cost, my young lord, a heavy cost if you are to achieve your task." The regal lady brushed back her dark hair and stared at him. To Harry it felt as if she was looking into his very soul. "But you understand that all too well at too early an age. You should be at Hogwarts, greeting my portrait every day as you entered your chambers, focusing on your studies and undergoing the lessons that will prepare you for your position, but instead you fight a war. It is a war. Never let anyone dissuade you. You fight a war. With war there are losses, but if you trust in your heart there can also be victory." Harry threw up his hands in irritation. "What can I do? I mean, I'm just 16. I don't know enough magic to beat Voldemort, even if he does only have one Horcrux left. Besides, whatever you tell me I won't remember when I wake up. This is pointless." Magdalene stepped over to him and gently lifted up his chin to meet her gaze. Harry James Potter, the last Potter of House Potter, you have gifts that the Dark One knows not. Right. Harry stepped away from her, still mad. According to Dumbledore, that's love. What the bloody hell am I supposed to do? Hug Voldemort and tell him he's special? He felt her grab his arm, hard, and twirl him around to face her. What? Do not discount Dumbledore's thoughts upon this matter. Love is the strongest force in the universe. Love is what sends soldiers to their death, the love of their country, the love of their family. It allows them to do what they never thought possible. She let go of his arm and looked down to the grass. With a gesture, 2 small saplings sprung up. Take these trees. Individually, they are quite weak. Magdalene reached down and made a tree bend. But together. With a wave of her hand, the 2 trees wound together, wrapping against each other until only 1 tree remained. Together, they are strong. She grabbed the intertwined tree and tried to bend it. It bent, but only after exerting a great amount of force. Do you understand the lesson, my lord? He nodded. So together with the goblins, we can beat Voldemort. Not exactly. She gestured almost absent-mindedly towards the tree. The bottom of the tree began to change, turning into feet, and as the ripple effect went further up towards the top of the tree, the figure in front of Harry was instantly recognizable, the figure of Nymphadora Tonks. 2 are greater than 1. Harry stared at the form of Tonks, standing there with a blank expression on her face, so different than his Tonks. His Tonks. It was there, in his dream, that Harry realized that he considered her his, that what a drunken contract conceived by his father and Sirius had done was to give him more than he had ever thought possible. What some considered a sentence of a sort had given him hope, had given him a way out of the all-consuming darkness imposed by Voldemort. He was still staring at Tonks when Magdalene waved her hand again, vanishing the tree Tonks. My lord, what has been set in motion must be fulfilled. By the next full moon, if you wish to become more than a single sapling, you must join. Wait, what? Harry ran a hand through his hair. Are you saying we have to be married before the next full moon? I'm not even 17 yet. Magdalene threw back her head and laughed long and heartily. My lord, you forget yourself. You are the Potter of House Potter. The rules of the ministry no longer apply. There is no ministry, but it would not matter even if the ministry stood as before. Consult the records if you wish, but you will find that many heads of house married before 17. I assure you Lady Black will not find the situation amusing, but will understand. She too will be visited in a dream this very night, by someone who will impart the true necessity of the blessed event. She glanced over her shoulder, as if hearing something, but there was no sound evident. My time draws to a close, but I will visit you once again, and yes, you will remember that time as you will remember this parley. Be strong, Harry James Potter, and know that the blood of your ancestors runs strong through your veins. With that, Magdalene kissed Harry on the cheek, mounted her horse, and galloped off towards the forest. The moment that she entered the forest, Harry felt the sudden need to lay down upon the cool, soft grass. Back at Potter Lodge, Harry woke up with a start, looking around the room wildly as if Magdalene would be right there, sitting at his bedside. Instead, the moon continued to throw shadows across the room. He threw off the covers and went to the window. It was a full moon. He remembered everything. He had 1 month. In a different part of the lodge, at the same time that Harry was at the window, Nymphadora Tonks sat up in bed and exhaled deeply. She'd been previously having weird dreams of the future, dreams of her and Harry with kids and stuff, and if she was honest with herself, they were pretty good dreams. She'd even had one of the smutty dreams, which was kind of odd, thinking about Harry that way, but seeing him as an occasional 18-year-old was a bit of all right. Kissing him was a bit of all right as well. But the latest dream, that was very, very different. She threw back the covers, slid out of bed, and scratched her bum as she made her way towards the loo. Once that was completed, she threw on a dressing gown and decided that since there was no way in hell she'd get back to sleep, that a bite to eat didn't sound like a bad idea. There was usually a house elf about, and if she couldn't find one to make her something to eat, there was always cheese toast or a bit of leftovers to tide herself over until breakfast. Tonks had just made it past the door when the nearest door on the hallway flew open, revealing Daphne Greengrass in an unclosed dressing gown, hair going everywhere. Tonks, what's wrong? Bloody fucking hell, why'd you wake up? I'm just going to get something to eat. What, you get a signal or something? Daphne nodded. I was alerted that you were awake. How? Daphne gave her a withering look. We're witches. I dunno magic. Fuck me. Fine. Come on, maybe if I tell it to you I won't feel as mental as I do right now. Daphne nodded, closed her robe, and shut the door. For a while the two of them padded almost noiselessly down the hallway, only their bare feet making soft sounds against the floor. Finally, though, Daphne couldn't take it. Did you have another dream? Did I have a dream? Tonks' remark was sarcastic. Oh, Merlin, did I have a dream? After raising an eyebrow at Tonks, Daphne walked a few more steps, but then couldn't contain herself. Was it another one of those dreams? Harry is rather fit when he does the older man thing. Tonks bumped her with her shoulder. Get your mind out of the gutter, girl. Helga's tits. Oh, so it was Helga, eh? You know those dreams aren't that uncommon, from what I've been told. Bugger off. The two continued walking, passing antlers and a suit of armor. After a minute or so, Tonks looked over to the younger girl. It had been quite odd, having an official lady-in-waiting, but it did give her someone to talk to. Well, not about the things she did with the goblins. She was sworn to secrecy unless expressly given permission to discuss what happened. But in other matters, Daphne wasn't bad. Yeah, she was a Slytherin, but so was Andromeda, so Tonks didn't hold that against her. In a way, they were actually becoming friends. Sure, she didn't follow the Greengrass girl's fashion sense, that would have been stupid, but the girl did have a quick mind and a definite sense of what was right or wrong. She also had, thank Godric, completely ignored the topic of the eventual wedding to Harry. The wedding. Tell you what, Daph, let's get something to eat and I'll tell you everything. As you wish, nymph. Tonks stopped and stared at the girl. You can be a real bitch, you know. Daphne returned the glare. Takes one to know one. Eventually the two laughed and continued on their way, finally coming to their destination, which, as Tonks hoped, was manned by a house elf. The house elf, a young elf named Blippi, was only too happy to begin a full breakfast for the two women, ignoring the fact that it was 3 a.m. with utter glee. As they sat there with their drinks, Daphne with tea and Tonks with a very strong coffee, the women were silent for a while as Blippi busied herself. Finally, though, Daphne couldn't take it. So, about this dream. Tonks took a sip of her coffee and watched the girl. It was funny, really. She'd interrogated enough criminals when she was an Auror that she knew when people wanted to talk, when people wanted information, and the difference between the two. Daphne wanted information. Instead, she decided to turn the tables. No, not yet. A trade. I've been off with the goblins so many times that I have no idea what's been going on here. Oh, Daphne sat back a little disappointed. Well, the council. Tonks waved her off. No, not that crap. I know about that from the HGIC. HGIC. Head goblin in charge. Never mind. What's the gossip? That's how you Slytherins do things, right? Get gossip on people so that way you can use it to your advantage. Daphne feigned being offended. Such slanderous and true comments. She laughed along with Tonks and then leaned forward, causing the older woman to copy her motion. Well, let's see. You know that Hermione Granger has been seen with Charlie Weasley, right? It's more than sharing grief, if you know what I mean. Tonks rolled her eyes. Chuck has his work cut out for him there, but I knew about that. Next. You know about Bill Weasley then. What about old Bill? Daphne tapped her index finger several times against her teacup. You know that he's Lord Weasley now. That was one of Harry's doings, restoring the Weasleys to a full noble house. They are officially a companion house to House Potter. There was a debt that one of the Weasleys paid by giving up their seat in the Wizengamot, but Harry had Gringotts pay the debt and restore the house. Tonks mimed, waving her hand over a yawn. Old news. Very well. Then perhaps you won't be interested to know that Lord William Weasley has currently been seen with a Muggle woman. Wrong, Tonks shook her head. That's just Jack, and from what I've heard, she's interested in Ron. Right family, wrong son. No, it is an older Muggle woman. Daphne tilted her head as if deep in thought. What is it with the Weasley men and the Granger women? Shut up, Tonks sat back straight in her chair. Are you telling me that Bill is seeing Hermione's mum? Daphne smiled brightly. Is that good enough for you to tell me about your dream? Tonks waved a finger at her. Maybe I should just ask Lord Greengrass to make you tell me everything. She saw her words impact Daphne and suddenly realized that she had gone a wee bit too far as Daphne's face fell. Fuck. Sorry, Daphne, that was shitty of me. I shouldn't have said that. Daphne regained her composure and took a sip of tea. It's okay. After a bit, she looked over to the older woman, wondering if she could trust her. After a bit of internal deliberation, she decided to plunge ahead. He told me, Colin, that since he was officially made Lord Greengrass, he was going to talk to the goblins and change things so I could be head of House Greengrass. He's been at Hogwarts, though, so I don't know if he started things or not. I would ask, but... She trailed off and stared at her teacup. The reverie was broken as a full English breakfast was deposited on the table, thankfully giving the two an opportunity to ignore the last topic of conversation. As they ate, mostly silently, Tonks thought that she'd teased the girl enough and needed to give her something to think about other than the fact that her father had to die in order for little Colin Creevey to be named Lord Greengrass. She finished chewing and then sat down her fork. Okay, Daphne, my dream. She watched as the girl sat down her fork and gave her full, undivided attention. You know about my other dreams, stuff about the future, and how I'll remember some things, but it's like trying to grab water. This was different, really different. I remember everything. Really? So was it about the future? Were you and Harry older? Were the girls in the dream? Nope. Well, it was about the future, 1 month ahead in the future to be exact. She paused and saw Daphne across the table, listening carefully. She cleared her throat. I was visited by someone from Harry's past. According to what I heard, and I heard a lot, from what I heard, if we really want to beat the Dark Tosser, then Harry, and I need to get married before the next full moon. Before the next full moon, Daphne sat back, seemingly in shock. Tonks waited as Daphne sat there, waited for the questions to come. The questions about how she knew this, who the visitor was, all those kinds of things. Instead, Daphne showed herself to be the true pureblood, noble house lady-in-waiting. It's going to be so hard to do everything in a month. We haven't even started looking at dresses. You don't have a ring for him. There's flowers and... Daphne stopped with her mouth open, realized what she'd been saying, and had the good grace to look slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry. It's just... That's what my mum drilled into me, helping you make it perfect since it's the joining of House Black and House Potter, especially as you are the very first Lady Black. Tonks waved her off. It's okay, I get it. Normally, I'd think this was just one of those dreams, but this... Daphne, Harry's mum, came to me in my dream. Holy heckity. Yep, exactly. Tonks took a sip of coffee. I was here at Potter Lodge in one of the rooms without antlers and shit, and it was a nice, sunny day when the door opened and there she was. I haven't seen any pictures of her except briefly. Harry showed me once, but I just knew it was her. Red hair, green eyes, annoyingly fit. She sat down next to me and... Well, she told me that together we would be able to beat Noseless. That Dumbledore was right. Love is the weapon that dipshit doesn't know. She saw the odd look on Daphne's face and understood. Dumbledore told Harry that he could beat him using the power he doesn't understand. Love. She also told me that Harry would need that, knowing that we're really together, out in the open together. He'd need that going in. She also said some things about continuing the Potter line and stuff, but I'm not going into that. So why before the next full moon? Tonks shrugged. She couldn't tell me exactly, bloody fucking annoying. But the mental part of it is that I absolutely know that she's right. I mean, right down into my bones, I know that's right, just like we breathe air, and these beans are going to give me the farts later on. She toyed with her fork on her plate, messing the beans about. But the crazy thing was she told me to look into my heart and tell her if I truly didn't love Harry. Daphne leaned over the table. Do you love him? After a deep sigh, Tonks closed her eyes. If you would have told me back at Sirius, while reading at Gringotts, when they dropped the bludger on us about the contract, that I would actually love the little git, I would have accused you of giving me a potion. But after what I've seen, when the Horcrux came out, and how he treats me, he doesn't see me like other men do, that's for sure. With everything that's gone on, and all the time we've spent together. Plus, you know, he gets rather fit later on. Gutter-minded Slytherin. Tonks sat back in her chair and cupped her coffee mug in her hands. That doesn't hurt, obviously. I'm not overjoyed at getting married, really, but we have to get married due to that stupid contract. What if there wasn't a contract? Daphne gestured with her hands in a questioning manner. What about that? Think about Harry now. Ignore all the gloom and doom, it's just you and Harry. What about that? Yeah, her voice was low, almost a whisper. What? Daphne cupped her ear in an exaggerated manner. Sorry, didn't hear. Could you speak up, please? Piss off. Yeah, I could see that. I'd wait until he was a bit older, though. He's not of age. At that comment, Daphne began laughing, slightly irritating Tonks. She saw the look on Tonks' face and smiled widely. Oh, it's obvious someone has a lot to learn about the noble houses. Harry's the Potter of House Potter. It doesn't matter how old he is. Really? Really? Bloody hell. After a long silence, Daphne began looking at Tonks as if someone was appraising winged horses. I suppose I can do wonders. I am a witch, after all. For the love of Merlin, please tell me you're not insisting upon leather for the dress. Horrible. Your mother would never forgive me. Tonks shook her head despondently. Mum and Dad are still on that island. Goblins haven't connected anything to that island yet. Oh, Daphne clapped her hands together excitedly. You got in late from your patrols with the goblins. I was asleep. They have connected the flu. Your parents will be here. She looked at the enchanted clock above the rather large cooker. In about 4 or 5 hours. Tonks' hair turned a vibrant shade of orange. That'll be fun. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. Glad you two are okay. Guess what? Harry and I are getting married before the next full moon. Surprise. Yeah, that'll go over great with all Dromda. I'm sure she'll insist on everything being proper. She saw Daphne wince slightly. What aren't you telling me? Tonks, it won't just be a wedding. This is the joining of 2 noble houses. So, I'm sure that's happened before. Oh, yes, it has. There are ceremonies. You're not just joining houses, you're joining the magic of 2 houses. That doesn't make me feel any better, Daph. Sorry, Nymph, but it's the truth. She took a deep breath. Every single witch and wizard will be notified. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? No, Daphne shook her head. When I was thrown into this job, certain books just showed up. I'm not kidding. One morning I woke up and there was this big book on my nightstand next to my wand. I had to tap my wand on the book to open it, and when I did it, some sort of magical binding took place where I have apparently promised to uphold all the ceremonies and shit. Ha, Tonks pointed at her. I knew I was rubbing off on you. Fine. Daphne's eyes flashed in irritation. I can curse too, you poxy fucking worst example of a lady of a goddamned noble bleeding house. A pitiful fucking excuse if I ever saw one, as sure as shit. There. But you will go though the ceremonies if it is the last fucking thing I do, because I'm not losing my bloody magic over you and your dumbarse insistence on being difficult. Arse, bollocks, Fanny. The sound of Tonks clapping filled the kitchen. Bravo, well done, Miss Greengrass. Well done. So you have this book around anywhere. Are you kidding? Daphne held out her hands, thought about the book, and seconds later it appeared, resting in her hands. I can't get away from the bloody thing. A sound from the doorway made both Daphne and Tonks turn to see Jack standing there in a pair of training shorts and a light blue vest. The Muggle girl stood there in shock. Don't tell me I missed breakfast. Tonks shook her head but motioned Jack to join them. With house elves, you never miss breakfast. Can't sleep. Jack sat down at the table next to Tonks, her eyes drawn to Daphne's book. A bit of light reading. I wish. Daphne sat the book down on a chair next to her and turned her attention to the Muggle girl. So what's got you awake at this time? Or, should I say, what's Ron done this time? Ron, Jack gave her an odd look. He hasn't done anything, it's the goblins. Both witches nodded as Blippi made her way back into the kitchen, aware by some innate house elf magic that another hungry mouth had entered her domain. Instead of the breakfast provided to Daphne and Tonks, Jack only wanted a bit of toast and tea. Once that was provided, Blippi left, leaving the 3 to sit there in a somewhat uncomfortable silence. Tonks felt a kick under the table, and glancing over saw Daphne purse her lips and jerk her head in Jack's direction. Taking the hint, Tonks picked up her coffee and took a sip. So, Jack, What the goblins do that's got you awake at a dark 30. Jack set her teacup down on the table softly. Since your government doesn't really exist now, well, not really, they're working with the council. Some of them aren't very happy I'm here. Let me guess. Tonks rolled her eyes. There's one git in particular, wooden leg, crazy eye. He creeps me out, but yeah, him. Jack didn't look at the other two. Instead, she absent-mindedly tore her toast into very small pieces and let them fall on her plate. They don't know what to do with me. Well, they didn't, but they came up with an idea. I'd have to sign this piece of paper saying I couldn't say anything to my family or anyone I know about how you guys are witches and wizards and stuff. And if I did tell them, even though I'm Muggle, Daphne said it softly. We call those without magic muggles. Right, muggles, Jack laughed mirthlessly. I should definitely know that word since I heard it enough. Well, not from Ron. She paused. If I did tell any muggles about magic, the goblins would know somehow, and then it wouldn't be good. I don't know the details, but I don't want to cross the goblins. They scare me. Jack, love, Tonks put her arm around the girl's shoulders. I've been around goblins much more than you, and a lot more lately, but don't feel bad because they scare me as well. She felt the girl's shoulders shake slightly, as if she was almost on the verge of tears. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? It's Ron. Jack's head came up sharply. How do I tell him that if I go back I can never see him again? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tonks leaned closer to Jack. Who said anything about that? The goblins. Jack sighed deeply. I can't very well keep on seeing Ron if I can't say anything about magic. Ron's a wizard. Tonks looked at Jack, confused. She turned to Daphne and saw that the Slytherin girl had figured it out. Yeah. She's right, Daphne nodded. If she can't speak about magic, she can't speak Ron's name or think about him as he is a wizard. Wizards are magical. Part of being magical is literally being full of magic. Well, not so much in Weasley's case. She saw the look Tonks gave her and continued. But she's right. If she signs that document, she'll in essence be giving up Ron. And all my memories. Jack looked up at Tonks. I won't remember you or Ron or any of this. Wait a tick. Tonks scratched her head. That doesn't make any sense. If they obliviate you, why bother with the damned parchment? No, Tonks, Daphne interrupted. She can keep her memories, but if she breaks the contract, they'll obliviate her, at minimum, if not more than that. We are talking about contracts with goblins. Those are very binding magical contracts, regardless of the amount of magic contained by the signer. Then, Daphne had a thought. It was obvious that the Sorting Hat was wise in placing her in Slytherin, as she had an idea. She glanced over to the large book still resting on the seat next to her. The goblins had contracts, but witches and wizards were bound by laws just as ancient and powerful as goblin magic. You know, Tonks, if I'm going to throw this wedding together in less than a month, I could use some help. Tonks laughed and then saw Jack's surprise, answering her unasked question in a rather blasé tone. Oh yeah, I'm marrying Harry in less than a month. He doesn't know it yet. Well, maybe he does if he had a dream like mine. Want to help out? Jack covered her face with her hands, her words muffled. How can I help if I'll never remember anything? Tonks kicked Daphne under the table, delighted in the look of irritation on the younger girl's face. So, Miss Pureblood, what do I do now? I don't know, Nymph. Do what you always do, make it up as you go along. Fine, Daff. Tonks took out her wand. I, Lady Black of House Black, do hereby solemnly and shit make you, Jack, an official lady-in-waiting of House Black. So mote it be. Merlin, I hate saying that. It sounds so bloody stupid. Mote. Who the fuck says mote? Instead of coming from Tonks' wand, a fine, sparkling silver mist streamed out of her head of House Ring and enveloped Jack. The mist shimmered slightly and then, as if someone rang a gong, a large sound echoed through the kitchen as the mist disappeared. There, Tonks bobbed her head firmly. Pretty sure that did it. We'll tell the goblins to go get stuff tomorrow. Today, Daphne smiled gloatingly. Fuck you, Tonks turned to Jack. Your first job is to keep her from being so annoying I don't hex the shit out of her today. I didn't get any sleep to speak of, and it's going to be a long day. Chapter 13. Meetings, meetings, meetings. The sun was just beginning to break through the clouds in the Scottish Highlands. peeking through as if it was uncertain about whether or not it should actually shine. It was in that half-light of early morning, just before sunrise, that Nymphadora Tonks was walking through the back garden. As she walked, she laughed to herself quietly, comparing the back garden at her parents' house to the massive, manicured garden behind the lodge was a study in contrasts. Her parents' garden, whilst maintained wonderfully, looked as if it could be contained by a tenth of the topiary and flowers behind the lodge. She walked aimlessly, nodding certain plants and trees without much thought, as she had quite a bit on her mind. Not only was she getting married in less than a month, but there was the whole, merging the magic of two noble houses bit along with the wedding invitations that would go to every single magical citizen of Britain. Bad enough that she was going to have to stand up there in front of everyone and do a public wedding, but now every single person she'd ever known at school would be there to give her crap. Well, possibly every person. The security for the wedding would probably be immense, not to mention that there were quite a few witches and wizards that had left Britain when the usurper had claimed the throne. It was while ruminating on these things and more that she turned a corner in the garden, moving between the hedges, when she saw him sitting there and smoking a cigarette of all things. She shook her head slightly, laughing, as she remembered when he used to sneak those at school and wondered what would happen if his mum found out. She cleared her throat, so as not to scare him, and nodded to him as he noted her approach. "Molly'd kill you if she knew you were smoking, Chuck." Charlie Weasley, leaning forward from a little bench set inside one of the hedges and cupping a cigarette in his hand, smirked at her. "Molly'd kill me if she knew a quarter of what I've done since leaving the burrow for Hogwarts." He scooted over on the bench and nodded towards the empty space. "Thanks." Tonks sat down and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "And old Dromda would lose her shit if she knew what I've done as well." "True, true." Charlie took a drag off of his cigarette and exhaled away from Tonks. "You want one, old time's sake." She thought about it for a moment but shook her head. "Nah, I'm meeting Mum and Dad later this morning and she'd know. Don't know when exactly, but it wouldn't matter if I did a million mouth-cleansing charms, took a shower and changed clothes, she'd know. I remember the last time she busted me for smoking, after we went to that Muggle concert. She should just be glad we just smoked cigarettes after what that one bloke offered us." "No kidding." They sat there in silence for a bit until Charlie turned towards her. "So, how are you doing, Lady Black?" He don't remind me." Tonks shook her head. "It's going to be a full-on bullshit day full of that stuff." She paused for a moment. "On second thought, let me have one of those." "Nope." Charlie shook his head. "Offer was good before I knew Andromeda and Ted were coming in. She knows I was the one who got you smoking these things again. She'd have my hide. Here." He took a drag and blew the smoke in her face. "That's all you're getting." "Fucker." She bumped his shoulder and both of them continued to stare off at the trees and other parts of the garden that spread out in front of them. After a while, though, she turned to him. "So, Hermione Granger, huh?" "Yeah." Charlie sat back on the bench and exhaled. "Surprised the hell out of me." "I bet. Not as much as your brother, though. So how's that feel, dadding a girl whose mum is dadding your older brother?" "I wouldn't exactly call it dadding. Not like I can take her off to London for a nice meal, you know." "You know what I mean, Chuck." "Yeah, I know, and it's bloody weird, that's what it is. She's brilliant, really. Asks some really good questions about dragons, but there's more to her than being smart." He paused and put out the cigarette with his foot, taking out his wand and vanishing the butt afterwards. Once he'd put his wand away, he looked over at Tonks. "It's not like we were." "Well, thank Merlin for that," she laughed. "It was fun, Chuckles, but we were both young and way too horny." They both laughed. She looked over to him, taking him in. It had been a long time since she had spoken with him, even longer since the two of them had been alone. He still looked good, a little heavier, but it looked good on his frame. His red hair was lighter, the result of being out in the sun so often, along with all the prominent freckles along his arms. It was then she noticed the dragon tattoo along with several burn marks. "Nice tattoo. Molly must love that." "Don't remind me." Yeah, she was not pleased whatsoever. He paused. "You know, right now I think I could show up with tattoos everywhere and she wouldn't blink. She's still worried about Perce." "We haven't heard anything, Chuck. I've been out with the goblins and we always try to find out anything, along with the others who have disappeared, and it's just like they fell off the face of the earth. Sorry. Thanks for looking. He's a pompous little git, but he is my brother. Once again they descended into silence, but it wasn't an awkward silence, not with their history. They both knew that each other sometimes needed silence, that they didn't require someone to speak in order to maintain their companionship. They had history, the history of first loves, of broken hearts, of time revealing that it was the first flush of first love, but most importantly they understood that, above all, they were friends. Friends that each treasured, as even though their meetings had been infrequent at best since they left Hogwarts to go to Romania and into the Auror Corps, each time that they met each other as if they had seen each other the previous day and fell into that seamless rhythm of lifelong friends. After what seemed like an eternity, Charlie spoke, without looking at Tonks. We're leaving for America soon, me and Hermione. Her mum wants her far away from here. How soon? You can't go before next month. What? Charlie turned to her. Why not? What do you know? Wait, can you tell me? Is it an Auror thing, goblin thing? What is it? No, nothing like that. She contemplated telling him something that wouldn't quite be the truth, but in the end she realized that it was Charlie. She had always been able to tell him anything, absolutely anything, and he always listened without criticizing. Chuck, this'll all come out soon, but I'm getting married. Right, tell me another. Shut up, you moron, it's true. He started laughing. Wait a bloody second, you and Harry, it is Harry, isn't it? I've seen you too, and I've heard the whole weird magical aging thing. Yeah, it's Harry, and the insane temporary aging thing has nothing to do with it. Well, not really, but... She took a deep breath. Chuck, when Sirius made me Lady Black, it triggered a contract between Sirius and Harry's dad. A marriage contract? He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Oh, that's rich, an old pureblood tradition, and you're caught up in it, and you've done everything to run as far away from all that shite. Now you're going to have to do everything by the book, aren't you? By the book, you don't know the half of it. She rolled her eyes. Daphne's got this big book. Yeah, what's with you and the Greengrass girl? She's not your normal mate, that's for sure. She's a lady-in-waiting. She looked at him, expecting to hear it, but he held his tongue. Oh, come on, you know you want to give me crap about this. It's like I fell into one of those barmy novels they write about medieval witches and stuff. Your mum must be pleased as punch. All those years trying to make you a proper lady, and you pushed back every single time. But now her dreams are coming true. Don't remind me. She was quiet for a bit and then turned to him. At least I'm not the only one robbing the cradle. Shut it, it's not that much difference. Yeah, I know all the arguments. Tonks looked over to him. America, huh? Yeah. He reached into his trousers and pulled out the pack of cigarettes, lighting another one with his wand. She's got some distant cousins over there. That's the Muggle excuse why she's going over to visit them. Really? He took a drag and exhaled. Her mum isn't handling things well after her father's death and put her foot down that Hermione needs to get far away from here. She's been on Bill as head of the family to convince me it's the best idea. Hate to admit it, but she's not wrong, is she? Not really. It's bad, Chuck. I never thought it would be this bad, but it is. After a few moments, she turned to him. And Mum can piss off, give me one of those. Hell no. Charlie shook his head vehemently. I remember when I got caught in your bedroom that one time when we thought your parents were staying overnight in Pool. I've seen your mum furious and don't want to see that again, even if this time I will have on pants. No thank you very much. Arse. Wench. You suck, Weasley. Tonks stood up, taking note of the position of the sun. They had been out there for quite some time, as the sun was now streaming through the clouds. Suppose I should go back and face the music. Mum and Dad must be back now. Time to go tell her about the wedding. So what's the hurry? Charlie looked at her oddly. You can't be up the duff. You were always brilliant at the contraceptive spells. No, you idiot. I'm not pregnant. She picked a few leaves off the hedge and threw them at him, completely ineffective for hitting him, but it made him laugh. It's complicated. It always is with you, Nymphadora. Oh, fuck off, Charles Aloysius Branwalther Weasley. That's low coming from you, Nymphadora, deserved but low. He took a drag off of his smoke. Life's complicated even in the best of times. What's the deal now? For a moment she contemplated telling him, but somewhere, back in the part of her conscience she usually avoided, she heard a voice tell her something, and this time she couldn't ignore it. It's not my story to tell, really. It's Harry's, so I just don't feel right. Say no more. Charlie held up his hand. I know when I'm out of my league, and I'm further out of my league here than World Cup Quidditch. You could have played, you arse, maybe not World Cup, but I know Kenmore was scouting you. She gave him a weak smile. But thanks. She stood up and started to walk away, but stopped after a couple of steps. Thanks, Chuck, and remember, not until after the wedding. Charlie stood up and bowed to her. As you wish, my lady. Wanker. She started to leave, but stopped. Does Hermione know you smoke? The look on his face gave it away. Nice, I've got one on you, Chuckles, remember that. It had taken Harry several hours and several techniques to fall back to sleep. With everything on his mind and the dream with Magdalene still fresh in his memory, sleep was something that was hard to obtain. He'd tried counting sheep, then counting hippogriffs, all of them taking turns clawing Malfoy, but it hadn't worked. Finally, almost giving up hope, he had a thought and went over to the bookshelf that sat on the opposite side of his bedroom. With his fingers trailing over the spines of the books, he finally found what he'd been looking for, something to make him drowsy. It always did the trick before, so why wouldn't it now? Clutching the history of magic in his hands, he settled back into bed, turned the pages past the beginnings of the magical world, and found a section on the beginnings of the Flu network. After a few pages, he felt himself growing drowsy, and kept at it until the book slipped out of his hands and hit him on the forehead. With just enough consciousness to think about it, he slipped off his glasses, set them on the bedside table, and didn't even bother to close the book, instead slipping further under the duvet and closing his eyes. He felt as if he had just dropped off to sleep when he felt someone tugging on his hand and turned over slightly to see the wide, bright eyes of Kipsy. 5 more minutes, please. Kipsy shook her head, her ears wobbling back and forth. Master Harry must get up. Big meetings today, big meetings. Effie be having breakfast in the library. She has papers for Master Harry. Come on, up, up, up. Fine. With a stretch and a yawn, he pushed the duvet back and sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. What time is it? It is being 9 in the morning. Harry yawned again and reached over for his glasses. And what time's the meeting? What meeting? I don't remember. The meeting be at 10:30, Master Harry. Kipsy looked alarmed as he hadn't got out of bed yet. Master Harry must be Lord Potter for the meetings. Kipsy has your clothes all laid out, she does. He glanced over to the wardrobe, and sure enough, the full I am Lord Potter things were hanging on the wardrobe, waiting for him. He was happy to see, though, that Kipsy's peculiar clothes scent still reigned as 2 rather garish mismatched argyle socks were laid over the sober, sensible leather shoes. Realizing that sleep was now a foregone conclusion, he got out of bed, stretched again, and made his way into the loo. Eventually, and with more prodding from Kipsy, he'd taken a shower, dressed, and looked in the mirror. Still 16, still slightly scrawny, and with the unmistakable sign of a pimple right on the end of his nose. Great. Just what he needed to go into a meeting with all of the adults, a zit. Kipsy came over and looked him over, tried to get his hair to lay flat and look nice, but eventually gave it up as a hopeless case. She smiled at him and then noticed what he had in the mirror. Quickly, before he could say anything, she licked her thumb and rubbed it on his nose. For a moment it almost felt painful, like someone had pinched him, but then it was gone. He walked over to the mirror, and surprisingly the pimple was gone. Master Harry must look nice for the meeting. Kipsy be telling Effie you join her soon. And with that, the little elf popped away. Brilliant. He examined his face in the mirror, no sign that a blemish ever existed on his nose. Elf spit, who knew? It was with a happy feeling that Harry walked into the library, but that feeling soon died away as he saw Mad-Eye Moody arguing with Effie. Mad-Eye was standing above Effie, towering above her as she sat in the chair, her feet dangling in the air, but she simply sipped her tea and looked at him as if she was humoring a small child. It's not legal, it's not right, and she should be obliviated. Effie sat down her tea, glanced over to see Harry, and then turned back to the old Auror. Mr. Moody, any prior legal mandates issued by the ministry are no longer valid. The rule of law is now comprised by the High Council. Even if the ministry did exist in its prior configuration, the point is moot as Lady Black has used her prerogative to name Miss Wilson as a lady-in-waiting. That supersedes any possible mandate regarding obliviation. As she is a friend of not only Lady Black, but of Lord Potter, I am sure they would agree with my interpretation of the law. She turned to Harry. Isn't that correct, Lord Potter? As Mad Eye turned, Harry thought constant vigilance, and walked forward. Yeah, she's not going to be obliviated. Mad Eye got an irritated look upon his scarred face and walked forward to Harry, standing a wee bit too close for comfort, causing Harry to take a half-step back. Then what about her family, eh? Think about that, have you? Muggles have these stuck about on poles in her neighborhood. He thrust a piece of paper at Harry. Harry took the paper as a reflex, but uncrumpled it quickly to see what Moody was on about. There, on bright orange paper, was Jack's picture in normal Muggle black and white, non-moving. It had her name, the last time she was seen, and how to contact her parents if anyone had seen her. So the police. All over it. Moody grunted and shifted his weight off of his peg leg. So you and Lady Black better come up with a good story to make this all go away, 'cause I'm sure as hell not doing it. I've got better things to do. Without another word, he stomped away, his peg leg echoing through the hallway each time it came in contact with the wood floor, only occasionally muffled as he walked over the rugs dotting the lodge. Effie shrugged and pointed to the seat opposite her. Harry filled it without question, then gave the goblin an odd look. What do you mean, lady-in-waiting? Ah, that. Effie pulled a piece of parchment out of her file. This appeared on my desk. I assume it happened last night, as it wasn't there when I went to sleep. Apparently Lady Black has named Miss Wilson a lady-in-waiting. It is one of the things to discuss today, but it was far enough down the agenda that I didn't worry about it too much. I figured I would have time to discuss it with Lady Black this morning, but Auror Moody just burst in here, and I had to tell him that any attempts to remove Miss Wilson would be futile. Oh. Harry blinked several times and then half-jumped in his chair as Kipsy arrived with his breakfast, exhorting him to hurry and eat or he'd be late for the meeting. After a few bites of bacon, the little house elf finally felt that he was moving along at a decent pace and left him alone with his Gringotts account manager. After swallowing the bite of bacon and washing it down with a bit of pumpkin juice, he looked over to Effie. She was paging through a thick folder of parchment and drinking tea. Effie. Yes. What's this meeting? Oh, well, that came about rather quickly. There were a few late-night owls and flu calls, and it was decided to have the meeting here as this is. Well, your house is possibly the most secure location in Britain at the moment, and with the amount of dignitaries arriving, the security precautions have been astronomical. Dignitaries? What? Harry ran a hand through his hair. Do I have to be all Lord Potter today? I'm afraid so, Harry. Effie closed the folder and sat it on the table. We are meeting with some of the ambassadors from magical governments worldwide. It appears that the usurper has been actively recruiting in their countries. They are worried that with the efforts of the Death Eaters that their national stability may be in danger and are meeting today to come up with solutions on how to deal with the issue. Okay, so why do I have to be there? Harry, she looked at him sympathetically. She liked the boy. He was one of the good wizards who did not view goblins in a bad light regardless of history, but in her heart of hearts she knew that things were going to be very difficult for him. It wasn't fair, after all that the boy had been through, to put him in this position. It wasn't fair, but it was inevitable. Harry, you are Lord Potter of the High Council. That in and of itself would be enough to require your attendance, but your unique connection to the usurper. I get it, he slumped in his chair. Yeah, I know, stupid prophecy. Prophecy? That made Effie's ears perk. If there was a prophecy about the boy, that only added to the layers of difficulty. What do you know about a prophecy? Harry rolled his eyes, suddenly hungry, and between bites informed his goblin friend about the prophecy that said that it had to come down to him or Voldemort. While he related this, and she was quiet, he hurriedly told her about his dream, Magdalene's words, and how he and Tonks had to get married before the next moon. Effie sat there, gobsmacked. It was worse than she thought, and she had been thinking very dark thoughts lately. It wasn't enough that the poor boy had been through everything at Hogwarts. Now he had to face the most evil wizard in 3 lifetimes. Eventually, though, she got a handle on her emotions and fixed Harry with a pointed look. "You will have the best protections Gringotts can provide, Harry." "Thanks," he answered as if she had just handed him the salt, not really understanding the importance of what she had just said. "But right now, I'm really worried about this wedding thing. I don't really know how, but I know it's true. I know that we'll have to be married before the next moon, but I haven't even talked about it with Tonks. We've got the contract, so we all knew it would happen, but do I need to give her a ring? What about her parents? I should talk to them before I ask her, shouldn't I? Isn't that what you're supposed to do?" "Harry, I don't think you're asking the right. I am afraid I do not know much about marriage between witches and wizards except for the legal documentation." "Oh, right." He took a drink of pumpkin juice and cocked his head at her. "So, for goblins, if I wanted to ask." "Ah, that I know about." Effie nodded her head. "You would provide a dowry and other considerations to the parents of your intended, but if that was not sufficient, or if the parents disapproved of the union, you would fight the father with daggers. Or is it swords? It's been so long since I've last seen an engagement battle." She shook her head as if to clear out the cobwebs. "But I'm sure it's quite different for witches and wizards." She looked at the clock. "I'm afraid you must finish breakfast if we're to make the meeting on time. Eat up." Harry somehow made it through breakfast, thoughts of Andromeda Tonks swinging a sword at him bouncing around his brain. He knew that she liked him and wanted the marriage to her daughter, but somehow that was the image he was left with. The meeting was held in what would probably be termed a ballroom, if it wasn't for the massive table with seats all around. In front of the seats were little placards that held the name of the person who would sit there as well as their title and country of origin. Harry tried to read the name of someone from Poland, but gave it up as he walked by too fast and couldn't pronounce the name if he tried. Too many consonants. A few witches and wizards were currently in attendance, sitting at their seats and looking over parchment, but nobody that he recognized. He sat down in the seat indicated by Effie and was massively relieved when she sat down next to him. She mentioned that her inclusion was as the representative from Gringotts, and then became engrossed in her parchment, leaving him nothing to do but idly look around. It was while trying to figure out if the witch from Transylvania was a vampire, or just one of Snape's relatives, that he heard the chair next to him being pulled out and looked up, relieved, to see Tonks sit next to him. "Watch her, Harry." "Hey, Tonks." He felt a feeling of relief wash over him. If Tonks was next to him, with Effie on the other side, it couldn't be that bad. That feeling of ease soon vanished, though, as his dream came back to him vividly. Tonks, we need to talk." Tonks held up a hand, a stern look on her face. "Harry, let's get something straight right away. Whenever someone says we need to talk, it usually means that it's going to be a crap conversation. Every time someone said that to me, I've been chucked, or I get a crap assignment, or my mum's disappointed in me yet again. Don't say that." "Got it," Harry nodded, chastened. He was trying to figure out how to say what he needed to say when Tonks bumped her shoulder against his. "Now that that's out of the way, what's on your mind, bub? I've got something to tell you too, but you go first." "I, had a dream last night." He saw her eyes widen a bit but plunged ahead. "I remember this one. Magdalene, my ancestor, you know, the badass feminist warrior Potter. Yeah, I like her." "What'd she tell you?" "Well, it's, you see, by the next moon." He felt her take his hand under the table. "Yeah." "Harry," her tone was soft as she leaned over close to him. "I had a dream, too, by the next moon." "Wow," he exhaled and his muscles relaxed, a sign that he had been tense before that, something he hadn't realized. "Are you okay with that?" She laughed and bumped her forehead against his. "Listen, if we start in on all the stuff I've been saying, okay to that is beyond normal, we'll be here all day. But, yeah, I guess I am. There's worse things than being married to a scrawny little git." "Hey," he sat up a bit straighter, pushing his shoulders back. "I'm not always like this, well, you know, the whole older me thing, wish it was back. I liked feeling like that." "You and me both." She smiled at him and smirked. "Don't get your knickers in a wad, I know you'll grow up. It's just Daphne knows." She nodded, interrupting his question. Yeah, some magic thing that told her I was awake after my dream, and like a moron, I spilled everything. I think it was because of who told me everything in the dream that I was. Well, it kind of freaked me out. Who was it? Harry looked at her warily. Was it Hereweald? Magdalene says he's got a weird sense of humor. Must be where the Potters get it. No, wasn't him. She debated for a moment, but then clutched his hand a bit tighter under the table. Harry, it was your mother. My mum. He felt his breath quicken for a bit, and then asked a question he'd always asked everyone that had known his parents. What was she like? She was, well, she was kind of like if you mixed Hermione and Ginny and McGonagall, really. She's smart, brilliant red hair, and an annoyingly fit figure for someone who's had a baby. But she's got that way McGonagall has when you screw up in class, you know, the tone of voice. Makes you sit up and pay attention. She told me that you'd need me when times got bad, and she wouldn't say so exactly, but I'm guessing things are gonna get worse before they get better, and that to make sure. She waved her other hand back and forth as if to drive away all those dark thoughts. But yeah, before the next moon. I told Daphne that you were too young, but she just laughed at me and told me I'm a lousy pureblood lady of a noble house. Oh, yeah, Harry nodded. Magdalene said it didn't matter because I'm the last Potter. Exactly. The two of them sat there, holding hands, lost in their thoughts when a rapping sound from the other end of the table filled the room, bringing their attention back to the matter at hand. Both of them were surprised to realize that all the seats at the table were now occupied. At the other end of the table, Augusta Longbottom sat down a small gavel and began addressing the assembled witches and wizards as the spokesperson for the High Council. For the next hour, it seemed to Harry that it would be easier to have Slytherins and Gryffindors share the same common room and play on the same Quidditch team than to get any of the people there agree to anything. The French delegation was firmly on the side of Britain, suggesting that a more active role was needed by the worldwide wizarding community to fight Voldemort. But the Canadian ambassador kept pushing for isolating Britain, saying that it was a British problem that must be dealt with by the British. It was at that point that the American ambassador, a tall witch with two dark plates hanging over her shoulders, told the Canadian wizard that he could shove his objections up his ass along with a bunch of poutine, because both America and Canada were former British colonies and should help out. The Norwegian ambassador asked the American witch why the sudden turnaround, as before the Americans wanted nothing to do with helping Britain. But at that point, the witch stood up and told the room that it was just like Grindelwald back in the 1940s, that initially America had been reluctant to fight not only Grindelwald but the Nazis, and that America had finally got its shit straight and figured out that if we don't help, we'll all be screwed. Tonks leaned over to Harry and whispered, "I like her." Harry tried to follow everything, but it was becoming too much for him. The bickering seemed to go on and on. He glanced occasionally over to Effie, but the goblin was just making notes, writing in those small, cramped letters of hers that he couldn't read. It was while Harry was wondering if she did that on purpose, so nobody could read her handwriting, that he felt Tonks nudge him. Huh, what? With very small motions of her hand, Tonks pointed to the American witch. It was at that point that Harry realized that not only was she looking at him, but the entire table was looking at him. He nervously cleared his throat, hoping it wouldn't be too embarrassing to have the question repeated, but Effie saved him yet again. I believe that Lord Potter's encounters with the Dark Wizard are well known. There is no need to recount what has been entered into all of the previous communications to the ministries and governments of your respective countries. Effie climbed up and stood in her chair. If you would like to review the documentation, it has been provided as appendices 1 through 5 in your packets. Nonsense. Every eye turned to the witch who was the German representative. The stories are nonsense. He is but a... He's Lord Potter, and it's not nonsense. Tonks found herself on her feet addressing the room. Regaining her composure and still retaining the anger at the German witch's accusation, she shook her head. It's not nonsense, it's the truth. If you don't want to believe it, then it's your fault if things go to shit in Germany. Still standing on her seat, Effie motioned for Tonks to sit down. The German witch scoffed at Tonks. Who are you to say these things? Were you there? Tonks ignored Effie and remained standing. She didn't realize it, but her hair had started to turn a very pale green. I'm Lady Black, member of the High Council of Britain, and more than that, I'm his fiancée. I wasn't there, but I was there when the goblins pulled a fucking Horcrux out of his head." She ignored the gasps of the crowd and plunged ahead. "And let me tell you, when they pulled that damned thing out of him, I saw everything just like I was there. Better than a pensive or a DVD, and he's not lying. Yeah, he may look like he's 16, but I'm sure if Voldemort showed up, you all would be shitting your pants now instead of fighting him like Harry did." "Nonsense, my arse." Tonks sat down in a huff and crossed her arms over her chest, still glaring at the German witch who now sat at her chair, open-mouthed and shocked. The silence was palpable in the room until Augusta Longbottom cleared her throat. "Thank you very much, Lady Black, for that spirited comment. I suggest an hour break for a late lunch." She glared at Tonks and then rapped the gavel on the table, the signal that caused everyone to immediately leave their seats and begin talking amongst themselves. Tonks reached over, grabbed Harry's hand and half pulled him out of his chair. "Come on, let's get out of here." Harry followed, still holding on to Tonks' hand, and they quickly exited the room, walking down the hallway briskly while Tonks muttered to herself. She was still muttering when they went into one of the antler rooms and literally ran into her parents, with Tonks bonking her head against her father's head and sending Harry embarrassingly into her mum, both of them falling together in a heap. Harry slowly opened his eyes, afraid to look. He knew that he had landed on Andromeda. The split-second recognition as they went down had confirmed it, but he also knew that he was currently lying on a very soft part of anatomy. Luckily, he was pulled upright before he could figure out exactly where that soft piece of anatomy was located. Unfortunately, his ignorance was short-lived. "Harry, get off my mum's boobs." Tonks shook her head and once again took his hand and gave him a smile. "Perv." As Andromeda was helped up by Ted, she took in the fact that her daughter and Harry were holding hands. That was a good sign. After smoothing down her robes and letting out an irritated sigh, she fixed her daughter with a look. "How many times have we told you, Nymphadora, to look where you are going?" "A million." Tonks rolled her eyes for a moment and then hugged her mum tightly. "I was so worried." There, everything is all right." Andromeda patted her daughter on the back. While the two women reconnected, Ted looked over at Harry. The boy seemed to have changed, even if he wasn't any taller, really. Maybe a bit, but something about him was different, something Ted couldn't put his finger on. "Good to see you, Harry. Really good to see you." Harry shook Ted's hand. "You too, sir." "Cut that out," Ted waved him off. "So, what's the big news? Heard you two were in some big meeting." "Oh, what a bunch of arseholes." Tonks rolled her eyes and flinched as her mum swatted her on the arm. "Well, they are arseholes, Mum. They doubted what Harry's been through with. The dark idiot. That doesn't seem strong enough, idiot." "Wanker." Ted tapped his finger along his chin. "No, that won't do." Tonks' eyes sparkled with mischief. This was one of her and her father's favorite games, trying to top each other until Dromeda blew her stack. "Git." "Numbnuts." "Moron." "Fucker." "Fuckface." "I believe that is enough of that." Andromeda shook her head and took Harry's arm. "Let's have a cup of tea and you can tell me what's going on. I doubt I'll get anything close to resembling a straight answer from Nymphadora." As Andromeda and Harry walked ahead of them back towards a table and chairs in one of the antler rooms, Ted hugged his daughter. "Glad you're okay, Dory. Been ages since we could do that." "I've missed you too, Dad. I was so worried." No, enough of that. Let's go have tea before your mum has a fit." Soon all four sat around a table, and with a pop tea was brought in on an ornate silver service. The tea had just been laid before the house elf bounded over to Harry. "Dobby is so happy that Master Harry is with his Tonksy, he is. Dobby is a good elf and there is so much work here at the lodge." Harry stifled a grin and nodded at Dobby. "Thanks, Dobby. Are the other house elves treating you okay?" "Well," Dobby wrung his hands together nervously. "Verbal says Dobby must let Kipsy be Master Harry's personal elf, but Dobby can help Master Harry's Tonksy." He turned to Tonks. "Dobby will be a good elf for Mistress Tonksy and look after all the bobbies. I being good with bobbies." Ted had been watching the byplay and his daughter's face. as he knew that calling her Tonksy would send her off into a fit if it was anybody but Harry's house elf. But when Dobby said the part about taking care of the Bobbies, he couldn't contain himself. His daughter's face had the unmistakable blush of someone completely embarrassed, and it was at times like this that he loved teasing her. There was no way she could have hid her embarrassment, even with her metamorphagus skills. He couldn't contain himself and fell into a fit of laughter. Harry said some things to Dobby, causing the house elf to nod in agreement and then pop away. Dobby's comment about Bobbies brought him back to the topic of marriage instead of all the things that had been said at the meeting, and once again he felt his nerves begin to overtake him. As Andromeda chided Ted about his behavior, Harry cleared his throat. About. Tonks rolled her eyes. What Harry's is trying to so eloquently say is that we're going to be married before the next full moon. What? Andromeda's teacup clinked against the saucer. Nymphadora, I taught you those spells. Mum, Tonks closed her eyes and put her hand over her face. I cannot believe you think that. Ted sat back and crossed his legs. Well, the house elf did mention Bobbies. You're not helping, Theodore. Andromeda looked at her daughter questioningly. Why the rush, if that's not the case? Tonks took her hand off of her face. It was just like her parents, Mum thinking the worst and Dad saying the perfect thing to embarrass her. It's not the case, Mum. It's not, Dad. It's complicated. She looked over to Harry and he nodded, so she launched into it, telling them her dream. Andromeda clasped her hands together and gave Harry a sympathetic look when her daughter related that it was Harry's mum who came to her in the dream. After Tonks finished relating her dream, Harry began telling them about his, spending some time describing what Magdalene had done with the trees. Ted uncrossed his legs and leaned forward, taking a sandwich off of the table. He took a bite, watching as everyone waited for him to finish chewing. You know, it reminds me of an old legend I read about, how two families joined and planted two trees, using magic to wind them about each other. The trees grew and grew, and it was said that the trees were so together that you couldn't tell where one tree started and the other began. Something about how the families would last until the trees died or were chopped down, I can't recall. Or maybe it wasn't trees. Thank you ever so much for that delightful bit of information. Andromeda sighed and turned to her daughter. So, in the middle of all this chaos, we're having a wedding. That's not all, Mum. Tonks winced as she remembered a vital bit of information about the wedding, something she hadn't told Harry. She turned to him. Sorry about this, Daphne told me. There's a lot of ceremonies and stuff for joining two houses like ours. That wouldn't be so bad, but... She paused, trying to figure out how to soften the blow, but there really wasn't any way to do it. Since we're two very old houses, invitations to our wedding will go to every witch and wizard in Britain. Every witch and wizard, even. Harry looked at her, worry etched on his face. Yeah, every witch and wizard. She turned to her mum. I don't know what to do. Andromeda paused, knowing exactly what that meant, and looked up to the ceiling. If this is your revenge for my marrying Ted, Mother, this is in poor taste even for you. Chapter 14, Winging It. Amelia Bones sat at the kitchen table, looking over the parchment that had just been delivered. Apparently there was a rather important meeting going on at Potter Lodge involving dignitaries from several countries, and she hadn't been notified. Granted, she was one of the last vestiges of the old ministry, and the ministry didn't really exist anymore, but she felt a bit irritated being left out of the loop. The High Council did send her information, but that was usually relayed after the fact, and in that stultifying prose that only career bureaucrats could compose. To make matters worse, if possible, Mad Eye had returned earlier from a discussion with Potter's goblin and had informed her that the Muggle girl that had appeared with Arthur Weasley's youngest son was staying with Auror Tonks on a technicality. She didn't mind that at all, really, as from what she had heard the girl was rather bright and seemed to have made friends amongst Potter and Tonks, but what she did mind was that Moody was... well, moody as all get out. He had been muttering to himself the whole time he had been in the kitchen to get a cup of tea and just waved off her questions in irritation. It was while preparing to fix yet another cup of tea that Kingsley came into the kitchen, an official-looking scroll in his hand. Amelia, I think this is for you. You think? She glared up at him and took the scroll without another word, opening it to reveal a small piece of parchment lying on top of the official-looking document, complete with official seal at the bottom. Merlin's pants! She quickly took up the smaller note and read it quickly, sitting back into her chair in shock. "What is it, Melia?" Kingsley sat down next to her and pulled the chair closer. As she handed him the note without looking, he quickly took it and scanned it, arriving to the same conclusion that had left his girlfriend in shock. "Albus named you as an emergency contact to the International Confederation of Wizards." "Apparently so. Old man never told me about it." She picked up the other parchment, the one with the seal, and began reading. Once she had finished reading, somehow the document knew that she had completed digesting its words and flashed once with a pale blue light. She sat the parchment down lightly on the table, as if it would bite her, and looked up at Kingsley. With a heavy sigh, she gave him a determined look. "It appears that I have been notified of an emergency meeting of the ICW in America. Tomorrow. If that's not all, I'm required to bring Potter. Good luck on that, love." "Thanks." She reached over and put a hand on his arm. "I'm going to need it. Now where's the parchment?" After everything that had happened that day, Harry needed a bit of time by himself. It was all a bit much, the dreams, the meeting with all those witches and wizards, not to mention the meeting with Andromeda and Ted about the wedding. That had been something, to say the least. For an hour or so, they'd tried to figure out a way around the ceremonies, and the stipulation that every witch and wizard would be sent an invitation. Tonks had a house elf fetch Daphne, and when she arrived with the book, they all went over that several times. Well, Ted and Daphne did anyway. Ted said that old ceremonies and legends were kind of his thing, which made Andromeda roll her eyes. It was kind of funny how the two of them acted. It was almost as if it was a game that they both knew but couldn't quit. Ted teasing Andromeda while she acted put out regarding his comments. Tonks had whispered to him that they were always like that and seemed somewhat embarrassed, but Harry found it funny and somewhat comforting. He hadn't been around too many couples, not really, not when the couples were being proper adults and such, so he found it fascinating. It was while contemplating what he and Tonks would be like after they were married that he heard his name. He turned and saw Hermione, standing by the doorway. She didn't look well. He knew that she was still struggling with the death of her father and felt bad that he hadn't made time to talk with her. He didn't say anything, just motioned with his head for her to join him. For a minute after she stood next to him, by the bookcase they were quiet, but then she threw herself into his arms, sobbing. "Oh, Harry, I don't know what to do." "SHHH, it's okay, Hermione." He rubbed her back in small circles with a free hand. "It's okay. It'll all be okay." "How do you know that?" She lifted her head off of his shoulder. It's all a shambles. The ministry, Hogwarts, everything. I really wish Daddy was here." I know you do." Harry gave her an empathetic look. "I know you do. And now I find out that you and Tonks are engaged." Her sadness was replaced by exasperation as she lightly hit him on the shoulder. "How could you not tell me? I had to find it out by two wizards from other countries talking about it in a hallway." "Hermione, I wanted to tell you I really did." "So why are you doing it? Do you love her?" She watched as her words sank in and realized, as she knew Harry, that he did. "You do, don't you?" PPPPPHHHHDTT. Harry exhaled forcefully. Yeah, it didn't start that way, not after we found out about the contract." Hermione stepped away from him in shock. "A contract? You have got to be kidding me. Those things they're ancient, barbaric." "It's not like that, really." He took a deep breath, knowing when his friend was on the verge of one of her righteous rants. "If anything, it's made things easier. Listen, you know how magic seems really odd to us at times, how we were both raised. Right? There's a lot of magic going on here that would blow your mind. Hell, it might even make your hair go straight." That got her to stop her already forming rant and give him a look with pursed lips and a raised eyebrow, a look he was familiar with, as usually it preceded him telling her about something she was going to call one of his idiotic schemes. He also knew that she would listen instead of talk. "So, let me tell you about a few dreams." About a half hour later, the two of them sat at a small table. He told her everything, as much as he could remember. He was surprised when she held her tongue in a couple of spots, only asking him to repeat one section, when he told her about his dream with Magdalene and how his mum had visited Tonks in her dream. After he was finished, he looked over to her, half expecting her to go off on him about something. She didn't. "Harry, oh Harry." She reached forward and took his hand. "You always seem to find yourself in the middle of these things, don't you?" "Duh." She rolled her eyes and pulled her hand away from him, swatting him on the arm softly. "You are impossible. Merlin knows how Tonks will stand it." She gave him a tight-lipped but honest smile. "You're happy. Even though the world has gone to hell and almost all of the bedrock institutions of magical society are falling to pieces, not to mention that you've been dealing with some rather ancient magic. You're happy, aren't you?" He gave her a lopsided grin and shrugged. "Prat." She sat back in the chair and rubbed her forehead in the exact spot where Harry's scar was located. "I still cannot believe you had that in you. Thank goodness for the goblins." "Yeah, that was brilliant. Scary as hell, though. I don't remember much of the ceremony, so no, I can't tell you exactly what happened." He noticed her chagrined look. "But I can tell you that when it happened, it was like a massive pensive of my life all at once, and Tonks saw it, but more than that I saw her life. She knows what I've been through." "Did she see all the times you completely ignored common sense and went running off into danger?" "Well, yeah, I guess. At least she knows what she's getting into." Hermione was silent for a moment, then her voice came out low. "Harry, the wizards at the meeting know about you and Tonks now. It's going to be in the open. Everybody will know." "They'll know anyway. Trust me, everybody will know." Harry then proceeded to tell her about the whole two ancient and noble families joining, thing that required them to send invitations to all witches and wizards in Britain. He waited and began counting mentally to see how long it would take her to come to the horrible conclusion and wasn't surprised. She got to 2. "Harry," she stood up and began packing, talking and waving her hands the entire time. "But that's just, he'll get an invitation and they'll know the exact time and place. That's just like waving a red flag at a bull, maybe worse. Of course they'll prepare for him to try and attack you then. Maybe there are some runes that could protect you, but I'll ask Bill, maybe he could help. Or the goblins." She spun towards him and snapped her fingers. "The goblins, Harry, the house elves." "Centaurs, all of them the ones V." Harry held up a hand. "Ted and I are calling him the Dark Wanker. There were better names, but Andromeda won't let us use them." "So immature." Hermione shook her head but kept on going. "But all of the beings that the Dark Wanker." "Yes, him, all the beings that he ignores because they aren't witches and wizards. Don't you see, Harry? This is the time to fix everything. We're remaking the wizarding world right now." "Well, you are." "Tonks is helping." He smiled, rather enjoying her going off on one of her mental workouts. He'd missed those times, seeing her in the Gryffindor common room or off somewhere, working through possibilities and problems, even if the magnitude of those problems paled in comparison to what they were facing this time. It was while wishing that the only things they had to worry about were Quidditch and Malfoy being a git that he realized that she had stopped talking. What?" "And I'm going to miss everything." She sat down defeatedly in the chair opposite from him. "Mum is sending me to America." I thought you wanted to go." He saw her face and quickly added, "That's what I heard." I really did, Harry, after Daddy. I just wanted to get away. Mum insisted, and I really didn't want to row with her about it, not with Daddy. But now, she shook her head. This is the chance to change things. There will never be another chance like this. If I survive, you mean? She was up from her chair like a bolt and stood over him, angry. "Harry James Potter, I never want to hear another idiotic statement like that from you ever again. You will live and..." "The Dark Wanker," he smiled at her. "Stop it, I'm being serious." He couldn't help himself. "No, you're Hermione." She stamped her foot. "Harry, listen, I know you'll survive this, you're too. You just will, I know it. With everybody working together, they'll find a way, and that Dark Wanker will be gone." He held up his hands. Okay, got it. Besides, if Tonks' dreams are any clue, I'm going to have daughters. You wouldn't want to miss that, would you?" "Daughters?" She sat down once again. "Oh, Harry, you'd have a family." "Yeah, I know." He sat there, somewhat lost in his thoughts. At that moment, he was glad that Hermione wasn't a Legilimens because he knew exactly how children got into the world and was imagining Tonks in a not-so-fully clothed form. Hermione's touch on his arm brought him out of his daydream, and he shook his head, trying not to let on what he had been thinking about. It didn't work. "You're blushing, Harry." She smiled at him, but it quickly died. "I don't know when I'll be back, though." "At least you'll have Charlie with you, right?" He smiled as the tables were turned, and Hermione blushed a bright crimson. "Never figured that one. I'm pretty sure George or Fred lost a bet on that. They're hiding out, did you know that? Effie calls them a guerrilla squad since they're out there causing mayhem for the Death Eaters. They liked it so much they had cards made up with their faces on gorilla bodies, like from the zoo." "I didn't know that." She turned and looked away. Charlie didn't say anything. He's been busy, though, letters to the American Dragon Reserve. Mum wasn't too keen on the idea, but then he told her that if someone tried to get to us, they'd have to fight through an entire reserve of dragons in Utah. "Harry," she turned to him, "I know I should leave. I know it would make Mum happy, but I can't. Not now." The conversation from earlier that day between Effie and Moody about Jack staying in the wizarding world popped into his head. They found a way to keep Jack around. Effie was brilliant on that part. With a grin that his mum would have recognized from when his father was up to something, he shook his head at Hermione. "Don't worry, I can fix it. Kipsy." With a pop, the house elf appeared, the noise of her apparition startling Hermione. "Master Harry, you called Kipsy." "I did." He knelt down next to her, speaking softly enough that Hermione wouldn't overhear. "If Effie is still here, can you bring her to us? If she's not in a meeting or anything." With a nod of her head, Kipsy popped away. Harry didn't need to count this time. He knew what she would say as he stood up. "And the house elves." Hermione was off and running again. "Harry, just think with the changes we can." She stopped, seeing the look on her face. "What?" "You're wrong on that one, Hermione. House elves don't want to be freed. I've learned a lot since I've been here at the lodge, and only really horrible families treat their elves the way Dobby was treated. Trust me, if you don't believe me after what." He never got to finish the sentence, as Kipsy popped into the room with a very shocked Effie. Before anyone could say a word, Kipsy bowed towards Harry and then popped away again. Sorry, Effie. I just meant for her too." The goblin straightened her clothing and gave him an odd look. "It is quite all right, Harry, but next time please be precise with your words. Now, what is so important that I was pulled away from my parchment? I still have entirely too much to do. You have not been notified yet, as I just received the parchment, but there is to be a meeting of the ICW tomorrow in America." Hermione knew from the tone of the goblin that she was irritated slightly, but Harry just had a stupid grin on his face. She wondered exactly what he was up to, but fortunately didn't have long to ponder that issue. "That's what I figured, Effie. I know you're the only goblin working on things here because, well, the other goblins don't treat you well because you're a female account goblin, right?" He glanced over to Hermione and had to stifle a grin as he saw her reaction to that statement. "Well, I thought you could use some help." Effie sighed, as if dealing with a rather thoughtful but naive offer from someone who didn't understand goblin culture. "Thank you, Harry, but I'm afraid Gringotts will not add any additional staff to your account. None of the junior account managers wish to work with me. I cannot change centuries of goblin culture overnight." Sneaking another glance at Hermione's outraged expression, Harry decided it was time. "Well, Hermione said we're changing things since the ministry isn't here anymore and stuff, so why not start changing Gringotts too? Effie, Hermione here is the smartest witch I know and is good at paperwork. Trust me, you should see her revision schedules. Hermione," he turned to her, "just think, you could help prove to all the magical world, even the goblins, that things are changing. You could be Effie's assistant." I can't think of a title." "Harry," Hermione shook her head. "Bill works for Gringotts. Other witches and wizards work with Gringotts. It won't change anything." Effie, though, had caught on to what Harry was saying. "Oh, but Miss Granger, they are consultants. Yes, they work for Gringotts but are not allowed to access account information as they are curse breakers and other positions like that. No, it is quite different, quite different." She turned to Harry. "Lord Potter, I take it you wish to add personnel to your staff." He wrinkled his nose, confused. "You're my staff." Effie nodded. I have been given special dispensation by the director of Gringotts, as well as other considerations. Huh, didn't know that. Harry ignored Hermione's attempt to get his attention. Yeah, I want to add to my staff. Very well. Effie walked over to Hermione and looked up. Miss Granger, as the sole representative of Gringotts working on Lord Potter's account there, is quite a bit of paperwork, not to mention the paperwork involved with joining the houses of Potter and Black, and I find myself in need of an assistant account manager. Would you be interested in joining the staff? Harry, Hermione looked over to him. He grinned as if he'd just caught the snitch from under Malfoy's nose. You'd get to stay here and you'd have goblin protection. He turned to Effie. She would be protected, wouldn't she? Effie nodded vigorously and gave him a slightly scary, toothy smile. Oh yes, Harry, very well protected. See, Hermione, that should make your mum happy. With a look of sincere gratitude, Hermione looked at him. Thank you, Harry. She then turned to Effie and stuck out her hand. I accept your offer. As Effie shook Hermione's hand, a puff of purple smoke went off over their hands, cementing the contract. The goblin smiled. Very well, Miss Granger. Please call me Effie. I suggest you inform those you wish to tell immediately, as I would like to start bringing you up to speed. The parchment for the ICW won't prepare itself. Please see me in 1 hour in the formal library. After Effie left, Hermione seemed to bounce on her feet and then ran over to give Harry a hug. Once she let him go, she took his hand. Come on. He laughed as she pulled him along. Can't wait to tell Charlie. Oh no, she shook her head. You're telling my mum. Shit. Ron Weasley sat on the sofa, if you could technically call it sitting, as one leg was draped over the arm of the sofa. Sitting in front of him, if you could also call that sitting, was Jack Wilson. Most people upon seeing them would not call it sitting, but rather a combination of almost sitting and lying down, as Jack was leaning back against Ron reading a book, while Ron played with her hair and thought about her current situation. He was happy that she got to stay, obviously, more than happy, which had led to a private chat with his mum about things. A chat that he had tried to get out of his mind as soon as it was over, even going so far as to ask Remus Lupin if he could be obliviated. Remus only shook his head and sent him on his way. As Jack had been named a lady-in-waiting, Magic had seen fit to produce another book for her, identical to Daphne's book, and it had appeared next to her lunch that day, sending her shepherd's pie off the plate as she reacted. She was currently engrossed in the book, as it read like something from one of those fantasy novels, but it kept pinging through her head that it was all real. After reading something, she chuckled quietly, but the motion of her laughing made Ron aware. Something funny. Unicorns really exist. I always thought there was too much stuff about them for them to be made up. Oh yeah, they're real. Ron remembered what Harry told him about unicorns and the Forbidden Forest his first year, making him shudder involuntarily. Yeah, they're real. What's the matter? Jack turned somewhat to look at him. They can't be bad. No, they're not. Just a bad memory. You don't have to tell me, if you don't want to. I will later. It's not important now. He sighed as he was trying to figure out how to help her out with her parents. They'd talked about it a bit, as Harry had shown them the flyer that said she was missing, but none of them had come up with any answers. Jack's attention had been turned towards the book that had shown up after that, but Ron couldn't let it go. He couldn't let her go, not now. He shifted a bit. Hey, can you budge up? I need the loo. Sure. She moved over and let him go, engrossed with the book. He shook his head at her and walked off. It was funny, her and the book. For a while he had thought about actually asking Hermione out to Hogsmeade, and figured that if they ever did start dating, it'd be like that, her with her head in a book all the time, but with Jack it was different. He couldn't place his finger on exactly how it was different, but it just was. A good different that he didn't want to lose. He walked past the loo without even glancing in its direction, and took out his wand, casting a point me spell, thankful that the trace was long gone. He was hit with a powerful sadness just then, as he knew that the only reason the trace was gone was that the ministry had been blown up, his father one of the casualties. With a grim determination on his face, he followed the spell until he found his goal, sitting with Ted Tonks in a room full of antlers. Ron, what can I do for you? Remus Lupin sat the small glass of fire whiskey down on the table. I need your help. Ron looked over to Ted as he started to get up. Probably yours as well. Ted settled back into his chair and pointed over to an empty chair. Ron sat down quickly. It's about Jack. Well, her family. They think she's missing, but I know her sister knows about stuff and me. She hasn't really said anything, but I know it bothers her. She's worried and I don't know how to fix it. Ron, Remus looked at him kindly. I don't know if it is up to you to fix things. But it feels like I should, Professor. Ron waved away Lupin's continual insistence that he was no longer a professor and plunged ahead. I know it's dangerous out there now. I mean, Dad's gone and so's Hermione's dad but there's got to be a way. I mean, how'd the Ministry deal with this before? Ah, Ted nodded. I see. Well, do you want the good news or the bad news? At least there's good news. Ron slumped into his chair. How about the bad first? Well, Ted tapped his finger on the arm of the chair. I believe it depends on your view of bad. When Muggles have found out about the wizarding world in the past, they were obliviated. He held up his hand to stop Ron from speaking. But that's out the window now. There were exceptions, like when a wizard or witch married a Muggle. Ron gulped. He liked Jack an awful lot, he really did, but marriage. Ted and Remus exchanged smirks until Remus cleared his throat. But since times are changing, we might have to do things the old way. And when I say old way, Ron, I mean the very old way. The family way. He turned to Ted. I believe this may be your area of expertise. Ted chuckled, knowing exactly what Remus meant. Dromda said my studying all the old histories and such would never come in handy, but it seems like the old times are back. Well, sort of. He leaned forward. Back before the statue of secrecy, Magicals and Muggles lived together. It wasn't always easy, but they managed. One of the things they used to do to protect Muggles back then was to, well, make them part of the family. All the blood seemed to drain out of Ron's face. Leave it to him to finally find a girl that he was interested in who was actually interested in him, and now she was going to be his sister. Remus tapped Ron on the knee, startling him. It's not quite like you think, Ron. I believe the Scottish clans call them septs. It means they are aligned families under the protection of another family, more like an alliance. Ron's breathing slowly began to approach normal. Okay, I guess. That still doesn't solve the problem with the Muggle Aurors. True, Remus sat still for a moment, thinking. Perhaps if Jack returned to her parents for a very short while, they could straighten things out with the Muggle authorities, say that she was following a band or something. He saw Ted's odd look. Sirius wanted to follow the Clash one summer. She'd be in danger. Ron shook his head. I won't leave her alone out there when they know about her. Ron, Ted gave him a look. The boy was being rather thick. Do you actually believe any of us would just send her out there on her own? Besides, even though you are the Earl of Weasley, you can't align her family. Bill would have to do it. Think. Ron got it. Bill had taken the role of Lord Weasley very seriously after their father's death. It had been hard to comprehend, their family being lords and stuff, but Harry and the goblins had fixed that. Still, if Harry was Lord Potter and could do stuff, and Tonks could be all Lady Black and make Jack a lady-in-waiting, Bill could do that stuff too. I guess I need to talk to Bill, huh? That would be the first place to start, Remus agreed. Thanks, really thanks, Ron stood up. I need to go get Jack and find Bill. After Ron left the room, Remus looked over to Ted. What was the good news? Ted shrugged. Beats me, I was winging it. The two men clinked glasses and downed their fire whiskey. It was later that night when Tonks arrived back at the lodge, tired as could be. It had been a really long day, compounded by the fact that she hadn't had much sleep, and she had to deal with a bunch of stuffy politicians, not to mention that the goblins had kept her out on patrol long enough that the pepper-up potions had worn off ages ago. She slid off her leather jacket, letting it fall on the chair when her door opened. She didn't even look back to see who had entered, but instead continued to take off her boots. Would I miss Daff? Well, Nymph. Daphne stood in the doorway in her dressing gown. Let's see. There's an emergency meeting of the ICW tomorrow in America, and Harry has to go with Effie. Be glad you're not invited to that because it sounds horrible. Besides that, Harry managed to somehow get Hermione hired as Effie's assistant for Harry's account. Hold on a tick. Tonks let the boot drop on the floor and turned back to Daphne. ICW, really? And are you saying Gringotts hired a Muggle-born witch as an account assistant? Yep, that's what I'm telling you. Well, Harry hired her for Effie, and Effie works for Harry and Gringotts, so I guess Hermione works for Gringotts now. Sorta. She paused. Do you want to hear the rest? There's more. Oh yes, there's more. Tonks took off her socks and wiggled her toes. Well, come in then. Daphne came into the room and sat on Tonks' bed, propping herself up with every single pillow on the bed. Right, let's see. We got an owl from Amelia Bones. She's the temporary British representative to the ICW. Apparently Dumbledore put her name down as an emergency fill-in, and we're obviously in emergency mode, so she's going. She's the one who has to take Harry along with Effie and will be here at. She picked up her wand and cast a quick Tempest spell. In about 5 hours. It's an early portkey. Bloody hell. Tonks grabbed a t-shirt from her wardrobe and stopped for a moment. It was a t-shirt from a band that she had seen with. Are you okay? Daphne only saw Tonks from behind, but it looked as if her shoulders were sagging. Something wrong. No, I'm fine. Tonks put the t-shirt back and pulled out one that said Puddlemere United on the front. I'm going into the loo to change. I can still hear you. Keep talking. Okay, if you say so. Daphne watched as Tonks entered the loo and then her trousers were thrown out of the doorway onto the floor. The house elves would not be happy. Then she corrected herself. They would be happy. Ron Weasley and his brother Bill are going to take Jack to see her family tomorrow. They're bringing her family into the Weasley family. What? Tonks' head appeared around the doorway with a toothbrush in her mouth, still charmed and brushing away. Not like that, it's an old alliance thingy. Wizards used to do that all the time ages ago. They're taking some former Aurors along with them, and I think there's a goblin going to do some wards. I didn't hear everything. Right. Tonks' head disappeared back into the loo, and then she came out shortly thereafter in her t-shirt and a pair of men's boxer shorts. Like you didn't hear everything. You know everything that's going on around here, Miss Slytherin. Should I continue, Nymph? Of course, Daph. Tonks sat on the other end of the bed, then reached forward and pulled a couple of pillows from behind Daphne and settled them against the other end of the bed. After finding just the right comfortable position, she nudged Daphne with her foot. Go on. Fine. Daphne readjusted the pillows. Jack has a book like mine, so. Great, 2 of you on me about shit. And whose fault is that? Tonks stuck out her tongue. Daphne put her hand on her heart and replied sarcastically. Oh, Lady Black, your eloquence. After watching Tonks roll her eyes, she continued. Jack has a book, but since she's going to be at her house for a while, we don't know how long, you just get me. Ron is going to be there as well as Bill, because he has to do the ritual that brings them into an alliance with the Weasleys. To make things easier for Jack's family, Hermione's mother is going with them, to help explain things. We don't really know how long they'll be, but I heard one of the house elves say that Effie was going to send over some reinforcements. You didn't hear that from me, though. You really are something, Daphne. Thank you, Daphne nodded. Now can I finish? I'd actually like to get some sleep. Merlin's balls, how much more do you have? Just one more thing. The Weasley twins got here about an hour or so. They're meeting with Remus Lupin. Apparently they've been causing trouble for the Death Eaters in a series of hit-and-run attacks. Oh, and they're not alone. Oliver Wood, Katie Bell, and Angelina Johnson are with them. Amelia Bones has known about them for some time, which hasn't gone over well with Molly Weasley since she didn't send her an owl or anything. Amelia says they are guerrilla fighters, and well, you know the Weasley twins. She held out her hand for a moment, and then her big book popped into it with a thud. After skimming through some pages, Daphne found what she was looking for and handed it to Tonks. See what I mean? Tonks looked down at the card and laughed. On the card, several gorillas jumped on crudely drawn, prone Death Eaters, 2 of the gorillas sporting the smiling faces of Fred and George Weasley. That's brilliant. Daphne sighed in exasperation. You would think so. Okay, it's off to bed. She slid off the bed and turned back to Tonks. Since Harry is out tomorrow, your mother requested your presence for a day of. Oh, Merlin, I have to be there as well. It can't be that bad. Daphne looked at Tonks and raised an eyebrow. Wedding dresses. Fucking hell. Good night, nymph. As Daphne left the room, Tonks threw a pillow, hitting the just-closed door. Piss off, Daph. Chapter 15. Magicals and Muggles. Harry walked slowly behind Effie and tugged at his collar. It was bad enough that he had to be Lord Potter for this thing, but couldn't the Americans had found someplace cooler to have the meeting? The stone walls were thick, and he knew they were underground because of the way Effie seemed to light up. Goblins, she had told him before, loved being underground. That was obviously the case, as everything around him was stone, and not nice, polished stone like in Gringotts. No, it was rough-hewn stone that looked as if someone had taken an impossibly large piece of Muggle equipment and just hacked out the passageway. The passageway that seemed to go on forever and ever. As he walked, Harry reflected on the morning. It wasn't that bad, as mornings go. He woke up and was disappointed to see that he was still 16. That was something he was getting used to, still being 16, as the rush of being more grown-up and having a more mature body was something he rather liked. He knew Tonks liked it, too. He did have to get up really early and wondered if Kipsy didn't take some odd enjoyment out of waking him up so early. At least he didn't have any dreams that made him sleepless like before. Well, he'd had a dream, but all he could remember was Hearwield talking to a bunch of old wizards or something. It really didn't stick in his memory. At one point, he could have sworn that Hearwield winked at him, but that was probably just something he imagined. From there, it was pulling on all the Lord Potter gear, something that reminded him of putting on his Quidditch uniform, and then a quick breakfast with Effie and Hermione. Hermione was happy, that was obvious, and it was just like revising for exams when he sat down at the table because she had a quill behind her ear, absent-mindedly chewed on a piece of toast, while a folder thick with parchment sat in front of her. She barely acknowledged him as he sat down, and then got the briefing from Effie. Amelia Bones, the acting, ministry, was over then, as she was the ICW representative for Britain now. She told them they would take a portkey to the place she was staying, and then yet another portkey, an international one, over to America. Effie tried to prepare him for the sensation of an international portkey, but he didn't really pay too much attention. Later on, when he was violently vomiting in the desert, he realized what she was trying to tell him and wished he had paid better attention. After cleaning himself up, with a little help from some cleansing and freshening charms from Hermione, he followed them to a big rock in the middle of nowhere. It was hot as blazes, something he hadn't thought of, and finally Amelia touched her wand to the rock. A primitive image of a bird appeared on the rock, and then everyone touched the rock, and yet again, the now familiar sensation of a portkey deposited them in a big chamber made of stone. Off across the side of the chamber, a door stood, leading to a hallway. Now, as Harry walked along the hallway, which seemed like it was never going to end, he heard voices up ahead. He looked over to Amelia, but she didn't indicate that she'd heard anything. Instead, she continued to walk in that way that adults did when going to some official thing. He slowed his walk to drop in line next to Hermione. So ready? I believe I am, Hermione nodded determinedly. Effie and I spent most of the day and some of the night going over everything. It should be very simple for you, Harry. They know about. She rolled her eyes. The dark wanker and what happened at the ministry. They might ask you about the High Council, but what they'll really focus on is the Horcrux. I'm sorry. I know you may not want to talk about it, but it is on the agenda. Just tell the truth, and Effie and Madame Bones will take care of the rest. They still can't think I'm making this stuff up. Not now. Harry, she gave a disgusted snort. They're politicians. They believe what they want to until there is no other alternative. Well said. Amelia glanced back at them. Are you sure you've never worked in politics before, Miss Granger? Effie stopped, and when Hermione came next to her, the goblin smiled and patted her new assistant on the arm proudly. I'll make a goblin out of you yet, girl, but you're thinking like one even now. Remember, don't speak, even if you want to, just pass notes. Harry had to bite his lip. Hermione Granger unable to respond as usual. Ron would pay to see that happen. It was while thinking about how others, specifically Charlie Weasley, would react to Hermione being quiet that Harry noticed they had started moving again and quickly increased his pace to catch up. And when he did finally catch up, he was glad that he did, because after a few more meters they were finally out of the hallway. It wouldn't have been good to go into that room by himself, as the place was massive. He looked around and figured that you could probably fit the entire Hogwarts Quidditch pitch in the room. A large table filled the room, but the center of the table was missing. Instead of the wood of the table, a large stone circle sat there, large logs lying on top of one another just like kindling in a fireplace, but on a much larger scale. Witches and wizards in all manner of clothing were milling about, some talking to each other, some sitting at the table and going over parchment, and one wizard with very odd clothing that looked like he must be 200 years old levitated in the air and puffed away at a large cigar. Hermione waved her hand in front of her face, disgusted. That's horrible. I can't believe they let him smoke that in here. Harry cocked his head and glanced at her. Tonks had told him she'd run into Charlie Weasley, and while Harry was happy that Charlie was truly interested in Hermione, he knew that she would hate the fact that he smoked. Not a fan of smoking. Don't be daft, it's horrible for your health. She paused, once again looking over at the wizard. What sort of cigar makes green smoke? The question went unanswered as they made their way over to a witch in ICW robes. The robes were a plain black, but had the ICW crest on the left side, right above the heart. Amelia spoke with her for a moment, and the witch pointed over to the far side of the table. Harry once again bit his lip as they had to walk past the smoking wizard again, Hermione waving her hands in front of her face. Amelia's name was written on a little placard that sat on the table. Harry was surprised to see his name also on a placard, to Amelia's right, but then he remembered that Hermione said he was on the agenda. That didn't give him a good feeling, but then he felt a tap on his shoulder and was relieved to see Hermione and Effie sitting directly behind them, a row of chairs rising slightly higher than their seats at the table. It reminded him of being in front of the Wizengamot, in their seats like Quidditch stands, and it didn't make his nerves any better. He didn't have much time to think on it, though, as a large bell sounded, reverberating through the chamber, and he watched as all the other witches and wizards began to take their place. More people came into the chamber, somewhat hurriedly, and then as the bell rang a second time, all of them were seated. A large man with a big, bushy beard stood up. His robes were an ornate blue, with coruscating silver and gold swirls, an obvious indication of not only wealth but power. He raised his arms. I, Ediocles Adamanthos, representative of Greece and Supreme Mugwump, pro tem do hereby call this emergency meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards to order. His shoulders slumped as he saw the raised wand of a witch in red robes across the table. Natalia, if this is about the title again, may I remind you we are in emergency session. Put it on the agenda for our next scheduled regular meeting, and we can add witches to the title. As the witch put down her wand, he assumed his former manner and sighed deeply. This emergency meeting has only 3 agenda points. You may refer to your agendas if you wish, but let me make it clear to all. All other topics are out of bounds for this meeting. We are here to receive the report on dark magic from the representative from Britain, to confirm those reports by an unwilling participant in that dark magic, and to formulate an official response. Am I clear? As everyone assembled nodded or murmured their assent, Adamanthos took out his wand and flicked it. From the stone floor there was a rumble, and soon the very stone itself began to form into a shape resembling a human being. Another flick of his wand put a quill into the hand of the stone person, and a desk rose up from the stone. Parchment was then flashed into existence, and Adamanthos turned to the wizard on his right. Please confirm the veracity spells, Srikanth. An Indian wizard stood up, went over to the figure, and cast several spells. With a nod to Adamanthos, he returned to his seat. Very well. Adamanthos' voice boomed through the chamber, echoing slightly. We are now in session. The ICW now recognizes the emergency representative from Britain, Madame Amelia Bones. Amelia stood up, her years of addressing the Wizengamot the only thing that kept her knees from knocking. Witches and wizards of the ICW. It was at that moment that Harry tuned everything out. It was all so fresh in his mind, especially as they were going to ask him about everything. He kept seeing it, over and over, like one of the wizarding photos that only showed a single scene that repeated into infinity. The cauldrons ready to explode, the explosion, the screams, all of the dead people, Andromeda Tonks lying there hurt with Ted unconscious. But most of all, he saw Voldemort. Voldemort, striding through the rubble, stepping on body parts and blood everywhere. He felt a tap on his knee from the right side, the other side from Amelia. It startled him, but he slowly turned to the side, wondering who in the world would bother him at a time like this, and was completely gobsmacked to see the American woman who had stood up for him at the meeting the other day. She had long, dark hair in 2 plaits on either side of her head, her skin a copper color, but what caught him were her eyes. Kind eyes that winked at him. She mouthed, "It's okay," and then nodded back towards Amelia. When he turned back to listen to Amelia, somehow he felt better. Tonks had commented that she liked that witch, based on what she'd said at the meeting, and somehow he found himself thinking about the American witch, while part of his brain recognized what Amelia spoke about. Several times in her remarks, witches and wizards gasped, stopped her for clarification, or asked her to repeat things, but for Harry it was like he was hearing about things that had happened to someone else, not to him. Sometime when Amelia was finishing up her remarks, he also realized that he wasn't hot anymore. If anything, he felt as if he was being covered by a cool breeze. Then Amelia sat down and it all came rushing back to him. He was next. He would have to talk in front of all the most notable wizards and witches in the world. He had a hard time swallowing, and then, dreading it like one of Snape's potion lessons, he heard his name. He got up slowly, the scraping sound of his chair on the stone floor as loud as that bell from before in his ears. He stood there, nervously, as a Demanthos addressed him. The ICW now recognizes Lord Harry James Potter of Britain. Lord Potter, if you would, in your own words, can you describe what occurred that led to the discovery of the Horcrux? Point of order. A tall, blonde wizard stood with across the table. A Demanthos nodded towards the man. The chair recognizes Guillaume Boisbory, representative of France. Harry felt confused. France had sent over their Aurors to help fight Voldemort. What was the problem? Boisbory nodded towards a Demanthos and then addressed the assembly. What proof have we that such a horrible thing as a Horcrux existed? Such a thing has not been done in centuries. Are we to believe that not only such an abomination existed, but it was in a... Boy, Horcruxes, from what I have read in the old books, destroy the vessel when they are, how you say, eliminated. It is not possible. France is willing to send their best and brightest to fight a so-called Dark Lord, but only to keep such a thing from our shores. I protest that this agenda item is irrelevant as it is impossible, and we move to the next item. As the man sat down with a flourish, Harry was reminded of Lucius Malfoy. It didn't help his nerves. Amelia stood once again. If it may please the assembly, I request that Aelfjafu of Gringotts address the topic of the Horcrux. She was at Lord Potter's side and has first-hand knowledge of the event. A Demanthos nodded, and Effie hopped down from her chair, and then, in what Harry thought must be terribly embarrassing for her, stood in Amelia's chair to address the ICW. Harry listened as she described what happened to him, starting at his entering the old part of Potter Lodge, in excruciating detail. Several times during her talk, Hermione came forward and handed her documents, which she referred to and duplicated so that all of the attendees would have a copy for their own reference. Harry listened as some of the members of the ICW asked clarifying questions, but the entire time he kept watching the French wizard, noticing how the man's face went from scoffing incredulity to exasperation, and then, just for a second, fear. That expression was quickly replaced by his first attitude of disbelief. It was just after that Harry felt a tap on his arm and saw Hermione holding a slip of parchment. He read it, confused, and turned back to her. What? He'd tried to say it quietly, but he'd said it at the worst time, as Effie had finished her statement, and his whisper seemed to carry through the room. Boisbory didn't stand this time. What further can be said on the matter, Lord Potter? Well... Harry looked down at the paper and wasn't sure what to say, but in true Harry fashion, he just blurted it out. It's something about my French investments. He turned to Effie. I have investments in France. Mon Dieu, Boisbory stood angry. Are you threatening France? No, Monsieur Boisbory. Effie shook her head and glanced to Hermione for a moment from the side of her eyes. Lord Potter was just bringing a point to my attention. You may believe the facts about Lord Potter and the Horcrux, or you may not. It does not matter to Gringotts, because we do believe Lord Potter. Director Ragnarok believes him quite thoroughly. So thoroughly that he has placed 2 goblin warrior divisions under my direction if we believe it necessary. Gringotts protects its customers, especially a customer such as Lord Potter. But more than that, we look to protect all of our investments across the globe. Holy shit! The American witch next to Harry leaned across her chair and looked at Effie. Are you telling me? Ahem. Adamanthos gave the witch a withering glare. You have not been recognized yet. Sorry, the witch stood up. I wish to speak. Adamanthos nodded. The chair recognizes Wiggles with Grace, American representative. It was only shock that kept Harry from giggling. He looked over to the witch, and once again she winked at him. Now that I've been recognized, thank you very much. I have a question for Aelfjafu of Gringotts. Are you telling me that the goblins, the goblin has authorized warriors to assist in the fighting, specifically because of what happened to Lord Potter, because of the Horcrux? Effie nodded. That is precisely correct. Wiggles with Grace looked over to Boisbory. You can doubt it all you want, but with the documentation they have. She did a slight double-take as Hermione handed her a document. After a quick scan, she snorted, took out her wand, and duplicated the document for the others. Not only did they get rid of the Horcrux in Lord Potter, but they got rid of a bunch more. Think what you want, but this is proof enough for me. And even if you don't believe that, this is the first time in ages since the goblins have willingly lent their warriors in a battle with wizards. Think on that. It's good enough for me. She sat down and crossed her arms, giving Boisbory an eat shit look. The smoking wizard from before stood up and raised his hand. Adamanthos recognized him as the wizard from Mexico, but said his name so fast, syllables rolling on his tongue, that Harry couldn't catch the name. He did catch what the wizard said, though. The man stood up, still puffing on his cigar, and said that if it was good enough for Gringotts, it was good enough for him, and if they didn't believe Gringotts, then he thought they were all idiots and sat down with a flourish. Boisbory once again rose and was recognized. If it pleased the assembly, I would request further examination of the evidence at the Paris branch of Gringotts at a later date so that we may proceed. Effie stood and nodded. Granted. Please contact Gringotts at your convenience, Monsieur Boisbory. Adamanthos stood and took out a garish handkerchief and wiped his brow. I suggest an hour recess for lunch. We will continue in 1 hour. Any objections? He waited for a moment, and seeing none, waved his wand. We are adjourned for 1 hour. Harry felt his shoulders ease as everybody began talking and walking away, but since he had no idea where the hell he was, let alone where to get something to eat, he stood there as Effie congratulated Hermione on a job well done. Eventually, though, he realized that the American witch was still there. He turned, swallowed, and stuck out his hand. Harry Potter, thank you. You're welcome. She shook his hand. And I know it's a horrible name, Wiggles with Grace. Sounds much better in my language, but well, just call me Grace. Thanks, Grace. Harry stopped for a second as she let go of his hand. Did you? She gave him a slightly embarrassed smile. Sorry, thought you could use that. I'm an empathic magic user. Well, that's mostly where my skills are. I'm a medicine woman in my nation. It's what I do, help people feel better. It's like what you would call a calming potion, but no potions. Tastes a whole lot better than most of the potions I've had, that's for sure. You need to talk to Madame Pomfrey. At that point, Amelia introduced herself to Grace, and it was decided that they would all go to lunch. Grace knew exactly where they were, since this was her country. Specifically, it was her land. She told them that the only reason they had the emergency meeting in this place was that Adamanthos was with his family at Disneyland and hated international port keys. He and his family took a cruise ship over to visit. One of the reasons that Boisbory was so cranky was that France was scheduled to hold the next regularly scheduled meeting, and he was somewhat offended that the emergency meeting wasn't in his country. As they made their way to get lunch, Harry and Hermione laughed together. Wizards may be magical, but sometimes they were just like everybody else. When they returned back to the chamber, stomachs full of what Grace considered a true American delicacy, hot dogs and fries with a Coke, it seemed that everyone did not share their somewhat lighthearted mood. From the moment they sat down, Harry saw very serious faces all around the room. Adamanthos stood, once again bringing the meeting to order and directing the stone figure to take minutes, and then Harry realized exactly why they were so serious. They believed everything. Even Boyspory seemed much different, not so snotty. A Japanese woman in an exquisite kimono, with cranes that seemed to actually flap their wings, stood up and requested to be heard. Adamanthos nodded and told the Lady Mariko, no further names were given, that she had the floor. Lady Mariko waited, silently, as she looked at each and every member of the ICW. When she came to Harry, he held his breath, not knowing exactly what she was doing, but when he realized that she was simply making sure she had each attendee's undivided attention, he slowly exhaled. She raised up her hand. "We have heard many things, many dark things today, things that trouble me. I believe they trouble you as well. I have no doubt of Lord Potter's truthfulness and hope the spirits will ease his suffering, as one does not witness such horrible acts without being harmed, if not in body then in his soul. I wish you well, Lord Potter." She nodded towards him and then turned towards the others. "It seems as we only have one task before us now, how to help rid the world of the abomination who calls himself the Dark King. We know who he is, we know what he is, but we do not know his location. Until then, we must devise a plan on how to deal with him. That is our only task, all of us. If we let this abomination go unchecked, the darkness will infect each and every country in the world until all those who hold magic in their souls are at battle. That must not be." She sat down and the room was silent. Harry wasn't sure what would happen next, but yet again, Hermione's hand put a small note on the table before him. He was just about to read it when Adamanthos stood up. "Lord Potter, it appears you wish to speak." Harry looked back at Hermione, but she was just making motions for him to read the note. Adamanthos stroked his beard in order to hide his smile. "Perhaps your friend would like to speak. Step forward and introduce yourself." With prodding from Effie and quite a bit of nerves, Hermione stepped forward and stood beside Harry. "Hermione Jean Granger." She paused and then hurriedly added, "Assistant Account Manager for Gringotts, Potter Account." Adamanthos' bushy eyebrows shot up upon hearing the last part. "Miss Granger, are you to tell me that you are working for Gringotts?" "On Harry's account. Oh, sorry for interrupting. Please forgive me." Adamanthos waved her apology aside. "Not necessary, but thank you. What is it that you wish to say?" "Well, we do know where the Dark Wand, where the so-called Dark King will be. Not now, but we know where he will be by the end of the month." She turned to Harry. "You know I'm right." Turning back to Adamanthos, she took a deep breath and continued. "Harry and Tonks, Lord Potter and Lady Black, are to be married before the next full moon. As Potter and Black are noble and ancient houses in Britain, and they're both head of house, the joining of their houses requires that invitations to the wedding be sent to every witch and wizard in Britain." "Of course." A very old witch nearby nodded her head. She waved off Adamanthos with her hand. "Yes, I know I wasn't recognized, but I'm too old to stand up in such nonsense." She looked at him and let out a sigh. "Fine, Maria Esperanza Domenico del Materani of Italy. That work for you, Addie?" Ignoring the laughs, she turned her attention back to Hermione. "It is the joining of magic, a truly rare event, and it is not only a tradition in Britain, but in Italy as well. He will be invited to the wedding. I say let him be invited. He will not find a warm welcome." She turned back to Adamanthos. "Addie, we have a month. We're not going to figure it all out today, but we have a month. I move we close this meeting and go to committee." "Maria, how many times have I told you? I'm not 6 anymore." Adamanthos pulled at his beard and waited until the laughter died away. "But despite your incorrect address of the Supreme Mugwump Pro Tem, you do have a point. Any objections from the assembled?" As no one objected, Adamanthos took out his wand. "I now call for a vote. All those in favor of declaring the self-proclaimed Dark King of England, Voldemort, as an official enemy of magic, cast your vote." Harry watched as the members of the ICW pointed their wands at the large logs in the middle of the table. Each spell hit the logs directly, but nothing happened. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, the last wizard cast his spell at the logs, and the fire seemed to shoot out from the bottom, totally enveloping the logs in massive flames. Adamanthos nodded. It is unanimous. In light of what we are about to discuss in committee, it is imperative that what we heard today does not show up in the press. Remember your oaths. We thank our visitors for their attendance, patience, and honesty. This emergency session of the ICW is now closed and moves to committee. Upon those words, the stone figure began to melt, turning back into stone, and the parchment stacked itself neatly on the table. It was a modest home, nothing resembling posh, but Ron remembered little of it as he stood in the living room next to his brother Bill, Hermione's mum, and he still couldn't believe she managed to get Bill to agree. His mum. He stood as far away from her as possible, next to Bill, as Jack's parents hugged and cried over her. He recognized Crystal, Jack's sister, and the baby, but he couldn't think what the baby's name was to save his life. Then again, he cut himself some slack. Since the last time he'd seen them, they had just escaped from Death Eaters. SHHH, Emily, it's okay. Jack's home. Crystal soothed the baby, which had begun to cry after all the sudden noise. Emily, that was it. Ron nodded and repeated the name several times to make sure it stuck in his memory, a trick he'd picked up from Hermione. Never tell her that, though, he'd never live it down. After what seemed like an eternity, and after getting an odd glare from Bill to not fidget, Jack turned to him. Ron, she held out her hand and he took it, nervous as hell. As she led him to her parents, he swallowed hard. Her father was bald and built like a bowling ball, all round, but he looked, well, tough. Her mum had one of those boring mum haircuts that all mums must get on purpose to be boring, but she looked enough like Jack that he could see where at one time she'd been as fit and pretty as her daughter. She'd been crying, obviously, but she looked at Ron like she wanted to chew him up and spit him out. Not good. What was he going to say to them? Hello, I'm the wizard that took your daughter away for months and now she's here, not missing. Oh, and we're dadding. How's it going? That'd be brilliant. Mum, Dad. Jack had him stand in front of them, hand in hand. This is Ron. He's the one who saved Crystal and Emmy's lives. Ron half expected Jack's mum to, well, sort of act like his mum, but he got the shock of his life when her father, that tough-looking bloke, grabbed him and gave him a hug that felt like one of Hagrid's. You saved my girls, you saved them. Can't thank you enough. Reg, let him go. Jack's mum fixed him with a look and he gave her a really, really weak smile over the shoulder. When Jack's father, Reg apparently, let him go, she walked over and stood in front of him. All this time she's safe and you couldn't even phone? What is wrong with you? And don't get me started, Jacqueline Ann Wilson, if you tell me you've done what your sister did. Mum, Jack covered her face with her hands. Oh my God, no, I'm not. Thank Jesus for small favors. Her mum shook her head. Not even a phone call or, what about you? She turned on Ron. You couldn't call. They don't have phones. Gemma Granger stepped forward a little bit. And even if they did, I doubt Ron would know how to use one. Would you, Ron? Ron shook his head. He'd never even come close. Sorry, no, never used one. What kind of people are you? Jack's mum looked them over. I ought to call 999 right now. Mum, Crystal rolled her eyes and continued to sway with her baby. I told you, they're witches. Wizards, Jack turned to her sister. Men are wizards, women are witches. Reg took a hold of his wife and moved her back a few paces and set her in a chintz chair. Just sit down, Dina, I'll sort this. He turned to his oldest daughter. Have you been doing drugs? You're on drugs, aren't you? That kid, he pointed at Ron, got you hooked on drugs, didn't he? He most certainly did not. Molly couldn't contain herself. Bill. Fine, Bill stepped forward. I'd hoped we could all sit and talk about this, but... He took out his wand, and with a quick wave, the television turned into a rather large turtle. As everyone stared at the turtle, it began to walk about a bit, and to everyone's surprise, it began to eat part of a potted plant that sat by the window. See, Mum, Dad. Jack knelt down by her mum. It's real, it's really, really real, Dad. She turned to her father. It's a lot like your books. Bloody fucking hell. Reg ran a hand over his bald pate. I fucking knew it. Dina looked over, angry. Not in front of guests, you idiot. She turned to Bill. Congrats, we saw a magician do the same stuff when we went to Las Vegas once. That turtle doesn't mean anything. You, she pointed to Gemma. Let me see your trick. Sorry, I can't. I'm a dentist. Gemma looked over to Bill. Perhaps this would help, she whispered in his ear. Worth a shot. Bill smiled at her and then turned and pointed his wand at Ron. I've always wanted to do this. Before anyone could say a word, Bill's wand flashed, and Ron found himself down on all fours. He tried to tell his brother off, but instead a very distinct meow came out of his mouth. That was when all hell broke loose. Everyone began talking at once. Molly for telling Bill off for turning his brother into a cat. Gemma tried to explain that McGonagall had turned herself into a cat, so she thought Bill could do it as well as he was an adult wizard. Reg and Dina tried to make sense of it all. Crystal kept telling her parents that she was right and put Emily down on top of the television turtle so she could have a ride. Jack, though, hurried forward and picked up kitty cat Ron, holding him close to her chest and petting him. It was funny. As Ron was normally a redhead, as a tabby cat, he was gray and black tiger striped. She sat on the sofa while everyone went mental, petting him and being rather surprised when he actually began to purr. Right after that, though, Bill's spell wore off and Ron popped into his normal existence, right on top of Jack. Ronald Weasley, Molly stepped forward and pulled him off of Jack. Have some manners. Well, Bill turned me into a cat. Molly turned her wrath on her oldest son. William, apologize to your brother. Bill went over. Sorry for turning you into a cat. Ron shook his head. No, you're not. You're right, I'm not. At this point, Jack decided she'd had enough, and in a somewhat manic voice told everyone to shut the hell up so they could have tea. Her voice was just edging on the verge of hysteria, Gemma knew, so without a word she followed Jack towards the kitchen. The talk at tea was, as Bill would relate later on to Charlie, one of the strangest conversations he'd ever been a part of, and that was saying something, as he was the one who told the twins about the birds and the bees. The topics started, stopped, circled back, branched, and went everywhere. Everything was on the table, from whether or not you could get magic if you didn't have it, no. Could everyone do magic, no. If Gemma wasn't magical, why was her daughter? They weren't sure, recessive genetics perhaps. Was there a real Gandalf? Probably not. Why they used wands instead of staves, hard to fit in your pocket, until finally the topic of the statute of secrecy was broached. Bill explained it the best he could, finally giving up so Gemma could tell it to them in Muggle terms. That was also when the attack on the Ministry made its way into previously much more lighthearted discussion. The Wilsons knew about terrorists, obviously, but hearing that their daughter and granddaughter had almost been killed by magical terrorists, that was hard to take. Crystal retold the story again, this time with her parents actually listening to her instead of accusing her of fashioning a massive lie for why Jack was gone and the car was missing. Molly felt a bit of pride hearing how Ron had protected the Wilson girl and her daughter, but she also felt a sting of pain. Jack leaned over to her mum. Mum, they lost their husbands in that explosion and the fight afterwards. No, dear, I'm afraid Ernest died before that. Right before that, I believe. Gemma picked up her tea and took a drink, her eyes unfocused. Sorry for your loss. Reg looked over to Ron. So you really saved them, didn't you? MMMHMMM. He looked at Jack. That's the one thing keeping you from being punished until, I don't know when. Reg, Dina laid her hand on his arm. Not now, so. She turned to Bill. What do we do now? Can't very well take Jack down to the shops and say, oh, look, it's Jack. She was just off to the cinema, now she's back. Hooray you. Won't work. Then Bill explained their idea, how they would contact the authorities and say that Jack ran off to follow a band or something similar. They'd stay close and watch over her, and then when it was safe, they'd take Jack back to the lodge. When he saw their hesitation, he couldn't resist. Ron, has Lady Black said anything to you about her wedding? Don't want Jack to miss anything important. Lady Black, Dina looked at her daughter oddly. Just what the bloody hell have you been up to, girl? Oh, right, forgot. Ron smiled and put his arm around Jack, removing it very quickly when he saw the expression on Dina's face. She's been named a lady-in-waiting for Tonks, I mean Lady Black. She's marrying my best mate, Harry. Sorry, Lord Potter. Keep forgettin' about the titles. Well, you are the Earl of Weasley. Bill nodded at him. Just try and act like it every now and then. Bloody fucking hell if this don't beat all. Reg shook his head. She's dadding a proper Earl, Dina, don't that. Oh, shut up, Reg. Dina rolled her eyes and thumbed at her husband. This one can't get enough of the royals. About that, Bill raised a finger. Quite a bit later he hoped, explained everything thoroughly. There would be wards that he and one of his favorite goblins at Gringotts on the curse-breaking team would personally install, and then he brought out the parchment and explained the alliance that would allow the Wilsons to know about the magical world, but not be able to divulge any secrets. He emphasized that even though they were not personally magical, the agreement was magical, and the result of breaking the agreement would not be a good idea for anyone. When he brought out the quill to sign the parchment, he had to stifle a laugh, as Reg was very willing to sign first, especially with the quill. Once all the signatures were complete, the parchment glowed a faint red and then disappeared. It was at that point that the plans were made. Unfortunately for Ron, they were quite different than what he was hopping. Instead of him staying with Jack for a week, off in a spare bedroom, or on the sofa, or even in a bloody muggle tent in the garden, he was going back to Potter Lodge, while Hermione's mum would stay and help answer any more questions from the Wilsons. The family stood, but Molly couldn't quite help herself, though, and the departure for Potter Lodge was delayed for a little bit as she sat on the sofa and held baby Emily while she talked to Crystal. Bill and Gemma had Reg and Dina occupied, so Jack took the initiative and grabbed Ron's hand, dragging him down the hall. After they entered the room, Ron looked around. It was messy, that was for sure. And there were posters of fit blokes on the walls, but it was odd because the posters were all Muggle posters and didn't move. As he was looking around, he felt Jack's finger move his head away from a poster of some football bloke and towards hers. Listen, Ron, after all this, if you don't. You're barking, Jack. I'm not going to. You will be safe, won't you? She looked up at him pleadingly. Promise me. Of course. Besides, after today, I bet Mum won't let me out of her sight. I'll be at the lodge. You know what that place is like. He reached out and put his arms around her waist, pulling her close. Hopefully it won't be too long. You have to come back for the wedding, you know. I know, it's just. No house elves here, Jack. Can you manage? You're an idiot. Of course I will. She leaned up on her tiptoes and kissed him. But I will miss the cooking. Mum's horrible. You're going to miss more than the cooking, right? Ron pulled her a bit closer. Think of anything else you're going to miss. Maybe. She leaned up to kiss him, and just at that precise moment the door flew open and Molly stood there. Both of them looked at her, and after a few moments, just standing there, afraid to move, Molly threw up her hands. Merlin's pants, Ron. Kiss the girl and let's go. Chapter 16. Manicotti, dirigible plum jam, and Diet Coke. It was a cold, rainy day. Harry thought the air felt almost as if it could snow at any moment, up there at the lodge, hidden amongst the hills. He stood there on the little balcony outside his bedroom and looked out at the clouds, heavy with rain and possibly snow, wondering how his life had come to this. In a few moments he would go back down into one of the rooms that Andromeda liked, one of the rooms with minimal antlers, and they would begin discussing the wedding. The wedding? If this had been a normal year at Hogwarts, he would be in classes, playing Quidditch, and... Then he stopped. He'd never had a normal year at Hogwarts. Not really. Every year seemed to be filled with some sort of danger, but this year, everything had changed into something even weirder than usual. He hadn't spent more than a month or so at school, and now the Ministry was gone, Dumbledore was gone, he was Lord Potter, and in more than a week was going to marry Tonks. Talk about a life-changing 6 months or so. Christmas had come and gone, a rather subdued and odd Christmas, and now the calendar was turning towards March, and what a March. The wedding march. He came back inside, shut the balcony door without looking, and plopped himself down in a chair by the window, absent-mindedly played with the button on the cuff of his shirt, fingers rubbing over the smooth surface and feeling the slight rise on the edge. He stopped, realizing what he was doing, and looked down. The button was perfectly fine for the shirt, nothing wrong with it at all, but something about it was bothering him. And that's when he figured it out. His eyebrows knotted together, and a wave of irritation came over him. He stood up from the chair, went to the wardrobe, and flung open the doors. As he stood there, a small popping sound behind him made him realize there was a house elf present, but at the moment he really didn't care. "Master Harry." Without turning, he answered. Even though he knew it was rude and the elf didn't deserve his attitude, he couldn't help it. Not in the mood he was in. "Not right now, I'm busy. Later, leave." He heard the small pop and didn't look back. It would have been stupid to look back. Kipsy was gone, and even if he wanted to apologize, which he knew he should, at the moment he couldn't be arsed. Instead, he found himself staring at the contents of his wardrobe, fascinated by what was inside. The garment draped on the clothes hanger was made from a thick fabric, not quite wool, and even with magic, the deep blue color seemed to have faded with age. The blue itself was interesting, but the gold-braided cord that wound around the high collar and onto the shoulders seemed to signify some sort of military rank. That seemed odd, as there wasn't any wizarding army that he knew of in the robe. And it was a robe, definitely seemed like something that a soldier would wear. He moved the hanger to the left and then found the next article of clothing, this time a jacket made of some sort of leather, the most fascinating thing in the world. He heard a knock on his door and felt a wave of irritation go through him. The last thing he wanted to do was to go over wedding things yet again. He liked Andromeda, he really did, but sometimes he just wanted to. "Hey, Harry." The voice made him turn immediately, as it definitely wasn't Andromeda. He stood there, a jacket sleeve in his hand, and felt his grumpy mood slightly decrease. "Hey, Ron, when'd you get back?" "This morning." Ron took in Harry, fully dressed, with clothing in hand in front of his wardrobe. "Okay, mate, I know you've been living with house elves and women, but are you that worried what you look like?" "What? No, not really." Harry let the sleeve of the jacket fall and then crossed his arms and leaned against the wardrobe. "It's just, it's hard to explain." "Hard to explain," Ron muttered and shook his head. "Welcome to my world, hard to explain." He walked over and half fell into the chair next to the window that Harry had previously sat in. "Listen to my weekend, mate. Okay, you know we did the big magic is real bit with Jack's family last week, right? And Bill and the goblins did the ward stuff and did the whole family alliance thing while Hermione's mum stayed with Jack's family to answer questions that muggles would have about magic. Well, I got invited back for the weekend while you were in. Where were you, exactly?" "America." Harry half-heartedly tried to close the wardrobe doors, but didn't bother when the doors didn't quite shut and went over and sat on his bed. "This big ICW thing where I had to go and looked like an idiot. You know what I said to the ICW, the most prominent wizards in the world?" "No, what?" Ron looked eager to hear. "You tell him the shit we've got here." "No," Harry shook his head. "I said, if I remember, and then Hermione handed me a note and they asked her the question and I sat down." "Bloody hell," Ron shook his head. "Still has to be better than my weekend. You only got one question, I got loads. You'd think that Hermione's mum." "Gemma," Harry gave a slight nod. "It's Gemma, right?" "Right." His expression changed, a somewhat sad look came over him. "Oh, and about her and Bill. I'm not sure, can't really say one way or the other, but I don't think that's gonna last." "Really?" "Yeah, I know she's older than him, but I don't think that's it." Ron felt a small rumble and gave Harry a look. I know you probably ate ages ago." Harry waved him off. "Don't worry, I need to apologize anyway. I'll explain later." He cleared his throat and in a steady but somewhat softened tone said Kipsy. With a pop, the little house elf was in front of him. "Master Harry." "Oh, he's being here, the Earl of Weasley." Harry felt a little twinge in his stomach, as he knew that not only was he as hungry as Ron, but that he'd misunderstood the house elf's earlier visit. "Kipsy, you came to tell me Ron was back at the lodge, didn't you?" He saw her nod and sighed. "I'm sorry I was rude to you earlier. Could we get something to eat? Ron, what sounds good?" Ron leaned forward. "Right now, I don't care as long as it's wizarding food and not muggle food." "Right away." Kipsy nodded and popped away. "Wizarding food?" Harry looked at his friend oddly. "What the hell do you mean, wizarding food? You want a fried hippogriff or something?" Ron held up a finger. First, shut up, because right now I'd eat a fried hippogriff, which is weird because of Buckbeak and everything. I've just spent a weekend with no magic and… Harry, how the bloody hell did you do it at the Dursleys? He sat forward and put his elbows on his knees. I about lost my mind. Everything takes forever. I never knew how much magic Mum used for the little things, like making food cook quicker. Merlin's pants, I mean. He stopped and took in Harry, as Lord Potter was laughing his head off. It's not that funny. Harry took off his glasses and wiped his eyes. Oh, no, it is that funny. You've never really had to live like a muggle, have you? Hermione and I tried to tell you, but it never sunk in. Before Ron could argue that he wasn't that clueless, Kipsy returned with a pot of tea, scones with jam on a plate hovering in front of her. She sat the tea and scones on a little table, nodded at Harry, and then turned to Ron. Wizard's tea and scones with dirigible plum jam. If yous be needing more, just call. After she popped away, Harry looked over to Ron. Ever have dirigible plum jam before? Don't care. He pushed away from the chair and went to the little table, picking up 3 scones and putting them on a smaller plate. After adding 3 sugars and a rather large amount of milk to his tea, Ron sat back in the chair by the window, halfway through his first scone by the time Harry had taken a plate and mug of tea and resumed his spot on the bed. Harry took a sip of tea and made a face. Does your tea? Yeah, horrible. I had it once before, one of Mum's things, that's why I added the sugar. Bet Neville would know what's in it. He took a sip of tea and tried to not make a face. Harry, I'm sorry, but this is awful. I dunno, the jam's not bad. Doesn't taste any different than Muggle plums. Ron sat there for a second, and then his eyes went wide. Not like that. Harry held up his hand. Hey, it's me, not Fred and George. I say stupid stuff all the time when I actually say anything, that is. He took a bite of scone. Plums. Tosser. Ron gave him a 2-fingered salute. So where was this ICW thing anyway? Out in the desert somewhere, hot as blazes, but we did meet some good people. There was one witch, Wiggles with Grace. Ron had to swallow quickly, as he'd just taken a sip of tea. What was that, Wiggly? Wiggles with Grace. She said it sounds better in her language. She's a first American. What? Ron looked at him oddly. First American. That's what she said they called themselves, the first Americans before all the colonists came over from here and everywhere else. They're the ones who use magic. I liked her, and Amelia Bones was brilliant, not to mention there's one old witch who's hilarious and, oh, yeah. Hermione doesn't know that Charlie smokes, right? What does my brother smoke? Ron looked at him oddly. Like sausages. Why would she care if he smokes sausages? Harry shook his head. No, Ron, cigarettes, you know, Muggle. Mum'll kill him, Ron snorted. And then Hermione'll kill him again, so what brought? There was a wizard at the ICW who smoked cigars, green smoke. Hermione hated it. No surprise there. Ron looked around the room, focusing on the edges of the walls near the floor. No outlets. Nice to be back in a wizarding house. Ron, Harry rolled his eyes. It's not that bad. It's not, I know, especially with Jack. Ron gave him a big grin, but that died almost instantaneously. But the questions we got from her parents and her sister. Bloody hell, I don't know what I would have done if Hermione's mum. Gemma. Ron nodded his head and continued. Right, if Gemma hadn't been there. And that was after a week of questions. And if you think Mum's mental about, well, keeping couples apart in her house. Harry snickered and couldn't help himself. It can't have been that bad. Ron shook his head. They had me stay in the spare bedroom at first, her dad said, really loud and plain while we were eating something called manicotti. It's bloody tasty. Have you had that before? Sure, Ron, it's great. So spare bedroom. Right, yeah. That didn't last long. So we were having the manicotti, her dad fixed it. Reg is a bang-up cook. She was right, her mum's pretty rubbish, which is odd. But we were eating, and Reg said he was having me stay in the spare bedroom because he'd hear if me and Jack got up to anything because his room's so close. But that's when Crystal, Jack's sister, the one with the baby, she told him that it didn't work when she had her boyfriend sneak in before, and well, that just set them all off. They all got up from the table and were walking around, arguing. Harry shook his head. Poor Jack, bet she was embarrassed. She was, at first. Ron nodded. But then she looked over at me and was kind of freaked out that I wasn't. Well, like I said, manicotti is bloody good. I told her that it just felt like my house, except instead of arguing about bobbies and stuff, it would be things like Mum going on and on about Charlie being all the way over in Romania and working with dragons and never bringing home a nice girl since Tonks. Oh, sorry, mate. Really? Harry perked up a bit. So your mum doesn't hate Tonks? What? You mental? Nah, she doesn't hate her at all. She thinks even though it probably wouldn't have worked out that Charlie screwed up letting her get away, but right now since he's with Hermione, I bet she'll never admit that. Probably won't admit any of it, knowing Mum. Especially now. Not with you and Tonks, yeah, don't worry. Good, Tonks was worried. She knows that your family is the closest thing. Harry stopped and took a sip of tea, grateful that Ron didn't push him to continue his sentence. So you didn't stay in the spare bedroom, then? Nah, on the sofa, which was brilliant. Jack showed me how to run the television and the stuff on there. Harry, have you ever seen? Oh, right. Those muggles never let you watch anything, did they? No, not really. Harry shook his head. Least you get on with her parents, Ron. You could fit there if you spent more than a weekend, you'd get used to it. I don't fit anywhere. What the fuck? Ron threw part of a scone at Harry, hitting him in the head. As his friend wiped crumbs out his hair, Ron shook his head. What the fuck do you mean I don't fit anywhere? You're bloody Lord Potter, I'm pretty sure you fit here. He held up his arms and looked around the lodge. It has your name on the place. I mean, it's on the bloody gate out front, right? If you fit anywhere, it's here. I felt like a firstie all the time at Jack's place. Yeah, I see what you mean, but it's not like that. Harry brushed the remaining crumbs off of him, slid off the bed, and walked over to the wardrobe. See these? These are all the clothes I have, and they're not mine. They weren't even my dad's, they're older than that. All of this, not mine, some Potter before me. But it's your family, Harry. It belonged to your family. Ron shrugged. And I know about the clothes thing, trust me, I get that. Fine. Harry walked away from the wardrobe without looking at Ron and let his head thump against the glass of the window as he stared outside without actually looking at anything. But like you said, I grew up Muggle without really being a Muggle. No magic, yeah, but all the stuff the Muggle-borns talk about. No clue. Tell me one of the shows you watched on telly. Just one. Something called Blue Peter. Jack and Crystal went mental, saying how they watched it as kids. Never heard of it. Harry lifted his head off the glass of the window and turned to Ron. No idea. I'm a firstie no matter where I go, Ron, just like at the ICW thing. I'm an idiot. PFFFT. Ron shook his head at Harry. You may not have Hermione's brains, join the club there, but you're not an idiot. Charlie's smoking cigarettes. With the way Mum is, and you know how Hermione is, well, he's an idiot if he doesn't quit right now. Maybe I should wait and just let something slip when he's with Mum and Hermione. That'd be brilliant. Both of them looked at each other for a second, imagining the scene, and broke out laughing. After a second, Ron's face dropped. What's wrong, Ron? Ron jammed his hands in his pockets and stared intently at the floor. It's just because I'm a wizard. I could be any wizard, well, not Crabbe or Goyle, but I could be any wizard and that would be enough, once that wears off. Ron, Harry got it. He knew what Ron was feeling and empathized because he felt the same way. I understand. It's like if they replaced you with another wizard, it wouldn't matter. It could be someone else's name on the contract and she'd feel the same way. What? No, Ron shook his head. It's not like that. I don't know Tonks that well, but Charlie told me it's different with you and her than it was with him and her. Wouldn't tell me details, thank Merlin, don't know if I could look at you if he did that. Oh shit, sorry now. Fuck. He turned away from Harry and got up quickly, walking over to a window on the opposite part of the room. But you and Tonks, that's you and Tonks, mate. Wouldn't work with any other wizard. I mean, think about her and I dunno, Seamus or Neville. Imagine that. Wouldn't work, me and Jack. Yeah, that'd work with even Neville. Oh, shut the fuck up. Ron snapped his head around, as that wasn't the normal language from Harry. What? You heard me, shut the fuck up. Harry ran a hand through his hair. You think I don't get me and Tonks? Sometimes I don't and sometimes I do and sometimes I'm afraid I'll mess it all up somehow. But you and Jack, it wouldn't work with any other wizard, you idiot. Who saved her sister and the baby? You, who did? Merlin, Ron, it's you she likes. Not your brothers, not Seamus or Neville or me or anyone else. You explain things to her and don't treat her like she's thick and you like that she's interested in stuff and like the way she looks at you, right? And maybe you don't get everything in the Muggle world, but you try because you want to be with her, right? And she sure as hell tries to understand this mental place, while there's a bloody war on, right? I mean, where is she now? Right now. Now, Ron shrugged. Dunno, with Tonks, I think. She came back with me and said she needed to talk to Tonks. Why? So she could have stayed at home and forgot about being in a bloody war. And a wedding. Shut up, Ron, listen. She could have stayed at home, but she came here because she wants to be with you. You ginger idiot Chudley Cannon's fan. Hey, low blow. Harry fought a smirk. The ginger bit. PFFFT. Ron looked incredulous. No, the Cannons. Thanks for reminding me the season's gone because of the dark wanker. And you didn't really ask the goblins about the Cannons, did you? No, sorry, that was low. The two friends looked at each other for a bit in silence. Finally, Ron nodded. It's fine, but if Jack's here because of me and not just because I'm a wizard, you need to get it through your thick skull, that Tonks. A knock on the door interrupted Ron as both of them stared at the door. Finally, after a repeated knock, Harry asked who was at the door. Hearing the response, he nodded at Ron, who was closest to the door, and Ron let them in. Jack and Tonks walked in, taking in the tea, somewhat messy remains of thrown scones, and the looks upon their respective boyfriends' faces. Jack looked up at Tonks, but Tonks shook her head. So what's wrong this time? Harry gave Ron a quick glance and saw that Ron was swallowing hard. Thinking quickly, he answered. Quidditch. Someone's not happy with me that I didn't have Effie by the Cannons before the season was interrupted. Ron's eyes went slightly wide and he grinned. I still say you'd be the best owner in the league. Maybe you should talk to Effie, but the price is a lot cheaper since, you know, the dark wanker and shit. Men, Tonks rolled her eyes. Come on, you idiots, we've got planning to do. As they left the room, walking by Jack and Tonks, both Harry and Ron shared a glance. They nodded at each other, turned back to their girlfriends, and kept walking. It was late that evening, in one of the more secluded rooms in the lodge, that everyone seemed to gravitate. Well, everyone that wasn't intensely planning a major wedding of significant magical and political importance, anyway. They had all sat there while Andromeda, Ted, goblins, Amelia Bones representing the ministry, even a few ambassadors that were sent over from the ICW. They had sat there, while the witches and wizards went on and on and on about seemingly everything and nothing. Finally, having had enough, Harry made his way over to the edge of the room where the extra biscuits and tea and other refreshments were set out on a small table. He watched Tonks eye him, as well as Ron, so when he took a few biscuits, wrapped them in a paper napkin, and then opened the door as quietly as possible and slipped away. That was the beginning. Tonks was the next to follow, as she waited what seemed like a massive amount of time between Harry's departure and her attempt, even though it was only a few moments, and surprisingly, she was successful. Luckily for her, she'd waited until someone had suggested something that made Andromeda bristle, so while her mum was arguing, she did a quick check on the table before she left, only to see her father catch her eye. And then the old fart winked at her. She had to stifle a laugh as he made sure to tap Andromeda on the arm and start talking to her mum, giving her a clear shot at leaving the room. As Harry and Tonks stood outside, talking together quietly and trying to figure out what to do next, they were surprised when Daphne Greengrass was the next person to surreptitiously exit the planning room. She walked over to them, took a deep breath, then fished into the small pockets of her rather pretty blue robe and brought out a small flask. With a quick drink, she exhaled deeply as steam seemed to leak out of her ears. Pepper up, Daff, Tonks gave her an odd look. It's late, you'll never get to bed now. We still have too much to do, Nymph. Daphne rolled her eyes. They're all being so bloody thick in there. Tell me about it. Jack was the next to arrive, shaking her head. I thought it was bad when Mum and Dad tried to arrange a caravan holiday with Uncle Willie and Aunt Francine, but shit. She sat down in a heap in one of the nearby chairs. I wish I was a witch and could wave my wand or call a house elf. It'd be great to ask Dobby. With a very small pop, the house elf in question appeared before Jack. "You called Dobby, Miss Jack." "Holy shit!" Jack sat up straight and covered her mouth with her hands. After her exclamation, everyone looked over to the door, as if expecting their absence would now be noticed due to Jack's outburst. After several agonizing moments, it was apparent that they were safe, so she took her hands away and looked over to the little elf. "I can call you." "Use a lady-in-waiting to Master Harry's Tonksy, so Dobby came." The elf bobbed his head. "What?" "Bloody hell." Ron walked towards them, shaking his head. "Of course you lot get away fine, but they notice me. Sure, thanks, great plan." With his hands stuck into the pockets of his jeans, he made his way over to the others. "Tried to tell them I had to go to the loo, but your dad." He nodded at Tonks. "He said that they'd hash things out and tell us later, not to worry and all that kind of stuff. So I guess we can go get something to eat, huh?" As Harry began to say something, he was interrupted by Jack, who not only didn't give Ron a hard time about his appetite, but actually agreed with him, asking Dobby to show them someplace everyone could have a bite to eat and relax. That was how they all ended up in the room furthest from the others, up on the 5th floor in the corner, where the furniture looked a little less fussy and sort of mismatched. Ron and Jack sat on a slightly lumpy sofa covered in some sort of tartan fabric that was faded and fraying in spots. Daphne and Tonks were at a table with parchment, each of them on chairs that had to be hit with a few leveling and strengthening spells before they felt fully confident. Hermione sat with them at the table, as she and Charlie had made their way to the room somehow. Harry wasn't sure. He thought he remembered Jack asking Dobby to find them, as she was so happy having some sort of connection to magic, albeit only through Dobby, that she wanted to use it before it disappeared. As Harry went to get another bottle of butterbeer, he bumped into Neville, surprised yet again. "When'd you get here, Nev?" "Oh, hi, Harry." Neville sort of waved his own bottle of butterbeer in greetings. "It's odd, I was over at Gran's. She has me studying the Longbottom things for when." He paled a little, but then laughed. "Anyway, I was over at Gran's and then Dobby showed up and brought me here." He leaned over to whisper to Harry. "I think Ron's girlfriend's gone a little mad." Harry grinned, and then when he looked up, he understood what Neville meant. It seemed as if Jack was having Dobby go and fetch everyone she knew, or at least all of his and Ron's friends that he would have invited to the wedding. Seamus and Dean were there, and Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Luna, Colin Creevy. It was a party. As Harry stood there, somewhat in shock, Tonks made her way through the crowd to him. "Hey, Harry, got a mo?" She nodded towards the end of the big room, away from most of the crowd. Once they were safely away, she smiled at him. "It's the guest list. Jack may have gone a wee bit overboard." "A wee bit," Harry shook his head. "Thank Merlin everybody here is on the ward book. Do you know what would happen if Dobby tried to pop them in here and—" "Shit, shit, shit." She turned and went quickly over to Jack. Harry watched as they had a rather abrupt conversation, and for a moment Jack looked angry, but then all of a sudden her face fell, and she threw herself into Ron's arms. Ron looked angry at Tonks for a moment, but after a quick word, he nodded towards her and then turned his attentions to Jack, softly moving her towards one of the more out-of-the-way chairs so they could talk. When Tonks came back over to him, Harry couldn't help his curiosity. "What'd you do?" "Stopped her from having Dobby try and bring her sister over here, that's what. Can you imagine what would have happened the wards would have? It would have been awful. That's at minimum. She's a muggle, Harry. What would the wards have?" "Don't," Harry shook his head. "Don't think about it, thanks." "Not a problem." She took a deep breath and relaxed, nodding that Harry was giving her an odd look. "What?" "It's not that bad, is it?" He looked at her but pointed to his hair. "Huh," Tonks reached up and felt her hair. Where before it had been nice, straight and pink, it was curly. "Shit!" She pulled the hair forward and it was, as she has feared, just like her mum's. It was the black hair. "Damn it." "Sorry." Harry made a slight grimace. "I know everything's been bothering you, and I know the whole wedding thing." "Listen, you—" She walked over to him and stood very close, looking him in the eyes. "Shut up about that. We're not getting married tonight, and I'm sure that they'll figure something out. Hell, Hermione's helping." "No." He laughed a bit as he watched her hair return to the usual pink. "That's what I'm afraid of. You've never had one of her color-coded revision schedules, so you don't know. Both of them were very cognizant of the fact that their faces were not very far apart, close enough that Harry could almost feel her lips on his. It's horrible. She makes Wood seem like an easy-going bloke. Tonks moved forward. To anyone looking at the two of them from the outside, it wouldn't have been noticeable, but she knew that Harry noticed it, especially the way his Adam's apple bobbed up quickly when he swallowed. Maybe we should just say the hell with Hermione, my mum, goblins, the ICW, all of it. We should just leave the country and go get married. That's it. His eyes went wide and Harry reached forward, grabbing Tonks by the shoulders and pulled her in close. After a big kiss, he laughed again. You're brilliant. While Tonks was somewhat in a daze, trying to figure out exactly why she was brilliant, she heard Harry ask Dobby to take him back to the conference room. After he popped away, she looked over at Daphne. The Slytherin girl gave her a smirk and motioned with her eyes towards another part of the room. Nobody had noticed, as they were all busy talking to each other, or, in the case of Jack and Ron, busy not talking but communicating in other ways. Looking back to Daphne, Tonks watched as the girl made a cross over her heart. She'd seen and most likely heard what had happened with Harry, but she wouldn't say anything. A man with dark hair and no memorable features whatsoever stood hesitantly in front of the door. He knew what happened to those who interrupted the king's sleeping. He'd heard the screams, seen the remains fed to some of the more unsettling beasts that were kept out back. He knew that, but the special edition of the Belgian newspaper that had been dropped over Britain held a headline that he knew the king would want to read. Maybe the king would even reward him. Yeah, that would be it. He'd be rewarded. No more having to go out with the others as simply a backup Death Eater. This time he'd be out in front. Maybe they'd even let him have first crack at the pretty young. Before he could finish the thought, the door to the bedroom flew open, revealing the Dark King in his robe, but without the crown. Why have you disturbed me? Speak. Here, they're all over. We know where he's gonna be, M-Lord, and you're invited. He thrust out the newspaper into the king's hands. Everyone's invited. King Voldemort opened the newspaper slowly, his long, thin fingers gently touching the paper. A smile began to form on his face, one full of expectant joy to come. All witches and wizards of Britain are invited to the wedding of Lord Potter and Lady Black. I haven't a thing to wear. The nondescript Death Eater looked at him oddly. He hadn't been crucioed and he hadn't been rewarded, so he was unsure of how to act. He stood there for a moment, weighing his options, and just as he was about to leave, he felt the king's hand on his shoulder. You have done well. Send for the others. We will take Potter and his bitch at the ceremony. But it's at Gringotts. A pulled wand means war. The Death Eater realized that he'd said it not only out loud, but to the king, and hung his head down, cursing himself silently. He waited for the curse to come, looking at his shoes, but nothing happened. After a few moments, he looked up and saw the king tapping his chin in thought. Clever, it does nothing but delay the inevitable. Clever, though. He turned to the Death Eater. Go, send for the others. Not wanting to press his chances, the Death Eater turned and hurried away as fast as he could without breaking into a run. He hadn't been rewarded, but he hadn't been cursed, either. Remus Lupin sat in one of the overstuffed chairs in one of the many antlered lounges and studied his glass of fire whiskey. As usual, his drinking companion sat nearby, in an equally overstuffed chair with an equally full glass of fire whiskey. Neither man said much, owing to the fact that they had been hearing people go on and on for the better part of the day, and the night on into the early morning. Occasionally, one of them would tip back the glass, sometimes the other would, and every now and then one of them would reach over for the bottle and refill the glasses. Theodore Tonks, it's 8:30 in the morning. Andromeda walked into the room, her hair still a bit mussed, and kicked her husband's foot. Ted, for Merlin's sake. Oh, Ted blinked and took a deep breath. Mornin', Andy, sorry. I should say so, at your age. Andromeda flustered and fussed about, taking away his fire whiskey and closing the books that lay opened on the sideboard by his chair. Come along, you need to be. Bloody hell, Ted. We've got to meet the goblins today and you're legless before breakfast. Who said I was legless? Ted stood up from the chair and scratched his ear. This isn't the first time I've had fire whiskey. He looked over at Remus and rolled his eyes, but when he started to take a step, he stumbled. Holding up his hand to stop his wife, he shook his head. "Pins and needles in my leg. I'm not drunk." After a few moments, he walked over and reluctantly left to go speak to the goblins. That left Remus alone in the lounge. He watched as the light began to come up through the curtains, light that felt still a little too bright. With a quick flick of his wand, the curtains closed tightly, forming a small seam in the middle to ensure no light got in at all. Almost as soon as he had finished the spell, he quickly undid it, chuckling to himself that Mrs. Potter, James' mum, would have let him hear about destroying her curtains. "You should be here, Prongs, you and Lily. You too, Padfoot, you old bastard." Remus lifted up the glass of fire whiskey and took a sip. He really wished they were here, but they were gone. He wished they were here so he could listen to Lily give them an earful about that stupid contract, but seeing Harry and Tonks together did make him feel a bit better. They reminded him of James and Lily in a fashion, except that it was a slight case of role reversal, as it was Tonks that reminded him of James. Harry and Lily were similar in many ways, but the boy was also like his father, and then, well, he was also his own man. A man who would soon be Lord Potter. Lord Potter. It made Remus shake his head. He'd never known that James and Sirius were, well, proper magical British lords. Merlin's pants, they never acted like it, all stuffy and formal like, well, Lucius Malfoy and his ilk. Thinking of a ponce like Malfoy wasn't good for a person, especially not before breakfast whilst drinking fire whiskey, so Remus got up from the chair, rather slowly, and made his way over towards the bookcase by the window. He absent-mindedly looked through the titles, running his finger gently along the spines, until one title caught his eye. He pulled out the volume and was surprised to see that it was a rather big edition. He sat his glass on the shelf, and with 2 hands sat the big book down on the nearby desk. "Magical Birds of the Tropics," he muttered as he turned the pages. "It's got to be in here." He paused as a knock from the doorway got his attention, and he looked up, quite shocked at the person in the doorway. Instead of Andromeda, one of Harry's friends or someone from the Ministry or ICW, a woman stood in the doorway, someone that he didn't recognize. Her hair was long and dark. She had it in a single plait that fell over her shoulder, and she wore tan trousers tucked into brown boots that went halfway up her calves. A faded denim shirt, rolled slightly at the wrists, showed a multitude of bracelets, some shining a distinctive turquoise color. She was simply unlike anyone he had ever met. He quickly cleared his throat. "May I help you?" "I'm sorry to bother you." She looked over at the glass of fire whiskey on the bookcase and then the half-empty bottle near the overstuffed chair. "It looks like you're busy. I'll just—" No trouble at all." Remus stood up and self-consciously began to button his worn blue cardigan. "I take it you're looking for the wedding planning? That's downstairs near the—" "I've been lost for 20 minutes, mister." "Lupin, Remus Lupin." He watched as she stepped forward and shook his hand. "And you are—" "You can call me Grace," she smiled at him, "unless Tonks told you everything." "Ah, no, we don't see much of her these days." Remus smiled nervously. "American." "Yes," Grace nodded. "Accent gave it away, didn't it?" "I'm afraid so." "Crap, there goes my career as a British spy." Grace rolled her eyes in mock exaggeration. "So, Mr. Lupin." "Remus, please." "Okay then, Remus. What has to be in there?" Grace pointed to the book. "Something in particular?" "Oh, yes, actually." Remus turned back to the book. "My good friend Sirius, he was Harry's godfather when he was—" He paused. "He spent some time on an island and used a different bird for his correspondence than an owl. I was hoping it would be in here." "Ah," Grace nodded and joined him around the other side of the desk to look at the book. "He was Lord Black. Right, I'm trying to keep this straight." After a chuckle, Remus nodded. "Yes, he was, but I didn't know it. So much I didn't know." Grace looked at him for a bit. She could tell even without her empathic magic that the man next to her had endured a lot. Without even thinking, she let a little of her skills out and gasped suddenly. She turned to him and then let her eyes go down, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Mean to what?" She looked up at him. "You're a werewolf, aren't you?" With a sigh, Remus turned away. "Yes, I am." "But that's not why you're in pain." He turned back to her. Hers was not the face of someone who, finding out he was a werewolf, tried to leave without being completely rude. It wasn't even the face of someone who found out he was a werewolf and then, in no uncertain terms, let him know exactly what they felt about werewolves. Her face was sympathetic, kind, understanding, pretty. He gulped. Sorry. They stood there, looking at each other, until someone cleared a throat from the doorway. Both of them turned and saw a tall man clear his throat yet again. Finally, the man addressed them. Mr. Lupin, I see you have met Wiggles with Grace. She's over here as part of the ICW task force working on our ministry issues. I've got to meet with the others and Amelia. You don't mind showing her around the lodge, do you? Remus nodded. Not a problem, Kingsley. Good man. Kingsley eyed the fire whiskey. I would suggest tea, though. We do have other meetings today. Point taken. Remus nodded again, still unable to look at Grace. Then he correctly himself mentally. Wiggles with Grace. Tea it is, then. Kingsley took a deep breath. Right, I'll leave you to it then, Remus, Miss Grace. After Kingsley left, Remus looked back at the woman. There were so many things he wanted to say, to ask, but he was never the one who had words for situations like this. That was James, and especially Sirius. So, tea then, or would you prefer coffee? Grace looked at him. The readings she was getting from the man were unlike anything she'd ever felt, and she wasn't even trying anymore. Layers upon layers of things. The werewolf was like a freaking onion. Diet Coke. I'm sure they have that here. Remus tried to act somewhat nonchalant and was sure he was failing miserably. Whatever you want, it seems to show up. Chapter 17. The match that set the blaze, Ted Tonks sat off to the side of all the room, in the finest dress robes he'd ever worn let alone owned, and sipped a glass of wine. Slowly sipped, as his wife had warned him that she wouldn't hesitate to respond like a Black if he was legless before the ceremony. And it was very much before the ceremony, 5 sodding hours before the ceremony. But it was a very nice room, one that he'd obviously never seen at Gringotts, as it differed very much from the cold, forbidding, austere look of the bank's lobby, offices, and other assorted rooms seen by the public. Instead of feeling as if he needed to do his banking and then get out, it felt hospitable. The small window nearby his seat revealed that he was rather high above Diagon Alley, enough so that he felt as if he was up in the top seats of a Quidditch stadium. Any room could have a nice view, though, as it was the furnishings that made the difference. The chair was soft, some fabric he couldn't place, cushioned at just the right amount to feel comfortable but not as if he was sinking, and the Dacre reminded him, surprisingly, of his grand sitting room in Whitby, right down to the lace doily things and a tasteful seaside painting. Definitely a reflection of the room's owner. As that owner entered the room, Ted watched, as Effie's eyes went to his glass of wine, and raised an eyebrow. Have to keep up my spirits somehow. Effie nodded her head and took the seat opposite of him, settling in. Ted made sure not to focus on the fact that her legs seemed to dangle over the edges, and wondered why she didn't have a more goblin-sized chair, but then dismissed that thought immediately as the chair shrank until it was perfectly sized for the Gringotts goblin. Mr. Tonks, I understand wanting to be prepared for the day, but aren't you dressed for the ceremonies a bit early? Ted chuckled, his chest fluttering, and sat down the wineglass on the small table between them. Andy's quite the whirlwind today, so even though I know I could get dressed in a snap, I've been married long enough to know when to speak, and when to just nod and say, yes, dear. Pick your battles and all that. Effie nodded and smiled. Very smart. Every now and then, he ran his fingers over his temples, smoothing down imaginary out-of-place hairs. I have to say, when we arrived, well, that was something I never thought I'd see. Oh, Effie gave him a questioning look. The loincloth chap, having a slash over the doorway. Ah, Effie sat back and clasped her hands in her lap. Yes, the security here will be unlike anything the wizarding world has ever seen. If everyone attends that has responded to the invitations, and even those who haven't responded, Goblin Nation will be ready. She paused for a moment, studying his face. You do know that, speaking of. Ted hurriedly held up his hand. Not a word. Thank you. Effie leaned forward and tapped a small golden bell on the table. causing its clear ringing sound to echo through the room. Shortly thereafter, a young goblin entered the room bearing a tea service. Once the niceties of tea had been observed, and after Ted drained his wineglass, the two unlikely companions sat and simply relaxed, chatting about preparations for the wedding but focusing on the more inconsequential things like flower choices, both of them avoiding the topic that was on their minds. Would Voldemort show up? Would Death Eaters arrive in their robes and masks? As the tea slowly drained from the teapot eventually, though, Effie had to ask one question. How is Lady Black today? Oh, well. Ted sat down his teacup. She's been in a right state all day and her mum isn't helping. I tried to run interference, but it was useless. Thank Merlin the Greengrass girls showed up. She and Dora and Jack have been locked away for hours. Literally locked away, mind you. I think Dora did it to keep Andy out. It was after that Andy came down, told me to get dressed and to head here. Luckily, one of the non-loincloth goblins saw me and sent me up here. I understand the wine now. Effie held her teacup up. Thanks. Ted took a look at his watch. So, 4.5 hours until the ceremony, 2 hours until they start letting everyone in, 3 hours until Dora and the rest of the wedding party arrive. That leaves. Effie leaned forward once again and rang the bell. This time when the goblin entered, he looked confused as the tea had been provided previously. Effie raised a finger. Thank you, Erkenpot. I believe Mr. Tonks and I could each use a glass of wine. I believe the house elf wine from Kent. Small glasses, thank you. After the goblin left, she looked over to Ted. To keep up our spirits, of course. Ted smiled broadly. Of course. I hate you. Daphne Greengrass rolled her eyes and shook her head. After today, she knew that whatever her future plans held for her, becoming a wedding planner would not be on the top 100 jobs she would ever consider. Just put the bloody thing on, nymph. Screw you, Daff. Tonks stood by the wardrobe in her bra and knickers, both of them in an eye-watering orange hue, and stared at the garment in question. Up until 3 days ago, all the dress things had been sorted. She'd selected a rather conservative white dress with long sleeves, a discreet amount of lace and sparkly things, and had only argued with her mum about the amount of cleavage she should display. Then Daphne came in with that sodding book and said that since it was the bloody joining of houses, that she had to wear something that said House of Black. The goblins went searching through the vaults and found a trunk buried under decades of junk and brought up 4 dresses, each of them fashionable when Merlin's mum was a child. The first 2 she dismissed immediately because they smelled horrible and no amount of magic could fix that, even after all Dromda gave it her best. The other 2. Well, it was like trying to decide if you wanted to die by drowning or by fire, both unpleasant. The best she could think to describe them would be as if you took the imagined portraits of Helga Hufflepuff or one of those hilarious movies that Muggles did about witches and said, yeah, that's it. Long, ridiculous sleeves, a lace-up bodice that shoved her tits together and made out of stuff that seemed like you took itching powder and sandpaper and mixed them together. That was bad enough, but both of them were, unsurprisingly, black in color. I can't wear black to my wedding. Sitting on the bed, cross-legged, Jack looked up from a magazine. I dunno, it's kinda punk rock. What? Tonks turned to her. You're taking the piss, right? She pointed to Daphne. You two are in on this together, aren't you? Daphne sighed and closed her eyes. After a few steadying breaths, she looked back at Tonks. I can make them fit perfectly, adjust them so they don't itch or bunch up in the wrong places and put other charms on them. Honestly, don't you know any fashion spells? Tonks began laughing. Fashion spells me, right. Obviously, Daphne rolled her eyes. What spells are needed for Rolling Rocks t-shirts? Rolling stones, Merlin. Tonks picked one dress from the wardrobe and plucked the hat off of the hanger and tossed it aside. There's no fucking way I'm wearing the hat. It'd hide all my hair and give me a forehead 3 meters high. Daphne walked over, picked up the hat and sat it on a dresser. High foreheads were seen as signs of, look, fine. It's not the dress you wanted to wear. I know it's not as pretty as the dress you picked, but you've put this off as long as possible, and let's face it, you have to make a decision unless you want to go out there in front of the entire wizarding world and marry Harry in your bra and knickers. Her eyes went wide and she held up a hand. That is not an option. We'll skip the hat, does that help? Tonks examined one of the dresses closely and then turned to Jack. Punk rock, really. Jack nodded. I went to a wedding, one of my cousins, and the bride wore a bright red dress. Scandalized all the old ladies, it was all they could talk about. After rolling her tongue around in her mouth, puffing her cheeks out a bit, Tonks gave Daphne an appraising look. Could you make the bodice a different color? Feeling her shoulders ease, Daphne walked forward. I can work with that. At Potter Manor, things were hectic, as the remains of the ministry swirled around, confirming arrangements. The occasional member of the International Confederation of Wizards and Witches, title newly amended for inclusion's sake, held hallway conversations with aurors. Everything seemed to be a mass of whirl and motion except for one room. In that room, 3 men sat listening to the wireless, tuned to a French station. Thankfully, Remus had cast a translation charm on the wireless, so they could actually understand the man speaking rather quickly. That's what they thought at first, but then the program seemed to shift without warning to the topic on everybody's mind, the upcoming nuptials of Lady Black to Lord Potter. Ron, closest to the wireless, reached over and switched it off. Remus nodded silently in thanks, then both men looked over to the groom. Harry sat by the window, absent-mindedly adjusted his glasses, and seemed to have missed the entire thing with the wireless. Ron glanced at Harry and then turned to Lupin, giving him a "well, what do we do now?" look. Remus cleared his throat, causing Harry to finally look his way. He knew what was on Harry's mind, as it was on all of their minds in some way, shape or form: Voldemort. After a deep breath and in calm, measured tone, he broached the topic. Harry, Gringotts, the Ministry, and the ICW have all verified the security measures. Harry gave Remus an odd look and then nodded in understanding. Oh, yeah, I know. Ron looked at Harry oddly. It's not bothering you. After a shocked, quick laugh, Harry shook his head. No, not really. He paused. Remus, you were at my mum and dad's wedding, weren't you? What was that like? Ah, Remus nodded, light filling his eyes as a slow, happy smile came to his face. Yes, I was. You've never heard about that, have you? Seeing the way Harry's face finally showed some semblance of normality, instead of the blank slate he'd shown the world for the last few hours, Remus sat back in his chair and crossed his legs. Well, it was nothing like this, that's for sure. You have to remember what it was like back then with everything going on, keep that in your mind. Not as bad as this, but still rather. Yes. Anyway, Lily didn't feel as if she could invite your Aunt Petunia, with the way things were between them, but she did have her parents attend. I believe they told Petunia they were going out to dinner that evening. He paused. It was at a little park, not too far from Godric's Hollow. A Muggle park, to be precise. Your grandmother Evans contacted her local vicar to do the ceremony, and it was just your mum, your father, their parents, Neville's parents, Sirius, me, and... Remus' eyes dimmed, and his expression fell. And Wormtail. Remus looked up to see Harry's face, the anger plainly visible. Yes, Peter was there. So it was a Muggle ceremony. Ron scratched the back of his head. That's be loads easier than this. Mentally thanking Ron for moving the topic from Wormtail, Remus continued. Quite. They exchanged vows and rings as the sun began to set, and then, when everything was done, we all went out to eat. A wizarding pub, actually. Your grandfather Evans, Harry, he and Sirius got on like a house on fire. Actually, I believe it was the fire whiskey. Then Lily and James left for their first night as a married couple. Never did tell us where they went. Good move, actually, as Sirius had all sorts of things planned. Itching powder in the bed was the tamest one. You don't want to know about the others. Nah, come on. Ron grinned and winked at Harry. I wouldn't do anything, you can trust me. Remus shook his head. No, I don't believe I do trust you, Ron. I really don't trust Fred and George, too much like Sirius, too skilled at mischief for their own good. But I do know your skills and remember that Sirius was much older than you, but I will say that a shrinking spell was involved, something a bit out of your expertise. He held up his hands. No more, not another word on that subject. After a quick look at the clock upon the wall, he turned back to Harry. Shouldn't you start to get dressed? Harry shrugged and nodded towards the wardrobe. Kipsy's got everything ready. Just the extra posh Lord Potter stuff and some jewelry that makes me feel like I'm seeing the Queen. Ah, a livery collar. Remus nodded. and then saw both of the boys look at him like he was Luna after one of her more fanciful explanations of magical creatures. They were worn in the Middle Ages as a badge of office, an indication of fealty or loyalty to the crown. As a member of the High Council, it shows your status to everyone. Several of the old portraits of Hogwarts wear them, but I suppose you've never noticed. Damn. Ron shook his head and noticed Harry and Remus giving him an odd look. He shrugged. I never thought I'd say this, but I almost wish Malfoy was here so he could see just how much more of a... It'd really make him mad, seeing you like that. That would have been brilliant. Still, glad the little tosser's gone. Death Eater arsehole. As the room stayed silent, Ron realized what he'd done and hurriedly plunged forward. But from what Jax told me, you get off easy, Harry. Tonks has to wear some of the old black stuff, and it's really old, and she's not happy about it. Bet she's got some dead, brilliant things on under that, though. Remus silently chuckled as Harry's face went red and then paled considerably. Harry, even though, I'm not sure I should be the one having this conversation with you. Harry turned to him. Remus, with Dad and Sirius gone. After a steadying breath, Remus nodded. Thank you, so. Ron took out his wand. Don't worry, Harry. Got you covered. Fred showed me this spell that can vanish a bra and knickers like that. The goblins flanked the massive, wide-open doors of Gringotts in rows, arrayed in their ceremonial armor, spears held upright like fence posts. The armor glinted in the sunlight, looking as if it was simply there for show. But that was far from the truth, as Goblin Nation did nothing for show. There was a purpose behind everything. The spears were definitely not an ornamental item, and the armor had been imbued with every rune, charm, and spell to resist spellfear known to Gringotts and the ICW. It was a very unusual agreement, Gringotts and the ICW, but war makes strange bedfellows. And it was war. Even though it was unprecedented, having a wedding between a witch and a wizard on Goblin land, one of the few goblin-owned parcels of land in the wizarding world, it was even more unprecedented that Goblin Nation were treated as equals by the ICW. The wedding would join two people together, but it had done more than that. The witches and wizards had queued for hours before the door had officially opened to welcome the guests, and now they began to file in with wide eyes, dressed in their best. People who hadn't seen each other since Hogwarts renewed their acquaintance while sipping glasses of champagne. All parties, at some point in their conversation, marveled at how the normally austere main hall of Gringotts had been magically expanded, speculating on how the stone walls had been moved aside. Obviously, it was something like the magic used on wizarding tents, but not one person could remember something on a scale such as Gringotts. After all, if every witch and wizard in Britain had been invited, it would need to have the capacity to accommodate everyone, even if they didn't arrive. But it wasn't the usual, joyous air of a wedding that permeated the stone walls of Gringotts, though. A nervous, anticipatory wave seemed to wash over all of the attendees. After all, their entire way of life had been dramatically, horribly altered. The ministry had been destroyed, Voldemort had crowned himself king, Diagon Alley was a mere shadow of its former self, some of the most notable witches and wizards had died. Dumbledore had died. Dumbledore, the supreme mugwump amongst other titled, the man who had defeated Grindelwald, had died, erasing the barrier between the ever-present darkness and their way of life. The Daily Prophet was no more. The wizarding wireless only came to life fitfully, and even when it did, it only had programs that extolled the virtues of their new king. For those old enough to remember, it reminded them of that horrible time when the Muggles were at war and death, and destruction rained down on them during the night, causing more damage than even the most powerful Bombarda spell. Basic things such as potion ingredients were almost impossible to find due to the fact that every single magical government refused to deal with their king and his people. Those comfortable enough with the Muggle world escaped there for most of the time, but that number was minimal at best and downright minuscule in truth. For the others, those more at home in the wizarding world, the rule of the new king had effectively rendered them prisoners in their own homes. The witches and wizards milling about in Gringotts, conversing nervously, still did not feel at ease. The presence of the goblins helped, of course, but after everything that had happened, it was a somewhat mixed bag for everyone. They were happy to be out of their houses, happy to have something to celebrate, especially the wedding of the boy who lived, but for many they felt as if they were an owl treat at the Hogwarts owlery. Into that murmuring, growing throng Gemma Granger walked slowly, her daughter and Charles Weasley a few steps ahead. She had debated with her daughter on what to wear to the wedding. In her mind, for some reason, she had initially planned on wearing the dress she'd worn to one of the last weddings she had attended, the daughter of one of her and her husband's dentistry colleagues, and saw nothing wrong with that. It was Bill, though, who had mentioned that it would be easy to spot her as a Muggle if she did that. She knew then, as she knew emphatically as she walked through the growing crowd, that he was right and knew exactly the danger in not pretending to be a witch. Bill, there was a topic that made her feel foolish and wonderful and guilty all at the same time. She turned to him after Ernest's death, initially with a desire to help the poor boy deal with his fiancée's death as well as his father's death, but they had both found comfort in each other. A comfort, even as it was occurring, she knew was simply a manifestation of her grief. For God's sake, the boy was not much older than her daughter. Her mum would have been scandalized. But with her world turned upside down, he helped explain things that Hermione had never done, things that Hermione didn't know. They had both known that it couldn't last, deep down, and the week with Jack's family living like she normally did just emphasized that. They were too different, there was too much age difference, and their worlds were too far apart. Hermione could bridge the differences between the worlds because she was a part of both of them, but she was the outsider. She only hoped that Bill's brother Ron could adapt to the world of his new girlfriend, Jack, better than she could, or it would end in heartbreak for both of them. After a quick nod, she banished the thought from her mind. It wouldn't do to think of romances ending, however fleeting, at a wedding. A wedding is a joyous occasion, though as Gemma looked around at the faces of the attendees, little of that joy was obvious. "Mum." Gemma looked to Hermione, holding Charles' hand. He was a decent man, Charles Weasley, and even though she had her doubts about her daughter starting a relationship with him during such horrible times, he treated her well. He was courteous, if a bit rough about the edges from his work with dragons, of all things. But he listened to her daughter, even when she went on one of her esoteric conversations about magic that she couldn't follow, and he asked questions that made her laugh as it was obvious that Hermione hadn't thought him as clever as he was. That was at the beginning, but now they had long talks, and she did notice that it was Charles that would nod at Hermione and then ask her, the Muggle, her thoughts on the matter. The man was obviously comfortable in the Muggle world, and it still sounded odd to her, even in her thoughts, calling her world the Muggle world. But Charles could function passably, even if he did have a few errors every now and then. Most of those, fortunately, were cultural errors as Charles had lived in Romania for years. Romania and Britain were quite different, after all. "Mum, are you okay?" Blinking her eyes several times, Gemma looked over to Hermione, still holding Charles' hand, a look of concern upon her face. "Yes, dear, I'm fine, just thinking." Before Hermione could respond, Charles stepped quickly between them and the door. "Fucking hell, he's here." Gemma and Hermione exchanged a quick, worried look. It could only mean that one thing had arrived.